Chapter 1. The Seven Stars God Slaying Technique. Within the Lin family's grand hall, over 30 individuals sat in solemn silence. At the center, a pitch-black coffin lay, inside which rested a pale-faced youth. Lin Hai clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on his son, who had been rendered a cripple, as fury surged within him. Master Lin, the message has been delivered. This is our young master's token of apology. Elder Wang Xianji of the Wang family produced an exquisite gift box containing an evernight pearl, a self-healing pill, a ruler, and a potion for enhancing strength. This was a blatant mockery. Upon laying eyes on the gifts, Lin Hai's emotions ignited instantaneously, an overwhelming wrath sweeping through the hall. Unfazed, Wang Xianji stood at the eye of the storm, speaking with a calm demeanor. Master Lin, should you choose to act, many lives will be lost. Get lost. With a cold snort, Wang Xianji tossed the gift box into the coffin and departed the hall with his entourage. You two worthless fools will soon get what's coming to you. From a main seat, Lin Hai gazed sorrowfully at his son, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. Regret washed over him, lamenting the decision to allow his child to partake in the secret realm trial alone. The weight of the family's burdens should not rest solely upon a child's shoulders. As he wallowed in sorrow, an ill-timed voice broke the silence. Since the young master has been crippled, shouldn't we consider replacing him? Indeed, we cannot allow a useless individual to continue as the Lin family's heir. Voices of agreement arose, causing Lin Hai's heart to clench. From within the coffin, the pale youth opened his eyes, listening to the cacophony outside, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. Yes, he had been crippled. Yet, one could also say he had gained fortune through misfortune. In the secret realm, upon acquiring the Nine Suns divine pill, he was discovered by Wang Wei, who sought to seize Lin Feng's treasure. How could Lin Feng allow them to have their way? With no other options left, he consumed the pill. Enraged, Wang Wei inflicted grievous harm upon him, purchasing a coffin to deliver Lin Feng back to the Lin family. Little did Wang Wei know, Lin Feng had not only obtained a pill, but also a cultivation technique, the Seven Stars God Slaying Technique. The prerequisite for cultivating this technique was to have all meridians severed, gravely injured, and on the brink of death. Coupled with the gentle yet potent medicinal properties, it would allow for the reconstruction of his meridians. Sensing the residual medicinal power of the Nine Suns divine pill within him, Lin Feng focused his thoughts and began to cultivate the Seven Stars God Slaying Technique. Nurtured by this medicinal force, Lin Feng's meridians gradually reformed, and a star began to take shape. No way. I absolutely refuse to change the heir. Lin Hai roared. Master, whether you agree or not is irrelevant. The competition for supremacy is in 10 days. Can we really send a cripple to lead the Lin family? As they continued to deride him as a cripple, Lin Hai's usually gentle temperament boiled over. You ungrateful wretches. When my son participated in the secret realm to seize resources, where were you? Now that my son has been rendered useless, your first action is to strip him of his position as heir? Do you have no conscience at all? The Grand Elder and Second Elder simultaneously erupted with a fierceness that matched Lin Hai's. At this point, a cripple is unfit for this position, only wasting the family's resources. Bestowing Lin Feng's position upon another is the wisest course of action. Upon hearing these words, Lin Hai's gaze turned red as he directed it towards the others. Do you all share this sentiment? Those questions shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Slap! In the tense atmosphere, the pale youth's hand grasped the edge of the coffin, the sound of him laboriously rising reverberating harshly within the silent hall. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, his voice piercing like the chill of winter. A bunch of sycophants. For the competition in 10 days, I alone am sufficient. Everyone regarded Lin Feng as though he were a fool. The Grand Elder scoffed. Is your body crippled and your mind dulled as well? A crippled body is preferable to your psychological shortcomings, Lin Feng retorted without mercy. Alternatively, why not let the future heir compete against me? If he wins, I shall gladly step down. The Grand Elder's expression soured, yet he chose not to respond further. His son had only reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Even though Lin Feng had been crippled, his previous physique, having once been at the 8th level of qi refining, would not be something a mere 3rd-level practitioner could contend with. In a few days, as Lin Feng's bodily organs began to deteriorate, perhaps then it would be a different story. Lin Feng glanced at the now humbled Grand Elder, scoffing quietly, before wobbling out of the hall. He needed to return and solidify his cultivation, unwilling to waste time on these power-hungry individuals. After Lin Feng departed, the second elder spoke again. Lin Hai, you cling to the position of family head. Look at what the Lin family has become. Perhaps you should relinquish your position to us. We might even help you seek revenge in the future. His words dripped with feigned concern, as if the Lin family's decline were solely Lin Hai's fault. Lin Hai remained silent, darkening his expression as he strode away. In his bedroom, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, observing the intricate network of meridians within him. The efficacy of the Nine Suns Divine Pill is truly extraordinary, enabling me to condense the nascent form of the Tianshu star, raising my strength to the 3rd level of qi refining. However, to continue condensing the Tianshu star, I will require a tremendous amount of medicinal power. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the treasure-gathering pavilion. He sensed that once the Tianshu star took form, it would grant him immense capabilities. Yet currently, he lacked the necessary resources. Lin Feng placed the gifts from the Wang family upon his bedside, constantly reminding himself not to forget this humiliation. Lin brother. Outside the window, a rotund figure waved at him. A signature, mischievous smile plastered across his face. Roger, what brings you here? The plump figure entered the room, carrying roasted chicken and fine wine, boldly plopping down on Lin Feng's bed. I heard you were beaten into a cripple, so I brought some good food and drink to attend to you. Get lost, you rascal. Lin Feng chuckled in mock reproach. Keep getting close to me, and you'll find your father will beat you. Roger shook his head, undeterred. My family is filled with sycophants, all urging me to curry favor with Wang Wei. They have no idea that only my brother Lin Feng is the true dragon, destined to soar high one day. Such a foolish demeanor. Lin Feng jabbed playfully, punching Roger's shoulder before grabbing the roast chicken and devouring it ravenously. What are your plans moving forward? Roger inquired between bites. I'm heading to the treasure-gathering pavilion to seek some pills, Lin Feng replied, his words muffled. Roger grinned, producing a shimmering pill from his hand. Take a look at what I brought you. A second-tier superior self-healing pill? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the dark pill sent by the Wang family, which stood in stark contrast. Noticing the pill on the bedside, Roger furrowed his brow. Where did that cow dung come from? Puffed. Roger's remark caused Lin Feng to burst into laughter. Then, he turned serious, gazing at Roger. Did you steal this pill? Caught off guard, Roger hesitated, but Lin Feng's scrutinizing gaze made him falter. Don't lie to me after all this time. You can't deceive me. Roger swallowed the words he was about to say, forcing a sheepish smile. We made a pact to conquer the Beiming Empire together. What's the big deal if you fell behind? This pill belongs to my father. Worst case, he'll just get a beating. It's nothing new, I've faced worse. A warm feeling surged within Lin Feng as he pushed Roger's pill away. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need such an extravagant pill for my injuries. Just as Roger was about to say something, a thunderous roar erupted outside the Lin family residence. Get out here, you scoundrel! Upon hearing this, Roger's face turned pale. Hurry and eat. Don't let your brother take this beating for nothing. Roger frantically tried to shove the pill into Lin Feng's mouth, but Lin Feng chuckled as he pushed his hand away. Don't worry, you won't be taking this beating. Lin Feng stood up, and at his dantian, a star shimmered brilliantly. Chapter 2. The Treasure-Gathering Pavilion. Outside the Lin family gate, a furious middle-aged man stood, flanked by a middle-aged woman who was attempting to placate him. Upon spotting Lin Feng and Roger, Luo Lai's eyes widened in fury. Did you both consume the pills? Luo Lai's veins bulged, resembling an enraged lion. Unable to contain himself, Roger instinctively shrank back while Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Greetings, Uncle Luo. I'm good. Luo Lai responded curtly. Now tell me, how do you intend to settle the account for consuming my pills? Lin Feng smiled faintly, retrieving a box of pills. Inside were the superior, self-healing pills Roger had brought. Luo Lai frowned, eyeing the pills. Had he not consumed them? Upon receiving the self-healing pill, Luo Lai's expression softened somewhat. Master Luo, I would like to purchase some pills from you. Would that be convenient? The Luo family had been in the pill business for generations, while the Lin family focused on weapon forging. The remaining sectors were divided between the Wang and Zhao families. Thus, to rely on pills for enhancing strength, the Luo family was an excellent choice. Self-healing pills are not for sale. How many of the others do you need? Luo Lai regarded Lin Feng with suspicion. 500 medium-grade qi gathering pills. Do you have the funds? Lin Feng produced stacks of silver notes, each valued at 100,000 taels, totaling 10 pieces. Over the years, he had risked his life for the family, accumulating quite a sum, which was now perfectly suited for bolstering his strength. Very well, I shall deliver the elixir to you later. Having completed a significant transaction, his spirits lifted somewhat. Upon witnessing this scene, Roger felt a quiet admiration. Indeed, to part with wealth in order to avert disaster, you truly are my elder brother. As Roger observed his son gazing at Lin Feng with unabashed reverence, a surge of frustration welled up within him. The Zhao and Luo families were of comparable stature, yet due to Zhao Zheng's close ties with Wang Wei, they ascended with the support of the Wang family. In stark contrast, his errant son squandered his time mingling with the Lin family's wastrel, leading their lineage into further decline. Uncle Luo, how about an alliance between our two families for the upcoming competition? Lin Feng ventured to inquire. He had no genuine desire for an alliance. He merely sought to act alongside Roger. Not all. We must visit the Wang family shortly, Luo Lai replied candidly, leaving Lin Feng to only manage a wry smile. Indeed, dignity has always dwelled solely upon the edge of the sword. Upon hearing of their impending visit to the Wang family, Roger's expression morphed into one of dismay. Surely not, father. The Wang family has never regarded us with anything but disdain. Why must we force ourselves upon them? Especially that Wang Wei, who has rendered my brother Lin incapacitated. Enough of your prattle. Do you still wish to stand out in the competition? As the Luo father and son departed, Lin Feng allowed himself a self-deprecating smile, dismissing the matter entirely. The nature of power is inherent to humanity at present. His most pressing desire was to enhance his own strength. The treasure-gathering pavilion is the largest commercial establishment in the Xianming Imperial City, with branches scattered throughout various locales, ensuring its presence in nearly every small town. Thanks to its proactive payment of commercial taxes, it has managed to conduct business on such a grand scale under the watchful eyes of the Imperial City. As Lin Feng entered the treasure-gathering pavilion in Qingchuan town, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, who also noticed him. Ah, the esteemed young master of the Lin family. Already lively and sprightly? It seems my miraculous elixir has worked wonders. The speaker was none other than Zhao Zheng, the creator of that dark-colored elixir. That wretched concoction? I fed it to the dogs, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Zheng was taken aback. Was he not rendered incapable? How dare he speak to me in such a manner? Did he still believe himself to be the once prominent genius? A cold smirk crept across Zhao Zheng's lips. You worthless being, do you truly think this is the treasure-gathering pavilion and that I would hesitate to strike you? Lin Feng cast him a sidelong glance. Merely a dog by Wang Wei's side. Is there any fault in a dog consuming the medicine crafted by a dog? Zhao Zheng felt the sting of the words, a sensation of stagnation sweeping through his inner energy. His expression twisted in rage as he instantly appeared before Lin Feng. Today, I shall show you who the true dog is. Desolate palm. Zhao Zheng's palm surged with energy, exuding an imposing aura. In response, Lin Feng's energy erupted violently, the star of Tianshu within him illuminating momentarily as he met Zhao Zheng's strike with a palm of his own. You've recovered? Zhao Zheng queried ominously, yet remained unperturbed. After all, he was at the 7th level of Qi training. Boom! The two clashed, their energies colliding. The mocking glint in Zhao Zheng's eyes vanished, replaced by disbelief. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his right hand rendered entirely numb. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended. A commanding voice resonated throughout the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Who dares to lay a hand on another within my treasure-gathering pavilion? Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Zheng's heart soared with joy. Disciple Zhao Zheng, paying respects to my master. Master? Lin Feng felt a flicker of intrigue at this proclamation. Since when had he taken on disciples? Do you still acknowledge me as your master? Then tell me, how shall I punish you? Zhao Zheng was perplexed after all. He was the one who had been injured. He instinctively glanced at Lin Feng, only to find the latter languidly leaning against the wall, as if he were on the verge of collapse. He could hardly believe that Lin Feng, capable of delivering such a powerful punch, would sustain any injuries. Yet, Zhao Zheng, being at the 7th level of Qi training, claimed to have been injured by a mere worthless individual. Who would possibly believe such a tale? Zhao Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth had been in vain. Present Lin Feng with a satisfactory gift. Otherwise, you shall no longer be my disciple. After uttering this command, the atmosphere within the gathering treasure pavilion returned to an eerie calm. Master, Master, Zhao Zheng called out, but that voice evidently provided him no opportunity to speak further, no matter how fervently he pleaded. Lin Feng remained indifferent to his entreaties. With great difficulty, Lin Feng rose to his feet and staggered towards the 2nd floor of the pavilion. When presenting a gift, be thoughtful, he remarked, casting a teasing glance at Zhao Zheng. He harbored no concerns that Zhao Zheng would neglect to prepare a present. He simply dared not. And this was merely an appetizer. He was acutely aware of the rapid cultivation speed of the 7 stars slashing god technique and knew he would soon catch up to Zhao Zheng. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao Zheng's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The 3rd floor typically served as the reception area for esteemed guests. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, the staff on the 3rd floor made no effort to stop him, allowing him to roam freely. Lin Feng navigated the familiar surroundings until he reached a door, where he gently knocked. Knocked at a voice, aged and frail, emerged from within. Please enter. Lin Feng opened the door to find an elderly man. His hair as white as snow, deeply engrossed in concocting herbal mixtures. Old Shun, Lin Feng greeted with a smile, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Thank you for your assistance regarding the earlier matter. The elder, referred to as Old Shun, shook his head lightly. My disciple is far too unruly. Now, what brings you here this time? 100 high-grade meridian nourishing pills, purchased under your identity. How much will that cost? Lin Feng directly broached the subject. High-grade. Old Shin mused for a moment. 100,000 taels, I suppose. Lin Feng nodded, finding the price significantly lower than that in the market. He produced a stack of banknotes amounting to 100,000 taels, which Old Shun accepted, though he couldn't help but caution, while the meridian nourishing pill indeed nourishes the meridians, it cannot repair them. Being on the 3rd floor, he had not sensed Lin Feng's aura and remained unaware that the latter had already recovered. Mistakenly believing Lin Feng sought to restore his meridians at all costs due to Zhao Zheng's provocation. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I am well aware. I am more familiar with the pills than you are. Upon hearing this, Old Shin nodded, visibly relieved. That is indeed the case, Master. Chapter 3. An absurd wedding. Young Master Wang. Roger has reached the 6th level of Qi training. He will not be a hindrance to you. In the Wang family's parlor, Luo Lai wore a broad smile as he regarded the well-dressed youth before him. Roger sat uncomfortably, feeling out of place. Wang Wei squinted slightly. I hear your esteemed son has grown close to that worthless individual. Perhaps he already has allies for the upcoming contest. Luo Lai's expression stiffened. That worthless individual has been rendered useless and will certainly not participate in the contest. Hence Roger has no allies. That remains to be seen. Wang Wei shook his head. I have heard that worthless individual has boldly declared his intention to dominate the contest single-handedly. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai understood Wang Wei's true intentions. He was seeking benefits. He produced a round, glistening pill, his eyes revealing a flicker of pain, and gritted his teeth. This is a 2nd-tier self-healing pill. It can mend any injury, so I hope the young master will not disdain it. He felt deeply aggrieved. profoundly, so if his son were brothers with Wang Wei, he would not have to demean himself so that he inwardly cursed the lack of perception displayed by others that Wang Wei's interest peaked as he accepted the pill. This is quite a treasure, that he was aware that the Luo family only had one first-tier alchemist, which meant they could not produce second-tier pills. Thus, this particular pill must have been acquired through other means, whatever the source. It would not have been cheap for the Luo family. Luo Lai sighed in relief, grateful that an agreement had been reached. That moment, the door swung open, and Zhao Zheng entered, his figure appearing before the two men. "Is the special substitute talisman ready?" Wang Wei inquired. Zhao Zheng nodded, casting a cold glance at Luo Lai and his son. Wang Wei introduced, "Allow me to present Zhao Zheng, the top disciple of Old Shun. At the 7th level of Qi training, a future first-tier alchemist." Upon hearing the words alchemist, Luo Lai's heart quivered, and he quickly smiled. "Young Master Zhao, a talented youth, soon to be a first-tier alchemist. You shall surely leap to great heights in the future." A first-tier alchemist represents a revered status, one that guarantees a lifetime of comfort. The first-tier alchemist revered by his family claimed 70% of the profits from the pills. Even so, Luo Jie had to treat him with utmost respect. The Luo family's dominance over the alchemy industry in Qingchuan town was largely due to this esteemed alchemist. Just average, perhaps in the eyes of some, even worse than a dog. Zhao Zheng shook his head. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Luo Lai inquired, with Wang Wei also leaning in with curiosity. Zhao Zheng embellished his encounter with Lin Feng, deliberately omitting the part about calling him Wang Wei's lapdog. Wang Wei's eyes narrowed dangerously. That damned worthless individual. Isn't he planning to participate in the contest? He ought to be dealt with during the contest. Beside him, Luo Jie feigned indifference, but inwardly he was alarmed. Luo Lai, however, displayed righteous indignation. "That brat truly deserves a beating." Ignoring Luo Lai, Zhao Zheng turned to Wang Wei and asked, "Do you have any ideas, Brother Wang?" Wang Wei chuckled ominously, pointing to the substitute talisman in Zhao Zheng's hand. "The special substitute talisman I commissioned binds the user in place for 3 minutes without providing any substitute effect. That IT will be perfect for that worthless individual. When the time comes, we shall flay him inch by inch, and see whether his tongue is tougher than our blades." Zhao Zheng listened, but doubts crept in. "But how do we get him to use this talisman?" "Isn't that simple?" Wang Wei's shadowy gaze fell upon Luo Lai and his son, causing them both to shudder involuntarily, cold sweat beading on their brows. "Have you forgotten? What day is it in 2 days?" Luo Jie's expression paled. Zhao Zheng suddenly grasped the situation, revealing a sinister smile. The following day, as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming lightness envelop his entire being. 4th level of Qi training. He was quite pleased with this achievement. In Qingchuan town, elevating one's Qi training level within a month was already considered extraordinary. The further one advanced, the more challenging it became. After practicing the 7 stars slashing god technique, Lin Feng discovered his capacity to absorb medicinal herbs had increased by several dozen times. This remarkable speed was primarily due to the majority of the medicinal essence being absorbed by the Tianshu star, which then nourished Lin Feng's limbs and bones, resulting in such astonishing cultivation progress. Lin Feng turned his gaze inward, noting that under the nourishment of the meridian-nourishing pill, his meridians had grown significantly stronger. Within his dantian, a small star shone brilliantly. "Son, are you inside?" "Outside the house." Lin Hai called out. After Lin Feng's downfall, Lin Hai had consoled him once, but had since been preoccupied with other matters, neglecting him thereafter. For some reason, he had come today. "Yes. What is the matter?" Lin Feng opened the door. "Have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow?" Lin Hai looked at him incredulously. "What day?" Lin Feng paused, recalling briefly, "Oh, it's my wedding day. You child, even if you can no longer cultivate. You mustn't forget your marriage." Lin Hai waved his hand, and instantly, 4 or 5 attendants surrounded Lin Feng, presenting him with ceremonial attire. They swiftly helped him don the garments. "Let's see if it fits." Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, noting that the house had been adorned in celebratory red, with smiles, some genuine, others forced, upon the faces of those present. He could clearly sense that some regarded him as unworthy of marrying the second daughter of the Luo family. As he observed himself in the wedding attire, a gentle smile graced his face. The child has grown up. Indeed, Lin Feng ruffled his hair. The contest is just a few days away. When I face Wang Wei, my chances of victory are slim. That fellow is at the 10th level of Qi training. Although it was common knowledge that Wang Wei's prowess was built upon a foundation of medicinal pills, his cultivation level was undeniably formidable. Lin Hai nodded, dismissing the attendants. Leaving just the father and son alone, he gazed at Lin Feng's resolute countenance, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Since you are to be wed, it is time to pass on the family legacy to you. Family legacy? Sister, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Back at the Luo residence, Luo Jie frowned at Luo Chiue, who was packing her belongings. I don't care. Luo Che will never marry a worthless person. What shall we do about the marriage? ISNT, there's still the third sister. Let her get married to a blind man paired with a useless one. A match made in heaven. Second sister. This is the marriage promise our father made 16 years. AG, O.B. Why doing this? You're not only slapping the Lin family's face, but also our father's. Roger never anticipated that his sister would be so stubborn, despite his repeated persuasion. Luo Che ceased to respond, shouldered her bag, opened the window, and leaped out. Sigh, Roger lamented at tea that moment. Luo Lai pushed open the door. Where is Chiue? I came to speak with her. Where is she? Roger pointed towards the open window. You are too late. She has just escaped. Luo Lai stared blankly at the window. After a long while, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Escaping is perhaps for the best. The Lin family is destined to topple. Chapter 4. The wind feather soon the Lin family's legacy. Lin Feng was taken aback. Can it enhance strength? No. Observing Lin Feng's speechlessness, Lin Hai smiled, producing an exquisite gift box. Lin Feng opened it, discovering an ancient, tattered book within. The Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Lin Feng murmured. The name indeed sounded frightening. Lin Hai cradled the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique as if it were a treasured artifact. Our Lin family originates from the Yin-Yang Dao sect. Its foundational technique is this very Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Unfortunately, a millennium ago, during the demon-slaying war, the Yin-Yang Dao sect suffered grievous injuries and ultimately perished. The core disciples of the sect each took a fragment of its essence. Waiting for the opportune moment to revive the Yin-Yang Dao sect, 1,000 years have passed, and the descendants have long forgotten their mission. The Yin-Yang Dao sect is destined to be lost in the annals of history. Lin Feng fell silent. With the essence of the Dao sect scattered, how could it be easily restored with just this fragment? Lin Hai seemed to comprehend Lin Feng's thoughts and spoke. This Yin-Yang Chaos Technique is the sacred secret of the Yin-Yang Dao sect. Although it is a fragment, it is a celestial-level technique, and cultivating it to the true martial realm should pose no issue. The path of cultivation is divided into 3 stages: Qi refinement, essence consolidation, and true martial. Upon reaching the true martial realm, one can project true energy outward, striking foes from afar. Techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, xian, and yellow, further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and ultimate levels. There are also some martial techniques from the Dao sect within. You may attempt to cultivate them as well. Father, have you cultivated it? Lin Feng inquired. Lin Hai nodded. Have you successfully cultivated any of the techniques within? No, Lin Feng nodded, not feeling disheartened. Just because Lin Hai could not cultivate does not mean he could not. Before Lin Feng was rendered useless, he had practiced the Tranquil Heart Mantra. This technique is merely of the yellow tier's medium quality, producing soft and weak true energy, unsuitable for battle, thus few would choose it. Lin Feng inadvertently practiced this technique, but discovered that the Tranquil Heart Mantra enhanced mental agility, allowing him to swiftly enter a state of learning. After a decade of cultivation, Lin Feng had amassed extensive knowledge of alchemy and could apply it flexibly. However, due to the soft and weak true energy, he could not become an alchemist. At a TA discussion conference on elixirs, Lin Feng met Elder Shun, who was astonished by Lin Feng's insights and took him as a disciple. Although he had since changed his cultivation method, his formidable learning ability remained. Mere martial techniques posed no challenge. After handing the book to Lin Feng, Lin Hai's brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed. Ultimately, as if resolving to make a decision, He cautiously retrieved a feather from his storage ring. The moment the feather was drawn, the heavens stirred, and a tremendous pressure enveloped them like a vast net. Dark clouds gathering ominously above the Lin family. What is this? Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. From this feather, he sensed an astonishing sense of oppression. The Sun Wind feather. Lin Hai spoke with a complex expression. It was originally intended for the most promising disciple of the family. But now that the family is on the brink of collapse, let it be bestowed upon you. I shall bear the blame for what follows. Just as Lin Hai was about to hand the Sun Wind feather to Lin Feng, two powerful auras surged towards them, followed by two fierce shouts. Stop! How dare you! Lin Feng could sense the two auras rapidly approaching them. A fierce glint appeared in Lin Hai's eyes as he struck the Sun Wind feather into Lin Feng's chest. An immense energy relentlessly ravaged Lin Feng's body, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Scarlet blood splattered the ground, accompanied by Lin Feng's aura surging upward. Swished at a pair of pristine wings unfurled from his back, and a tempestuous wind energy swept through, shattering Lin Feng's small abode. You fool! The elder, rushing over, was livid. He had fought hard for his son to attain the position of heir, largely for this Sun Wind feather. Now that it was being fused, how could he not be enraged? Scoundrel Lin Hai, openly defying ancestral teachings. What punishment shall befall you? The elder bellowed, while the second elder, sensing Lin Feng's aura, erupted in fury. The ancestors once stated that the Sun Wind feather should be used on a junior who reached the true martial realm before the age of 20. Unfortunately, as time has passed, the Lin family has significantly declined, and even those who reach the essence consolidation realm before 20 are alarmingly rare to this day. Lin Hai remains the only one in the essence consolidation realm within the entire Lin family. Though there had never been a suitable disciple, everyone had adhered to the ancestral teachings over the years. Who would have thought Lin Hai would openly break this rule? I see you have grown too complacent, truly believing that your status as an essence consolidation realm warrior grants you the freedom to act as you wish. The second elder's demeanor was equally frigid, the two auras sealing off the Lin family father and son, leaving them with no escape. Lin Feng slowly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his piercing gaze sweeping over the two elders, his heart sinking to the depths. From the moment he crawled out of the coffin, he knew both elders harbored rebellious intentions. The disintegration of the Tao sect a millennium ago was about to repeat itself. The Lin family has been in decline if the Sun Wind feather is not utilized now. There may never be a chance for resurgence. Lin Hai remained calm, even under the pressure of the two 9th-level Qi refinement auras. This was the confidence derived from being an essence consolidation realm warrior. Even if it is to be used, it must be discussed among the family, to be bestowed upon the most gifted junior, not to be recklessly used on a waste. The elder thundered, "Do not blame us for being heartless. While the Sun Wind feather has yet to perfectly merge with this waste, we shall bind him and extract the feather." The second elder spoke maliciously, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. "I support this. I agree." Voices of agreement rang out as the sons of the two elders had appeared at the scene unbeknownst to anyone. They understood that their fathers were fighting for them. Lin Jun, Lin Yi. Lin Feng looked at the sons of the two elders, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. "You two are truly eager. Of course we are eager. How could the Sun Wind feather be used on a waste like you?" The two declared with righteous indignation. Lin Feng's fusion with the Sun Wind feather would be a desecration of the treasure. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "How about this? You two join forces, and I will not utilize the power of the Sun Wind feather. If you can withstand a blow from me, I shall relinquish the Sun Wind feather. If you say you won't use it, how would we know whether you actually will?" The elder immediately interjected, feeling somewhat uneasy as he sensed the overwhelming wind around Lin Feng. The oppressive aura of the Sun Wind feather was too formidable. Even its mere presence instilled fear. It's simple. If you cannot feel the wind, then you will know. With that, Lin Feng dissipated the power of the Sun Wind feather, the dark clouds in the sky dispersing. Sunlight streaming into the courtyard. Just as Lin Hai was about to say something, he observed Lin Feng's indifferent demeanor and ultimately fell silent. Yet his tightly clenched fist revealed his inner turmoil. Very well. The elder turned to his son. If you can withstand a blow, you will win. No matter what, hold your ground. Lin Jin nodded, while Lin Yi wore a mocking expression, a waist like you might not even withstand a single blow. The second elder frowned. Do not underestimate him. Understood. Lin Yi was unconcerned. The two assumed defensive stances, preparing to receive Lin Feng's attack. Gazing at the two third-level Qi refinement youths, a hint of mockery flickered on Lin Feng's lips. Lin Feng hooked his thumb against his middle finger, true energy surging from within him. Though Lin Feng was merely at the fourth level of Qi refinement, due to the influence of the Tianshu star, the quality of his true energy was remarkably high. As true energy continuously coalesced, Lin Feng's middle finger resembled a fully drawn bow, emanating terrifying power. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's cultivation level was unmistakably revealed before everyone. Fourth level of Qi refinement. What? In the fleeting moment when Lin Feng revealed his true aura, everyone was rendered speechless, including Lin Hai. Just as the Grand Elder contemplated the thought of rescue, Lin Feng seized the opportunity amidst their astonishment to unleash a finger strike. An overwhelming force swept forth, piercing through the defense barrier of the two, which had been compressed to its utmost limit, resulting in two crimson columns of blood erupting. Lin Jun and Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, their fates unknown. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 5. I will take you to stand on the pinnacle of this world. Lin Hai stood frozen, while the two elders rushed frantically towards their son. Gazing at the not-so-large wound on his chest, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. At least Lin Feng had not taken a life. Lin Hai turned to the four individuals. Speaking softly, now Lin Feng is qualified. Wouldn't you agree? The two elders, their faces darkened, remained silent as they quietly carried their son away. Although the injuries were not severe, without timely treatment, they could leave lasting repercussions. Lin Hai watched the departing elders with a sense of elation, though he cast a reproachful glance at Lin Feng. This rascal had recovered without even informing his father, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Lin Feng merely smiled sheepishly before accompanying Lin Hai to another residence. The old house was no longer habitable, and with Lin Feng's impending marriage, Lin Hai arranged a new home for him. Since the brat has recovered, he should aim for at least the top 40 in the upcoming competition, Lin Hai mused. Settling into the new house, they sat down as Lin Hai observed the spirited Lin Feng. Memories of the competition 16 years prior flooded back, when he too, like Lin Feng, held lofty aspirations. Yet, ultimately, he had been left crippled. Recalling that shadowy figure, his hand clenched tightly before relaxing, that it was better not to let Lin Feng know. He must not follow in his father's footsteps driven by revenge. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly. There are only 50 families in total. Being in the top 40 doesn't seem too glorious, does it? Humph, if you can secure the 40th place, I would be quite content. Stop dreaming, Lin Hai retorted. All right, Lin Feng replied, a hint of worry creeping in his voice. Shouldn't we be concerned about the elders? What if something happens? With thoughts of his wedding tomorrow. He sensed a brewing undercurrent. This. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Lin Hai's calm visage. If they dare, every generation of family heads possesses their own trump cards, with Lin Hai's words. Lin Feng's heart finally found some solace. Let us hope the wedding proceeds smoothly tomorrow. The next day, with the sun rising in the east, Lin Feng gradually ceased his training in the new house. Today marked his wedding day. Although he and Luo Qiue had not shared much interaction prior, since she had chosen to be with him, Lin Feng vowed to treat her well. The Lin family was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an air of celebration. Yet, Lin Feng felt an unsettling strangeness, as though every individual wore a false mask. Smiling mechanically, as he pushed open the door, the Lin residence was awash in jubilant crimson. Young master, it's time to fetch the bride, a servant announced, assisting Lin Feng with his attire. Once clad in his wedding garments, he mounted a majestic steed and set off to the Luo family to retrieve his bride. Along the way, Lin Feng liberally dispensed silver, listening to the citizens' flattering congratulations, which alleviated much of his unease. Perhaps he had been overthinking. After successfully fetching Luo Qiue, Lin Feng led the wedding procession back to the Lin family. Oddly, he noticed the absence of Luo Jie and Luo Lai. Upon returning, he found Luo Lai and Lin Hai seated at the head table, engaging in hushed conversation. Yet, why did his father appear somewhat displeased? Bow to the heavens and earth. With the officiant's command, the Lin family fell into a profound silence. Lin Feng and Luo Chiwe followed the officiant as lead, bowing to the heavens, then to their parents. Reciprocating bows, and finally entering the bridal chamber. Everything seemed orderly, yet Lin Feng keenly observed that Lin Hai's smile appeared forced when they bowed to him. Something was definitely amiss. Doubt gnawed at Lin Feng. But what exactly had transpired? As numerous guests settled in the main hall of the Lin family, indulging in their feast and lively conversation, Lin Feng and Luo entered the bridal chamber. They sat at the edge of the bed, unsure of how to begin. After a protracted silence, Lin Feng mustered his courage, gently lifting the bride's red veil, only to feel a slight tremor in her body. Assuming it was merely Luo Chiu's nervousness, he softly reassured, "Don't be anxious. I'll treat you well from now on." Luo nodded gently, prompting Lin Feng to cast aside his worries and fully unveil the red veil. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged through him. His bride's pale, ghostly eyes stared directly at him. Lin Feng jumped back in shock. You are not Chiwa? You are Luoya, the third daughter of Luo Lai. Born of a drunken liaison with a maid. Though she possessed striking beauty, she was afflicted with a congenital eye disease. Her pale pupils instilled unease in those who beheld her, leading Luo Lai to neglect her entirely. In comparison, Luoya's situation was scarcely better than that of a commoner. "Hubby," Luoya attempted to call out, extending her hand to touch Lin Feng. However, he instinctively took a step back. Her ghostly eyes were terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't fathom the horror of living with someone like her daily. Not feeling Lin Feng's touch, Luoya's heart felt desolate. She sensed her husband was close, yet he refrained from embracing her. Having never experienced love, was she to be abandoned here as well? Tears welled in Luoya's eyes. She had married Lin Feng, and if he rejected her, she would be left homeless, a blind girl paired with a worthless man, truly a match made in heaven. Lin Feng murmured, a flicker of anger igniting in his gaze. No wonder Luo Jia had not shown up. He had known all along, and no wonder his father wore such a grim expression. It turned out he had been the only one kept in the dark from the very beginning. He was going to the Luo family. He demanded an explanation from every member of the Luo clan. As his footsteps echoed away, Luoya's heart raced with panic. "Hubby, where are you going?" Lin Feng hesitated. The sound of Luoya's choked voice reached his ears, stirring an inexplicable turmoil within him. He gazed at the sorrowful Luoya, and a complex emotion spread through his chest, causing much of his anger to dissipate. Luoya rose from the bed, yearning to grasp that warm figure. Yet, blinded since birth, she saw nothing in her panic. She stumbled over the furniture and fell heavily to the ground. "Hubby," Luoya sobbed helplessly. Her congenital blindness destined her to be unable to fulfill the duties of a wife. Washing clothes, cooking, changing for her husband, training, and fighting. She was incapable of any care for her, was to nurture a burden. At that moment, Luoya suddenly felt strong arms gently lifting her up, warm breath brushing against her delicate face, causing her heart to flutter. Is he going to take me back to the Luo family? If that were the case, how would she find her place? How would the people of Qingchuan town perceive her? While she was lost in thought, she heard the man holding her let out a soft sigh. "Never mind, since you have become my wife. I will keep my promise and treat you well for a lifetime." Crystal tears cascaded down her exquisite face as Luoya embraced Lin Feng, now rendered speechless by her sobs. "Hubby, I did not expect you to love me deeply. I only ask that you do not abandon Luoya." Lin Feng remained silent, finally comprehending the source of that emotion. In the eyes of everyone in Qingchuan town, was he not also a worthless individual, unable to cultivate, incapable of benefiting the family, destined to live at the bottom of society, struggling to survive? Indeed, they were a perfect match. "Stop saying such things." Lin Feng gently wiped the tears from her face. "From now on, we must strive together as husband and wife, ensuring that all who look down upon us bow their heads in humility." Luoya whispered, burying her head in Lin Feng's chest. From that moment on, this little blind girl had a home, a true home, Boom! A thunderclap resounded outside. Lin Hai frowned, glancing out. Rain was falling, which was not an auspicious omen. He muttered, his expression complex as he gazed towards the bridal chamber, lost in thought. Luo Lai initiated conversation with him, yet Lin Hai merely responded perfunctorily, showing no interest in further discussion. Observing this, Luo Lai paid it no mind, casually exchanging a few words before passing by the meager dowry and leaving the Lin family. Among the dowry, a third-tier talisman stood out prominently. Outside, the rain fell steadily, at times accompanied by fierce winds. Flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. At other times, gentle breezes caressed the air, warm and moist. The rain silently nourished the soil, heralding the arrival of new life. Lin Feng tightly held the pristine, flawless figure in his arms. Vowing silently, he would take Luo Ya to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow. As the guests of the Lin family gradually departed, numerous members of the Lin clan lingered within the hall, seemingly reluctant to take their leave. Lin Hai sat upright in the main seat, observing the restless movements of the two elders, unable to suppress a sigh within. Have we truly reached this juncture at last? Chapter 6. First Stage Alchemist. Well, now that everyone has dispersed, let us lay our matters bare. The Grand Elder, noticing a figure appear at the door, could no longer contain himself and rose to speak. Lin Hai, it is time for you to relinquish your position. Lin Hai, as if anticipating this moment, replied in a tone devoid of fervor. Do you wish to split the family? No, the second elder rose. We aim to restore the Lin family to the heights that rightfully belong to it. And you believe you can achieve this? Lin Hai scoffed out of course. We cannot do it alone. Young Master Zhao, please enter. As the Grand Elder's words fell, a figure stepped through the door, clad in the attire of a first-stage alchemist, wearing a warm smile. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Zheng. Lin Hai furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition spreading within him. The Grand Elder boasted, Young Master Zhao has attained the rank of first-stage alchemist at such a tender age. The prospect of him becoming a second-stage alchemist is imminent. Under his guidance, our Lin family is destined for remarkable prosperity. Lin Hai regarded the Grand Elder as though he were a fool. Zhao Zheng, the scion of the Zhao family, would not forsake his own kin to serve the Lin family. Though his heart was as clear as a mirror, he nonetheless responded with resignation. Should young Master Zhao wish to serve as a guest alchemist for the Lin family, we would be most welcoming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng nodded slightly. It is, of course, no trouble for me to serve as a guest alchemist for the Lin family. The alchemist from the Luo family is woefully inefficient, resulting in their market share being disappointingly low. With my assistance, the Lin family shall undoubtedly prosper beyond measure. However, what shall I receive in return? At this point, a glimmer of cunning appeared in Zhao Zheng's eyes. The Lin family offers the same terms as the Luo family, a profit split of 70-30. You receive 70, we take 30. No. Zhao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. What I require is for the Lin family to join the Zhao family, thus becoming a branch of our lineage. Then, all matters can be discussed amicably. A 50-50 split is not out of the question. Lin Hai's pupils abruptly constricted. He realized Zhao Zheng must have ulterior motives, but never anticipated such insatiable greed. Did he wish to swallow the entire Lin family whole? Humph. Lin Hai snorted coldly. Young Master Zhao certainly has grand aspirations, seeking to engulf my entire Lin family. We shall see if you possess the capability. Zhao Zheng found a seat and began to leisurely fan himself, leaving the rest of the matters to others. Lin Hai, Zhao Zheng is a member of the Zhao family. How could he possibly join the Lin family? The Grand Elder's eyes glinted with mockery. Are you truly growing more foolish with age? How can you fail to grasp this simple truth? What incentive would others have to assist you? The second elder spoke bluntly, having already torn the facade, showing no regard for Lin Hai's dignity. Even some members of the Lin family nodded in agreement. Given the family's decline, joining the Zhao family and biding their time was indeed a wise decision. Moreover, a young alchemist had emerged from the Zhao family. Lin Hai sat at the head of the table, his complexion darkening. The resource allocation of the Zhao family would undoubtedly prioritize their own interests. For the Lin family to join the Zhao family and receive even a mere scrap would be fortunate, let alone hope for a resurgence. Lin Hai's voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. I am afraid I must decline. Young Master Zhao, please take your leave. Zhao Zheng continued to sip his tea, showing no intention of departing. Just then, a young girl burst into the hall. Luo Chu. Upon seeing her, Lin Hai's unease reached its zenith. Luo Chua, wasn't she in the bridal chamber with Lin Feng? Indeed, I noticed they entered but never emerged. What could be the reason? Members of the Lin family, unaware of the truth, began to murmur amongst themselves. How could I possibly marry a waste? Let me be clear. The one marrying Lin Feng is my sister, Luoya. She is likely to be enjoying his company right now. This revelation struck the assembled members of the Lin family like thunder, leaving them stunned. Luo Chiu's sister, the blind girl of no worth? Their expressions collectively soured. As the saying goes, marrying the wrong woman can bring disgrace to one's family. Lin Hai, you knew all along, didn't you? The Grand Elder, recovering from his shock, accused Lin Hai in a furious tone. The Lin family has fallen to such depths, and instead of seeking to remedy the situation, you persist in concealing the truth. It is truly beyond redemption. The second elder lamented with great sorrow, as if he might faint at any moment. Luo Chi, hands on her hips, declared that upon returning home, her father had demanded an explanation from the Lin family. And this was her response. She would never marry someone she did not love. Very well that I, in that moment, Lin Hai felt as though he had aged a decade. The Zhao family, the Luo family, and the Long family behind them were all scheming to squeeze the Lin family. Tragically, the members of his own family were unable to discern friend from foe. How tragic it is for you. Suggesting we cede the position of head of the family and join the Zhao family, we can no longer afford to simply subsist. A young member of the Lin family, clearly filled with fervor, shouted angrily, "Join the Zhao family. Relinquish the headship. Join the Zhao family. Relinquish the headship." The voices of the crowd grew louder, a smirk gracing Zhao Zheng's lips. The turn of events exceeded his expectations. Excellent. I shall remember today's event well. Just as the crowd was caught up in their tirades, a cold voice pierced through from outside the bridal chamber. Lin Feng stood at the entrance, his face as frosty as ice, although everyone knew he lacked cultivation. Inexplicably, all felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, as though he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon seeing Lin Feng, both elders were taken aback. They were aware that Lin Feng had recovered. But this scoundrel should have been with his delicate bride. The bridal chamber, though directly connected to the main hall, was quite distant. How could the watchers fail to report in? You waste of space. Why do you come here to embarrass yourself? The Lin family has fallen to this state, and you take the lion's share. Would it not suffice to obediently deliver the pills to Wang Wei? Must you seek your own demise, showing no regard for the Lin family? The impetuous young man, named Lin Chao, sought to ingratiate himself with the elders by viciously belittling Lin Feng, knowing full well the current power held by the two elders. Lin Feng, do not take it personally that I cannot marry a waste. Luo Chiu's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, but she resolutely continued as compensation. I can agree to... No need. Lin Feng interrupted her without a hint of compassion as he passed by. I'm deeply in love with Luo Ye. Thank you for facilitating our union. Luo Chua was taken aback, her guilt dissipating considerably. Stubborn as a mule, Luo Chua silently scoffed. Though she may not be as beautiful as Luo Ye, she surpassed her in every other aspect in Luo Chiu's view. Lin Feng was merely putting on a brave front. As Lin Feng walked slowly, he ignored the murmurs around him. When he reached Zhao Zheng, he looked down upon him from his elevated position. Zhao Zheng lifted his gaze and sneered dismissively. The husband of a blind girl, what wisdom do you impart? Imparting wisdom is not the aim. But we shall not become the lackeys of your lackeys. Zhao Zheng's eyes turned cold. Dare to repeat that. I am now a first-stage alchemist. A first-stage is that truly impressive. Chapter 7. Second-stage pills, is that truly impressive? Ha ha! Zhao Zheng laughed, his mirth exaggerated. He pointed at Lin Hai, tauntingly declaring, Ask your father if a first-stage alchemist is impressive. Lin Feng did not follow Zhao Zheng's pointing finger, merely exhaling indifferently. Where's my gift? Zhao Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but he was well prepared. Feigning sorrow, he retrieved a jade box from his storage ring, inside of which lay a crystal-clear bead. The bead emitted a similar aura to Lin Feng's. However, upon inspection, it was merely an ordinary bead, perfectly suited to be given to Lin Feng. Attempting to dupe me? A pipe dream. Upon seeing the bead, Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He discreetly pocketed the gift. Snorting coldly, "Prepare the furnace." Everyone was taken aback. Did this waste intend to refine pills? But refining pills requires true energy. Zhao Zheng was astonished for a moment before bursting into laughter once more. "Ha ha! Good. Prepare the furnace, quickly. Let me see what dish he intends to cook." Zhao Zheng's mocking words echoed in every ear, and laughter erupted around them. How could a waste possibly refine pills, even during Lin Feng's peak? They had never heard of this young master being able to refine pills. The disappointment in Luo Qiue's eyes was beyond words. Lacking strength, yet still pretending. Did he truly believe that a boisterous declaration of "prepare the furnace" would convince everyone of his pill-refining abilities? "However, young master, we do not possess a pill furnace," a servant timidly remarked. The Lin family primarily focused on weapon crafting, so indeed, there was no pill furnace. Laughter erupted once more. How could one claim to refine pills without even having the necessary equipment? Luo Qiue helplessly shook her head, eager to see how this fellow would extricate himself from his predicament. "I have one in my room," came the response. "The one that was blown to pieces?" The servant asked uncertainly. "Yes, go quickly." When Lin Feng merged with Sun Fengyu, he had demolished his own room. This matter was known to his father and the two elders. Yet, when this was pieced together in the ears of the crowd, it took on a different connotation. Clearly, the house had been destroyed while attempting to refine pills. Lin Chao's face was filled with indignation. Imitating others, yet causing destruction to our property, we will ultimately bear the costs. Can this young master not engage in something of substance? The other members of the Lin family nodded in agreement, while the two elders appeared somewhat uneasy. Lin Feng's calm demeanor compelled them to contemplate a troubling possibility. As they considered this prospect, both broke into a cold sweat. No, it was absolutely impossible. Even if his cultivation had been restored, he had never learned pill refining. How could he succeed? As long as he could not produce a pill, they would seize this opportunity to condemn him today. The pill furnace was soon brought forth. It was a pitch-black contraption, entirely charred, clearly a substandard product. Zhao Zheng's mocking voice rang out again. "Why not borrow my furnace? Lest you blame it for your failure to refine pills?" "No need," Lin Feng replied, kneeling down and extracting various herbs from his storage ring. "Humph, the herbs are the finest quality, yet in the end, the cost will still come from our treasury. Indeed, we receive such meager allowances each month, while this young master squanders it all." Murmurs of discontent filled the air. Lin Feng paid them no heed. Extending his right hand, whoosh, a flame erupted from his palm, flickering and dazzling. True Qi transformed into fire. Using his true Qi as fuel, igniting sparks through friction, a pill fire was born. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This single act not only confirmed his entry into the ranks of alchemists, but also indicated that he had indeed recovered. Luo Qiue's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply as she observed Lin Feng manipulating the flames with an air of ease. Her mind swirling with disbelief. Could his meridians, once completely severed, truly be mended? Zhao Zheng's smile froze instantly. He watched the pill fire in Lin Feng's hand, his heart overwhelmed with shock. A fellow alchemist. He could sense that the temperature of the flame in Lin Feng's hand far surpassed his own. Lin Hai was tense all over. Lin Feng had previously astonished him with a miraculous recovery. Could it be happening again? Under the gaze of all, Lin Feng clumsily refined each herb before finally merging them into a pill. To the moment of fusion, a tempestuous wind erupted from him, the fire gaining strength from the gusts. And the pill within the furnace reached sufficient heat, releasing wisps of fragrant aroma. This cannot be real. Zhao Zheng's face turned pale, for the primary ingredients Lin Feng had used were qingfeng grass and hualian, the essential materials for the second-tier explosive pill. The fragrance indicated that the pill was indeed in the process of being successfully refined. How could this be possible? He internally screamed in despair, his beliefs shattering as the pill slowly materialized. Though it was the lowest grade of second-tier pills, it was unequivocally a second-tier product. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, he had pushed his theoretical knowledge to its limits. Even amplifying the flames with Sun Feng Yu, he had nearly failed. The pill bore many imperfections, likely due to his lack of skill combined with the poor quality of the furnace. Indeed, he still had much to learn. Zhao Zheng collapsed helplessly to the ground, his gaze vacant, a second-tier alchemist. Though only a step away from the first tier, he understood that this step was one he would never be able to take in his lifetime. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood there, having become a second-tier alchemist. Luo Qiue's mouth fell open in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The hall fell silent. All those who had mocked and questioned Lin Feng were now left with only confusion and disarray in their minds. A second-tier alchemist. Lin Hai too was stunned, audibly pinching his thigh to confirm it was not a dream. "Ah, heaven bless the Lin family. Heaven bless us," he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth, his eyes slightly glistening with tears. They, the Lin family, had finally risen. No one was surprised by the middle-aged man's bizarre behavior, for they knew that if their own sons achieved such accomplishments, they too would be more ecstatic than Lin Hai. Clap, 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 sparse applause erupted. Many could not help but applaud their newly crowned king. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Feng, as a second-tier alchemist, was perceived as their sovereign. Zhao Zheng stood up, disregarding the strange looks from the crowd, and exited the hall with his tail between his legs, feeling utterly humiliated. Another who felt profound shame stood within the hall, gazing at the youth surrounded by admiration, feeling like a mere jester. She had rejected an existence that everyone in Qingchuan town looked up to. Lin Feng extinguished the flames and carelessly stored the pill in his storage ring, sensing a familiar aura from the bridal chamber. He smiled lightly. "Now that you are here, why not come in?" At the entrance, a girl draped in black satin, supported by a maid, stepped into the hall. Luo Ye, unable to see, was unaware that her sister was also present and brushed past Luo Qiue. As she passed, Luo Qiue stared blankly at Luo Ye's profile, her heart momentarily stilled. She was still as beautiful, breathtakingly so. Were it not for her affliction, she would surely be the dream lover of every man in Qingchuan town. But alas, fate had not been kind. Why, husband? Luo Ye grasped Lin Feng's sleeve, nervously fidgeting. Lin Feng gently embraced her, inhaling her intoxicating scent, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have taken care of everything." Chapter 8. Reckoning. Luo Qiue watched the affectionate couple, a hint of disdain curling her lips as she turned to leave the hall. Walking along the muddy path, the gentle rain pelted her delicate face. She continually reassured herself that Lin Feng was merely a man with a bit of talent. Once she became stronger, such men would be plentiful. Yet the more she thought this way, the more suffocating her chest felt, as if something was obstructing her breath. "Young Master Lin, when did you become a second-tier alchemist? Why didn't you share this with us? We thought you had become so ordinary," a fellow clansman exclaimed. "Our young master will always be the most formidable. Did you not see Zhao Zheng slink away with his tail between his legs?" It was truly satisfying. Lin Feng coldly regarded those who had previously mocked him now coming to curry favor, their art of transformation on full display. He ignored these relatives, instead fixing a stern gaze upon Lin Hai. "Father, it is time to settle accounts." Lin Hai nodded heavily, his fists clenched tightly. The pressure from these individuals today had made him realize that he could no longer afford to be indecisive. The faces of the two elders turned pale. "We were only acting for the sake of the Lin family." Indeed, the Lin family has fallen. Who does not wish for its resurgence? Our intentions were noble. Lin Hai's eyes slowly closed, and when he reopened them, they were icy cold. From this day forth, the two elders shall be stripped of the Lin surname, never to enter the Lin family again. All their assets shall be confiscated, and they shall be dismissed immediately. Boom! The two elders felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. They never considered resistance. The family head possessed the ultimate trump card, and they could never hope to win. Family head, we have toiled for the Lin family all our lives. We do not deserve such an end. Family head, we have shared both trials and tribulations with the Lin family for so many years. While we may lack merit, we have certainly endured hardships that we have truly been deceived by that brat. They pleaded incessantly, They comprehended the immense profit in elixirs that the Lin family would reap with Lin Feng, a second-tier alchemist, among their ranks. The mere thought of being excluded from this fortune was enough to plunge them into despair. They did not realize their error. Rather, they recognized that they would no longer have access to resources. As Lin Hai's voice faded, servants promptly approached, disregarding the pleas of the two elders and forcibly escorting them away. Lin Hai lamented the undeniable truth. Strength is paramount. In the past, his commands had not been so effective, especially when directed at the two elders. Lin Feng's piercing gaze swept over the crowd, causing those caught in his stare to involuntarily shudder. With the two elders dismissed, no one dared look at him with disdain any longer. Lin Feng's eyes roamed, ultimately resting upon a young man. Never to stray again that I was occupied earlier. Could you kindly reiterate your previous statement? Lin Xiao, already feeling guilty, trembled at being singled out by Lin Feng. Collapsing to the ground with 3 loud bows, Lin Feng subtly stepped aside, choosing not to respond. Lin Xiao raised his head, his forehead a bloody mess. I apologize, young master. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. Please grant me an opportunity to atone for my misdeeds. If apologies held any weight, why would there be clan rules? Lin Feng's words were akin to a death sentence. Servants who had yet to face repercussions swiftly moved in to restrain Lin Xiao. Like the two elders, Lin Xiao was stripped of his surname for life, cast out among the common folk, never to return to the Lin family. Lin Xiao's face contorted in anguish as he was dragged away from the grand hall. Subsequently, the father and son embarked on a tempestuous reckoning. Everyone who had directly or indirectly aided the elders faced varying degrees of punishment. This reckoning revealed Lin Feng's terrifying memory. He recalled each individual who had supported the elders with perfect clarity. It was not until nightfall that the father and son concluded their tasks, allowing the unpunished members of the Lin family to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the grand hall, the previous drizzle had ceased. A crescent moon hung in the sky, in the courtyard. A hazy silver light cascaded upon the shoulders of the 3 individuals. Lin Feng held Luo Yi's delicate hand as they stood side by side before Lin Hai. I owe you a great deal, you little rascal, Lin Hai remarked, gazing at the pair with a hint of gratitude in his aged eyes. Lin Feng realized he had yet to disclose his identity as an alchemist to Lin Hai and scratched his head. Father, I do not wish to keep secrets from you. However, Lin Hai waved him off, halting his continuation, that he understood that everyone harbors secrets. Lin Feng concealed his cultivation and status as an alchemist, just as Lin Hai had concealed his deep-seated vendetta. You need not explain yourself to me. I am unconcerned. Your future will undoubtedly transcend this insignificant place. Regardless of the heights you may achieve, I only hope that you. He glanced at his son and the beautiful maiden at his side, a gentle smile gracing his face. Come back to visit often. Lin Feng was taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously. I will, father. Luo Yi, too, nodded gently, whispering, wherever my husband goes, I shall follow. A second-tier alchemist. Nonsense. Wang Wei, in a fit of rage, smashed all the teacups on the table. The nearby servants fell silent, the temperature in the room plummeting. Zhao Zheng appeared dejected, as though he had been thoroughly trampled upon. He truly did refine a second-tier elixir. Are you sure you didn't mistake it? Didn't he engage in any underhanded tactics? Wang Wei insisted, unwilling to accept the situation. I am certain, but we still have an opportunity. Zhao Zheng's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he seemed to conceive an idea. Wang Wei grasped the notion. Right, we still have a chance. Did we not send them a 3rd-tier substitute talisman? Such life-preserving talismans, I refuse to believe he won't take them to the competition. When the time comes, we will torment him thoroughly, and then capture his wife to serve as a warm bedmaid, Zhao Zheng declared vehemently, unable to quell his anger without exacting revenge on Lin Feng and his companions. Though she is blind, it is merely a bit of fun, harmless in the grand scheme. Armed with these funds, he set off for the imperial city to orchestrate a fatal trap, ensuring that Lin Feng would have no chance of resurgence. Very well. Zhao Zheng took the silver and immediately departed. That a second-tier alchemist. Luo Li spat out his tea in shock, staring incredulously at his second daughter. Is what you say true? Luo Qiue replied with a stoic nod, her expression frozen as she retreated to her room, leaving Luo Li furrowing his brow in contemplation. Master, your son-in-law has become a second-tier alchemist. You should be pleased. Why the long face? His wife inquired. Confused. Luo Lai's expression shifted continuously until he finally sighed, making a decision. While second-tier alchemists are rare, if one's strength does not match, they will forever remain a subordinate to others. Furthermore, we have hastily changed our course. Marrying off Luo Ye, this blind girl. Luo Lai gazed out the window, understanding the implications. They had irreparably severed ties with the Lin family. The Wang family, with their superior combat prowess, would always eclipse the Lin family. As long as they clung to the Wang family's coattails, the Lin family would forever remain inferior. He would not make the wrong choice. Chapter 9. The Celestial Pivot Skill after bidding farewell to his father. Lin Feng promptly returned to his room with Luo Ye. Noticing his impatience, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Inside the room, Luo Ye nervously fidgeted with her skirt, while Lin Feng excitedly produced the pearl. The celestial pivot within him grew increasingly restless, as if yearning to consume the pearl. Even earlier in the hall, Lin Feng sensed the profound connection between this pearl and his cultivation of the 7-star slashing deity technique. Luo Ye, I intend to practice throughout the night, Lin Feng said with a wry smile at the anxious girl. Luo Ye's delicate hands stiffened momentarily. Very well. Lin Feng eagerly placed the pearl in his mouth. And immediately, a powerful suction emanated from the celestial pivot within him. With a swoosh, the pearl was swallowed into his belly, and the celestial pivot began to undergo remarkable changes that a night passed in silence. The following day, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Feng's eyes. Celestial pivot skilled, as he absorbed the skills bestowed by the celestial pivot, Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. By the bedside, Luo Ye let out a soft moan. Lin Feng turned to see that she had unknowingly opened her eyes. Gazing into her pale pupils, he felt a pang of fear, even though he had grown accustomed to it. Was it merely his illusion? Though Luo Ye's eyes were open, she could not see and remained unaware of Lin Feng's awakening. She lay still in bed, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Lest you disturb him, if you're awake, you might as well sleep a little longer. There's no urgency. Lin Feng gently suggested, I intend to concoct an elixir. Before the competition in the Imperial City, a public auction would be held in Qingchuan town. As various families desperately sought treasures to enhance their heir's strength, the Treasure Pavilion had capitalized on this opportunity, establishing a customary practice. Lin Feng aimed to craft a trap for Wang Wei. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Luo Ye slowly rose, reaching for a nearby black satin cloth to blindfold her eyes, her soft voice evoking sympathy. Husband, could you hold me? Lin Feng was taken aback, but nevertheless extended his arms to embrace Luo Ye. The girl nestled against Lin Feng, reluctant to part. Perhaps her dark childhood experiences had left her with a lingering sense of insecurity. Even after their marriage, it was not until midday that Lin Feng began his alchemical endeavors. With Huang Jing, Yun Ji, and Diling Jin, Lin Feng placed each herb into the cauldron. The instant he covered the cauldron, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if his consciousness had fully submerged within the alchemical furnace. A flame erupted, raging fiercely from the base of the cauldron. That moment, Lin Feng realized he was the very nucleus of the entire alchemical process. The changes in heat, the melting of herbs, and the timing of pill formation all vividly materialized in his mind, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the 2 elixirs forming within the cauldron, second-tier top grade, done in a single attempt. He had produced 2 elixirs. What a delightful aroma. Husband, Luo Ye remarked, having caught a whiff of the fragrant pills, unable to resist commenting. Naturally, your husband is now the most distinguished alchemist of the second tier, Lin Feng teased, hoping to amuse the young girl. Indeed, my husband is the most formidable alchemist in the world. Luo Ye smiled as she spoke. Lin Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment from her compliments. Not all. This world is still full of talented individuals. Luo Ye listened to Lin Feng's humble words. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. You are my entire world. In the afternoon, Lin Feng concocted several healing and enhancement elixirs. By the time he finished, the sun had already set. During this time, Luo Ye sat quietly by the bed, not uttering a word, as Lin Feng stored the elixirs. He glanced at his wife, who resembled a statue, and felt a faint ache in his heart. Surely, she wished to do something as well. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Feng's mind, and he turned to Luo Ye, asking, "Have you ever practiced cultivation?" "Huh." Luo Ye momentarily appeared dazed. "No, I haven't. For someone like her, who was blind, what good would cultivation do? Moreover, she couldn't even see the characters that you wish to cultivate, to become a super warrior capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Powerful enough to resolve everything." Lin Feng inquired once more. Luo Ye's small hands tightened instinctively. "I do, but I cannot see anything, so I can't cultivate at all." Lin Feng smiled gently. "Aren't you with me? We promise to make all those who look down on us bow their heads." In his hand, an ancient book appeared, the Yin-Yang Chaos Resolution. Although it was a fragmented scroll, it contained a celestial-level technique. As Lin Feng knew, the technique cultivated by Wang Wei was merely of the high yellow tier. What should I do? Even without observing closely, Lin Feng could sense Luo Ye's excitement causing her to tremble slightly. If she were not blind, who would willingly remain behind her husband for a lifetime? Who would choose to waste their years living an ordinary life? I will read it to you, and then you can cultivate accordingly. Luo Ye nodded, attentively listening to every word from Lin Feng. It was only when night fell that she managed to gather a trace of true energy. Watching Luo Ye, drenched in sweat, Lin Feng sighed softly. This celestial-level technique was indeed too challenging. However, during Luo Ye's cultivation, Lin Feng derived several new insights based on the cultivation method. Although Luo Ye was blind, her hearing was remarkably keen. Upon hearing Lin Feng's sigh, she became flustered. "Husband, my talent is mediocre. Perhaps you should no longer spend time on me." "What nonsense!" Lin Feng chuckled lightly. To achieve entry in one night is already quite remarkable. He recalled that it took him nearly a whole night to enter the clear heart incantation. And that was merely a yellow tier technique. Luo Ye anxiously clenched her fists, uncertain whether Lin Feng's words were sincere or merely a comfort. Outside the window, Lin Hai's figure had unknowingly arrived. He immediately sensed the true energy that Luo Ye had cultivated. Initially, he was taken aback, thinking Lin Feng had changed techniques. Upon realizing it was Luo Ye's success, a hint of astonishment crossed his eyes, but he couldn't help but wonder how long it took her to achieve this. Lin Hai smiled wryly. No matter how many days it took, Luo Ye would surely surpass him by a wide margin. He remembered that it took him a full 2.5 months. The Luo family aimed to rid themselves of burden, yet they never anticipated that the one they abandoned was a genius. It seemed that Luo Lai was destined to be left in tears. In the room, after completing a full cycle of true energy, Luo Ye let out a sigh of relief and said to Lin Feng, "Husband, let's stop here for today." The current mantra was sufficient for her to cultivate for a long time. Lin Feng, feeling fatigued, rubbed his temples and glanced at Luo Ye. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the sweat-soaked fabric of her inner garment, revealing a stunning silhouette. "That you've worked so hard in your cultivation, and you're soaked through. You should go take a bath." Luo Ye nodded, just about to call for a servant, when Lin Feng stopped her. "With your husband here, what need is there for a servant?" Lin Feng said with a mischievous smile. Yes, Luo Ye prepared to respond. Lin Feng's arm playfully wrapped around her waist. The sudden lift caught Luo Ye off guard, and her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 10. The auction. The next morning, Lin Feng awoke feeling refreshed, gazing at the sleeping Luo Ye beside him with tender affection in his eyes. He then made his way to Lin Hai's study. As expected, Lin Hai was busy handling the family's daily affairs. "That you're here," Lin Hai remarked, as if he had anticipated Lin Feng's arrival. "There's an auction at noon. Would you accompany us?" Lin Feng asked cheerfully. "Haha, go to the storeroom and fetch the money. Buy whatever catches your eye. I won't accompany you," Lin Hai replied. "All right." Lin Feng received permission and swiftly departed. "This kid," Lin Hai chuckled, though a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "I hope he returns safely." In front of the treasure-gathering pavilion, exquisite carriages lined up. Most of the influential figures from Qingchuan town had gathered for this tri-monthly auction. Many were animatedly discussing the event outside the doors. "I heard there's a mysterious finale item this time. I can't wait." "You've fallen for their tricks again, haven't you?" The treasure-gathering pavilion's old routine. There's always a mysterious finale item. Rumor has it that this time, the treasure may be related to the true martial realm. Let's go inside. With the 4 major families present, that finale item will likely be out of our reach. Lin Feng stepped down from the carriage. He overheard their conversation, his heart igniting with excitement at a treasure related to the true martial realm. He led Luo Ye into the treasure-gathering pavilion, but suddenly a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Lin Feng paused. "Hurry up, supervisor! What's the starting bid for the true martial pill?" When auctioning the phantom boots, raise the bid slightly. Be careful not to raise it too much. The consequences of arousing suspicion are yours to bear. Damn it, I wonder which wild dog passed by and took a bite out of this 1,000-year spirit mushroom. Use a spirit restoration talisman to touch it up a bit. Don't let the guests notice. A series of underhanded dealings filtered into Lin Feng's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The staff of the treasure-gathering pavilion were communicating methodically using sound transmission crystals. Yet Lin Feng felt as if he were at the center of this entire crystal communication network, able to eavesdrop, utilize, and even manipulate at will. This sensation mirrored his previous experience during alchemy. That a smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Ever since he stepped into the treasure-gathering pavilion, the reins of this auction had likely fallen into his hands. "Sir, please keep your crystals safe. You may use it to place bids shortly." Lin Feng nodded, accepting the sound transmission crystal. Instead of heading directly to the auction hall, he made his way to the 3rd floor. In his hands, he held 3 elixir boxes, one of which still radiated warmth, clearly having been recently refined. Upon reaching the staircase to the 3rd floor, a young guard blocked his path. "Sorry, esteemed guest, but the 3rd floor is currently—" "Master Lin, please enter." Another, slightly older guard quickly restrained the young guard's arm, allowing Lin Feng to pass. The young guard looked bewildered. The supervisor said no one is allowed upstairs. "From now on, just remember his face. There's no need to stop him." "Oh, understood." Lin Feng and Luo Ye smoothly ascended to the 3rd floor, with a previously orderly staff set aside their tasks to beam at him, as if the earlier discussions had never transpired. "Help me auction a few elixirs," Lin Feng said, producing 3 boxes. They contained a 2nd-tier low-grade violent chi pill, a 2nd-tier mid-grade speed pill, and a 2nd-tier top-grade essence gathering pill. The staff examined the elixirs thoughtfully. These elixirs are all available on the market. Only the top-grade essence gathering pill is relatively rare. I suggest bundling them for sale, starting at a bid of 10,000 taels of silver. Lin Feng nodded, completing the transaction before turning to leave the 3rd floor. "Who is this person? How did he get up here?" On the 3rd floor, several people whispered among themselves, a distinguished guest personally instructed by Elder Shun. "Do not concern yourselves with him. When auctioning the true martial pill, remember to create a lively atmosphere. If the price isn't satisfactory, don't expect a bonus this month." "Understood." Lin Feng made his way down. He absorbed every word. "Manipulating the bids? When the time comes, I'll have your pawns shatter their teeth and swallow them." The 3 elixirs Lin Feng entrusted for auction, the violent chi pill and speed pill, were mere accessories. The real bait was the essence gathering pill. Wang Wei had already reached the 10th level of chi cultivation, and in order to break through, the essence gathering pill was imperative for him. Moreover, Lin Feng had infused the essence gathering pill with an enticing ingredient. Whenever he wished, substantial events could unfold at any moment. With everything in place, Lin Feng returned to the basement level with Luo Ye. The treasure-gathering pavilion had 4 floors. The 1st floor served as the reception area, displaying a selection of ordinary goods, similar to a grand marketplace. The 2nd floor is adorned with a myriad of treasures, inviting customers to choose at their leisure. However, prior to entry, one must undergo a financial verification. The 3rd floor serves as a reception area for esteemed guests, where entry is generally restricted to those possessing a pass issued by the higher-ups of the treasure pavilion. Only Lin Feng, as the spokesperson for the treasure pavilion and the disciple of the venerable Master Shun, enjoys unrestricted access. Meanwhile, the basement level boasts a spacious auction hall, which is circular in design, with private boxes arranged along the upper periphery. Below, a transparent barrier divides the circle, with the upper semicircle designated for the auction stage and the lower semicircle for general seating. Lin Feng and Luo Yi made their way directly to the general seating, as their party consisted of just two, rendering a private box unnecessary. Within the box, Luo Qiyu happened to notice the duo, upon seeing them opt for a common seat instead of a private box. Her disdain for Lin Feng deepened that, in her view, a man should always provide the best for a woman. Even if he could not afford it temporarily, he must strive for improvement. Yet, Lin Feng, a second-tier alchemist from an esteemed family, chose to occupy a common seat. This was beyond mere devaluation. Qiyu, cease your gaze, Luo Lai interjected, turning to Luo Jie. Immediately sever ties with Lin Feng. Otherwise, the position of family head will inevitably fall to Qiyu. Luo Jie appeared sullen, as if burdened by an immense grievance that, in truth, this was indeed the case. During Lin Feng's wedding, Luo Lai had feared the young man would cause trouble and had confined him within the estate until now. In the competition for dominance, the Luo family had formed an alliance with the Wang and Zhao families, which meant that he would have to stand in opposition to Lin Feng. Father, Luo Jie's voice was now hoarse. A stark contrast to his former cheerful demeanor that if you expect me to abandon the alliance with the Wang family, you might as well save your breath. Luo Lai cast a cold glance at Luo Jie. What if, in my personal capacity, I choose not to ally, to abandon your family and assist your enemies? What difference is that from treason? I warn you once more, should you continue to entertain thoughts of Lin Feng. Do not blame me for breaking your legs. Luo Lai was on the verge of apoplexy. What kind of sorcery had Lin Feng bewitched this wayward child with? Did he not see that the Lin family had fallen so low that they could not even afford a private box? The closer the Luo family grew to the Lin family, the more inevitable their downfall. How could this imbecile not comprehend this? Chapter 11. Breaking records unbeknownst to Lin Feng. Events transpiring within the Luo family box were beyond his awareness. In the lead-up to the auction, he was captivated by the incessant undercurrents that moment. The expansive auction stage began to reveal itself as the crimson curtain was drawn back. A young girl clad in pristine white garments pushed a small cart adorned with treasures, covered by a blue cloth, prompting curiosity as many leaned forward to catch a glimpse. The lower-tier items did not require bidding to avoid raising suspicion. It sufficed to elevate the price for a select few pieces. Understood. A familiar voice reached Lin Feng's ears as the girl gradually unveiled the blue cloth. The auctioneer seized the opportunity to introduce 3 second-tier talismans, namely the War God Talisman, Swift Talisman, and Attack Enhancement Talisman. What are these? Luo Yi inquired, having been neglected throughout her life and rendered ignorant due to her blindness. Lin Feng elucidated, the War God Talisman enhances physical attributes. The Swift Talisman primarily increases speed. And the Attack Enhancement Talisman significantly augments a weapon's offensive capabilities. Truly rare items that IT must have been inscribed by that second-tier talisman master from the Wang family. He added, IT was common knowledge in Qingchuan town that the Wang family boasted a second-tier talisman master, which enabled them to rise as the foremost family in the area. 6,000 taels, a robust man's seat lit up below. Subsequently, a massive number 6,000 illuminated on the screen behind the auction stage, ensuring everyone could see clearly. 7,000 taels. The numbers continued to escalate until Lin Feng ultimately acquired them for the sum of 14,000 taels. Since Luo Yi had expressed interest, he deemed it fitting to purchase them. Unbeknownst to her, she assumed Lin Feng was acquiring them for his own use. During this, the Wang family's box audaciously raised the bid, and Lin Feng took note, anticipating a significant expenditure later on. Within the box, Wang Wei wore a smug grin. Before the competition for dominance, it was prudent to collect some interest from Lin Feng, but he reveled in the thought of how infuriated that scoundrel must be now. Observing Lin Feng's actions only fortified Luo Lai's resolve to ally with the Wang family. The total value of these talismans barely amounted to 10,000 taels, yet Lin Feng had extravagantly spent 14,000. It was no wonder the Lin family had fallen from grace. The next item was the Thunder Shadow, a mid-tier Xin-level martial art. When cultivated to perfection, it could manifest a lightning apparition, rivaling the Earth tier. The starting bid was set at 3,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing the initial bid, many fell silent. The yellow-tier lower-grade agility techniques circulated in Qingchuan town, and everyone had likely practiced them. Cultivating martial arts was exceedingly difficult, and Shin-level techniques were undoubtedly more challenging to master. Moreover, switching martial arts implied abandoning years, if not decades, of training in their current techniques. For them, spending a fortune on Thunder Shadow was less practical than acquiring certain medicinal pills. Meanwhile, those in the box, endowed with superior talent, had likely trained in the family's martial arts from a young age, and their standards were certainly not LOW-T this moment. Asking them to forsake years of cultivation for Thunder Shadow was naturally unwelcome. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. "Let us see some bids," a clear voice echoed within Lin Feng's ear through the communication crystal. Suddenly, the box above Lin Feng lit up. 3,000 taels, that a coarse voice resonated from within the box. 3,000 taels for a Shin-level martial art. And then sell it for a profit. What a steal! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The ploy was too obvious. What did he intend to do with the resale? Did he fear others would not bid against him? Clearly, this fellow was manipulating others' hopes of snagging a deal to provoke competition. To put it mildly, even if he secured it at 3,000 taels, he would not be at a loss. A scammer, a dog of a con artist, is right next to me. 3,100 taels. 3,200 taels. His words prompted several individuals in the general seating to begin bidding, albeit conservatively. From the outset, it was apparent that this item was not in high demand. "That I don't believe I've ever trained in agility techniques," Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin, contemplating whether to participate in the bidding. Why not? Let us give it a shot. Touching the crystal, the price of 5,000 taels appeared on the screen above. Lin Feng had raised the bid considerably. This amount was already beyond the limits for many casual bidders. 5,000 taels. First call. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Could it be that he would acquire this martial art for 5,000 taels? 5,000 taels, second call. That would be an incredible bargain. 5,000 taels, third call. The auctioneer deliberately elongated the final call, that if the price dropped, he would raise it again. "That I will follow," came a voice from the communication crystal. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's breath hitched slightly. Damn it, the con artist truly believes he can push me around. The box above lit up once more, and a cold smile crept across Lin Feng's face. "You scoundrels will learn a lesson." On the screen, a new number appeared. "Oh, my word, that's rather extravagant. I sent it." Who was in that box? From the sound of it, they must be bounty hunters. The Li brothers, Li Kuang and Li Ao, who took on bounties daily, surely had their purses well filled. While bounties were profitable, the monsters in the Qingfeng forest were no trifling matter. "We ought to think this through," the onlookers murmured in admiration as the two brothers reveled in their triumph. They had escalated the price to an astounding 10,000 taels in the imperial city. Such a level of martial art would typically fetch around 20,000 taels. They were confident that the Lin family's fool would follow suit. Having observed his previous behavior during the talisman auction, he was indeed a simpleton. Even if Lin Feng did not continue bidding, they would not suffer a loss. It would merely entail a long journey to the imperial city to sell the martial art. Flawless. Had it not been for the promise of even more valuable items later, they would not have minded raising the bid further. The two sat comfortably within their box, strangely, after the crowd's initial admiration. No one else followed suit. What was going on? Were they truly going to let Thunder Shadow go for 10,000 taels? "You two imbeciles, what on earth are you doing?" A near-roaring voice from the communication crystal reached their ears. The two were taken aback. What was the problem? Wasn't it just 10,000 taels? If no one else bid, they could simply purchase it themselves. What's with the barking? Do you think we can't scrape together even 10,000? As the two remained perplexed, the auctioneer's stiff voice resonated from the stage. 100 million taels of silver. First call, 100 million taels of silver. Second call, wait, 100 million taels of silver. Third call. I said wait, sold. Congratulations to box number 6 for acquiring the Heavenly Thunder Shadow at the price of 100 million taels of silver, setting a historic record for the Pavilion of Treasures as the first auction to surpass the 100 million mark for a mystic-grade martial art. Li Kuang and Li Ao were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. I am merely a pawn. Li Ao was genuinely flabbergasted, staring blankly at Li Kuang, as if observing a fool. What are you looking at? I bid 100 million. He quickly shouted toward the outside. I bid 10,000 taels, not 100 million. What? Are you questioning the integrity of the Pavilion of Treasures? came the nonchalant voice of Wang Wei from the Wang family's box. Having borne a grudge against the two brothers for some time, he seized this golden opportunity to strike. Wang Wei swiftly cast a heavy accusation upon them. I Quan's cold sweat began to pour. He retorted, "I am not blaming the Pavilion of Treasures. There must be an issue with the sound transmission crystal." Wang Wei scoffed. "Every auction, the sound transmission crystals are inspected by Elder Shun. Are you implying?" Another heavy accusation. Li Kuang was drenched in sweat, casting a resentful glance towards Wang Wei's box. Gritting his teeth, "I'll buy. Is that not acceptable?" Li Ao was on the verge of tears. This was supposed to be their wedding fund. And just like that, it was discarded by Li Kuang. In the audience, Lin Feng was stifling laughter. "Raise it higher. By the time you're done, you 1T be able to pay off your debts." Lin Feng had calculated carefully. With daily bounties and part-time work as an auction pawn, he was certain to have amassed a considerable amount. 100 million should just about drain them dry. Lin Feng had little interest in the items that followed, as the two pawns in the upper box had turned into mute spectators, offering no bids. Until Lin Feng's elixir appeared, there was indeed a stir in the Wang family's box. Condensing Yuan pill, a top-grade one. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Wei's eyes. He had not expected the Pavilion of Treasures to possess such a treasure. The top-grade condensing Yuan pill could enhance the breakthrough probability by 50%. It was practically assured that in the contest for supremacy in the Imperial City, he would strike with the identity of a condensing Yuan realm expert. The three pills on offer were a second-tier low-grade Fury pill, a second-tier mid-grade Speed pill, and a second-tier top-grade condensing Yuan pill. The Fury pill and Speed pill need not be elaborated upon. The second-tier top-grade condensing Yuan pill could increase the likelihood of transitioning from the Qi refining realm to the condensing Yuan realm by 50%, making it exceedingly rare throughout the Imperial City. The condensing Yuan pill was a rarity, and those in need should seize the opportunity promptly to avoid future regret. The auctioneer discreetly nudged the script provided by the supervisor into the box. Although he did not understand the reason for such verbosity, he complied nonetheless. Starting bid: 10,000 taels of silver. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a commotion erupted from the Wang family's box. Such urgency! Lin Feng was taken aback by Wang Wei's swiftness. Before he could intervene, the figure of 100,000 taels appeared directly on screen. Clearly, he sought to secure the condensing Yuan pill swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. The other attendees, witnessing his sudden increase of 90,000 taels, immediately lost interest in competing. Humph! That a disdainful snort emanated from above Lin Feng. The box lit up, displaying 11 million that Li Kuang had made his move. He understood that Wang Wei would not relinquish the condensing Yuan pill easily. Thus he opted to annoy the scoundrel. Follow! Follow! Under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the Wang family's box, as desired, illuminated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng immediately made his alteration. Oh! Upon seeing the price on the screen, the entire auction hall erupted in a frenzy. All eyes turned in disbelief towards the illuminated box, as if that beam of light had transformed into an extravagant display of wealth. Wang Wei was left dumbfounded. Just 20 million taels, and these paupers are in an uproar. He thought, incredulous that the entire auction had trembled at such a sum. The auctioneer was momentarily stunned, but quickly elated. 10 billion taels of silver. First call. The excitement warped the auctioneer's voice. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this point. 10 billion taels. Second call. Wait. 10 billion taels. Third call. Congratulations to the Wang family for acquiring the second-tier top-grade condensing Yuan pill at the price of 10 billion. Setting a new record. Shut up. Wang Wei bellowed. That I did not bid that much. What? Do you think the Pavilion of Treasures is deceiving you? Came the indifferent voice from above Lin Feng. No, I merely believe there is an issue with the sound transmission crystal. Before he could finish, Wang Wei abruptly halted. You dare suggest the sound transmission crystal has a problem? Just for this mere 10 billion, you would question Elder Shin's integrity regarding the sound transmission crystal? Li Kuang seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Divine retribution is indeed a reality. You beyond have finally fallen into my hands. You fool, have you not realized we are being played? Your 100 million taels have been swindled. Wang Wei retorted sharply. You did not say so before. Li Kuang snorted coldly. Can we agree that I was mistaken? Where is the organizer? I demand an immediate inspection of the sound transmission crystal. Under Wang Wei's vehement arguments, a rotund figure ascended the auction stage. According to the Pavilion of Treasures rules, a single complaint was invalid. Multiple parties had to agree that the sound transmission crystal reported incorrectly for a comprehensive investigation to take place. Li Kuang and I, that makes two, Wang Wei stated. Li Kuang nodded, preparing to demand an inspection. After all, their silver was not simply blown in by the wind. They were not about to let the 10 billion taels slip through their fingers over a petty quarrel with Wang Wei. However, before he could speak, the voice from the sound transmission crystal caused him to pause slightly. Not request an inspection. I will give you 2 billion. It was the supervisor's voice. Li Kuang's eyes instantly lit up. There truly was silver blowing in from nowhere. He immediately recalled his own identity. A pawn, young Master Wang, I bid 100 million taels, and the sound transmission crystal is functioning perfectly within the box. Li Kuang's composed voice echoed that Liao. Wang Wei, who had been waiting calmly for the investigation, felt darkness descend before his eyes upon hearing this. You lie. You clearly stated you did not bid 100 million. Furious, Wang Wei could not fathom why Li Kuang would stubbornly oppose him. Did he believe he could reclaim that 100 million taels? However, Li Kuang, having received orders from the supervisor, cared little for such matters. By adamantly insisting he had bid 100 million taels, he not only doubled his gains, but also broke a record, all while infuriating Wang Wei to the brink of madness. It was simply too delightful. Had the timing been right, Li Kuang would have laughed out loud. In the seats below, Lin Feng gradually set down the sound transmission crystal, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Give you 2 billion, I'll give you an egg. You scoundrels are in cahoots with the Pavilion of Treasures, conspiring to swindle me. Wang Wei was now utterly enraged, his sanity slipping away. Young master. Wang Xianji hastily called out, but it was too late. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, pinning everyone from the Wang family to the floor, rendering them immobile. Are you suggesting that our Pavilion of Treasures is intentionally framing you? Feeling this overwhelming force, Lin Feng was startled. This was a true martial realm expert. You are well aware, I will head to the Pavilion of Treasures headquarters in the Imperial City. Wang Wei, pale and trembling under the pressure, stubbornly retorted, "Humph." After a lengthy silence, the pressure lifted, and a voice resonated throughout the auction hall. All sound transmission crystal from the Pavilion of Treasures have records. You may appeal in the Imperial City. Should you dare to slander our Pavilion of Treasures again, do not blame me for taking action against you. Before that, you must settle your debts. Wang Wei, trembling, stood up. Upon hearing this, he suddenly felt darkness engulf him. Young master, the eldest young master. The Wang family looked on in horror as Wang Wei collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 13. Wang Jintian Young Master. Wang Xianji disregarded his distorted features and hurriedly assisted Wang Wei onto the sofa. After checking his breath, he realized it was merely a temporary fainting spell caused by pent-up anger, and he felt a sense of relief. However, the 10 billion taels. If the patriarch discovered this, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Yet such a colossal sum could not be concealed for long. Thinking of this, Wang Xianji couldn't help but rub his temples in distress. You all must return to the Wang family and notify the patriarch to take charge of the situation. Wang Xianji instructed Wang Wei's guards. Yes, the auction continued as a commanding voice resonated, bringing the auctioneer back to his senses, compelling him to take charge of the proceedings. However, many attendees became increasingly hesitant due to recent events, inadvertently reducing the frequency of their bids. What if the crystal truly malfunctioned? What if Wang Wei was merely putting on a show? Perhaps it was the consequence of his prolonged high status that the formidable true martial realm expert felt no qualms when taking action. After all, he was well aware that the transmission crystal of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would not fail. Yet his actions were akin to casting a stone into a placid lake, sending ripples across the surface. Lin Feng managed to acquire the phantom boots at an unexpectedly low price, with hardly anyone contesting his bid. Luo Lai shook his head in disbelief at Lin Feng's audacity to continue bidding. Luo Chiyu couldn't help but scoff. Does he dare to shout? What if 100 billion pops up on the screen and he find himself unable to repay? Therefore, one must absolutely avoid any association with them. Do you understand? Luo Lai admonished. Upon hearing this, Luo Jie felt a wave of suffocation. You even married a daughter into their family. How can you utter such cold-hearted words? He attempted to speak about the third sister. Luo Ye has her own destiny. You need not concern yourself with her. Our primary focus should be on ourselves, came the reply. On stage, the auctioneer sensed the discord in the atmosphere and decided to expedite the auction of the true martial pill, repeatedly assuring everyone that the gathering treasure pavilion would not engage in such underhanded dealings. The pill was soon brought to the auction platform, and once the auctioneer finished his introduction, the room erupted in excitement. The upcoming pill was crafted by the third-tier alchemist Zhang Xiang from the Imperial City, of superior third-tier quality. For those trapped in the condensing yuan realm for years, it was an exceedingly rare treasure. Transitioning from the condensing yuan realm to the true martial realm was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Alright, who doesn't know about the true martial pill? Let us not dawdle. Can everyone do me a favor? The elderly in our family urgently need this pill to extend their lifespan. You want us to refrain? Spare me the chatter. Let us see who has the strength. The emergence of the true martial pill revitalized the previously somber atmosphere of the private rooms. The starting bid is 100,000 taels of silver. Luo Lai felt a surge of eagerness. As he was already at the 7th level of the condensing yuan realm, perhaps with a stroke of luck, he could use it in 4 to 5 years. Yet recalling the previous incident where bids soared into the hundreds of millions, he hesitated. 120,000 taels. Someone shouted from the Zhao family S-box, followed by a bid using the crystal. The figure appeared on the screen. Oh no, they've become too savvy, Lin Feng lamented. Though it was sufficient. 1 billion taels of silver, enough to sustain the Lin family for over a decade. Seeing the Zhao family employ this method first, others quickly followed suit, and soon the auction hall erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling market. The true martial realm expert's expression darkened. The gathering treasure pavilion did not permit such uproar. However, in pursuit of a favorable price for the true martial pill, he reluctantly tolerated the raucous bidding. The profit from pills is outrageous, Lin Feng mused. Once he ascended to the condensing yuan realm, he should be able to refine true martial pills himself. While others typically crafted first-tier pills in the qi refining realm and second-tier pills in the condensing yuan realm, Lin Feng, due to his exceptionally high-quality true energy and the support of Sun Fengyu for fire supply, possessed the potential to craft beyond his current level. Additionally, the skill Tian Shu ensured that he could perfectly refine pills. Thus, Lin Feng speculated that upon reaching the condensing yuan realm, he would indeed be capable of crafting true martial pills. As the bidding intensified, heated exchanges broke out, with participants seemingly eager to unearth each other's ancestral graves to gauge their rival strength. At this moment, Lin Feng realized how astute the gathering treasure pavilion's rule of only allowing bids via transmission crystals truly was. 120,000. Let us see if you can keep up. 130,000. Who fears you? Is that all the strength you possess, little brother? 150,000. As the bidding escalated, those seated below found themselves unable to keep pace. The participants within the private rooms exchanged taunts with each bid. The tension palpable even across the room. 200,000. Why not give it a try, little brother? 210,000. If you can't afford it, don't bark. Luo Lai and Zhao Qinzhe, the head of the Zhao family, who had initially been cordial, soon found themselves at each other's throats, as this was crucial to their potential advancement to the true martial realm. Ultimately, Zhao Qinzhe secured the true martial pill for 10 million. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. How could 2 bounty hunters produce 100 million? Yet the Luo family hesitated even at 10 million. Would the Wang family still be able to pay me the promised 1 billion taels of silver? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. In truth, Luo Lai had given up due to the lack of competition. After all, the alliance matters took precedence. They had already severed ties with the Lin family. And offending the Zhao family, who were on good terms with the Wang family, would be unwise. Though deeply reluctant, there was little he could do. In the Wang family, Patriarch Wang Zhentian was preparing materials for seclusion. Awaiting the arrival of the true martial pill, to facilitate his imminent breakthrough. The foremost family in Qingchuan town, he naturally had some channels to learn about the treasures at the auction. Upon hearing of the true martial pill's presence, he was overjoyed. If it were an auction in the imperial city's gathering treasure pavilion, he feared he could not exhaust the Wang family's resources to secure it. Yet this was Qingchuan town, his territory. He had been trapped in the condensing yuan realm for a decade, and this time he was determined to acquire the true martial pill, even at the cost of his entire fortune. Patriarch! Patriarch! A flurry of voices erupted outside the seclusion chamber. Wang Jintian furrowed his brow. Could something have gone awry with the true martial pill? Yet who would dare to snatch it from him, considering the alliance of the Wang, Zhao, and Luo families? Thus, he had not attended the auction, but instead prepared for his breakthrough. Eager to ascend to the true martial realm, he did not wish to delay even a moment. Recognizing the panicked figures rushing towards him, Wang Jintian identified them as his son's guards. What has happened? He demanded. Patriarch. Young master bid 1 billion for a condensing yuan pill. He wishes to retract his bid, but the gathering treasure pavilion's expert has suppressed him. We implore you to come and take charge. What did you say? How much? Wang Jintian bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, as if he could devour the messenger whole. The guard, terrified, paled significantly. 10 billion at this wretch. Wang Jintian's rage ignited, his true energy surging as he vanished from the seclusion chamber in an instant. Chapter 14. The Aura of Gods and Demons, the Sword of the World, with the true martial pill settled. Lin Feng refrained from bidding on any further items. The remaining lots were either of inferior quality or already possessed by him. Had he not known there was still one more treasure, he would have departed long ago. The next treasure was extraordinary and constituted the final item for auction. Its origins were shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it was a divine weapon forged from a meteorite from beyond the heavens, while others asserted it was merely scrap iron left over from ancient times. Opinions varied widely, yet one thing was certain. It had participated in the battle between gods and demons. Any object that had experienced the cataclysmic conflict a millennia ago would forever be enveloped in the aura of both magic and divinity. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look, the auctioneer proclaimed, lifting the cover from the treasure to reveal its entirety. It was a broken sword, its blade marked by the passage of time with countless scars. Numerous fissures marred the edge, and the hilt had vanished without a trace. The only aspect that captivated the audience was the yellow-black aura entwining the sword, the aura of gods and demons. Lin Feng's heart raced. The Lin family, descending from the Yin-Yang Dao sect and being a renowned family of weapon artisans, was naturally sensitive to exceptional weapons. He recalled a weapon compendium at home that had mentioned such a phenomenon. The intertwining auras of gods and demons were inextricably linked yet distinct, complementing the Yin-Yang chaotic decision. Employing a weapon forged from the aura of gods and demons could amplify the techniques recorded within the Yin-Yang chaotic decision. This broken sword would be exceptionally suited for Lin Hai or Luo Ye, as both practiced the Yin-Yang chaotic decision. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng resolved to acquire this sword at all costs. The starting bid is 1,000 taels of silver. The auctioneer's voice fell. Bids began to emerge. 2,000 taels, 3,000 taels. The price climbed steadily to 40,000 taels of silver. Lin Feng mused at the allure of the words gods and demons. Noting that even a piece of scrap iron infused with such an aura could fetch 40,000, recognizing the opportunity, he decided to bid openly. 100,000 taels. He raised the bid by 60,000 taels, showcasing the disparity between the heir of a prominent family and independent cultivators. Nonetheless, a few still dared to persist. Yet, it was well known that a piece of scrap iron would hold no utility for those versed in the ways of cultivation. Luo Chue observed Lin Feng bidding alongside the crowd, feeling a surge of superiority. I suppose he doesn't read much. Luo Lai shook his head dismissively, disregarding the worthless scrap metal, and walked away without a second thought. Accompanying him in his departure were Zhao Jia and others from the private box, all of whom had studied the essence of gods and demons and understood that it held no true value for humans. As the price soared to 200,000 taels of silver, Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the youth who continued to bid against him. The boy, clad in tattered gray garments and with disheveled hair, resembled a little beggar, His eyes, a striking orange hue, glared defiantly at Lin Feng as he persistently raised the bid. The Tianxia sword? I must have it. Blood oozed from the corner of the boy's mouth. The result of his own biting that he could not comprehend. Did Lin Feng recognize the origins of the Tianxia sword, or was this fellow merely willing to squander wealth for a mere trace of divine essence? 300,000 taels, Lin Feng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the boy, intent on dissuading him. He needed to acquire this divine essence to forge weapons for his wife's father as swiftly as possible. 310,000 taels, the boy stubbornly countered, having reached his limit. If this man continued to bid, he would have no choice but to. As this thought crossed his mind, a ruthless glint flickered in the boy's eyes. 320,000 taels, Lin Feng replied flatly. This sum, substantial for an ordinary person, was but a trifling amount for prominent families such as theirs. Upon hearing this price, the boy slumped despondently into his seat. Beneath his tousled hair, his eyes had transformed, now gleaming a brilliant golden hue, filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Feng regarded the dejected youth with indifference. This little rascal had cost him quite a bit of money. However, with 1,000,000,000 taels of silver at his disposal, 32,000 was inconsequential. Slap. Within the Wang family's box, Wang Jintian delivered a resounding slap to Wang Wei's face, startling Wang Xianji, who stood nearby. Noticing that Wang Wei had yet to regain consciousness, Wang Jintian mercilessly struck him again, delivering 2 more slaps until the right side of Wang Wei's face was thoroughly swollen, finally prompting him to open his eyes. Father! Upon seeing Wang Jintian, Wang Wei burst into tears. Father, you must stand up for me. In a fit of anger, Wang Jintian slapped Wang Wei once more, leaving him incredulous as he touched his face, realizing it had swollen to the size of a pig's head. You wretched fool! How dare you claim the 1,000,000,000 taels of silver was not your doing? Wang Jintian, an honorary elder of the Zhibuoj, had the privilege to inspect certain confidential matters within the establishment. When Elder Shun presented the record from the transmission crystal, Wang Jintian clearly saw that Wang Wei had indeed offered 1,000,000,000 taels of silver for the Ning Yuan Dan. He was so enraged he nearly collapsed on the spot, his paternal instincts flaring as he wished he could simply strike Wang Wei dead. Losing the money was one thing, but the rare Jinwu Dan, a once-in-a-century treasure from Qingchuan town, was now gone. The thought that the Jinwu Dan had only sold for 10 million, while the inferior Ningyuan Dan had cost 100 times that amount, made it difficult for Wang Jintian to catch his breath. He pounded his chest violently, nearly fainting. Patriarch, please take care of yourself. Wang Wei, upon hearing these words, grew even angrier. Take care of what? The Jinwu Dan is gone, and I can no longer advance to the Jinwu realm. My lifespan is limited. How am I supposed to take care of myself? In a fit of rage, Wang Jintian berated everyone, demanding to know why they had not kept a watchful eye on Wang Wei and why they had not stopped him from bidding 1,000,000,000. All present were bewildered by the accusations, but dared not speak up. Only when Wang Jintian's fury had diminished somewhat did he prepare to leave the Zhibuoj. Father, could you help me find out who is auctioning the Ningyuan Dan? Wang Wei spoke up, his tone somewhat pitiful. Wang Jintian was about to explode with anger, but seemed to suddenly recall something, pausing in place if it were an entity that even the Zhibuoj could not afford to offend. They certainly possessed the capability to fabricate evidence. Yet, such individuals were not to be provoked, even if you were to learn their identity. I understand now. You should return home and reflect on your actions until the competition ends. Wang Jintian said curtly before heading back to the Zhibuoj. On the 3rd floor, Lin Feng was currently demanding his 1,000,000,000 taels of silver. A courteous attendant approached him, saying, the head of the Wang family was here earlier. After reviewing the record from the transmission crystal, he stated he would wait for 2 days. Lin Feng nodded. In that case, I shall take the items I bid on. The attendant nodded and began to pack up the items Lin Feng had won at the auction. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed Wang Jintian striding purposefully toward Elder Shin's room, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Hurry up, Lin Feng urged the attendant packing his items, before he could receive his package. Wang Jintian emerged from Elder Shin's room into the hall. Observing Lin Feng still present, an overwhelming pressure emanated from his 10th level of the Ning Yuan realm. You truly dare to demand it. You little brat. Chapter 15. A fortune of millions, wealth beyond measure. You truly dare to demand it, you little brat. Wang Jintian's murderous intent enveloped the air, as he had prepared for the possibility that a formidable force lay behind the Ningyuan Dan. However, upon discovering it was Lin Feng, he was filled with ecstatic relief. He had no intention of parting with a single tael of that billion. Lin Feng tilted his head. What does the head of the Wang family mean by this? Am I demanding something? Don't play dumb with me. Wang Jintian snorted coldly. I will never pay you that billion taels. You intend to default? Lin Feng's expression darkened immediately. Whether I default or not, you already know in your heart. I will give you at most 10,000 taels. If you refuse to be reasonable, then you can forget about even that. Wang Jintian was certain that Lin Feng was behind this, but he had no evidence. On the third floor, many individuals had come to collect their auctioned items, resulting in a crowded scene. Among them were the Li brothers, Li Kuang and Li Ao, who were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Lin Feng immediately noticed them. Blame Wang Jintian. He refuses to pay. Who will cover the 200 million taels for you? In the transmission crystal, the supervisor's voice echoed again, and Li Kuang's face suddenly froze in disbelief. That was the head of the Wang family, a powerful figure on the verge of entering the Zhenwu realm. Who in the entire auction hall would dare to blame him? He felt like crying, but failing to comply would result in significant losses for them. Stack it up, go for broke. Aren't you the honorary elder of the Jubioj? Wouldn't verifying the records of the transmission crystal clarify the matter? Are you brave enough to disclose the records for all of us to see? As everyone assumed Wang Jintian was resolute in his refusal to pay, an untimely voice rang out. The surrounding individuals broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly stepped back, making way for Li Kuang. Upon hearing this, Wang Jintian's posture shifted, his overwhelming murderous intent locking onto Li Kuang and Li Ao. Liao? Brother, are you out of your mind? The two, feeling the pressure, trembled uncontrollably. Yet Li Kuang gritted his teeth and said, the Jubioj is in the business of trade. They must not engage in deception. Are you willing to ruin the Jubioj's reputation built over millennia? Lin Feng seized the opportunity. He doesn't care. He is merely an honorary elder. After all, if the Jubioj's reputation suffers, it is of no concern to him. Their exchange sent Wang Jintian into a furious flush. Yet he dared not retaliate against Lin Feng, at least not before advancing to the Zhenwu realm. Have you ever seen anyone bid a billion before? Clearly, there was a problem with the crystal. Wang Jintian gritted his teeth. That is a grave misunderstanding. Did I not bid 1 billion? At that time, young Master Wang even engaged in a verbal spar with me. In hindsight, he must have aimed to suppress me by offering 1 billion taels. Wang Jintian's attitude toward business was now in question. You are speaking nonsense. Witnessing the conversation shift towards the Wang family, Wang Jintian could no longer contain himself. Internally, he vowed to eliminate these two pests the moment they exited. Everyone else is merely spectating. Why are you two jumping in? I refuse to pay. What can you do about it? Wang Jintian resorted to sheer obstinacy, knowing Lin Feng lacked the means to demand payment from him. His threatening gaze swept over Lin Feng, as if to say that should Lin Feng dare to pursue the debt, he would be met with dire consequences. Lin Feng remained unfazed by the murderous glare. Sighing, if you refuse to pay, so be it. Everyone should be cautious during future auctions. The head of the Wang family, upon realizing your strength is inferior, will simply rob you, and the Jubioj will turn a blind eye. By the way, he is also an honorary elder, capable of seeing who the auctioned items belong to. Upon hearing Lin Feng's final words, all present cast wary glances at Wang Jintian, falling silent. The Zhenwu realm expert nearly succumbed to his impulse to act. Yet the logic of Lin Feng's words held him back. Get lost. When did I rob anyone? Did I not promise to give you 10,000 taels? Yes, but you have shrunk that amount 1,000-fold. Can I now purchase your talismans for a mere tael of silver? Wang Jintian was rendered speechless with fury, especially with the two brothers beside him inciting the emotions of those around. Although they dared not voice their thoughts too openly, Wang Jintian was acutely aware that if this continued, the Wang family's reputation would undoubtedly crumble. Fine, take this. You will regret it during the contest for supremacy. I will ensure you possess life, but lack the means to enjoy it. Wang Jintian understood that Lin Feng was not intimidated by his threats. He cast aside a heavy package in frustration and departed. All eyes were fervently drawn to the package. Fully aware that it contained 10 billion taels of silver, the palpable aura of the true martial realm instantly locked onto everyone, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. The staff hurriedly approached, discovering the package brimmed with gold. Upon weighing it, they confirmed it was indeed around 10 million taels. In the Xianming dynasty, the ratio of gold to silver stood at 100. And according to the rules of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, a 1% service fee was applicable. The staff swiftly deducted the fee along with Lin Feng's auction expenses, ultimately handing a bag to Lin Feng. "This is your property. Please accept it." Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that this 1% service fee was inevitable. Not to mention, without the suppression of a true martial realm expert, these unruly commoners would have seized his gold in an instant. Moreover, he had significantly taken advantage of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion this time. This 1% could be seen as compensation. Under the envious gazes of all, Lin Feng, accompanied by Luoya, exited the Gathering Treasure Pavilion with his substantial fortune. "Is that person the blind daughter of the Luo family?" murmured the crowd. "I heard she married Lin Feng in place of her sister. So that must be Lin Feng," they speculated, having directly earned 10 million in gold. The Lin family would be free from worries for years to come. "Luoyo is so fortunate," they continued to discuss, while Luo Chu blended into the crowd, watching Lin Feng leave with the gold. A cold smile creeping onto her lips. Those who dared to openly scheme against the Wang family would soon find themselves crushed when the Wang family decided to act. Meanwhile, within the Wang family, Wang Zhiqian was conversing with Wang Wei. "Are you saying Lin Feng set me up?" Wang Wei's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Wang Zhiqian nodded. "Lin Feng is the beneficiary, even if he is not the mastermind. He is undoubtedly an accomplice that I do not know how he accomplished this. Even the records from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion show no irregularities." Wang Wei was taken aback. Could there be someone in the upper echelons of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion who is allied with him? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. A wary expression flickered in Wang Zhintian's eyes. The best course of action was to eliminate him during the contest for supremacy. The proceedings of the contest will be broadcast on a massive display screen for all to witness. The one controlling the screen was Elder Sun, a close friend of his father. "When you make your move, I will switch the broadcast to another battlefield. During that time, you can torment him mercilessly," Wang Zhintian said, no longer concealing the malicious intent on his face as he produced a talisman. "This is a sound transmission talisman. When to act, await my notification." Wang Wei nodded, then suddenly recalled something. "Father, can the display screen be manipulated?" Wang Zhintian was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? If I kill someone, can the screen show it as Lin Feng's doing? This way, everyone in the Imperial City will know Lin Feng is the one who killed that person." Wang Zhintian shook his head. "I advise against such a course of action. I have never heard of anyone in the entire Imperial City being able to manipulate the footage." A flicker of helplessness crossed Wang Wei's eyes. "Very well." Wang Zhintian nodded, gazing at his son, who had been beaten to a pulp. He could not help but sigh. Because of that scoundrel's methods, he had even ended up punishing his own son. He placed his palm against Wang Wei's back, attempting to channel true energy to heal him. But curiously, no matter how he tried, his true energy could not penetrate. "Forget it. Once you recover, hasten to elevate your strength to the condensation realm." The thought of the 10 billion taels elixir caused Wang Zhintian to feel a wave of frustration, and he swept away his sleeves in departure. Wang Wei took out a condensation pill, which emitted an unusual sheen. Chapter 16. Assassination. 200 million taels of silver. We only charged a little over 10 million as a service fee. Where do you expect me to procure 200 million taels? The supervisor looked at Li Kuang as if he were a fool. "This is your bonus. Accept it," gazing at the 10,000 taels of silver on the stage. Li Kuang's expression turned savage. "You bastard!" Thud! Thud! The two were unceremoniously tossed out of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion like refuse. Liao rubbed his sore arms, a bitter look on his face. "Brother, I told you it was a mistake. How could the Gathering Treasure Pavilion possibly give you 200 million? Li Kuang wiped the dust from his face, indignant. "You understand nothing. That scoundrel Lin Feng is in cahoots with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I clearly heard the supervisor say they would give me 200 million. This means most of the money Lin Feng possesses is still going into their pockets. Then what should we do? The Gathering Treasure Pavilion has now turned against you. Ao's expression twisted in despair. He had never heard of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion being so shameless before. Damn it. Let us go. We'll demand money from the Lin family. They intended to target the soft fruit, especially since he had heard that the young master of the Lin family had already been rendered powerless. Night fell in a carriage. Luo Ye nestled quietly in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng glanced at his wife and could not help but ask, "Don't you want to know how I accomplished this?" "Not particularly," Luo Ye replied softly, but if her husband insisted on sharing, she would be willing to listen. Lin Feng smiled, feeling an immense sense of gratitude for marrying Luo Ye's obedient. "That sword, it was actually intended as a gift for you." "What about that sword infused with demonic energy?" Luo Ye inquired. "Yes, because you practice the yin-yang chaotic technique, weapons forged from demonic energy can complement your cultivation. Since you cannot see, the weapon's effectiveness is quite limited at I was considering whether I could craft a piece of soft armor for you. Wearing it closely should accelerate the operation of the yin-yang chaotic technique." Upon hearing this, Luo Ye pursed her lips, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist, feeling deeply moved. "Thank you." Lin Feng chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. "Between us, there is no need for thanks." Just as the two were flirting, suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. "What happened?" Lin Feng demanded angrily, the abrupt jolt nearly throwing them from their seats. "Young master, someone is blocking the road." "Blocking the road? Who is it?" Lin Feng immediately prepared for battle. He had many enemies: the Zhao family, the Wang family, the Li family brothers, and the two elders, among others. Anyone could ambush him along the way. "It's a child." The coachman stammered, suddenly letting out a strange cry. A jet of blood erupted from his neck, and his lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Lin Feng's pupils constricted in shock. He quickly leaped from the carriage with Luo Ye. Upon seeing the assailant, his heart sank. The youth held a long sword, clad in tattered gray robes. His delicate face bore an unnaturally brilliant golden hue in his eyes, with flowing hair cascading into his vision as he abruptly flipped the long sword. In the next instant, he was upon Lin Feng, 7th level of Qi training. Lin Feng's wings unfurled behind him, swiftly enveloping Luo Ye as he retreated at breakneck speed, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The adjacent wall collapsed under the sheer force of the sword's energy. Seeing his lethal strike miss, the youth lunged again. Lin Feng quickly affixed a swift talisman to his foot, activating the gale wings to their utmost, as he frantically fled towards the Lin family with Luo Ye in tow. The power of that strike was clearly beyond the realm of a 7th level Qi training expert. It was evident that this individual was a prodigy of the sword, with combat prowess likely far exceeding the 7th level. Engaging him in battle while protecting Luo Ye was exceedingly unwise. He needed to ensure her safety before he could fight back. The youth, sensing Lin Feng's sudden surge in speed, felt urgency rise within him and hastily urged his true energy to pursue Lin Feng's fleeing form. Under the night sky, two figures raced in a breathtaking chase, their speed leaving onlookers in awe. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Feng's sharply defined jaw as the effect of the swift talisman began to wane. The distance between him and the youth gradually diminishing. His true energy, strained from the frantic activation of gale wings, was nearing depletion. Was today the day he and Luo Ye would meet their end? In this life-and-death moment, Luo Ye's delicate hand gently rested on Lin Feng's chest. Instantly, a surge of pure, true energy flowed into Lin Feng's body, causing his speed to spike dramatically. As Lin Feng's pace quickened. Nearing the Lin family, the youth's face revealed a determined expression, and he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a violent aura coalesced around him, crimson blood trickling from his tightly shut eyes. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, which had transformed into blinding scarlet. "Hold on. We're almost there." Lin Feng cast his gaze towards the Lin residence in the distance, once more drawing upon the true essence within him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure materialize around him without warning, relentlessly constricting him. Under the weight of this force, Lin Feng's speed gradually diminished until he found himself utterly immobilized. Not far away, a youth approached slowly. His crimson eyes fixated on Lin Feng, and the long sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light under the moon's radiance. Surrounding Lin Feng, dozens of sword energies stood tall, sealing off all avenues of escape. Sword prison. Hand over that sword to me, or face death. The youth spoke indifferently, assuming a combat stance. Humph. Just as despair threatened to engulf Lin Feng, a presence of the condensing essence realm surged forth, shattering the myriad sword energies into fragments. Father! Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, stumbling to his father's side. Lin Hai nodded, casting a cold glance at the youth as he inquired, "Why do you pursue my son?" Feeling the oppressive aura of the condensing essence realm, the youth smirked mockingly. A mere first level of the condensing essence realm? Within half a month, Jiang shall come to seek your counsel. But he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were a striking orange hue. A flicker of panic crossed the youth's face as he hastily departed. What just happened? Lin Hai frowned, seeking clarification. Lin Feng bitterly recounted the events of the treasure-gathering pavilion, prompting Lin Hai to express his ire. You foolish child, if he desires that sword, just give it to him. Is the sword more important than your life? That won't do. I need to forge armor for my wife. Lin Feng replied, glancing at Luoya, who bore an unnatural pallor. It's nothing. She must have overexerted her vital energy, Luoya explained, as Lin Feng promptly assisted her back to their quarters. Father, let me tell you, Luoya is truly remarkable that I was nearly out of strength, and she directly transferred her vital energy to me. All the while, Lin Feng proudly boasted to Lin Hai, and curiously, when she transferred her vital energy to me, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Because you have been intimate, the connection is naturally unobstructed. This applies not only to spouses, but also to direct blood relations, Lin Hai elucidated. These theories are recorded in the Yin-Yang Chaos scripture, and Lin Hai was certain that this wretched boy had not bothered to delve deeper. Lin Feng nodded, realizing the truth of it. Chapter 17. A lesson for Li Kuang. The battle for supremacy is tomorrow. You all should rest well. Aim for the top 40. Lin Hai raised his fist outside Lin Feng's room. Of course, Lin Feng beamed, displaying his bright white teeth. Yes. Lin Hai seemed poised to add more, but the words faltered on his lips. Upon returning to their room, Lin Feng and Luo, you were just about to cultivate when two voices echoed from outside the Lin residence. Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle. What is borrowed must be returned, and further borrowing is not difficult. Lin Feng recognized those voices all too well. They belonged to the brothers Li Kuang and Li Ao. These two rascals dare to come here. A cold smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he instructed the servant who had come to inform him, tell everyone to ignore them. With that, Lin Feng began to meditate. After days of preparation, he sensed that he was nearing the 5th level of qi refinement. Outside the Lin residence, the two brothers displayed remarkable perseverance, shouting from night until dawn. Not a single soul acknowledged them. It was not until the doors of the Lin residence swung open that Lin Feng's languid figure appeared before them, igniting their fury. You scoundrel, Li Kuang shouted, his voice hoarse from the night's exertion. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, he launched a punch. This strike, infused with the full might of his 7th level of qi refinement, caught Lin Feng off guard as he had not expected an immediate attack. His lazy demeanor dissipated in an instant, and his true essence surged, the Xuanfeng feather whirling into action as he met Li Kuang's fist head-on. Boom! As their fists collided, Li Kuang was sent staggering back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. 5th level of qi refinement. This realization was not the most shocking. He was astonished that Lin Feng had managed to injure him with a single blow. Not even a first-tier ferocious beast could inflict such damage in one strike. Yet this youth before him had done so, despite being 2 realms beneath him. Could it be that he truly was a waste? In contrast, Lin Feng calmly retracted his fist and spoke unhurriedly. Gentlemen, one must always have evidence. Causing a ruckus at someone else's door is unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Li Kuang cursed inwardly, thinking, if we had evidence, would we need to come here to gather it? However, his words belied his thoughts. We are aware of your collusion with the treasure-gathering pavilion, yet we still choose to extend you an opportunity. Return the 200 million taels of silver that belong to us, and we will consider the matter resolved. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Li Kuang had activated a recording crystal. Any statement Lin Feng made could be taken out of context and used as evidence against him. What do you accuse me of? Lin Feng inquired again, colluding with the treasure-gathering pavilion to swindle us out of 200 million taels of silver. Lin Feng was taken aback. So, where is your evidence? If I present evidence, will you then pay me? Li Kuang's query was a trap. If Lin Feng replied affirmatively, it would indirectly confirm his admission of owing the money. Conversely, a negative response would still imply guilt. Where's your evidence? Lin Feng countered, refusing to fall into the trap. That I will show you evidence, but will you give me money? The two gradually lost patience to where's your evidence? You can go to hell, Li Kuang shouted in fury, unleashing his Qi refinement 7th level aura as he charged at Lin Feng. Outside the Lin residence, Lin Feng rubbed his sore wrist and kicked the two aside into the bushes. Exhausting, these two fools. One was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 6th level, yet they could not best Lin Feng, who was merely at the 5th level. The primary reason was that Lin Feng's punches, bolstered by the Xuanfeng feather within him, possessed tremendous momentum, allowing him to incapacitate them in just a few blows. Yet, the exertion was considerable. Lin Feng beckoned, and 3 horse-drawn carriages emerged from the Lin residence. Speeding away with him aboard on the carriage, Lin Feng consumed a vital energy replenishing pill, gradually restoring his true essence that a new driver was at the reins, reporting information to Lin Feng. Am I the only one participating in this battle for supremacy? Lin Feng murmured to himself. The 2 elders had been dismissed, and naturally, their sons were expelled from the Lin family as well. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, most were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement. Sending them would be akin to sending them to their deaths as cannon fodder. This left Lin Feng as the sole contender for battle. Even so, he remained undeterred, with his strength and hidden cards. Self-preservation would pose no issue to Lin Feng pondered. The carriage suddenly came to a screeching halt, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. Are you blind? Watch where you're going, came the driver's furious shout from the front. Lin Feng was taken aback. This scene felt all too familiar that a flash of sword light sliced through the carriage, the roof disappearing in an instant. Lin Feng looked up to find the familiar youth standing atop the carriage. His golden eyes locked on Lin Feng, exuding a murderous intent. Return my sword. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Why was this fellow still pursuing him? I purchased that sword. What right do you have to demand it back? Simply because it is my sword. Where's your evidence? Lin Feng invoked his tactic once more, that if you return the sword to me, you will naturally know. Lin Feng, realizing that he could not avoid handing over the sword without incurring delay for the battle for supremacy, retrieved the broken sword from his storage ring. The moment the sword was exposed to the air, it seemed to be drawn by an inexplicable force, soaring into the air and hovering before the youth. At that moment, even an ordinary person could sense the intertwining auras between the two. Even if it is yours, I paid for it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He did not mind parting with the sword. But he could not walk away empty-handed. The youth stowed the sword away, leaping off the carriage, cautiously asking, So, if I gather enough money, will you return it? The youth, having acquired the sword, exhibited less murderous intent, his eyes reverting to an orange hue as he began conversing normally with Lin Feng. That won't do. Without money, how can the shop allow you to purchase anything? Lin Feng's mood lifted upon realizing the youth could be reasoned with. He was relieved that this fellow was not the unreasonable type he could not contend with. What should I do then? The youth asked, looking somewhat flustered. He recognized the validity of Lin Feng's words, but was unsure how to compensate him. Ever since Lin Feng had slipped away, the youth had spent all his money on pills to enhance his cultivation. Though he had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, he now found himself utterly broke. Just give me the money. 320,000 taels, Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. But I have no money. The youth stuttered. I know where your home is. Once I earn the money, I will deliver it to you. Is that acceptable? Do you think I would believe that? Lin Feng would undoubtedly refuse. How could he allow such a tempting opportunity to slip away? If the boy were to escape, where would Lin Feng find him? What would you do then? The youth fidgeted nervously. casting glances at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent, recalling the humiliating experience of being pursued by this brat the previous day, and a surge of anger welled within him. With a fierce grip, he yanked the boy into the carriage. Then follow me to the contest of heroes and strive to earn money to compensate me. Chapter 18, I Can Feel It. Contest of Heroes? What is that? The youth inquired curiously from within the carriage. IT is a grand event where young disciples from various families are tested. IT consists of 3 stages, each with its own rewards. What must I do? The youth pressed further. Lin Feng hesitated. He was unsure of what the contest would entail, so he shifted the topic that you'll find out when we get there. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Jiang Booby, the boy blurted out. I asked it a pseudonym. How did you know? I want your real name. Jiang Goofing, a fine name. Why use an alias? I don't like it. Very well. Lin Feng and Jiang Goofing engaged in casual conversation as they journeyed along the long road. Having someone to talk to alleviated the loneliness. Eventually, they arrived at the teleportation array in Qingchuan town, where representatives from 3 factions had already gathered. Hurry up, young master, Zhao Zheng exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Everyone is waiting for you. Why the grandstanding? He had already been in the Imperial City, but returned specifically to showcase the grandeur of the alliance of their 3 families to Lin Feng. Lin Feng initially intended to ignore him, but upon noticing Wang Wei, who had swollen to the size of a pig's head beside Zhao Zheng, he couldn't help but express surprise. Did you just buy a pig? Roger's lips twitched, nearly laughing out loud. Wang Wei's fists cracked ominously as he restrained himself from speaking. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He simply couldn't, as his speech became distorted. You should focus on taking care of yourself. Our alliance will surely break into the top 20 this time. As for the Lin family, it seems you're the only one left. Luo Chiue, standing beside Wang Wei, sneered. She had heard that the Lin family's combat strength consisted solely of Lin Feng, while the rest were mere cannon fodder. In stark contrast, their alliance boasted 9 members. Among them, she was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Zheng had just broken through to the 8th level. And Wang Wei was at the 1st level of essence condensation. With this in mind, Luo Chua couldn't help but link her arm with Wang Wei's, looking triumphantly at Lin Feng. Her eyes held no pity, only boundless mockery. Wang Wei, seeing this, wrapped his arm around her waist, flaunting their superiority before Lin Feng. Roger stood awkwardly to the side, a hint of regret in his eyes. Lin Feng, as if oblivious to their antics, approached the elder in charge of registration. From the Lin family, I presume. The elder produced a registration form, ready to fill it out. Lin Feng stepped forward and stated, Lin Feng, 5th level of Qi refinement. Jiang Gufeng, 8th level. Upon hearing this, Luo Chiue's brow furrowed. Who is this Jiang Gufeng? As everyone remained puzzled, from within the carriage, a small, delicate boy emerged. The elder was momentarily taken aback. This little boy was simply adorable. You intend to represent the Lin family in battle. Seeing the astonished gazes of those present, the elder quickly regained his composure and inquired. Indeed, Jiang Gufeng replied cheerfully. What is your relation to the Lin family? Jiang Gufeng turned to Lin Feng and asked, What is our relationship? Everyone was left bewildered. Lin Feng tilted his head in thought, my enemy. After all, he had chased half of Qingchuan town. Was he not an enemy? Jiang Gufeng nodded. All right, an enemy. Everyone was left in utter confusion. Your enemy is here to help you fight in the contest of heroes. The elder chose not to pursue the matter further, truthfully filling in the relationship section of the form. Enemy. All right, everyone, the teleportation array is now open. I wish you all a triumphant return. Wait, just as everyone was about to step into the teleportation array, a voice filled with urgency resonated from the Lin family's carriage. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng was startled. Luo Ye, from within the carriage, Luo Ye emerged, supported by a servant. Luo Ye, what are you doing here? Lin Feng replied, I'm going to battle, not on a leisurely trip that I can't even guarantee my own safety. Bringing you along could put your life at risk. I want to help you. Nonsense. Go back. Lin Feng chided. The assault by Jiang Gufeng the day before had made him acutely aware of his own weakness, and he had not yet become strong enough to protect Luo Yi in such circumstances. Lin Feng could never place Luo Yi in a position of danger. Husband. Luo Yi bit her lip, speaking softly, I'm already at the third level of chi refinement. I won't be a burden. That won't do. Under the gazes of onlookers, Lin Feng lifted Luo Ye into the carriage. Husband, close your eyes and feel first before deciding whether to let me go, without waiting for a response. Luo Ye pressed her palm against Lin Feng's chest. Confused, Lin Feng closed his eyes. Before him was a hazy darkness, akin to the usual experience of closing his eyes, filled with void, in the midst of this boundless darkness. Gray threads appeared before Lin Feng's eyes, seemingly alive as they danced about. The carriage beside them, the dirt road beneath, and the onlookers not far away were all gradually outlined by these threads. The figures formed by the threads were vividly animated, each movement clearly reflected in Lin Feng's mind. "What are you doing in the carriage, you little brat?" Zhao Jing shouted, raising his hand, with his eyes closed. Lin Feng could not see Zhao Zheng, but in his mind, the thread figures raised their hands. Simple lines formed an angry expression, which Lin Feng observed clearly. "Is this your world?" Lin Feng trembled as he spoke. "Can you see it?" "No, I cannot." Luo Ye shook her head, "But I can feel it." The threads dissipated, and darkness returned before Lin Feng's eyes. He opened them to find Luo Ye already looking weak and frail. "What happened?" Lin Feng anxiously produced a chi-restoring pill for Luo Ye, whose complexion improved slightly. "But it's all right. I just overexerted my vital energy," Luo Ye explained. "Once my level increases, I should be able to use it as usual." Lin Feng nodded. This was indeed good news. "Then please, don't leave me alone at home," Luo Ye said softly, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck, "that we promise to stand together at the pinnacle of this world." Hearing her words, Lin Feng nodded solemnly that "I will take you with me, and no matter what happens, I will protect you." People only grow through experience. Now that Luo Ye had hope, he naturally would not hinder her. Even if it meant death, Lin Feng would ensure her safety. Lin Feng carried Luo Ye out of the carriage. Her face still bore an unnatural pallor due to the excessive consumption of vital energy, though the chi-restoring pill slowly brought a hint of color back to her cheeks. "What were you doing in there?" Zhao Zheng questioned, his face a mask of discomfort, observing Luo Ye's current state. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild that in just 20 seconds, Lin Feng couldn't have possibly. Lin Feng ignored Zhao Zheng and turned to the elder. "Add one more person. Luo Ye, third level of chi refinement." "What did you say?" Upon this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. Chapter 19, the Imperial City Array. "How is that possible? How could she be at the third level of chi refinement? You must be exaggerating." Luo Qiue shouted, knowing that the threshold for registration in the Contest of Heroes was the third level of chi refinement. Thus, she was certain that Lin Feng was merely reporting a fabricated level based on the requirements. Luo Ye had only married Lin Feng for a few days. Prior to that, she had not practiced at all. If she truly were at the third level of chi refinement, it would mean that Luo Ye had broken through a minor realm every 2 days. Who could accept that? Consequently, she concluded that Lin Feng was undoubtedly spouting nonsense. The elder, hearing Luo Qiue's words, couldn't help but frown. "Registration is no trivial matter. Please demonstrate your cultivation." Luo Ye's expression became pained. Despite having received the chi-restoring pill, she still could not muster her aura that "I truly am at the third level of chi refinement, but I have exhausted myself," she explained. "Look, they're just deceiving us." Zhao Zheng seized the opportunity to interject. "What were you doing before you came? How could your vital energy be depleted like this? If you wish to participate in the Contest of Heroes, you can't afford to lie. Lin Feng is going to his death anyway. Why do you care about him?" At this point, he changed his tone. "But if you were to accompany me, you would enjoy endless riches and glory with that." Zhao Zheng reached out to grasp Luo Ye's hand. Lin Feng's aura suddenly surged, causing Zhao Zheng's clothes to billow violently. "I almost forgot. The main character is still present." Zhao Zheng's hand stiffened, a mocking smile playing on his lips, that "I hope you can be this resolute in the battle of supremacy." "In the battle of supremacy, I will kill you," Lin Feng replied, his voice as cold as the wind. Luo Ye was his bottom line. Zhao Zheng's actions today were a complete insult to him. While he could tolerate verbal mockery, daring to harm his wife was a matter of life and death. "Oh, you intend to kill me." Zhao Zheng seemed to find the notion utterly ridiculous. opening his arms theatrically. With 8 figures towering like mountains behind him. Tell me, what gives you the right to kill me? Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, taking a deep breath, choosing not to entangle further with him. In the battle of supremacy, he had myriad ways to eliminate this scoundrel, but he approached the elder. Elder, my wife truly is at the 3rd level of chi refinement. She won't cause you any trouble in the Imperial City. The elder scrutinized him deeply before responding. Very well, but even if I agree, there is still a checkpoint on the Imperial City side. Without the 3rd level of chi refinement, participation remains prohibited. Lin Feng sighed in relief. His agreement was sufficient. The teleportation array activated, and the figures of the crowd were instantly engulfed in a blinding white light. The Xianming dynasty reigned over the northern part of the Tianwu continent, covering a territory of 8 million square kilometers. Within the imperial city, a dignified figure sat high in the hall, surveying the masses. This person possessed sharp features, and his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Clad in a golden robe, the aura of an emperor emanated from him. Has the competition format for the Battle of Supremacy been established? The voice from the dragon throne appeared casual, yet seemed to pierce directly into the hearts of all present. It has been established, Your Majesty. The format is a point system, divided into 3 rounds. The first round involves treasure hunting and seizing. The second is a 100-man battle, and the third is one-on-one combat. Each family may send up to 3 participants in each round, with the option to rotate members for subsequent rounds. The speaker knelt before presenting the scoring chart to the emperor. Upon seeing the chart, Xian Yuanyu's stern gaze softened slightly. This time it seems quite thoughtful. However, we cannot allow a tragedy like Lin Hai's to occur again. The death of every genius in the Xianming dynasty pains me. Yes, this time we will definitely strengthen security to prevent any major incidents. Xian Yuanyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over another document. The list of participant as he scanned, his eyes halted on a particular name. Lin Feng? Is he Lin Hai's child? Indeed, a guard nodded vigorously. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hai's child is here to participate in the Battle of Supremacy. Xian Yuanyu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he continued reading. Luoya, she must be this young man's wife. Jiang Gufeng's nemesis? The corners of Xian Yuanyu's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed Lin Feng was not one to be trifled with, much like his father in his youth. After carefully reviewing and finding no issues, Xian Yuanyu returned the list to the guard. I shall personally attend this battle of supremacy. You will go in person? The guard's mouth dropped open. Typically, he only received reports of the results. A knowing smile crept onto Xian Yuanyu's lips. This time, it will surely be intriguing to AT the teleportation array in the Imperial City. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a group of figures. It was the people from Qingchuan town. Finally, we're back here, Zhao Zheng exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if embracing the Imperial City. He then turned to Lin Feng. This is your first visit, isn't it? Would you like me to give you a tour? Lin Feng ignored him, striding directly away from the group. Luoya and Jiang Gufeng followed suit. Oh, such a temper. Zhao Zheng scoffed disdainfully. There's no need to waste breath on a dead man. Wang Wei interjected darkly, turning to Luo Qiue. You wouldn't mind if your sister became a widow, would you? Luo Qiue smirked coldly. Doesn't Zhao Zheng like her? Marry her off to him, then. I have no interest. Zhao Zheng huffed. Someone like her is only good for a fling. I wouldn't even want her as a concubine. Luo Qiue chuckled, but chose not to respond further as the group made their way toward the inn. On the stone-paved ground, Lin Feng felt an uncomfortable heaviness in his steps as he walked through the Imperial City. The familiar sensation washed over him once more. Lin Feng sensed that the entire Imperial City was enveloped in a massive formation. All officials possessed varying degrees of authority within the formation, granted by their positions. The grain officer could open the granary doors. The patrol commander could summon the patrolling soldiers. The inspector could, through the formation, spy on everyone in the shadows. Yet the highest authority rested in the hands of a single individual, the current emperor, Xian Yuanyu. Through this formation, Xian Yuanyu was effectively monitoring everyone. However, he was one man, unable to attend to myriad affairs, hence the establishment of officials to alleviate his burdens. Unfortunately for them, Lin Feng had arrived. The authority within the formation was likely shared between two individuals, one in the light, the other in the dark. That a smile slowly formed on Lin Feng's lips. He sensed that he could seize the emperor's authority in an instant, rendering the formation to serve only him. However, there was no need for such drastic measures. Even if he altered the formation's information, the emperor would remain oblivious, for at this moment, he was one with the formation. Chapter 20. The Feng Family. Feng Xingyi within the imperial city, outside a weapon forging shop, Lin Feng stood with three companions. Just moments ago, the rules for the Battle of Supremacy had been announced, set for the dead of night. Thus, Lin Feng decided to procure a fitting weapon. This Yunwen sword is merely forged from ordinary iron, or what justifies a price of 200,000 taels. Lin Feng frowned, returning the iron sword to the shelf. The price was more than 10 times higher than in Xingchuan town. The blacksmith's eyes flashed with disdain. He despised dealing with such country bumpkins. The prices in the imperial city were far beyond what someone from a backwater place could comprehend. Oh, you have a forging chamber? Jianggu Feng suddenly inquired. Though we do, the blacksmith replied, pointing to two openings behind him. 5,000 taels for 1 hour. Jianggu Feng's expression froze. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Are you planning to forge that sword? Yes, Jianggu Feng nodded. Help me pay for it. I'll assist you in killing. How long will it take? Lin Feng asked. 3 hours. Lin Feng calculated the time. The Battle of Supremacy would commence at midnight, leaving approximately 4 hours from now. He retrieved 15,000 taels and handed them to the blacksmith. The blacksmith scoffed, accepting the silver. The kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, claiming to kill. That I look forward to seeing your bruised face on the screen then. Jianggu Feng entered the forging chamber while Lin Feng browsed through the blacksmith shop. After a lengthy search, he found nothing to his liking that he decided to take Luoya to the Imperial City's treasure pavilion. The blacksmith, in a foul mood, wiped down all the swords Lin Feng had handled, muttering under his breath, "People from small places are such a nuisance. They look but by nothing." As they walked away, Luoya curiously asked, "Husband, how did you manage to attract him? Was it because of that sword?" Lin Feng, rarely showing a hint of guilt, replied, "I'm sorry. I initially intended to craft you a soft armor." Luoya chuckled, mimicking Lin Feng's tone with feigned maturity. "We are husband and wife. No need for apologies." Lin Feng paused, then smiled broadly. "Yes, that I will take you to the Imperial City's treasure pavilion. They should have even better soft armor." All right, inside the treasure pavilion of the Imperial City, a young man in white was selecting suitable treasures. However, after a lengthy search, he found nothing to his satisfaction. Over 90% of the treasures in the Imperial City were already owned by the Feng family. To catch this young master's eye, ordinary treasures simply wouldn't suffice. Just as he prepared to leave with his entourage, a graceful figure outside the pavilion caught his attention. Although it was a man and a woman, his gaze remained fixed on the woman. She wearing a black bandage over her eyes? What kind of role-playing game is that? Feng Xingyi licked his lips and signaled to his subordinate. The subordinate immediately understood and approached the counter. Lin Feng and Luoya entered the treasure pavilion, finally finding a piece of female armor that caught his eye. He took the protective armor out, held it up to Luoya, and found it fit perfectly. It was of high-grade Xian rank, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a true martial rel practitioner. Lin Feng nodded slightly at the description. This armor seemed tailor-made for Luoya. Yet the price was indeed steep, 10,000 taels of gold. In the interest of ensuring Luoya's safety, no matter the cost, it must be procured. Subsequently, he took Luoya on another tour and was captivated by a long sword of deep azure hue. The sword was named Frost. It was of the mysterious high grade, capable of leaving behind unmelting ice marks on the wounds of the adversary it struck. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. This was the one. He gathered the two items and approached the counter. "Let us settle the account for these two items." The counter. A staff member appeared troubled. "Young hero, these items are of high quality and can only be purchased by those of considerable status within the royal city." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Is there such a stipulation? My lady, I notice your countenance is not quite at ease. Have you encountered some predicament?" In the distance, a young gentleman clad in white fortuitously overheard their exchange. With a sharp snap, he opened his white folding fan and elegantly ambled over while fanning himself. This was the young master of the Feng family, the foremost among the four great families of the royal city. As a nearby servant discreetly informed, Feng Xingyi initially assumed they would immediately shower him with flattery, only to find that the two remained unresponsive. However, he felt no irritation. It was quite normal for those of lesser status to feign ignorance. I can procure these two items on your behalf, merely wishing to forge a connection with this lady. If it is Master Feng, then that is certainly acceptable. The shop may even extend a 10% discount for you. The attendant replied earnestly, I am most grateful. Feng Xingyi smiled, directly paying without soliciting the opinions of the two. Lin Feng retrieved the money he had originally prepared and placed it on the counter. Thank you. Master Feng, but my wife suffers from an eye ailment and is unlikely to forge a connection with you. He directly addressed the relationship with Luoya, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Wife? A fleeting glimmer of chilling light crossed Feng Xingyi's eyes. Swiftly concealed behind a mask of composure, I had presumed you were siblings. Seeing as she is your wife, I have indeed overstepped. May I inquire your name? Lin Feng. Feng Xingyi seemed to recollect something. Is your father Lin Hai? Indeed, my father is Lin Hai. Upon uttering these words, Lin Feng distinctly sensed Feng Xingyi's demeanor shift to one of indifference, even the smile at the corner of his lips morphing into a sneer. He was disinclined to linger further and departed the treasure-gathering pavilion, carrying the two items alongside Luoya. Did you hear that? After Lin Feng's departure, the smile on Feng Xingyi's face fully unfurled. 16 years ago, the son who was rendered a cripple by the family patriarch, that I never imagined he would participate in the battle for supremacy. Feng Xingyi's smile turned increasingly sardonic. How fortuitous that I should cross paths with him. Since fate has decreed our encounter, how could I not bestow upon him an opportunity akin to that of his father, to express my gratitude for his arduous journey to meet his demise? My lord, along their way, Luoya sensed Lin Feng's brooding demeanor and felt a twinge of concern. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two arrived at the entrance of an alchemy shop. Lin Feng inquired about purchasing some cultivation elixirs and rented 2 private cultivation chambers. Luoya, I shall practice for a while. You may take a moment to rest. With that, Lin Feng entered the training room alone. What a wretched feeling, so utterly wretched. Inside the training chamber, Lin Feng's hand unconsciously clenched tightly. Reminiscing about the grievances he had endured in recent days, a tide of frustration surged within him. He must grow stronger, strong enough that all would tremble before him. In the adjacent training room, Luoya sat cross-legged on a cushion, her mind heavy with thoughts. She could easily discern Lin Feng's turmoil, yet she lamented that the knots in her heart could only be unraveled by herself. Some would falter under such pressure, while others would soar to great heights. Luoya firmly believed Lin Feng would be among the latter. She removed the black satin from her head, and within her pallid eyes, threads of gray seemed to dance with a life of their own. Luoya practiced. The gray strands gradually extended from her eyes, intertwining around her snow-white neck. Time passed slowly to be the end. Her entire body was ensnared by the threads. An eerie, cold aura, seemingly emanating from the netherworld, erupted within the training chamber. Chapter 21. 4th grade spirit essence pill in the blacksmith's forge. The smith, mindful of time, pushed open Jiang Gufeng's door after 3 hours had elapsed. Kid, 3 hours are up. Inside, Jiang Gufeng's icy gaze swept over the blacksmith. His golden eyes seemed to ensnare the very soul, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down the blacksmith's brow. I understand. Jiang Gufeng had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He lifted the sword wrapped in long strips of cloth from the floor and exited the forge. Boom! Outside the blacksmith shop. Jiang Gufeng no longer needed to conceal his aura. The overwhelming presence of a peak qi cultivation level erupted, causing the flag above the forge to flap violently in the wind. What my master said was indeed correct. Upon finding the world's sword, my strength shall undergo a qualitative leap. Jiang Gufeng mused, feeling the power within him. The battle for supremacy is about to begin. Gazing at the darkening night, he strode in a determined direction. Meanwhile, in the other training room, amidst a heap of elixirs, Lin Feng successfully elevated his cultivation to the 6th level of qi cultivation. After assessing his physical state, he felt a surge of excitement, but couldn't help but sigh. Resources, he was in dire need of a copious amount. The 7-star severing god technique was indeed extraordinary. Utilizing the medicinal power to forge stars allowed Lin Feng to rapidly enhance his cultivation without any side effects. However, the required medicinal power was staggeringly vast. After spending 10,000 taels of gold on elixirs, he had only managed to ascend one level. Hiss, it's so cold. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng suddenly shivered. It seemed that the chill emanated from the adjacent room. Wait, the adjacent room. Lin Feng quickly rose and knocked lightly on the door of Luo Ya's training chamber. Luo Ya, are you cultivating? Yes, I am. Luo Ya replied, opening the door. Lin Feng glanced around but saw nothing unusual. The training room appeared as untouched as when Luo Ya had first entered. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. The battle for supremacy is about to commence. Do not stray from my side. Luo Ya nodded, and the two departed the alchemy shop to the center of the royal city. A formation soared into the sky like a torch. Figures poured in like locusts, each at least at the 6th level of qi cultivation, with some even reaching the condensation realm. Wang Wei stood amidst the crowd, surveying the qi cultivation figures, his heart brimming with a sense of superiority. Lin Feng, he gritted his teeth. Though he had managed to treat the marks on his face in the royal city, the hatred within him could only be quenched by Lin Feng's demise. Beside him, 8 figures were also searching for that particular silhouette. Luo Jie frowned, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. They have arrived. With Zhao Zheng's proclamation, the others followed his gaze to a young man approaching, his back adorned with a long sword wrapped in strips of cloth. Where's Lin Feng? Wang Wei frowned, noticing Lin Feng was absent from Jiang Gufeng's side. This guy dares to assist Lin Feng. If he enters the formation, he will meet the same fate. Zhao Zheng's tone was laced with malice. Time ticked by. The elder finished announcing the competition rules, and the formation was about to commence. Just then, 2 figures hurriedly arrived. Fortunately, we are not late. Lin Feng took a deep breath, instantly feeling 9 pairs of eyes lock onto him. He is here. Wang Wei's lips curled into a grin as he gestured an obscene gesture towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng merely smiled slightly, choosing to ignore the fool. When the elixir's effects kick in, you will wish you had not. Zhao Zheng's shadowy gaze seemed poised to pierce through Lin Feng. He still smiles. Let us see if he can maintain that smile when we confront him. As the formation activated, the first round of the battle for supremacy officially commenced. With the elder's command, everyone unhesitatingly stepped into the formation. Jiang Gufeng approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with him, smiled, and led Luo Ya into the formation. The sun shone brightly, and the trees cast ample shade. One moment, the royal city was as dark as ink. The next, they found themselves in a lush, verdant forest. All present experienced a fleeting sense of disorientation. This the world within the formation? Lin Feng sensed carefully, then a look of astonishment spread across his face. Why are there so many treasures? Jiang Gufeng glanced at Lin Feng, then explained, You weren't here earlier. You likely don't know the rules for this round. Lin Feng nodded, eager for him to elaborate. This first round involves treasure hunting and acquisition. First grade treasures yield 1 point, second grade 5 points, and third grade 10 points. What about the yellow and mysterious grade techniques and martial arts? Lin Feng inquired. Those items were not permitted to enter. Lin Feng understood the general premise. The more items one brought out, the higher the scored in this grand formation. One could kill freely without the risk of actual death. The treasure has been ensnared within a formation, belonging solely to the individual who claimed it. However, within the confines of the formation, its use is strictly prohibited, as it will be detected. After Jiang Gufeng spoke, Lin Feng committed every word to memory. Activating the skill Tian Shu, the myriad locations of treasures were etched into his mind as if sculpted by a chisel. Not only that, he could even discern the positions of the participants with clarity. Just as he was attuning his senses, a formidable wave of energy caught his attention. Young master, is there truly a 4th-tier treasure? A young disciple from the Feng family could not help but inquire. Of course, my father told me so himself. There can be no doubt. Feng Xingyi replied with unwavering conviction. When we retrieve the treasure later, you all must ensure my safety. Yes, The three members of the Feng family moved swiftly, aware that their images would be broadcast on the external screens. Feng Xingyi could not directly pull out the map his father had given him. I recall it being around here, Feng Xingyi said, gazing at the familiar terrain, a frown creasing his brow. But why do I not sense the aura of the treasure? Young master, young master. An anxious voice called from a distance. Feng Xingyi's brow furrowed. What is it? The person hurriedly approached, exclaiming, There's a cave ahead. Quickly, it must be the entrance. However, the young disciple from the Feng family wore a troubled expression. Upon arriving at the cave's vicinity, Feng Xingyi noticed an inscription on the stone tablet nearby. Wang Wei visited here. Will anyone fall for this? Luo Ye expressed concern, deeming such a trick rather juvenile. This level of deceit is insufficient. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The real spectacle is yet to come. In his hand, a lustrous, round elixir shimmered with a gentle glow. Fourth tier superior. Ling Yuan Dan, a pill capable of directly aiding a Xiaoyao realm expert in elevating their cultivation. Lin Feng knew without a doubt the immense potency contained within. Finding a secluded cave entrance, he addressed the two. Luo Ye, you both can search around here, but do not stray too far from me. He then swallowed the Ling Yuan Dan, and his aura surged significantly. Yet, the power of this elixir was far from over. Ha! Congratulations to the Wang family for being the first to acquire a fourth-tier elixir, taking the lead. Outside the formation, everyone watched as Wang Wei obtained the Lin Yuan Dan on the screen. The head of the Feng family smiled amiably in congratulations, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng has manipulated the footage. Chapter 22. The turn of events. Wang Zhentian's smile was strained. Did this ungrateful child not realize that this fourth-tier elixir had been predetermined? However, once Wang Wei emerged, he could secretly return the elixir. He gathered his thoughts and spoke. I've heard that the head of the Feng family is on the verge of touching that legendary realm. This Ling Yuan Dan is of no use to the Wang family, and is presented in advance as a congratulatory gift to the head of the Feng family. Feng Xiao feigned cordiality with Wang Zhentian, secretly acknowledging his understanding. This way, the black elixir, which had been siphoned from the royal family, could be seamlessly legitimized. He could consume it without hesitation, as it was not acquired by the Feng family, but rather gifted to him by the Wang family. With this thought, Feng Zhao's spirits lifted, prompting him to engage Wang Zhentian in further conversation. Within the formation, Lin Feng sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, his aura continually rising. The torrent of true energy within him surged like a river. And with a crack, a sudden burst of momentum erupted. He had once more broken through. 2 hours later, Lin Feng's cultivation gradually came to a halt. His realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement. Having risen directly from the 6th level, he had shattered nearly 3 minor realms. Within him, that star grew ever brighter, as if alive, residing in his dantian. Sensing the unending flow of power, Lin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He no longer had to worry about depleting his true energy when utilizing Xuanfengyu. Luo Ye, Lin Feng called out joyfully, but received no response. Frowning, he began to call Jiang Gufeng, only to be met with silence as well. His heart sank. Activating the skill Tian Shu, the formation displayed that a group was rapidly approaching. He concealed himself at the cave entrance, watching as the group passed by, their conversations reaching his ears. Wang Wei is truly a pill jar. Nearly killed by a 10th level qi refinement practitioner. Indeed, but that girl draped in black cloth is quite alluring. One man, his face marred by pockmarks, couldn't help but wipe his mouth at the thought of that enchanting figure. Swished, a cold glint of sword light sliced through the air, and the lewd man's head fell, his lustful gaze extinguished before he could react. Who? An unexpected turn of events left everyone tense, instinctively drawing their weapons. A young figure emerged slowly from the dense forest, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. Tell me, where are those two now? 8th level of qi refinement. The leader of the group revealed a cruel smile, his heart somewhat relieved. They must be dead. Although they won't truly perish within this grand formation, their martial path is surely severed, in the realm of martial arts. One contends against heaven. Those who have faced death once are more prone to developing a fear of it, easily succumbing to inner demons during their cultivation. Lin Feng's eyes turned red. Who killed them? The man's narrow eyes narrowed further, his tone unfriendly. Do I have any obligation to answer your questions? Swish, swish, point. Two beams of sword light sliced through, catching the man off guard as Lin Feng struck. Without warning, he hastily evaded, his face contorted in a grimace. Oh, you really think I'm afraid of you? As his internal technique activated, a violent wind coalesced around him. Wind blade technique. The swift shadows of the blades split into three, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Lin Feng positioned the frost sword before his chest, the power of the Tian Shu star coursing through him. With a single stroke, the world dimmed momentarily. Crackle, crackle. The blade shadows shattered upon contact with Lin Feng's strike, crashing down upon the man amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. A fountain of blood erupted from his mouth, and the knife he held splintered into two, though Zhuo Chang's expression remained fierce. A flicker of fear betrayed him deep within his gaze. Had he not blocked that sword in time, he would surely have been cleaved in two. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack with me. He hastily beckoned those beside him, and the others, finally snapping back to reality, rushed to shield the man. They were not immobilized by Lin Feng. Rather, their young master had just mocked Wang Wei's realm as fraudulent, and turning around to charge at Lin Feng would be akin to slapping their young master's face. Zhuo Chang understood this well, yet had no choice but to feign ignorance, leading the group to rush towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng maintained his poised stance, calmly sheathing his sword as a tempestuous force erupted from within him. A dense, dark cloud loomed over everyone, sending 7 or 8 individuals reeling in that moment. Even a 3-year-old child would sense the oppressive and turbulent aura. Lin Feng raised his sword, terrifying true energy, converging frantically at its tip. Zhuo Chang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him, his calves trembling involuntarily. You tell me this is the Qi refinement realm? I swear, I will tell you everything. He shouted in panic, devoid of any fighting spirit. Lin Feng's long hair whipped wildly in the wind, his voice cold as a ghost. I gave you a chance. With the sword drawn, the dark clouds were scattered by the gale. A terrifying sword force surged towards Zhuo Chang, who could only watch in horror as he was cleaved in two. The earth before Lin Feng was carved into a 100-meter-long chasm by the sheer force of that sword. Zhuo Chang had fallen. Step, step, step. The sound of Lin Feng's approach resonated like the tolling of death's bell in the eyes of the remaining onlookers. Tell me, what has transpired? Outside the formation, as they watched the scene unfold on the screen, everyone wore expressions of shock. In a corner, Jiang Gufeng, with blood at the corner of his mouth, gazed at the manipulated footage with a grave expression. He had initially thought Wang Wei weak, merely a pill jar. But upon witnessing the astonishing sword strike displayed on the screen, he was compelled to admit that he was inferior to Wang Wei. Jiang Gufeng turned to Luoya, who was seated nearby, recovering her true energy, and a hint of remorse flickered in his eyes. I apologize. Under those circumstances, I had no choice. Luoya shook her head, saying, there is no need for your apologies. That if you do not kill me, I shall take my own life, which may be swifter than your own hand could manage. Though he could not see them, he could keenly sense the malice emanating from those around him. A sensation that made her feel utterly nauseated in her heart. She even felt a peculiar gratitude towards Jiang Gufeng for sparing her the indignity of further humiliation. Lin Feng stifled his rage as he listened to the account of his clan member. Upon hearing that Jiang Gufeng, recognizing his inability to prevail, had first slain Luoya before taking his own life, the murderous intent within him surged to its peak. Lead the way, Lin Feng rasped. But the Zhua clansmen trembled, hesitating to move. To guide an enemy to allies was a grave act of treachery. What, are you truly afraid that they, in their multitude, cannot overcome a single foe? After a moment of difficulty, the Zhua clansmen managed to respond. Head east for 10 miles. The place with the most people is their stronghold. I cannot lead you there, even if it cost me my life. A gentle breeze swept by, and he, believing Lin Feng intended to kill him, anxiously shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found Lin Feng had vanished without a trace. Chapter 23. The peerless monster within a dense forest. Wang Wei stowed away a second-tier elixir, feeling a sense of agitation. Encountering Jiang Gufeng and Luo should have been fortuitous, perfectly suitable for luring Lin Feng into revealing himself. Yet, unexpectedly, the scoundrel Zhao Zheng insisted on laying hands upon Luo Ye, provoking Jiang Gufeng to unleash his primal instincts, killing several of their number in a furious red-eyed rage. Just as he thought he was about to subdue Jiang Gufeng, the latter had the audacity to kill Luo Ye and then take his own life, resulting in the loss of several men without gaining anything in return. Now, seeking Lin Feng would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. With this thought, he cast a resentful glance at Zhao Zheng, who, feeling ashamed under his gaze, scratched his head awkwardly. Their party now consisted solely of Zhao Zheng, Wang Wei, Wang Xiaoming, Luo Qiwei, and Luo Jie, the other for having been slain by Jiang Gufeng. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, and the five of them mechanically searched for various treasures, having long since abandoned the hope of finding Lin Feng, instead merely wishing to ensure his defeat in the upcoming battle. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged through the layers of foliage, sweeping toward them. Luo Jie seemed to sense something amiss and turned his head as a leaf silently glided across his neck, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. The others were startled by Luo Jie's sudden plight. With a thud, Luo Jie fell to his knees, clutching his throat, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the figure approaching them. It was Lin Feng. Wang Wei, ignoring the gravely wounded Luo Jie, felt as if he were a ravenous wolf spotting a defenseless lamb, his eyes glinting with cold malice. "I hear you've been seeking me." Lin Feng brandished his frost sword, casually slicing the air, leaving a deep gash upon the ground. "It last. I have found you. I have not forgotten the grudge of the 10 billion taels of silver you owe me," Wang Wei replied with a sinister grin. 10 billion taels of silver. Indeed, that was my doing, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "I acknowledge it. What will you do about it?" "Huh?" Wang Wei felt an exhilarating rush at Lin Feng's unabashed admission that, you know that the battle for supremacy is being broadcast live. "Oh, my goodness! How explosive!" The others stared, dumbfounded at the scene on the screen. They witnessed Feng Xingyi and his female companion entwined in a passionate embrace, their limbs entangled, clearly overwhelmed. The remaining clan members were scattered around, keeping watch for any threats. Everyone present turned astonished gazes toward the head of the Feng family. Feng Xiao's expression was equally grim. The audacious young man's flirtations could be overlooked, but to engage so brazenly during a live broadcast? Moreover, the footage had lingered far too long. Did others not deserve their share of the screen time? Feng Xiao seethed, feeling as though countless needles were pricking at him from the scrutinizing gazes of those around. Just as it seemed the couple might shed their garments, the scene reluctantly shifted elsewhere. Live broadcast? I am aware. Lin Feng smiled innocently. It should be quite entertaining to witness the young Master Wang Wei's performance leading to his demise. Die? Just you. Wang Wei's aura suddenly erupted, enveloping him in a blazing heat, his presence growing formidable. Alongside him, Luo, Che, Zhao Zheng, and the others unleashed their own energies, pressing toward Lin Feng. The sound of slicing air was particularly jarring, and upon seeing Lin Feng draw his sword, Wang Wei quickly clasped his hands together. Fire prison. A searing flame erupted around Lin Feng, igniting all flammable materials in proximity, causing Lin Feng's motion to halt abruptly. Simultaneously, the fire continued to spread relentlessly toward him. This Wang family's burning void technique. Lin Feng trembled the frost sword in his hand, glancing at the rapidly approaching Luo Cho, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Did he not share a grudge with her? Why did she always rush to the forefront? Wasn't she the one who had been unwilling to marry? With a flash of steel, the chilling light of his blade struck Luo Cho, shattering her long sword into fragments. She was sent reeling back, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng, her expression one of sheer horror. 8th level of Qi training. What? Zhao Zheng and Wang Xiaoming's pupils constricted in shock, and Wang Wei was equally astounded. No one was more taken aback than he at Lin Feng's cultivation level. For everyone else, it was mere conjecture. But he had personally witnessed Lin Feng's meridian shattered, confirming him to be a complete cripple, and he had subsequently entrusted Lin Feng's return to the Lin family with a sense of relief. believing the young man would never rise again, destined to remain in his shadow. Yet unexpectedly, he had unwittingly released such a monster. In less than 10 days, from being utterly crippled to ascending to the 8th level of Qi training. A true marvel. His expression twisted from shock to a menacing snarl as he bellowed at the four, a mere 8th level of Qi training. Let us all attack together. In secret, he transmitted a message to his father, urging him to temporarily disable the resurrection system of their formation. This boy must be eliminated. He will surely become a source of grave concern. Outside the formation, upon receiving Wang Wei's news, Wang Jintian was jolted. He hastily bid farewell to Feng Xiao and activated a wind flight talisman, swiftly making his way to the control room of the formation. That a peerless monster who had ascended to the 8th level of Qi training in just 10 days had now positioned the Wang family in a life-or-death scenario. Wang Jintian understood the terror of such a genius and knew he must be eradicated at all costs before he could pose a threat. After navigating various obstacles, he found Elder Sun, who was frantically trying to regain control of the screens, drenched in sweat from the ordeal. What is happening? Why is this screen unresponsive? Why? He anxiously adjusted various talismans, recalling Feng Xiao's urgent instructions, his heart racing with panic. Elder Sun, Wang Jintian called, startling him. Elder Sun shot a reproachful glance at Wang Jintian, speaking in a deep voice. What is it? My son intends to kill Lin Feng. I beseech you to exert yourself a little more. Wang Jintian smiled amiably, slipping a bag of true crystals into Elder Sun's pocket. The heavy weight alleviated some of the urgency on Elder Sun's face. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. See for yourself. Elder Sun gestured toward the screen. Wang Jintian turned to look, only to be rendered speechless in shock. Within the formation, a tempest raged around Lin Feng. The violent winds distorted the expressions of the four opponents. With only Wang Wei managing to move freely, albeit still hindered in many ways, Stormlance, Thunder Serpent, Oblivion Fire, the three unleashed their martial techniques, aiming to disrupt Lin Feng's spellcasting, while Wang Wei gritted his teeth and released his most potent attack. Heavenly Fire. At the very moment he unleashed his technique, he suddenly felt his inner energy falter, his eyes widening in disbelief. In front of everyone, his technique was forcibly interrupted, and without any forewarning, he blurted out 6 words. I am Lin Feng's dog. Chapter 24. Framing other, Zhao Zheng stared at Wang Wei, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Feng wore a smile. Good dog, come to my side. The condensing elixir he had prepared for Wang Wei was intended precisely for this moment. Wang Wei nodded obediently and truly approached Lin Feng. Under the horrified gazes of all present, Lin Feng severed Wang Wei's head. All the treasures Wang Wei had gathered were swiftly claimed by Lin Feng, instantly reversing the tide of the confrontation. This scene was so bizarre that it sent chills down Luo Qiue and the other spines. How do you wish to die? Lin Feng pointed his sword at the remaining 3. Wang Wei is dead, and the remaining 3 are unable to stir even a ripple. Luo Qiue, the first to recover from her shock, forces a smile she deems beautiful, suppressing her discomfort. Lin Feng, I admit that I misjudged you before. Could we possibly have a chance to start anew? A fresh start? Lin Feng furrows his brow, retorting, did you ever consider my feelings when you vehemently resisted our marriage? Did you think of how my family's honor has been tarnished because of you? Now you speak of starting over, but what of the humiliation my family has endured? What do you think my wife means to you? I was wrong, Lin Feng. Please grant me an opportunity to serve you alongside Luo Ye. Luo Qiue pleads desperately, yet Lin Feng remains unmoved. With a swift draw, his sword gleams coldly as it arcs towards Luo Qiue. This is his response. To hesitate for even a moment would betray Luo Ye. The sword light blazes like a silken thread, and in a panic, Luo Qiue produces a protective talisman, barely managing to deflect the strike. Gazing into Lin Feng's frigid eyes, she exclaims in exasperation, have you lost your mind? What makes me less worthy than Luo Ye? You are in every way inferior to Luo Ye. Some 10 miles away, beneath the shade of a tree, Feng Xingyi, having just concluded a battle, notices a signal from the talisman in his hand and smiles faintly. Indeed, it would have been better had this happened sooner. It is the talisman he left for Luo Qiue. Now that it has activated, it signifies that she has come to her senses. The thought of Luo Qiue's alluring figure ignites a spark of desire in Feng Xingyi's eyes, causing him to neglect his female companion, who lies unconscious at his feet due to the tumultuous ride that a formidable aura radiates from Feng Xingyi, revealing his status as a 6th-level practitioner of the condensation realm. Stay here and wait for Yuan Yuan to awaken before you leave. Yes, young master. After issuing his instructions, Feng Xingyi vanishes in an instant. Can I avoid death? Luo Qiue laments pitifully, unwilling even to feign death. Fearing the damage it might inflict on her martial foundation, she seeks to buy time until Feng Xingyi arrives to rescue them. The only response she receives is Lin Feng's chilling sword edge. The three of them attack together, but are still overwhelmed by Lin Feng, their fear palpable as it spreads across their faces. Despite Lin Feng being at the 8th level of the Qi training realm, the pressure he exudes is no less than that of Wang Wei, a practitioner of the condensation realm. Could he truly be a genius capable of fighting above his level? Lin Feng skillfully engages them, unhurried, for the true protagonist of this drama has yet to arrive. What should I do now? What can I do? Wang Jintian's mind is blank as he gazes at the images playing on the screen. A chill runs down his spine. Why are they showing this segment? Can't they display something else? His voice trembles with fear on the screen. Wang Wei consumes a 4th-tier elixir, and his aura surges dramatically. Elder Sun sighs, pointing at the various formations within the control room. Why don't you give it a try? Wang Jintian immediately begins to operate the controls, but soon realizes, to his dismay, that the control room is no longer within their grasp. A bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead as he exchanges glances with Elder Sunday. Could it be the Emperor? Elder Sun nods. Aside from the Emperor, no one possesses the power to directly strip away another's control. Humph. Outside the screen, Feng Xiao snorts disdainfully, causing the attendants nearby to tremble in fear, not daring to utter a word. As Feng Xiao's fury escalates, the temperature in the vicinity drops several degrees. The Wang family truly has some audacity. Jiang Gufeng observes the scene with growing concern as Wang Wei finishes the 4th-tier elixir. It perplexes him how Lin Feng was able to suppress Wang Wei completely, as even he could not contend with Wang Wu as a practitioner of the condensation realm. Wang Wei holds a natural advantage over practitioners of the Qi training realm, a disparity that becomes even more pronounced after consuming the elixir. Within the formation, Lin Feng has been engaged in combat with the three for dozens of exchanges. He begins to feel anxious. If no one arrives soon, time may run out. Under his deliberate guidance, the screen should display Wang Wei consuming the elixir and battling him. Yet to hold his own against a practitioner of the condensation realm who has ingested a 4th-tier elixir raises questions. In contrast, Zhao Zheng, initially flustered, grows increasingly confident, sensing that Lin Feng is not holding back. He unleashes a series of extravagant techniques, all of which Lin Feng deftly counters. However, Lin Feng's hasty evasion suggests he may be running low on strength. With several 100,000 spectators watching, he must defeat Lin Feng in the most spectacular manner. Suddenly, he senses a powerful energy wave approaching. Upon closer inspection, it is a 6th-level practitioner of the condensation realm. Feng Xingyi has arrived. Lin Feng is elated, but Zhao Zheng feels a pang of anxiety. This moment of triumph over Lin Feng must not be snatched away by Feng Xingyi, just as he prepares to unleash his strongest technique. He suddenly feels his body lift uncontrollably into the in a panic. He attempts to regain control, but it proves futile, and he crashes heavily to the ground. Before him lies his ankle. A headless body collapses at his feet. Luo Qiue and Wang Xiaoming meet the same fate. With one swing of his sword, Lin Feng sends the heads of the three soaring into the sky. Feng Xingyi, rushing over, is taken aback by the sight. An 8th-level practitioner has effortlessly dispatched 3 opponents of the same realm. Such a scene would be shocking anywhere. Yet he's a practitioner of the condensation realm, specifically at the 6th level. Lin Feng cannot possibly defeat him. Lin Feng gathers the treasures from the 3 into his storage ring, refining the elixirs in an instant, converting them into nourishment for the Tianshu star. His aura surges slightly. He casts a grateful glance at Feng Xingyi, a smirk of scheming success curling at the corner of his mouth. Thank you for providing my performance with a perfect conclusion. Feng Xingyi looks at Lin Feng with mockery. Surely you don't believe that saying such peculiar things will allow you to escape my grasp? Before he can finish, Lin Feng slowly vanishes before Feng Xingyi's astonished gaze. Chapter 25. Time lag. Roger is in immense pain, tormented by a conflict between his allegiance and his brother and sister. As the leaves graze his throat, he inexplicably feels a sense of relief. Transported out of the formation, he sees Jiang Gufeng and Luo Yan not far away, and he instinctively moves toward them. Seeing Roger approach, Jiang Gufeng's eyes flash with wariness as he positions himself protectively in front of Luo Yan. That I've seen this man. He is from Wang Wei's faction. Roger forces a bitter smile. Sister, it's me. Brother? Luo Yan is taken aback, her voice trembling. Yes. Roger purses his lips, intending to say something to Luo Yan, but hesitates upon seeing her tending to her wounds. He is at a loss for words. Is he really your brother? Jiang Gufeng coldly interjects. Roger nods, feeling a surge of gratitude toward this young man. If it weren't for him, Luo Yan would likely have fallen into enemy hands. Humph, so you're Luo Yan's brother. Jiang Gufeng's hostility deepens. What were you doing when she was nearly humiliated? How dare you call yourself her brother? Jiang Gufeng's merciless remark leaves Roger feeling even more ashamed. He wants to retort, to clarify that he had not laid a hand on her, but the words die in his throat that I'm sorry. Aside from that phrase, he finds himself at a loss for what else to say. So, did Wang Wei send you to check on our situation? Luo Yan gently inquires. Roger is momentarily stunned. Does she see him as someone who exploits familial ties for personal gain? I am not like our father. He explains, but you are already deeply entangled. Roger falls silent. Perhaps he had foreseen their relationship reaching this juncture. Yet when Luo Yan weighs their bond against her own interests, it pierces his heart. Because of you. Your sister's martial journey will likely be fraught with challenges. Jiang Gufeng interjects. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you should not appear before your sister. His words are unusually abundant, perhaps because he, too, has a sister whom he fiercely protects. Roger's expression is complex as he gazes at Luo Yan, but Jiang Gufeng blocks his path without mercy. Seeing that Luo Yan has no intention of continuing the conversation, Roger reluctantly departs. A brother like him is worse than none at all. Jiang Gufeng sat on the ground, gazing at the departing figure of Roger, unable to suppress his words. Luo Yan gently shook her head. He has his own difficulties. I do not blame him. Yet, we are ultimately from opposing factions. At that moment, the teleportation array began to ripple once more. Lin Feng was expelled from the formation, his body marred with injuries. These wounds were self-inflicted. A ruse to conceal the fact that he had chosen to escape the array. Jiang Gufeng hurriedly approached to assist Lin Feng. Along the way, Lin Feng repeatedly reflected on his scheme. I end this frame of framing. He pondered whether he had overlooked any illogical aspects. According to his script, apart from Wang Wei's team, he controlled the perspectives of everyone else. From the audience's viewpoint, he was slain by Wang Wei after consuming the elixir and subsequently teleported out of the formation. When Feng Xingyi emerged from the array, upon hearing the accounts of those around him, he would automatically deduce that Lin Feng had used a treasure to escape, fortuitously encountering Wang Wei. That a fierce battle would ensue between Wang Wei and Lin Feng. And seeing himself at a disadvantage, Wang Wei would consume a Lingyuan Dan to overcome Lin Feng. The events that Feng Xingyi envisioned and those displayed on the screen bore a time discrepancy. Fortunately, within the array, time could not be aligned with reality. In other words, they could not utilize temporal clues for reasoning. This was also the reason Lin Feng waited for someone to arrive at the scene. He required a witness, and Feng Xingyi was undoubtedly the most perfect one. Thus, Lin Feng artfully concealed the truth through a screen, manipulating both the audience and Feng Xingyi to applaud his performance. Next, only one crucial element remained. The most significant piece on the chessboard was about to make its entrance. In truth, Wang Wei, who was originally drawn into the array to be resurrected, had not emerged. Instead, Lin Feng had cleverly maintained his presence within the formation. Now, Lin Feng was once again altering the narrative, forcing Wang Wei to be resurrected within the array, although from Zhao Zheng and Luo Qiue's perspective. It appeared as though Lin Feng had slain Wang Wei. Lin Feng did not intend to deceive them. Even if they discovered the truth, what of it? when people witnessed Wang Wei emerging unscathed from the array. Who would believe their claims? After confirming that no discrepancies had occurred, Lin Feng could not help but let out a sinister chuckle. "What are you laughing about? That sounds quite wicked," Luo Ye inquired curiously. Lin Feng softly explained his thoughts to her. Luo Ye's mouth, slightly agape, took a while before exclaiming, "You are so wicked. Putting that aside, how is your body?" Lin Feng asked with concern that my body. Luo Ye hesitated. "It's fine considering it's a false death. It's just that my vital energy has been somewhat depleted." Lin Feng nodded, producing several elixirs to aid Luo Ye's recovery. Within the array, Feng Xingyi furrowed his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Feng had intentionally vanished before him. However, after much contemplation, he could not deduce a reason and could only aimlessly search for various treasures. This first trial was exceedingly dull for him. He was already eager to unleash his prowess in the upcoming grand battle of 100 participants in the distance. A figure approached it. It was Wang Wei. Wang Wei's head throbbed. He distinctly recalled being slain by Lin Feng's sword. So how was he still within the array? Was it an illusion? The memory of being humiliated before Lin Feng made his face flush with shame. As he observed Feng Xingyi approaching, Wang Wei felt an instinctive wariness. "Did you take the 4th-tier elixir?" Feng Xingyi inquired. Although he believed no one would be foolish enough to do such a thing, he still chose to ask the 4th-tier elixir. Confusion washed over Wang Wei's face. Noticing this, Feng Xingyi patiently explained, "This array contains 4th-tier elixirs. By the time I arrived, they had already vanished. Your name is inscribed on the nearby stone tablet." "Not me." Wang Wei shook his head. "I'm no fool. Why would I carve my name after taking an elixir?" Feng Xingyi nodded. Sharing the same sentiment, he then ignored Wang Wei, and they continued to search casually within the array. Lin Feng had not altered this scene. His intent was for the two to meet. Many onlookers outside were eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the two. When they saw only a few exchanged words without conflict, disappointment spread among the crowd. Yet, Lin Feng keenly observed that the patriarch of the Feng family in the distance had already clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 26. Accusation. Time passed second by second, and everyone finally awaited the moment the array would close. Over 100 participants had entered, yet only about 30 emerged successfully. This meant that the vast majority had perished. Although not truly dead, this would undoubtedly impact their future advancement. Lin Feng rose to his feet. His vital energy had fully recovered. Although he had refined most of the elixirs he had plundered, a few treasures remained. Lin Feng estimated he could garner over 100 points. The array naturally could not detect Lin Feng's use of elixirs, which was why he began refining them as soon as he obtained them. With each individual emerging, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. That it was evident to all that Feng Xiao was deeply displeased with Wang Wei's illicit consumption of elixirs. Shortly thereafter, Wang Wei stepped out of the array. Though he was unaware of the reason behind his resurrection, surviving was certainly a blessing. Yet, why was he under Lin Feng's control? What had gone awry? Wang Wei pondered incessantly, oblivious to the fact that the atmosphere outside had grown heavy. Outside the array, the instant Feng Xiao laid eyes on Wang Wei, his imposing aura erupted. The pressure of a 7th-tier, true martial realm expert bore down relentlessly upon Wang Wei. Those standing beside Feng Xiao instinctively took several steps back. Even though this pressure was not directed at them, they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Wang Wei was still in a daze, when an immense force suddenly pressed him to the ground. "Wang Wei? What is happening?" His eyes were filled with confusion, but even turning over proved exceedingly difficult. "I made it very clear before the competition that treasures within the contest are not to be used privately. Give me a reason for consuming an elixir." Feng Zhao's voice was laced with icy disdain. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei became increasingly bewildered. Consuming an elixir? What elixir? Who consumed it? Speak. Seeing Wang Wei silent, Feng Xiao intensified the pressure, nearly crushing Wang Wei's bones. "Why, Lord, I truly do not know what elixir you are referring to," Wang Wei replied, his face contorted in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, still feigning ignorance. Feng Zhao's forehead throbbed with veins. He recalled Wang Xintian's hasty departure and suddenly grasped the entire situation. Wang Xintian must have gone to the control room to alter the footage. not wanting anyone to witness Wang Wei consuming the elixir. Yet, for some reason, this scene had still been broadcasted, clearly visible to all. Just then, Feng Xingyi also emerged from the array. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt perplexed and began to inquire among those nearby. Upon learning that Wang Wei had consumed the Linyuan Dan, his expression became utterly delightful. Damn it, so that elixir was indeed taken by him? This bastard has turned the tables, making it appear as if others framed him. The key point is that he believed it himself. Feng Xingyi's anger flared as he recalled the odd looks he received upon his emergence. Initially, he had been clueless, but now everything was clear. He had been played for a fool by Wang Wei. Damn it. Feng Xingyi stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the prostrate Wang Wei. Wang Wei was sent sprawling, landing on the ground in a disheveled heap. It appeared as though Feng Xingyi had turned him over. Gazing at Wang Wei, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, Feng Xingyi still felt unsatisfied. The rarity of fourth-tier elixirs was immeasurable. They were something his father had painstakingly procured from the imperial city. Now they had become someone else's wedding garment, breaking Feng Xingyi's heart. Why, Lord, I truly did not consume any elixirs, Wang Wei groaned, his backside aching. Yet he gritted his teeth and insisted, I know someone who can alter the footage. The pressure suddenly intensified, and Wang Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feng Zhao's face turned ashen. This scoundrel was attempting to claim that others had tampered with the footage to frame him. Yet, in the entire imperial city, who possessed such authority aside from the emperor? If the emperor intervened, it would signify that he was already aware of Feng Zhao's underhanded tactics, that if he knew, how could he refrain from condemning him? In a desperate bid for survival, this scoundrel would even drag the emperor into the fray. My lord, I am wronged. I have my reasons. Wang Wei, reduced to tears, still refused to confess. This stirred a flicker of doubt within Feng Zhao's heart. Could there truly be hidden circumstances behind this matter? Thus, he gradually eased the pressure, coldly stating, Wang Wei, for openly violating the rules of the competition, I sentence you to 3 months of imprisonment and revoke your eligibility to compete. Upon hearing this punishment, Wang Wei immediately burst into a more profound wail that I did nothing at all. Once more, he fell victim to Lin Feng, his possessions now woefully scant, ultimately leading him to a fate of imprisonment. Lin Feng gazed upon him with a semblance of pity. Among the multitude present, it seemed he alone was inclined to believe that Wang Wei was wronged. Feng Zhao emitted a cold snort, temporarily confining Wang Wei, eager to observe how this young man would justify himself. With Wang Wei escorted into the prison, this matter reached a pause. The next step involved tallying the spoils acquired by all, ranking them according to the pre-established point system. The top scorer was Feng Xingyi, amassing an impressive 211 points, while Lin Feng secured a commendable third place with 141 points. This outcome surprised Lin Feng somewhat. Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable, given that he had plundered numerous possessions from others. Luo Qiue and her companions had been thoroughly stripped of their belongings by Lin Feng. Thus they refrained from approaching to account for their items. Lin Feng observed a group huddled together, their expressions grave as they engaged in earnest discussion. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, they promptly ceased their conversation. Nevertheless, a flicker of apprehension passed through their eyes as night deepened. Lin Feng and Luo Ye took up residence in the inn arranged by the royal family, while Jiang Gufeng expressed a desire to take a stroll. The inn boasted 2 levels. The first housed a reception and a large communal area, while the second comprised individual private rooms. The Lin family's room was designated as number 1, and the Luo family's as number 2, conveniently situated next door. Upon their arrival, Lin Feng and Luo Ye witnessed Luo Qiue and Zhao Zheng swiftly enter room number 2. Luo Jie attempted to follow but was unceremoniously pushed out by Zhao Zheng. With a bitter expression, Luo Jie stood at the doorway, while Lin Feng and Luo Ye ascended the stairs, their crisp footsteps drawing his attention. Lin Feng cast him a glance, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Once the closest of brothers, they now found themselves at an impasse. I have heard of the events that transpired during the contest for supremacy. Lin Feng began, his tone devoid of sorrow or joy. Luo Jie's hands clenched nervously. Guilt etched across his face. I had no choice. I was compelled to act as I did, I understand. Lin Feng replied with a gentle nod. I harbor no blame towards you. These words. Luo Jia exhaled a sigh of relief. I only hope you do not hold it against me in the future. What? Lin Feng's statement caused a sudden surge of anxiety in Luo Jia. Subsequently, Lin Feng offered no further words, leading Luo Jia into their room. The sound of the heavy door slamming shut echoed ominously as Luo Jia stood dazed at the threshold of the two rooms. Resembling a statue. Chapter 27. Inquiry. The damp prison echoed with the incessant dripping of water. S. Wang Wei passed by the cells. He cast anxious glances at the emaciated inmates within, a look of horror creeping onto his face. Surely he could not be doomed to languish in this place for eternity. Before long, a guard assigned him to a cell, the stench overwhelming, with an occasional cockroach daring to peek out before retreating into the straw. Wang Wei's expression soured. Having lived a life of luxury, he was unaccustomed to such treatment. He pinched his nose and settled into a relatively clean corner. Not long after, a cacophony erupted outside, suggesting the arrival of a notable figure. The noisy crowd halted before Wang Wei's cell, and he looked up to see Feng Xiao approaching. With a wave of his hand, Feng Xiao signaled for the crowd to disperse. Wang Wei, you are an astute individual. You must comprehend the consequences of deceiving me, Feng Xiao stated gravely. Wang Wei, feeling utterly aggrieved, replied, My lord, everything I've said is true. I truly know nothing of the fourth-tier elixir. Then recount your experiences within the formation. Feng Xiao demanded. Wang Wei promptly recounted every detail, from his entry into the formation to the moment Lin Feng struck him down, leaving nothing omitted. In his desperation to implicate Lin Feng, he even mentioned being swindled out of 10 billion taels of silver. Wait, you claim Lin Feng killed you? Feng Xiao scrutinized Wang Wei's eyes, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claims. Indeed, Wang Wei admitted his confidence wavering that my cultivation was built upon elixirs, thus it is somewhat unstable. And how did you come back to life? I do not know, Wang Wei replied, his face twisted in confusion. Could it be that Lin Feng had ties to the current emperor? If that were the case, he wouldn't dare oppose Lin Feng even with 10 lives. What connection does your claim of Lin Feng swindling you out of silver have with this incident? A significant one. I suspect Lin Feng can manipulate everything. Upon uttering this, even Wang Wei began to doubt his own words. However, he needed to deflect blame. He had not acted disloyally. Feng Xiao pondered, recognizing the numerous peculiarities in this matter, suspecting that only by locating the Lin Feng mentioned by Wang Wei could the truth be unveiled. Very well, until the facts are laid bare. You shall remain here for a spell, Feng Xiao concluded, clapping his hands before departing. My lord, I am truly wronged. I do not wish to stay here. His desperate cries faded into the distance as Feng Xiao exited the prison, heading straight for the inn where Lin Feng was lodged. Upon reaching the ground floor, Feng Xiao's consciousness expanded rapidly. He discerned that the first room housed 2 individuals. The second room contained 8. While only one occupied the third, he ascended the stairs and paused outside room number 1. The sound of his knocking echoed clearly, yet there was no response from within. However, Feng Xiao was certain someone lingered behind the door. He knocked again, this time with increased urgency. At last, the door creaked open. Head of the Feng family, at such a late hour, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, appearing groggy as if just awakened. In truth, Feng Xiao had sensed Lin Feng's presence the moment he stepped into the inn. He was unsure of Lin Feng's intentions. Could there be a flaw in the trap he had woven? It seemed unlikely. Otherwise, Feng Xiao would be apprehending him on the spot rather than standing politely at the door. Lin Xiaoyu, will you not invite me inside for a chat? Feng Xiao smiled. This. Lin Feng, unusually flushed with embarrassment. I've just finished a private matter with my wife, and I am not quite presentable at the moment. It may not be convenient. Lin Feng adamantly refused to allow Feng Xiao entry. Feng Xiao's late visit was obviously ill-intentioned, and with Luo Yu aware of the situation, Lin Feng feared she might inadvertently reveal something. Feng Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet an icy glint flickered in his eyes. This insolent young man, was he unaware of Feng Xiao's identity? The great general of Jinyuan. Even before the emperor, one would need to kneel on a single knee, yet this lowly individual dared to deny him entry. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiao cut straight to the chase. Lin Xiaoyu, are you aware of the fourth-tier elixir? Lin Feng's heart sank. Realizing his suspicions had indeed materialized, he nodded. I am aware. It pertains to elixirs above the third tier. Feng Zhao's expression twisted in disbelief. I meant within the formation. Did you encounter a fourth-tier elixir? I did. During my battle with Wang Wei, I witnessed him consume one dot, but Wang Wei did not eat it. Feng Zhao's gaze turned dangerous. For reasons unknown, standing beside him ignited an impulse within Lin Feng to divulge everything. He quickly suppressed this urge and replied nonchalantly, I saw him consume it. Whether he truly did is something only he could confirm. No, Feng Xiao asserted, producing a registration form. During the contest for supremacy, you were at the 6th level of qi refining. Yet in less than 2 days, you've ascended to the 8th level. How did you accomplish this? Feng Xiao pressed, his piercing eyes scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, feeling the pressure of Feng Zhao's relentless questioning, was consumed by a surge of indignation. What business is that of yours? With a forceful slam, Lin Feng shut the door. Feng Xiao remained momentarily stunned, having never been treated in such a manner. His usual position as the superior left him flabbergasted. Anger coursed through him as he struggled to regain composure. Inside, Lin Feng returned to his bedside, confident that Feng Xiao would not dare to take any action against him, for he possessed no evidence. Should Feng Xiao attempt to harm him, Lin Feng would not hesitate to report the matter to the emperor through the formation. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Outside, Feng Xiao restrained himself 3 times, forcing himself not to strike Lin Feng down, that he was now almost certain that Lin Feng had employed some means to sabotage the spirit elixir. But how had he managed it? Feng Xiao ruminated on this mystery as he approached the door of the second room. He knocked once more. Who is it? Came Zhao Zheng's impatient voice from within. Luo Jia, you need not come in. We will seek you out once our discussion concludes. Feng Xiao suppressed his fury, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his voice, silence enveloped the second room. A crack in the door slowly opened, revealing Zhao Zheng, who swallowed hard at the sight of Feng Xiao. Lord Feng. Indeed, Feng Xiao nodded. I have some inquiries to make of you all. Please come in. Zhao Zheng hurriedly invited Feng Xiao inside, his demeanor easing slightly. This was the appropriate reaction one would expect from a normal person upon encountering him, which restored a degree of confidence in Feng Xiao. Please, have a seat, Lord Feng. Zhao Zheng promptly pulled out a chair, and Feng Xiao nodded before taking a seat. Thus, surrounded by a throng of people, Feng Xiao calmly spoke. Wang Wei claimed he was slain by Lin Feng with a single sword strike. Is this true? Indeed, Lord Feng, Zhao Zheng affirmed. Chapter 28. The grudge with the Feng family was Wang Wei truly killed. A grave expression settled on Feng Zhao's face. It appeared that the young man had indeed been wrongfully accused. Yes, after Wang Wei was slain, we engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Feng, which continued until Feng Xingyi arrived, at which point Lin Feng struck him down with his sword. Zhao Zheng expressed his deep shame. The chasm between him and Lin Feng was widening. This time, he was determined that Lin Feng would not escape unscathed. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the future that awaited him. So, it was Yi who killed Lin Feng. It is highly probable, Zhao Zheng nodded. The truth of the matter seemed to be surfacing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Xiao stepped outside to the entrance of box number 1 and forcefully kicked open Lin Feng's door, leading Zhao Zheng and the others in a tumultuous entry. Lin Feng and Luo Ye, who were meditating, looked at Feng Xiao in astonishment. The sinner Lin Feng, you dare to privately consume a 4th-grade elixir and even frame another for it. According to the laws of our dynasty, you shall face the ultimate punishment. Lin Feng looked up indifferently, his irritation reaching a boiling point. Where is your evidence? We are the evidence. Zhao Zheng stepped forward passionately, declaring, you killed Wang Wei with a single sword strike. You did not consume a 4th-grade elixir at all. Lin Feng shook his head. You are mistaken. After I killed you, I encountered Feng Xing. I am no match for warriors of the Ningyuan realm. So, I used a treasure to escape. However, I was taken aback when Wang Wei charged at me like a madman. He was not dead after all. You mean you encountered Wang Wei after meeting Yi? Feng Zhao's expression darkened. Then where was the evidence? Did you not see the evidence? Lin Feng grinned. The footage of my battle with Wang Wei is the evidence. Feng Xiao was rendered speechless, yet he persisted. No, I demand that the three parties confront each other. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He could not afford to confront them, for it would jeopardize everything that a fierce wind swept in as Feng Xiao prepared to subdue Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt immense pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "You, the head of the Feng family, are so concerned about this fourth-grade elixir. Could it be that it is preordained for your family not to be touched by others?" Feng Xiao's aura suddenly stilled. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am investigating your private consumption of elixirs during the competition." Lin Feng raised a finger, first and foremost. "You have no evidence directly linking me to the consumption of an elixir. Secondly, it was Wang Wei who consumed the elixir. I fail to understand why the head of the Feng family is so intent on pinning this crime on me. Lastly, even if you were a general, unlawfully detaining someone would surely warrant an investigation." Lin Feng's gaze was calm and unafraid. If it came to it, he was prepared to go down fighting. He firmly believed that this elixir was of dubious origin. Otherwise, Feng Xiao would not go to such lengths. "Are you threatening me?" Feng Xiao was nearly apoplectic. "You're Lin Feng, the child of Lin Hai, correct? Very well, you are all quite bold. Don't let me find any incriminating evidence against you, or I will ensure the annihilation of your entire family." Lin Feng's aura turned icy. To threaten his family was tantamount to declaring war against him. Meeting Feng Xiao's gaze, he coldly replied, "You had better find that evidence, or I will make sure the Feng family lives in eternal turmoil." Zhao Zheng and the others were astonished by this exchange, with Luo Qiwei covering her mouth in shock. She had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so audacious as to threaten a true warrior of the martial realm. Feng Xiao, staring into Lin Feng's cold eyes, felt his rage reach a boiling point. "Very well, I shall see how you intend to bring chaos to the Feng family." With a chilling smile, Feng Xiao exited the room, fully aware that without evidence, this matter could escalate and expose his own misappropriation of elixirs. However, Feng Xiao would not allow Lin Feng to escape unscathed. As he departed, he unleashed a surge of true energy at him. A casual strike from a warrior of the martial realm was formidable. Lin Feng's own true energy was pushed to its limits, yet he was still slammed against the wall, blood streaming from his injuries. He grimaced as he slid down the wall. Lacking strength made one vulnerable to bullying. Lin Feng's resolve only strengthened. The Feng family would pay for this. The following day, the second round of the competition was about to begin. Jiang Gufeng arrived punctually at the formation's entrance and greeted Lin Feng as he approached. Lin Feng nodded. After yesterday's events, he found Jiang Gufeng to be quite reliable, just as he was about to speak. He sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Gufeng and was taken aback. Had he reached the Ningyuan realm? Jiang Gufeng nodded, and Luo Ye beside them also appeared surprised. They had known Jiang Gufeng for only a few days. When they first met, he was merely at the 7th stage of Qi training. He was undoubtedly a genius. Lin Feng's mind raced with ideas. He needed to find a way to keep this talent close to him. At that moment, an elderly man overseeing the formation began to speak loudly. The second round of the competition, the 100-person battle, is about to commence. Each family may send a maximum of 3 members to compete, with points awarded based on the number of opponents defeated. Those lacking sufficient strength need not worry. Various enhancements will randomly drop within the formation. Collecting these will grant you powerful abilities. This announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. Those of middling strength felt a wave of pressure. Enhancements? Lin Feng pondered. It might not be as challenging to defeat Feng Xingyi as he initially thought. The rules were clear within the formation. True death was not a possibility, but there was one caveat that could lead to genuine demise. That was during the fusion period after acquiring enhancements. If one was slain during this time, they would not be revived. The crowd erupted into further chaos, with some voicing their discontent. If someone dies for real, how will you account for it? The elder shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "If you fear death, do not pick up enhancements. The current enhancement projects are still in development, and what you are experiencing is merely a partial version. That's so, if you truly fear for your life, you need not participate at all." The elder's words elicited laughter from the others, who looked at the one who had posed the question with amusement. The path of martial arts is a struggle against destiny. Those who fear death are destined to go nowhere. Well then, if there are no further questions, Let us enter the formation. As the elder's voice fell, the formation activated instantly. Just as Lin Feng prepared to enter the arena, he felt a chilling aura fixated upon him. Turning around, he saw the Feng, Luo, Wang, and Zhao families moving in unison, with Wang Wei prominently among them. The Feng family had allied with them. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. With the Feng family consisting of Ningyuan realm warriors, this would pose a significant challenge. Wang Wei deliberately passed by Lin Feng, his face dark as if it could drip water. Lin Feng, once inside, "You better hide well, or else," Wang Wei threatened with a sinister smile. Luo Jie shot Lin Feng a complex glance before stepping into the formation. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Who was the true prey? That remained to be seen. Chapter 29. The path of extreme, in the world within the formation was vast. If one could soar to great heights, they would discover that the entire formation was square in shape. In the upper left corner lay an expansive forest, while the upper right corner revealed a vast ocean. The lower left corner was a desert of swirling sands, and the lower right corner was an icy expanse. At that moment, Lin Feng found himself in the frigid realm of snow and ice. Sensing Lin Feng trembling beside her, Luo Yi removed her outer garment and draped it over him. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise and promptly refused. "I don't need it. Your realm is lower than mine. You should wear it yourself." Luo Yi smiled. "I'm not cold." As she spoke, an extremely cold aura emanated from her. Jiang Gufeng, already feeling chilly, found himself even colder and quickly retreated. "What is going on?" Lin Feng wondered. "You practice the yin-yang chaotic scripture, which should naturally balance yin and yang within you. Why is it that the yin is overpowering the yang?" Luo Yi shook her head. "I do not know, but I truly am not cold." Lin Feng touched her arm, feeling as cold as ice. No, it was even colder than ice. Her body temperature had fallen far below that of a normal person. "When we return, we should ask my father," Lin Feng thought, having never practiced the yin-yang chaotic scripture and unable to discern the nature of her condition. "Agreed." Luo Yi gently nodded, draping the garment over Lin Feng's shoulders. As Lin Feng activated the celestial sensing ability, he detected a nearby enhancement and resolved to proceed without delay. That moment, Jiang Gufeng produced a small sword resembling a toy and addressed Lin Feng. "I shall refrain from joining you. That if anything arises, convey your message through this." Lin Feng, puzzled, accepted the small sword, and upon grasping it, he felt an inexplicable connection with Jiang Gufeng. Jiang Gufeng's face flushed for reasons unknown. "This is my sword's spirit, enabling us to communicate at any time. Not misplace it." After locating the enhancement, Lin Feng could only absorb it alone, as Jiang Gufeng needed a separate to enhance his strength more efficiently. Nodding, Lin Feng took the sword spirit and placed it into his storage ring. Instantly, the mysterious sensation vanished. He then infused a thread of stellar power into Jiang Gufeng's palm, instructing, should anything occur, "Summon me immediately." "Understood. Take care." Amidst the howling winds and swirling snow, Lin Feng and Luo Yi moved swiftly through the world cloaked in silver. Not far ahead, a swirling mass of yellow mist hovered silently. This was the highest grade enhancement nearby, the golden enhancement. Enhancements are classified into white, green, blue, purple, and gold, with gold being the pinnacle. Lin Feng gazed at the enhancement with fervor, information flooding his mind. A temporary elevation of 3 realms. With no side effects. Absorption time, 1 hour. However, as this enhancement was a semi-finished product added in the later stages of the formation, any forced alteration could lead to its collapse. After contemplation, Lin Feng decided against risking it. His hesitation grew as he surveyed the surroundings, finding no sign of life. Activating his celestial sensing ability, he clearly sensed a group searching for enhancements 30 miles away. With an hour's time, it was possible they might arrive. Should they harbor ill intentions, both he and Luo Yi would be in jeopardy. Yet, the allure of a temporary elevation of 3 realms was too enticing for Lin Feng to relinquish. "Darling, are there others nearby?" Luo Yi clearly did not wish for Lin Feng to abandon the opportunity. An elevation of 3 realms would enable Lin Feng to reach the origin consolidation realm, and with the power of the celestial sensing ability combined with the Sun Feng feather, he might well contend with Feng Xing Yi for a brief exchange point 30 miles away. "There's a group," Lin Feng replied truthfully. Why not absorb it? I will protect you, Luo Yi suggested, having reached the fourth stage of qi cultivation in the training chamber of the royal city. She was now barely able to activate her visual perception ability. Lin Feng nodded, making a decisive move. Wasting no time, he immediately settled into a meditative position. The expanse within the formation was vast, and 1 hour might not guarantee an encounter. Even if they were to meet, there was no certainty of malicious intent. Nevertheless, as a precaution, Lin Feng retrieved Jiang Gufeng's sword spirit and handed it to Luo Yi. If someone truly attacks me, immediately summon Jiang Gufeng. Do not act recklessly. Luo Yi solemnly nodded, clutching the sword spirit in her hand. What a nightmare. The winds howled through the yellow sands as Feng Xing spat out the sand from his mouth. Cursing under his breath, the others shared his grievances, lamenting their misfortune of not being transported to a pleasant forest, but rather to the harshest desert environment. Have we not yet located Lin Feng's position? Wang Wei's expression was grim, the accursed sand tormenting him. It hasn't been long, and my eyes are nearly overwhelmed by sand. Stop your complaints. Do you think I wish to find him any slower? Feng Xing retorted, the compass in his hand still displaying no signs of movement. Why father left a secret pact on him? Only when Lin Feng begins to absorb the enhancement can we sense it. Zhao Zheng, intrigued, inquired, why didn't the head of the Feng family leave a mark that we could sense as soon as we enter the formation? Feng Xing regarded him as if he were foolish. Do you think he wouldn't want that? However, such a mark lacks the concealment of a secret pact. If Lin Feng sensed it before entering the formation, it would be a wasted effort. Moreover, leaving a secret pact that can only be locked onto upon absorbing the enhancement ensures Lin Feng's demise. Oh, Zhao Zheng comprehended. Humph. There are many things you still need to learn. A sense of superiority washed over Feng Xing as he glanced at Luo Qiyu, who indeed returned his gaze with admiration. Suddenly, the compass in Feng Xing's hand began to whirl furiously, and after a series of oscillations, the needle pointed decisively to the east. Taken aback, Feng Xing quickly turned to follow the direction indicated by the needle. To the east of the desert lay the icy expanse. Zhao Zheng's eyes gleamed with a cold light. We must go without further ado. Wang Wei surged ahead, leading the charge. As long as Lin Feng lived, they would find no peace. Only in death could they feel assured. Dozens of figures transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the world of ice and snow. Snowflakes danced through the air as Luo Yi sat cross-legged beside Lin Feng, her form now entirely dusted with the falling snow. Due to her body heat, the snow had not melted. From a distance, Luo Yi appeared entirely as a snow person. A black silk ribbon protruded from this icy realm. A somewhat conspicuous sight. The ribbon swayed in the wind, while not far away. Lin Feng quietly absorbed the enhancement. Suddenly, the snow person stirred, and a pair of pale eyes snapped open. Luo Yi's aura surged. Reaching the fifth stage of qi cultivation, a bitter smile graced her lips. It seemed that she had indeed practiced the technique incorrectly. The first line of the yin-yang chaos decision was, heaven and earth transform into the Tao. The Tao divides into yin and yang. Yin within, yang without, endlessly flourishing. This technique emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. However, as her cultivation level rose, the yang energy within her body dwindled while the yin energy increased. Just as she pondered the reason behind this anomaly, a series of piercing sounds approached with great speed. Chapter 30. Those who cross this mark shall not live nor die. Luo Yi immediately tensed, swiftly producing the sword spirit to send a message to Jiang Gufeng, her palms growing slightly sweaty with anxiety. Among the group, Luo Jie caught sight of the figure seated on the ground, a tremor coursing through him. Lin, my brother. Ha! He is indeed absorbing. Zhao Zheng exclaimed malevolently, swiftly drawing a long sword and charging towards Lin Feng. Wang Wei followed suit, retrieving a third-tier explosive talisman, matching Zhao Zheng's speed. The two raced forward, closing the distance to Lin Feng within mere hundreds of meters. Observing their urgency, Feng Xing decided against intervening personally. He stood aside, silently watching as the two advanced toward Lin Feng. Ever since his father returned and informed him that he might have been outwitted by Lin Feng, The latter had topped his list of targets. This time, there was no way he would let Lin Feng escape. Before Lin Feng stood a slender figure, standing solitary amidst the ice and snow. Though her eyes reflected a flicker of panic, they bore an overwhelming determination. "Luo Ye, you cannot block them. Step aside," Luo Jie shouted anxiously from behind. For their principal target was Lin Feng, and he did not wish for Luo Ye to perish alongside him. Luo Ye has only been cultivating for a few days. She cannot possibly stop Wang Wei and Zhao Zheng. "Brother, you wouldn't understand," Luo Ye replied softly, gripping Lin Feng's frost sword, her stance unwavering that "I would rather be a corpse than live on alone. Some people are even more important than my own life." As Wang Wei and Zhao Zheng closed in, a chilling aura erupted from Luo Ye. The ferocious tempest seemed colder than usual, causing both Wang Wei and Zhao Zheng to furrow their brows. A layer of frost forming on their faces. Humph! Wang Wei activated his burning silence technique. Melting the frost on his face instantly, that a flame erupted from his palm, sweeping forward and dispelling the surrounding cold mist. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Zheng's long sword cut through the air, creating a series of sonic booms as he struck fiercely at Luo Ye. Clang, the clash of steel rang out as Luo Ye raised the frost sword above her head, barely blocking the strike. Her previously serene countenance was now marred by a fierce expression. Gritting her teeth, blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Even with her arm's bone shattered, she fought to push Zhao Zheng back. Retaliating with a strike of her own, Zhao Zheng merely chuckled disdainfully. This strike posed no threat to him, but he seized the moment to ruthlessly sever Luo Ye's wrist, blood gushing forth, the frost sword falling silently onto the snow. Luo Ye collapsed to the ground, stifling the intense pain, yet tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. "You still have a chance to live." Blood staining Zhao Zheng's face made him appear devilish as he crouched down, slowly lifting Luo Ye's chin. "Serve me, and I can guarantee your survival." Puffed. Luo Ye spat defiantly in his face. "I would rather die than serve a dog." Zhao Zheng's face flushed crimson with rage. "You wretched creature." He struck Luo Ye across the face, leaving her delicate features swollen and bruised. "Say it again. Who is the dog?" "You are a dog." Luo Ye's cheeks are swollen and bruised, yet she remains defiant. With a swift motion, Zhao Zheng's palm strikes again, this time with even greater ferocity. Just as it is about to connect with Luo Ye's face, a hand seizes it tightly. Zhao Zheng, with a vicious expression, glances back, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. "What is this? Has the traitor finally revealed their true colors?" Luo Jie shakes his head. "After all, she is my sister. Would you kindly leave?" Zhao Zheng roars in sudden fury, forcing Luo Jie back several steps. "Brother, why do you care for her? She's merely a bastard born of our father. How can she be compared to us?" Luo Chiwe hurriedly steps forward to support Luo Jie. If he betrays them, Feng Xingyi will most likely regard her with suspicion. "Luo Jie, you need to recognize your position. If it weren't for your useless father begging us desperately, do you really think we would value you as an ally? If there's a next time, I'll deal with you too." Luo Jie clenches his fists tightly within his sleeves, his eyes fixed on Zhao Zheng, fury rising within him. After Zhao Zheng finishes speaking, he casts a malevolent glance at Luo Ye. Having received a slap, Luo Ye's face is no longer symmetrical, and her anger has marred her usual beauty. Seeing her in this state, Zhao Zheng immediately loses interest. He kicks Luo Ye away, channeling his energy into the tip of his sword. Unleashing a fierce sword chi that seems intent on cleaving Luo Ye in two, Luo Ye, hurled to the ground, finds it hard to breathe. She senses the terrifying sword chi slicing toward her face. She realizes there is no escape. In a split second, the formidable sword chi is unexpectedly cleaved in two, gliding harmlessly past Luo Ye's temple. The figure, as imposing as a mountain, stands protectively in front of her. "You wish to betray us?" Feng Xingyi's voice is chilling. "You must carefully consider the consequences of your actions." With a cold demeanor, Luo Jie firmly positions himself in front of Luo Ye, taking a deep breath as his aura begins to surge uncontrollably. "I've thought it through. I have never been clearer." His roar reverberates through the heavens, seemingly releasing the grievances of countless days. His actions appear to open a floodgate, allowing the pent-up energy accumulated over the years to surge wildly within him, propelling his cultivation to an astounding 8th level of chi refinement. Oh, hell with the alliance. To hell with the family. Stepping into this new realm, Luo Jie feels an unprecedented clarity, as if he is finally living for himself. In this moment, the family's honor and disgrace are cast aside. The alliance contract is disregarded. All shackles are broken. With a flick of his hand, a thunderous spear materializes in his grasp. An overwhelming intent to kill sweeps across the scene, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they gaze at Luo Jie, as if beholding a stranger. Among the crowd, only Luo Jie understands her brother's true capabilities. She confidently approaches, attempting to persuade him. "Brother, don't speak in anger. Please come back." Feng Xingyi's gaze remains fixed on Luo Jie. Silent, he perceives Luo Jie's words as mere rambling spurred by Zhao Zheng's provocation. However, whether he grants him a way out will depend on the Luo family's stance. Luo Jie's murderous intent suddenly locks onto Luo Jie. "Did you not hear what I said?" Luo Jie's heart trembles, but recalling that this is her brother, her fear diminishes. She steps closer to Luo Jie, linking her arm with his. "Brother, I know you lack the ability. You're just putting on a brave front. Lin Feng isn't worth this, and neither is Luo Jie. Come back, apologize to Brother Feng, and consider this matter as if it never happened." Bang! The explosive energy surges forth, sending Luo Jie crashing to the ground. She lies there, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Her weak brother has actually struck her down. "Chiwa, we cannot conspire with those whose paths diverge from ours." With a swift motion, Luo Jie drags the thunderous spear across the snow, leaving a long scar in its wake, his voice a raspy echo akin to a vengeful spirit. "Whoever crosses this line, I will not rest until we are at odds to the bitter end." Chapter 31. The Invincible Sword Path. Whoever crosses this line, I will not rest until we are at odds to the bitter end. The youth's resolute vow resonates above the snowy expanse. After a lengthy pause, a round of applause breaks the silence. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Xingyi claps his hands, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What a relentless vow. I shall see what kind of storm an 8th level chi refinement can stir. With that, Feng Xingyi abruptly vanishes, reappearing mere half a step away from Luo Jie. A terrifying energy coalesces in his palm, unleashing the full power of his 6th level of chi consolidation. Lightning palm. Seeing this, Luo Jie immediately steps back half a pace. Veins bulge at his neck as he channels all his energy into the spear's tip, thrusting it forward with great force. Boom! Snowflakes whirl as the ground beneath them transforms into a mottled brown soil due to the overwhelming force in the air. A blood-red arc descends upon the earth. A figure crashing down, unaware of their fate, overwhelmed in a single blow. Feng Xingyi calmly withdraws his hand, watching the struggling figure rise with difficulty, a smirk of derision curling his lips. Although his palm has lost all sensation and tiny lightning snakes continue to ravage its structure, he cannot show any sign of weakness. Being mocked by such a lowly individual is already humiliating enough. Subsequently, he disregards Luo Jie entirely, striding straight toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's absorption is nearing completion, and Feng Xingyi wishes to avoid any unforeseen complications. Stop! Luo Jie, swaying unsteadily, manages to stand, his head held high despite his instability. "You pack of mangy dogs, I have declared it. I will not rest until I am dead." Boom! The frenzied energy strikes Luo Jie once more, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Feng Xingyi furrows his brow. Why has the formation not yet transported him away? Is this guy's vitality truly so resilient? Cough, cough that a mangy dog hitting someone is truly light work. Is it just scratching an itch for the master? At this moment, Luo Jie is growing increasingly delirious, his words a mindless mockery. Not far away, Luo Jie, hair disheveled, sits dazed on the ground, utterly helpless. Despite Luo Jie's nonsensical taunts, they genuinely infuriate Feng Xingyi. Him, being ridiculed by such a lowly character is an utter disgrace that he scoffs coldly, refusing to hold back, and swiftly produces a folding fan, hurling it with force. The fan's blades were rapidly aimed straight for Luo Jie's neck. Luo Jie resigns himself and closes his eyes before someone at the 6th level of Qi consolidation. He can do nothing more. Just then, a streak of sword light descends, as if the very sky has been cleaved in two for an instant. Everyone turns to look. The folding fan has been split cleanly in half. Who? Feng Xingyi glares at the intruder with resentment, witnessing his treasured artifact being destroyed. That was a high-tier, Xin-grade artifact. Even the Feng family possesses few of those. The newcomer strides forth from the icy wilderness, clad in tattered rags. Though he exudes no aura, a sharp blade-like presence shoots toward the heavens that it is as if his very presence embodies a divine sword capable of splitting the world asunder. Sister Luoya, pay attention. This is how one wields a sword. His golden-hued eyes snap open. The cloth strips from the sword is back cascading down, revealing a magnificent golden longsword. The youth grasps the hilt. And before anyone can comprehend his motion, the sword's edge descends in the next moment, a tidal wave of sword intent surges forth, instantaneously engulfing everyone present, including Feng Xingyi. Wang Wei and Zhao Zhang's faces turn pale in an instant. Within this sword intent, they sense an overwhelming will that will seem invincible, as if no one in this world can stand against it. It is the invincible sword path that a trace of trepidation finally crosses Feng Xingyi's face, even as he feels his skin being relentlessly sliced. "Who are you?" he asks in fear. "Me." The newcomer chuckles lightly. "You may consider me an enemy of Lin Feng." "An enemy? I am also his enemy. We are on the same side." Feng Xingyi, taken aback, quickly shouts toward Jiang Gufeng. That's so?" Jiang Gufeng smiles mysteriously. "I do not associate with dogs. This." Feng Xingyi's expression darkens that he swiftly produces a green fan. Swinging it fiercely, in an instant, the terrifying wave of sword intent vanishes without a trace, as though it had never existed. Jiang Gufeng secretly sighs. Indeed, the wealthy are different. They can use disposable treasures without batting an eye. Feng Xingyi discards the ruined fan, his face cold. "You are merely at the 1st level of Qi consolidation. Your future may be formidable, but right now, I surpass you by 5 realms. I possess countless protective treasures and a legion of powerful allies. I refuse to believe that, under these circumstances, I cannot shatter your invincible sword path. Feel free to try." Jiang Gufeng appeared utterly unconcerned, as if he had not regarded him at all. Amidst the tension, a sudden shift emanated from Lin Feng's direction. "This is bad. Only 1 minute remains." Wang Wei's expression changed instantaneously. The opportunity to eliminate Lin Feng had been at hand, yet an unexpected turn of events now threatened to allow Lin Feng to absorb the energy completely. "I will intercept him. You all hurry to eliminate Lin Feng." Upon finishing his words, Feng Xi focused his aura on Jiang Gufeng. One precious artifact after another was positioned before him, preparing for the impending confrontation. Faced with the genius of the sword, he had no choice but to exert his utmost effort. "Only 1 minute left," Jiang Gufeng murmured, then closed his eyes. "You must express your gratitude for my assistance this time." A drop of blood slowly fell from his eye, and in the next instant, a tempestuous aura enveloped the heavens. Jiang Gufeng opened his eyes, now transformed into a blood-red hue. Feng Xi stared blankly at those bewitching eyes, fear surging unexpectedly within his heart. This moment, the countless treasures before him offered no sense of security. The golden long sword in Jiang Gufeng's hand had also inexplicably shifted to a crimson color, emanating an eerie glow. With a swift motion, a streak of red sword light sliced through the air, forcing Zhao Zheng and Wang Wei to a halt. They wished to advance, yet that sword intent distinctly conveyed a message. To move forward is to face death. The red sword light carved a chasm into the earth as Jiang Gufeng's nonchalant voice resonated. "That young fellow may lack the strength to contain you, if that is the case. Allow me to add a final remark. Any who cross this sword shall be mercilessly slain." Zhao Zheng and Wang Wei exchanged glances. Neither dared to make the first move. Feng Xi, seizing the moment, swiftly activated a feather, transforming it into a streak of light that appeared above Lin Feng. While Wang Wei and the others feared him, Feng Shi felt no such trepidation. He hurled a fourth-tier explosive talisman with great force. If it struck, Lin Feng would undoubtedly perish. This was the life-saving talisman his father had bestowed upon him, and now, to ensure success, he was left with no choice but to part with it painfully. Under the hopeful gazes of Zhao Zheng and the others, the explosive talisman detonated above Lin Feng's head with a thunderous roar. Chapter 32. You all, take your own lives. Billowing smoke and dust erupted. The immense ash produced by the explosive talisman appearing particularly conspicuous in this icy world. Feng Shi was propelled backward by the force of the explosion, and as he gazed at the distant cloud of dust, a sense of calm washed over him that a fourth-tier talisman, detonated at such close range, could severely injure even those in the Xiaoyao realm. As he awaited the outcome, a figure clad entirely in armor emerged slowly from the thick smoke. Feng Shi furrowed his brows. Could it be Lin Feng? How could this be possible? That was a fourth-tier talisman capable of injuring those in the Xiaoyao realm. By what means could Lin Feng still be alive? From that figure, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him that a hoarse voice emanated from within the armor, causing Zhao Zheng's heart to leap. Just now, who made a move? Luo Ya heard Lin Feng's voice, as if she had found her anchor. In that instant, a wave of sorrow surged within her, and she burst into tears. She pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Zheng, looking as aggrieved as a wronged wife. It's him, sob Lin Feng gazed at Luo Ya, who had lost an arm, and a surge of furious rage flooded his mind. Zhao Zheng, upon being pointed at, felt the hair on his neck stand on end, yet before he could react, Lin Feng in his battle armor had already closed the distance. In Zhao Zheng's horrified gaze, Lin Feng struck him with a powerful palm against his chest. Zhao Zheng felt an immense force crash into him, his ribs shattering under the impact, blood erupting from his mouth uncontrollably. Feng, save me! Feng Shi, moving swiftly, was about to intervene when a blood-red figure interposed itself between him and Zhao Zheng, the crimson longsword sweeping through the air with an elegant arc, aiming for Feng Shi's face. Feng Shi's expression turned pale, and he could only hastily engage Jiang Gufeng. Unable to spare a moment to assist, in his heart, he cursed furiously. How could this bastard survive a fourth-tier talisman's explosion? What manner of monster is he? Zhao Zheng was sent fleeing in all directions by Lin Feng's relentless assault. His face had swollen to a grotesque mass, and his body was already in tatters. Seeing Lin Feng's unyielding pursuit, he gritted his teeth and took his own life. Wang Wei watched in horror as Jiang Gufeng's figure, upon Zhao Zheng's demise, turned its gaze squarely upon him. Lin Feng. Within the formation, your strength is meaningless. Moreover, you cannot kill us. Let this matter be forgotten. Henceforth, we shall not interfere with each other. The furious punch struck Wang Wei's face with tremendous force, driving his plump visage deep into his skull. Wang Wei was instantly propelled like a cannonball into a nearby snow mound. The snow peak collapsed suddenly, burying Wang Wei within, leaving his fate uncertain. Feng Shi's face turned green at this sight, and he glared at the onlookers, raging. What are you all staring at? Get in there. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward them. Everyone, including Luo Qiue, involuntarily took a step back. They had merely followed along. They hadn't participated. Surely they wouldn't be implicated. Damn, a bunch of cowards. Feng Shi's anger intensified. If the others hesitated, that was one thing, but even his own kin from the Feng family were so cowardly. Upon returning to the clan, he would surely pursue this matter thoroughly. That a fierce glint appeared in Jiang Gufeng's blood-red eyes. Can you still afford to converse? Have I not applied enough pressure upon you? With a leap, he soared into the air. His sword pointed together. The blood-red long sword stood erect behind him, an overwhelming pressure continuously emanating forth. Feng Shi's complexion paled. The reason he called for aid was that he felt he could no longer endure. He had already sustained an injury to his palm from Luo Jie, and now, witnessing Jiang Gufeng preparing to unleash a powerful attack, he reluctantly withdrew his treasures, making a decisive choice to take his own life. Within the formation, both Lin Feng and Jiang Gufeng not only gained enhancements, but were also unkillable. Exhausting countless treasures to combat them would be far too disadvantageous. Once outside the formation, he could summon the power of his family to eliminate these two with ease. With the three main conspirators all perished, the remaining individuals could not help but feel their hearts racing, quietly awaiting Lin Feng's approach. Lin Feng cast his gaze upon no one but Luo Qiue. Seeing this, Luo Qiue's heart filled with joy, and she was just about to speak. The frost sword shot forth, piercing directly through her heart, pinning her corpse firmly to the snowy ground. It was one thing for others to observe. But how could she remain passive while her brother and sister were being humiliated? Indeed, so cold-blooded. Luo Qiue stared wide-eyed at the sky, her gaze reflecting disbelief. She could not comprehend why Lin Feng had chosen to kill her upon their first encounter. A shudder ran through everyone as Lin Feng's decisive and unhesitating actions left them in no doubt that he would not hesitate to eliminate them next. "You all, take your own lives." Lin Feng's words were akin to a death sentence, and all present wore expressions of bitterness. They had no doubt that Lin Feng now possessed the strength to annihilate them all. Yet, in the presence of the entire royal city, to commit suicide before their enemies was something they found utterly intolerable. Lin Feng glanced at them. Seeing no intention of self-termination, his expression turned cold. "What? Do you wish to give me the treasures you brought?" Everyone froze, and one individual, the quickest to react, promptly took his own life. He possessed a great many treasures, and if Lin Feng were to bind him and search his person, he would be devastated. Many others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Those with more treasures were the first to end their own lives. Before long, only one person remained. Lin Feng recognized him as Luo Jie's lackey, Luo Ming. "And you?" Luo Ming forced a miserable smile, producing a large pile of treasures. "This is all I possess. Could you let me go, Brother Lin?" I refrained from taking action simply because I had no means. With my Qi refinement level 5 strength, I would only die in vain. Lin Feng regarded him deeply, recalling Luo Jie's earlier act of bravery, and ultimately chose to spare him. Outside the formation, the onlookers were gravely concerned as they watched one after another of the Feng family commit suicide before Lin Feng. Feng Xiao felt utterly humiliated. Feng Shi was currently receiving treatment. Beside him, one figure after another was being transmitted out from the formation. 2 members of the Feng family were among them, and the accompanying medical personnel from the Feng family immediately rushed forward to assist them. "Do not approach. I dare anyone to help them recover." Feng Xiao snorted coldly, and the medical personnel instantly hesitated to advance. Feng Shi glared at the Feng family members who had been transmitted out after him, his fury igniting. "Are you all without hands or feet? When I was fighting, what were you doing? Just watching." The two, chastised, shrank back, not daring to retort. Feng Xiao stepped forward, delivering a sentence that severed their futures. "From this day forth, you shall enter the Feng family's prison tower and endure 10 years of training." Terror filled their expressions instantly. The prison tower, as the name implies, was where disciples of the Feng family were confined for grave offenses. The atmosphere here is truly thin with energy. It is a challenge even to merely exist, let alone cultivate. Nevertheless, Feng Xingyi still feels discomfort as he gazes at Lin Feng on the screen, a murderous intent spreading in his eyes. Within the formation, you wield your power with impunity, but once outside its confines, I shall see who can save you. Chapter 33. The Twin Prodigies of the Imperial City. Gu Tianming in this snowy realm. All members of Feng Xingyi's faction have been teleported out of the Grand Formation, with only Luo Ming remaining behind. Not far away, Luo Jie trembles as he rises, and Lin Feng approaches to lend him support. A flicker of guilt appears on Luo Jie's face. "I am sorry, Brother L. It is my inadequacy." He had followed in his father's footsteps, unwittingly adopting a stale mindset. He had completely forgotten that he was a young man brimming with youthful fervor, unafraid of challenges. He adhered to the various rules laid down by Luo Lai, suppressing his true self. Over time, he found himself trapped in stagnation. Despite years of cultivation, he had made no progress, initially believing it to be a flaw in his training methods. Little did he know, it was his mindset that had become disordered. Lin Feng shook his head. "To be honest, I am quite surprised that you have managed to take this step." Luo Jie smiled bitterly, realizing that if he did not break free from the strange cycle imposed by his father, he would likely remain stuck at the Qi refinement stage for the rest of his life. After we leave, the Luo family may face dire straits. Isn't the Lin family in the same predicament? Ha ha! Indeed, we can finally fight side by side once more. All right, enough chatter. Your little wife has a broken hand. There's no time for idle talk. The voice of Jiang Gufeng rang out, causing Lin Feng's expression to freeze momentarily. He had been so excited by Luo Jie's return that he nearly forgot this matter. It's fine. Let them converse a bit longer. Had a rare smile graced Luo Ye's face. Point one was her dear brother, and the other her husband. No one could be happier than she at their reconciliation. As for the broken hand, once teleported out, it would naturally heal, merely a bit painful. Let me help you with the pain. Luo Jie quickly retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket and began treating Luo Ye. Feeling the warmth emanating from Luo Jie, Luo Ye was somewhat moved, as if recalling a memory. I remember when I was little, there was a time I fell down, and no one was willing to help me. Only my brother lifted me up and bandaged my wounds, just like now. After all, you are my sister, Luo Jie replied nonchalantly. Yes, only you treat me and my sister with equal affection. Luo Jie's hand trembled slightly. He had noticed that no one cared for Luo Ye in her childhood, which was why he had shown her some concern. He never expected that she had remembered it so well. How did you survive? I thought you were done for. Meanwhile, Jiang Gufeng inquired curiously of Lin Feng. It's nothing. I utilized some of the formation's power. Additionally, after breaking through to the condensation stage, I gained a new ability. A new ability? Jiang Gufeng pondered for a moment, recalling the imposing battle armor. That armor? He remembered, noting how it gleamed ominously and exuded a powerful aura. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed. The Tianshu battle armor possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, and combined with Lin Feng drawing upon the formation's power for protection. It was this that allowed him to survive that terrifying explosion. Recalling the earth-shattering sound of the explosion, a chill coursed through Lin Feng's eyes. Damn Feng Xingyi. I have no enmity with him. Yet he dared to use a fourth-tier talisman to blow me up. Moreover, judging by the dust on their bodies, it was evident that these individuals hailed from the arid southwestern desert. Their swift and precise arrival suggested they were guided by something. All right, not far off, Luo Jie's voice echoed. Lin Feng turned to see Luo Jie wrapping Luo Ye's right hand with a large bundle. How heavy? What have you done, brother? Luo Ye struggled to lift her right hand with her left, activating her vision ability to inspect it, nearly gasping in shock. I might have used a bit too much material, Luo Jie chuckled. Within the ocean realm, Gu Tianming waved his bloodied longsword, his points soaring to the top position on the leaderboard. He frowned as he glanced at the scoreboard, particularly at the 0 next to Feng Xingyi's name, murmuring to himself, it shouldn't be like this. How has Feng Xingyi not made a move yet after all this time? As a member of the esteemed Gu family, one of the 4 great clans of the imperial city, he was often mentioned in the same breath as Feng Xingyi as the twin prodigies of the imperial city. His worth had skyrocketed, which explained his keen interest in Feng Xingyi's performance. While he pondered, Feng Xingyi's name suddenly dimmed, causing his jaw to drop in astonishment, as if he could swallow an egg whole. Feng Xingyi is dead. Who could have possibly killed him? Gu Tianming himself was merely at the 5th stage of the condensation realm, a minor level below Feng Xingyi. He could not fathom how someone as powerful as Feng Xingyi could perish. Was it possible he encountered numerous enhancement bearers? Yet, they had only recently entered the formation. Absorbing enhancements requires time. Ji Tianming racked his brain, unable to comprehend how Feng Xingyi was eliminated. Before him, a vast white world gradually unfolded. The competitors within the ocean had nearly eliminated each other, prompting Gu Tianming to seek a different area. Tianming, ahead lies an icy world within the formation. Drape yourself in a cloak. Among the 3 of the Gu family. Aside from Gu Tianming, there was 1 man and 1 woman. The enchanting woman was draping a robe over Gu Tianming's shoulders. He shivered, feeling somewhat awkward as he donned it, avoiding eye contact with her and hastily moving forward. Hey, the man patted her shoulder, shaking his head helplessly. The woman, undeterred, chased after the 2 into the snow. BRR, it's quite cold. Jiang Gufeng tightened his tattered clothing, shivering. That is someone the condensation realm afraid of the cold? Luo Jie questioned, puzzled. Of course. Why don't you take off your winter coat and let me try it? In the snowy expanse, Jiang Gufeng and Luo Jie quickly grew familiar, engaging in conversation. Jiang Gufeng, clad in ragged gray garments, resembled a little beggar, trembling from the cold. That one tea do. Brother Jiang, I may be plump, but I'm no good at keeping warm. If this continues, I might as well end it all. How much longer until we reach the ocean? Jiang Gufeng complained discontentedly, but Lin Feng suddenly halted in his tracks. Perhaps you'll have a chance to ignite your passion. Not far away, 3 figures slowly approached. That must be the Gu family's son-in-law. He looks decent, albeit a bit overweight, Gu Tianming remarked, observing one of the figures. Who would want to marry someone so fat? The alluring woman named Gu Rou looked at Luo Jie with a face full of disdain. Marry whoever you want, she scoffed. The man beside her could hardly contain his laughter. I reckon it LLBU, as you're the only eligible woman in the clan. Get lost. Gu Rou's face flushed crimson upon hearing Gu Qi's words. Gu Tianming ignored their banter, channeling his energy to amplify his voice, calling out to the distance. Have you seen Feng Xingyi? Yes, we did. He has been taken down by us, Jiang Gufeng shouted back. Gu Tianming chuckled, clearly skeptical that a pair of golden gauntlets enveloped his hands. If you can defeat me, I might just believe you. Hey! Rou or Luo Jie recognized Gu Rou and exclaimed excitedly. Gu Rou's expression turned frosty. Don't shout. You fat fool. Are we that close now? Chapter 34. The battle that shook the world. Luo Jie's face stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who are you? Why should we fight you? Jiang Gufeng scoffed, dismissing the little shrimp as unworthy of their efforts. Such arrogance, Gu Tianming chuckled. I am Gu Tianming, the champion of this contest at I have the qualifications. Gu Tianming. Lin Feng mused, recalling that he had seen this name somewhere before. Indeed, the second place in the first treasure contest had been him, ranking between Feng Xingyi and Lin Feng. Now that Feng Xingyi was dead, with 0 points, it was not inappropriate to claim the title of champion. Since you aspire to be the champion, I assume you have abundant points? Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. If Gu Tianming sneered dismissively, that depends on whether you have the capability. And no sooner had he spoken than Gu Tianming transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Lin Feng. The aura of the 5th stage of the condensation realm erupting with overwhelming pressure. Lin Feng bent his legs, the power of the Tian Shu star gradually surging into his limbs as he slashed forth with his sword. In the sky, Gu Tianming's figure collided with the sword energy, producing a wave of shockwaves. That Gu Tianming's form was hardly affected, as if he had effortlessly dispelled Lin Feng's attack, continuing his straight charge after shattering the sword energy. He raised his right fist, gathering his true energy, and a phantom of a fist slowly materialized behind him. Yu Rou gazed at Gu Tianming's figure, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the very essence of the man she envisions, rather than that grotesque, piggish figure. Observing this, Roger brandished a lightning spear, ready to lend support, only to be halted by Jiang Gufeng. There is no need for you to intervene. He can handle it, Jiang Gufeng remarked with a smile, offering Roger a reassuring glance. This fellow still has tricks up his sleeve. Eye in the air. Gu Tianming's figure moved swiftly, his fist cuffs slicing through the air with a deafening sonic boom, reaching Lin Feng's face in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng made no move. Just as Gu Tianming's attack was about to land, a clear voice resonated through the heavens. Heavenly Pivot Battle Body, activate. As Lin Feng's words echoed, a terrifying force erupted from him, forcefully pushing Gu Tianming back and dispersing the shadowy figures behind him. Gu Tianming's long, dark hair was lifted by the force, his sword-like eyes reflecting disbelief at Lin Feng's escalating aura. In mere moments, Lin Feng's realm ascended to the 2nd stage of the condensed essence realm. Furthermore, with the emergence of his battle armor, Lin Feng's aura deepened considerably, although it appeared as the 2nd stage of the condensed essence realm. The pressure emanating from him left Gu Tianming feeling overwhelmed. Is this your trump card? Lin Feng offered no reply. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his right hand above his head in a gesture of summoning the heavens. As he did so, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. A terrifying wind pressure swept across the scene without warning, causing the Qi refinement realm warriors present to crouch low, struggling for breath. Gu Tianming too felt the constricting air, Yet instead of retreating, it only ignited his competitive spirit further. Very well. Now I believe you are the one who killed Feng Xingyi. You possess the qualifications. Buddha's body Dharma manifestation. Gu Tianming chanted a mantra, and a colossal Buddha figure materialized behind him, emanating waves of sacred sound that rattled Lin Feng's blood and unsettled his mind. A mental assault? Lin Feng frowned. Although the heavenly pivot battle armor had mitigated much of the impact, he still felt considerable strain. His eyes reddened as he fought to suppress the tumult within, channeling his true energy into the tip of his sword. As he did so, the gathering storm clouds above began to swirl in a rhythmic pattern. Gu Tianming's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from this aura. Draw the sword, and the star shall extinguish. The heavenly pivot star within Lin Feng dimmed, seemingly expending all its power. An overwhelming force surged forth, causing Gu Tianming to grit his teeth and spit out a mouthful of blood. As his blood stained the Buddha figure, crimson patterns began to appear on its surface, transforming the once majestic figure into something more sinister. Under the gaze of all present, the Buddha figure collided violently with Lin Feng's strike. Boom, a vast wave of energy spread forth like a tidal wave. Run! Jiang Gufeng was the first to sense something was amiss, drawing his sword and conjuring a defensive formation to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Roger seized hold of Lia and fled. The sound of cracking echoed as the sword formation shattered. Against this force, Jiang Gufeng's defenses crumpled like paper, sending him flying. Roger and Lia managed to escape largely unscathed due to their speed and Jiang Gufeng's intervention. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Jiu Qi positioned himself protectively in front of Gu Rou, and in her astonished gaze, he was struck back, spitting blood. Unfortunately, it splattered across her face. Jiu Rou froze. Not you. In the distance, two figures plummeted to the ground, disappearing into the snow. Jiu Rou hurriedly wiped her face and rushed to support Gu Tianming. Gu Qi stood trembling, his complexion pale. Usually, only those in the true martial realm could project their true energy outward, but for these prodigies, inflicting harm from a distance in the condensed essence realm seemed almost commonplace. Moreover, these two had severely injured him merely from the residual energy of their clash. Was the gap between him and these geniuses truly so vast? Lin Feng, Loya cried out anxiously, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Gufeng, struggling to extricate himself from the snow, wore a face of fury that, oh, you even want to live. He asked merely in the Qi refinement realm. Achoo! He sneezed violently, tightening his tattered clothes, feeling even colder. Roger swiftly moved beside Lin Feng, who lay weakly in the snow. Managing a faint smile, his voice hoarse that I'm fine, just drained of true energy. Can someone help me recover? Lia immediately knelt beside Lin Feng, placing her hand on his chest. Instantly, pure, true energy flowed into the heavenly pivot star, gradually illuminating the dim star. Well, it only brightened by a third, she noted, as her own energy was also waning. Beside Lin Feng, Lia panted heavily. She quickly retrieved a recovery pill, handing one to each of them, and they swiftly restored their true energy. Meanwhile, Gu Tianming appeared on the verge of collapse, lacking any direct blood relation to Gu Qi and Gu Rou, and having never shared anything intimate, he could only shakily bring forth a pill, placing it on his lips to dissolve. Having forced himself to enhance his combat power with his essence, he was already weakened. Now, after sustaining injuries, he would require nearly a week to fully recuperate. Not far away, Gu Rou rushed anxiously to Gu Tianming's side, gently propping him up. Gu Tianming weakly opened his eyes and, upon seeing her bloodied visage, was nearly frightened into unconsciousness. Gu Rou, seeing him awake, quickly closed his eyes again, her heart racing, fearing he might die. Tianming, wake up! Don't die. Open your eyes and look at me. Tianming, she wailed, shaking him desperately, terrified that if she stopped, he would perish, until a voice, dripping with irritation, broke through. Stop shaking me, or you'll scramble my brains. Chapter 35. Feng Zhao's Trial. Gu Rou paused, quickly withdrawing her hands. Thud. Gu Tianming's head plunged directly into the snow. He ground his teeth, wanting to curse this woman, But recalling her delighted expression, he bit his tongue. He could not allow her the satisfaction that Jiu Tianming's resolve solidified once more. He would never marry this woman. Not far off, Jiang Gufeng approached, sword in hand. The Gu family's main force was no longer able to fight, and now was the prime opportunity to harvest points. With the two principal characters out of the fray, it was time for the supporting cast to take the stage. Jiu Ro, regaining her composure, sneered at Jiang Gufeng's words. Just based on you? She and Gu Qi were both in the condensed essence realm, albeit only at the first stage. Opposite them stood Jiang Gufeng, a mere first-stage condensed essence realm warrior, while the others were a hefty Qi refinement realm 8th stage, a blind girl at the 4th stage, and an unknown figure whose strength was likely not impressive. As long as Gu Qi held Jiang Gufeng back, she was confident she could suppress all three of them with one hand. What? You don't believe me? Jiang Gufeng was excited. He relished moments when others underestimated him, only for him to unveil his true strength and slap their faces with reality, especially when the opponent clearly stood no chance against him. Gu Ro stepped forward, a long whip appearing in her hand seemingly from nowhere. With a crack, the whip produced a thunderous sound upon impact. Jiu Qi, hold him back, I'll take care of the others. A fragrant breeze swept by as her enchanting figure darted past Jiang Gufeng, arriving before Roger. Roger? Whoosh! Jiu Ro offered no time for him to react, striking him fiercely with the whip. Instantly, the skin on Roger's back was laid bare, bloodied and torn. His agonizing screams echoed, and Jiang Gufeng shook his head helplessly. Not far away, a bloodied figure watched him coldly. So you are Gu Qi? Jiang Gufeng inquired. Indeed, that is I look forward to your guidance. Guidance? More like sending you to your demise. As the words fell, a surge of sword intent shot skyward. Jiang Gufeng's golden pupils shimmered with sword light. His speed was astonishing, leaving Gu Qi with barely enough time to register the shock before the golden sword came crashing down upon him. In Gu Qi's astonished gaze, the sword cleanly severed his head. Instant kill. Gu Ro was still in the midst of swinging her second strike when the sword intent enveloped her. Just relying on me? Is that insufficient? Jiang Gufeng remarked, feeling his stature elevate to unprecedented heights. Truly, he was magnificent. Jiu Ro turned to face Jiang Gufeng, who was advancing towards her, confusion flickering in her eyes. But where's Gu Qi? She glanced down, only to see a headless corpse slowly dissipating. That was Gu Qi being teleported out of the formation. Gu Qi was killed. She gazed in disbelief at Jiang Gufeng, and soon her eyes inexplicably sparkled with little stars. You killed Gu Qi? Are you really that formidable? The little boy appeared rather handsome. Was he married? The first two sentences seemed relatively normal, but upon hearing the last, Jiang Gufeng's face darkened instantly. What did she mean by asking if he was married? After all, he was a male. Get away from me, Jiang Gufeng exclaimed, jumping in frustration. So eager to command your elder sister. The little boy teased. Does little brother prefer to do a forward roll or a backward roll? Sister can do both. Jiang Gufeng wore a look of utter disbelief. Not far away, Gu Tianming, lying on the ground and on the verge of death, sincerely felt that he would be better off truly dead. How embarrassing! Outside the formation, an elderly matriarch from the Gu family rubbed her forehead, lamenting, I've spoiled her too much. I must educate her properly when we return. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Gu family is seeking a husband, and that a young man from the Luo family has been chosen. Is that true? Someone nearby inquired with curiosity. Indeed, with so many noble families in the royal city, why would she choose a poor boy from a remote village? The matriarch's lips twitched slightly. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. When the Gu family hosts the grand wedding banquet and invites guests, you shall naturally learn the truth. Some individuals clearly allied with the Gu family expressed their dissatisfaction with the matriarch's mysterious demeanor. After offering a few more words of reassurance, the topic finally subsided to that moment. Gu Qi's figure was teleported out. The matriarch promptly arranged for medical personnel to tend to him, without placing any blame on him. After all, despite Gu Qi's efforts, he was still somewhat lacking compared to those true prodigies. Jiu Qi stood behind her, receiving treatment, and had expected Gu Qi to scold him a few times, which would have made him feel somewhat better. However, Gu Qi merely stood there, occasionally offering him words of comfort. instilling within him a deep sense of helplessness. It turned out that Gu Qin understood he could not possibly compete with these exceptional talents. Speaking of the Gu family, they were a legendary clan in the royal city. In the Gu family, women held a position of respect. They believed that since women bore children, bloodlines would naturally be closer to the mother. Consequently, the status of their women was exceedingly high, occupying significant positions within the family and never marrying outside. The lineage was passed on through marriage. The males of the Gu family were, however, openly valued. As long as there was a young lady in the royal city who found them appealing, they could even be bought as male companions. Although this family was an anomaly in the royal city, due to the exceptional quality of the males they produced, they were highly favored by the daughters of other prominent families. As a result, the Gu family's financial power was formidable, making them one of the four great families alongside the other three major clans. Gu Tianming was currently the most sought-after man in the royal city. Not only was he strikingly handsome and immensely powerful, but he also possessed an ethereal charm. More importantly, he was known as one of the dual prodigies of the royal city alongside the young master of the Feng family. One could not help but wonder if the Gu family was secretly promoting Gu Tianming to enhance his status. In any case, many girls were becoming increasingly restless. Such a man would be exhilarating to conquer. In stark contrast, Gu Qi was likely destined to become a male companion, serving some woman who purchased him for a pittance. Contemplating his fate, Gu Qi could not help but clench his fists in frustration. "Are you certain it is the invincible sword path on the other side?" Feng Xiao inquired in a hushed tone. Feng Xingyi nodded, recalling that Jiang Gufeng was about to take action again and resolved to inform his father about this. The invincible sword path was the most challenging among all paths. What was even more stifling was that this path not only required significant cultivation, but was also easy to destroy. A single failure could damage one's Dao heart, making it exceedingly difficult to progress further. "Can he be recruited?" Feng Xiao asked. Feng Xingyi shook his head. "This boy is quite obedient to Lin Feng. He would likely be difficult to recruit." Feng Xiao sighed, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. "Let's find an opportunity to test him. If that fails, I will personally incapacitate his invincible sword path." Feng Xiao could not tolerate having such a monstrous genius by the enemy's side. If recruitment proved impossible, he would ensure Jiang Gufeng experienced the taste of failure at the earliest opportunity. But the question remained, how should we test him? Feng Xiao pondered carefully, then a look of pain crossed his face. Didn't the Feng family possess a top-tier sword soul that no one could utilize? Chapter 36. Top-tier sword soul. Jiang Gufeng stood to the side, somewhat overwhelmed by Gu Rou's fierce assault. He stammered, "I'm still just a child." "Being a child is excellent. It indicates your immense potential for the future," Gu Rou replied nonchalantly. Jiang Gufeng found himself at a loss. He yearned to simply send her out of the formation with a single strike, yet he also relished the feeling of her admiration, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Roger was equally astounded. He understood his father's intentions for the family's advancement in arranging for him to marry into the Gu family. But what a remarkable woman this was. "All right, enough of this," Roger said, pulling Gu Rou aside in exasperation. "The broadcast is still ongoing. If this continues, it will ruin the Gu family's reputation and embarrass me as well." Gu Rou shot him a sidelong glance, her alluring eyes narrowing. "You truly think you've become my husband?" With a crack, she lashed her whip again. Even Roger, known for his patience, could no longer contain himself. He coldly snorted, "Lightning thorn." Instantly, a flurry of fine lightning enveloped Roger. Crackling with energy, Gu Rou's whip struck him fiercely, causing him to inhale sharply. This woman truly had a vicious hand. Likewise, Gu Rou found herself in a precarious situation. Her eyes widened as her hand gripping the whip trembled violently. "Hiss! Oh!" Suddenly, she seemed to come to her senses, clamping her mouth shut tightly. The word delight ultimately failed to escape her lips. If this hefty pig were to electrify her in such a manner, how could she ever face anyone again? Not far away, Lin Feng had fully restored his depleted vital energy. Unlike Gu Tianming, who had overexerted himself, his recovery was swift. The frost sword appeared in his hand as he approached Gu Rou. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you Roger's wife?" "I am not," Gu Rou vehemently denied. She then glanced at Lin Feng. noticing that he was quite handsome and had managed to match Gu Tianming in strength. However, she quickly turned her gaze to Roger, who was Lin Feng's wife. Nevertheless, Gu Rose still decided to take a chance. Handsome, with a swift motion the cold, gleaming sword severed her head in an instant. "Since you are not, then you shall perish." Lin Feng sheathed his sword, then tilted his head to Jiang Gufeng, asking, "Did she just want to say something?" Jiang Gufeng felt a bit embarrassed. "I believe so." "Well done. I've disliked her for a long time." Roger cheered from the sidelines. "When my strength increases, I'll take my turn to slay her." "You might never get that chance in this lifetime." Jiang Gufeng retorted without sparing Roger any face that you am with that. The matter was settled. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted to Gu Tianming, who was half buried in the snow. Gu Tianming's body quivered slightly. Even with his eyes closed, he could still feel the searing stares of the crowd upon him. Realizing he could no longer feign death, he could only beg for mercy. "Please, don't kill me, Dodo. Give me a reason not to kill you." Lin Feng replied. "Now you know to plead for mercy? Just a moment ago, weren't you acting so tough?" Jiang Gufeng grinned with delight. "How about this? If you spare me, I'll offer you a discount when you buy from me in the future." "What nonsense!" Jiang Gufeng stared, dumbfounded. Lin Feng ignored Gu Tianming's pleading gaze. The fellow had accrued a substantial amount of points. Killing him would instantly elevate Lin Feng to first place. With a swift motion, he executed Gu Tianming. It seems this year's competition for supremacy is without suspense. The Lin family has truly produced a dark horse. That may not be the case, someone interjected. Lin Feng could only barely contend with Gu Tianming due to the formation's enhancements. What will he do in the next round of individual combat? The wrath of the Gu and Feng families is not something a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator can withstand. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, believing that Lin Feng was destined to encounter a setback in the third round. After slaying Gu Tianming, Lin Feng led the group away from the icy realm and into the tempered forest. Jiang Gufeng finally ceased his complaints, and his previously huddled form straightened. Along the way, they encountered several teams. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed the Tianshu battle technique, swiftly dispatching them with 2 strikes. These individuals were teleported out of the formation. They expressed their grievances, wishing to have Lin Feng skinned alive. Because of his killing god, their points had been reduced to 0. It appeared that these individuals harbored significant resentment towards Lin Feng. The wind, swirling around, glanced about before speaking. The displeasure etched on Feng Xingyi's face had yet to dissipate. "No way. The first match in the duel should not be against Lin Feng. I personally wish to eliminate him." Feng Xiao shook his head. "The turmoil over the elixirs is not yet settled. It would be prudent for us to proceed with caution. Lin Feng will meet his end. It's merely a matter of time." Wang Jintian, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement. "If that young fool crosses paths with me, I will stop at nothing to take his life. At that point, I hope the head of the Feng family will put in some effort to handle the aftermath." A smirk played upon Feng Zhao's lips. "Rest assured, you need only focus on killing Lin Feng. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the consequences." Time slipped away, second by second. Last, the second round of the 100-man battle concluded. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the formation, his cultivation at the condensation realm began to plummet uncontrollably. Condensation realm level 1, Qi refinement level 10, Qi refinement level 9, Qi refinement level 8. As his cultivation regressed to Qi refinement level 8, resentful gazes were cast upon him. Lin Feng sensed the atmosphere. The Tianshu battle body could not be activated. It seemed that only upon reaching the condensation realm could this technique be utilized. What are they staring at? Were it not for this formation, they would all be dead. Jiang Gufeng muttered discontentedly, feeling uncomfortable under the vicious glares of these defeated foes. So, Lin Feng, in this duel, there will be no enhancements. Let us see if you can still manage to stand, sneered a robust man of condensation realm level 1. Lin Feng turned to locate the source of the voice. He had no recollection of this individual. A nameless pawn he had easily dispatched within the formation. "Who are you?" he inquired. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. The burly man's face darkened. "Who am I? You will know when your turn comes." "Oh, I shall await your arrival," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, turning to stride towards the inn. Not far off, Feng Xiao was engaged in conversation with someone, who nodded in response and received a wisp of gas before disappearing into the crowd. That night, Jiang Gufeng wandered the streets alone, moving stealthily. "Hey, brother," a sudden voice broke the silence. Jiang Gufeng jolted, his nerves easing upon recognizing the newcomer, and he followed him into a narrow alley. "Brother, you say you possess a supreme sword soul?" "Name your price," Jiang Gufeng declared, noticing the lack of onlookers. "Haha, brother, my sword soul is not based on fate or elemental power. It is granted only to those with destiny," the stranger replied. "Oh, you summon me. Could it be that I am that destined individual?" Jiang Gufeng replied, excitement bubbling within him. "Whether there's destiny or not depends on you," the newcomer chuckled. Chapter 37. Auction items never before auction. Look at me. What do you mean by that? Our Lord Feng is eager for talent and seeks to recruit the capable. If young Master Jiang is interested, why not consider switching allegiances? This sword soul shall be offered with both hands. From what I understand, Lin Feng seems unable to provide you with any assistance. Jiang Gufeng nodded slightly. That is a valid point. What can the Feng family offer me? 10 true crystals monthly, a choice of any Shintier weapon, and a private residence. These were all prearranged by Feng Xiao, and he stated them without hesitation. True crystals, Jiang Gufeng exclaimed, astonished. They were cultivation resources only usable by those in the true martial realm. It was said that in the major sects outside the imperial city, true crystals could even serve as currency. Seeing Jiang Gufeng's shocked expression, the stranger felt more assured. "So, brother, can you provide a response now?" Jiang Gufeng hesitated, "But I have some grievances with young Master Feng." "You need not worry about that. Once you join the Feng family, those past grievances will dissipate like smoke." Haha, that is indeed true. Under the night sky, two figures intertwined, and soon, as if reaching a consensus, they departed contentedly. The following morning, Lin Feng concluded his training as usual, sensing a slight change in his aura. Luo Yi also gradually ceased to practice. Expelling a wave of turbid energy, her aura beginning to surge, Qi refinement level 5, Lin Feng gazed in astonishment at the woman beside him. Had she truly progressed so swiftly? Luo Yi noticed Lin Feng's gaze and smiled sweetly, snuggling into his embrace. "Dear husband, I'm striving to catch up to you. In the future, I will be your ultimate support." Lin Feng shook his head. "I do not wish for you to be my support. I only hope to grow strong enough to bring you joy every day." He paused, gently stroking Luo Yi's now-recovered hand, feeling a pang of regret. What transpired in the formation will never happen again. Luo Yi's face flushed momentarily, softly murmuring. A gentle knock resounded from outside the door. "Who is it?" Lin Feng inquired. Is that the unmistakable cheeky voice of Luo Jie came from outside. Lin Feng smiled, feeling a sense of familiarity. "You little rascal, why act so formal with family?" Luo Jie pushed the door open, unable to contain his laughter. "Good news. Have you heard? Because Lin Feng has slain too many. Many families have suffered significant losses in combat strength, so the duel has been postponed by a week." Lin Feng's expression darkened. "What sort of good news is that? Those individuals suffering losses in strength might still improve their rankings. If they recover fully, how will I be able to take advantage? You are not aware, are you? The Imperial City's Treasure Pavilion has seized the opportunity and is holding another auction. This time, the caliber is incomparable to that of the auction in Qingchuan Town. Do you have money?" Lin Feng asked skeptically. No. "Then why are you so cheerful?" Lin Feng felt frustrated, having thought this rascal was planning to indulge them. Luo Yi chuckled. "We have no money either. What shall we do, brother?" If we lack funds, we need not buy. We can sell." Luo Jie grinned mischievously. This time he was determined to capitalize on these wealthy fools. "I have already notified the family to send over my father's rare treasures." Luo Yi's face displayed surprise. "Those antiques?" Luo Yi remembered distinctly that once, when she accidentally touched an antique, her hand was swollen by Luo Li's reprimand. It could be said that Luo Li valued these antiques more than his own life. How had Luo Jie managed this? Luo Jie smirked, having likely been a guest at the Gu family during this time. "In my father's name, I had someone deliver the antiques to the Imperial City. Those servants are none the wiser." Lin Feng, gave him a thumbs up. A true filial SONB, by the way. Where is Jiang Gufeng? I haven't seen him this morning. Luo Jie changed the subject. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know. He didn't come when I called last night that I'd intended to offer him some cultivation resources. It seems he must have his own matters to attend to. Lin Feng added after a pause. Luo Jie nodded and then excitedly continued. This time, the Treasure Pavilion's auction features a super mysterious finale item. Do you know about it? Lin Feng chuckled. When has it not been so? At the Qingchuan Town auction, the finale item was a true martial pill. This pill was akin to a bombshell in Qingchuan Town. Yet in the Imperial City, it merely rated as a high-end item, not worthy of being called a mysterious finale item. I suspect this time's finale item must surpass the true martial pill. Reflecting on it, even though he was well aware of the Treasure Pavilion's tactics, Lin Feng could not help but feel a tinge of anticipation. Those wretched capitalists. This time is different. Luo Jie shook his head. It is said that this auction item has never before been auctioned off, at least, not in the history of the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Feng was taken aback, his anticipation growing even more. The Treasure Pavilion had a long history. Anything that could be traded should have been auctioned off, unless its value was simply too low. But as a finale item, how could its value be low? What could it possibly be? Lin Feng pondered repeatedly. Luo Ye, like a curious kitten, was equally intrigued. This auction is an absolute must. Those wretched Treasure Pavilion, in the time that followed. Lin Feng either spent time playing with Luo Ye or began refining pills. In the evening, the two of them meditated together, and the hours flew by unnoticed. On the fourth day, Lin Feng enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. The primary reason was the taxing nature of pill refining. Unrelated to Luo Ye, it matters not. Dear husband, your brother came to call you this morning. Seeing that you had not awakened, he went to the Treasure Pavilion alone. That's so. Lin Feng, still groggy, gazed at Luo Ye's rosy complexion and could not resist stealing a kiss. Then let us set off swiftly. He grabbed the pills he had refined over the past few days and departed the room with Luo Ye. Second-tier pills, though not high-end items, remain the mainstream pills within the Imperial City. Using a few precious second-tier pills as a highlight, combined with some embellishments for the auction, Lin Feng was confident that there would be buyers. Next door, Luo Chua sat alone on her bed. Feeling solitary, her disheveled hair and vacant eyes suggested that she had not enjoyed a restful night. The recollection of the sounds from the previous evening caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She desired to attend the auction, yet her financial situation rendered that impossible. The Luo family was not the Gu family. Naturally, all resources gravitated towards Roger. Her fate seemed to hinge on marrying into a respectable family. The thought of Lin Feng's performance within the formation tightened her delicate fists. Indeed, she had misjudged him. No matter how reluctant she was to admit it, Lin Feng was indeed growing at an astonishing pace. The way she had once looked down upon had dealt a resounding blow to everyone in Qingchuan Town. How long had it taken to rise from a completely shattered meridian to stand shoulder to shoulder with someone at the 5th level of an Yuan realm? Lin Feng had provided the answer. 10 days. Chapter 38. Is everything mine? At the Royal City's Treasure Pavilion, Lin Feng felt quite at ease due to his prior visit as he stepped through the entrance. The familiar cacophony enveloped him once again. Did people truly buy these antiques? Perhaps the girl from the Bai family might take a liking to them. Speaking of which, I found the final auction item to be quite amusing. I chuckled as well. This truly was a first for the Treasure Pavilion. However, many would likely bid on it. Lin Feng maintained a listening posture, yet the underhanded dealings of Qingchuan Town did not materialize here. The mysterious final item had been the subject of much speculation, but its nature remained unknown to him. Hello, this is the auction house's consignment section. May I inquire if you have any treasures to auction? A courteous gentleman asked. Lin Feng looked up to find they had arrived at the consignment area of the Treasure Pavilion. He held up a bag of elixirs and inquired, "Are these acceptable?" The gentleman examined them and replied, "Once their authenticity is verified, they can certainly be accepted. Please follow me." Lin Feng nodded and followed the gentleman into the consignment section. Upon entering, he felt a familiar thrill. Lin Feng held Luo Ye's hand and discreetly surveyed the surroundings. His gaze finally settled on an antique. "Are these all consignment items?" Lin Feng asked. Yes, these antiques were sent by the young master of the Luo family. To be frank, there may not be many willing to bid on them. What if I offer a high price? Would that be acceptable? Lin Feng attempted to negotiate. The gentleman appeared troubled. That might not be feasible. The treasure pavilion has rules. Once authenticity is confirmed and consignment is established, even the original owner cannot retract. Very well. Lin Feng sighed. After confirming the consignment, he exited and spotted Gu Tianming walking in. Lin Feng had expected him to utter some harsh words, but to his surprise, Gu Tianming quickly lowered his head upon seeing Lin Feng, foregoing any greeting as he entered the consignment area. Lin Feng was taken aback. Those he had slain would surely wish to flay him alive. Yet Gu Tianming, with his considerable points, showed indifference to his enemy. He merely thought about it, and then paid it no mind. Joining Luo Ye in the main auction hall, Brother Lin Feng. Over here. Roger waved from his seat. Lin Feng swiftly walked over, noticing a unique formation restriction on the seat, requiring a sufficient amount of true crystals to unlock. The seat Roger had chosen was relatively forward and demanded 3 true crystals. 1 true crystal was equivalent to 100,000 taels of gold. Thus, 3 crystals amounted to 300,000 taels of gold, a staggering 30 million taels of silver. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Had he not swindled Wang Wei out of 10 million taels of gold, he might not even have been able to afford a seat. In that moment, he acutely felt the disparity between Qingchuan town and the royal city. Roger, rather nervously, asked Brother Lin Feng, "Do you have the funds? If not, I can lend you some." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. With a grand gesture, he produced gold to unlock 2 seats. A mere 60,000 taels of gold was nothing to him. With a smile, Lin Feng took his seat, though he couldn't shake the discomfort of sitting on a chair worth 30 million taels. As they conversed in a luxurious private room above them, Jiang Gufeng calmly drank the tea that Feng Xiao had poured. Feng Xingyi wore a disingenuous smile. "Brother Jiang, your willingness to abandon the shadows for the light is truly visionary. Let bygones be bygones from now on. I, Feng, would like to forge a brotherhood with you." Jiang Gufeng shook his head. "I am but a solitary wanderer without attachments that I am grateful for the Feng family's kindness in allowing me to work at the Feng residence. I dare not wish for more." Feng Xingyi's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he maintained a smile. "Then, in the future, the Feng family will rely heavily on you, Brother Jiang." "Well said," Jiang Gufeng replied. At tea that moment, the lights in the main auction hall dimmed, and all chatter ceased. Lin Feng sat quietly in his seat. Although he possessed the Tian Shu, he had never considered modifying the auction's contents for personal gain. The treasure pavilion of the royal city was incomparable to Qingchuan town. Any overt manipulation would easily draw suspicion. Should the pavilion investigate, all the elixirs he had consumed and the gold he had swindled would need to be returned, an outcome he wished to avoid. On stage, the auctioneer began an impassioned speech. The first treasure, a low-grade earth-tier sword, flowing fire, capable of severing hair and unbreakable. When infused with true qi, it can activate the fire attribute iron crystal within the blade, a rare treasure indeed. Starting bid, 1 true crystal, 2 crystals, as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking. The number 2 appeared on the large screen. The attendees, primarily locals, showed little surprise. The starting price had barely been announced before someone eagerly raised their bid. 10 crystals. The screen flashed, displaying the number 10. Lin Feng noticed a private room marked with the Feng family name light up, indicating the Feng family had entered the bidding fray. "Daughter, this earth-tier long sword would greatly benefit you. Shall I bid for it?" Bai Zhan inquired within the Bai family's box. Bai Iran, in need of a suitable long sword, found this low-grade earth-tier sword to be a timely boon. However, she stubbornly shook her head, clearly reluctant to accept. Observing this, Bai Zhan sighed. "Are you still waiting for him? But father is of no use. I cannot assist you. I do not blame father, if this is truly a matter of fate. Perhaps it is meant for us to miss each other." The Bai family box fell into silence. As the auction progressed fervently, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his elixirs had fetched 2 fire crystals. As they approached the penultimate item, Lin Feng's heart began to race. He was aware that the items Roger was auctioning were about to be presented. The upcoming items were antiques, and he hoped to see if anyone might be interested in acquiring them. The first item, Qingkai porcelain, Luo Lai, having been invited by the Gu family, entered their box to participate in the auction. Initially indifferent, his interest piqued upon hearing that antiques were to be auctioned. In Qingchuan town, who did not know that Luo Lai had an obsession with antiques that bordered on mania? Yet, the first item bore a striking resemblance to one he already owned. It sold for a high price, 8 true crystals. These people truly have taste. Wait, this second item looks remarkably similar to the one in my collection that I asked there's someone in the royal city who shares my interests. He resolved to seek an opportunity to meet this individual. Ultimately, the second antique sold for 10 true crystals. When the third item, bearing his name, appeared before Luo Lai, his eyes bulged in shock. What the hell? Is everything here my stuff? Chapter 39. The mysterious final item appears. Luo Lai's breath became uneven as he spotted a card hanging from the neck of a warhorse car from a millennium-old phoenix tree. Emblazoned with his name, oh no, I forgot to take that down. In his seat, Roger awkwardly scratched his head, prompting Lin Feng to cast a scrutinizing glance at him. If your father sees this, you'll be in for it. Don't worry. He is probably still at the Gu family as a guest. Roger retorted nonchalantly. Do you think the Gu family will attend the auction? Roger paused, glancing around, and spotted a box marked with the Gu family name. His expression instantly souring. In no way does the Luo family possess such collections. Why not bring them to show me? A middle-aged woman in the Gu family box asked with a smile. Though over 50, her cultivation and upkeep made her appearance indistinguishable from that of a woman in her 30s. Achieving the true martial realm could extend one's lifespan to a millennium. Thus, the woman in the Jinwu realm is quite young. Luo Lai composed his turbulent heart, a bitter smile gracing his face. Head of the Gu family, did we not agree to hand over the Li Hor ring to you, allowing Luo Jie to marry into your family? Indeed, we had an agreement. I am merely curious. I assure you, there is no other intention, the beautiful woman replied nonchalantly. Luo Lai's expression darkened, and he understood that he was inevitably going to incur losses again. He stood up in anger, gazing downstairs, and indeed he spotted that plump figure. Once the auction concludes, I shall not let you off lightly. Oh, for some unknown reason, Luo Jie suddenly shivered. What's wrong? Lin Feng inquired. I just felt a sudden chill, he replied. The next item up for auction was a crystal-clear orb. Although it held no practical value, it was still a fine collectible that, as they discussed, the auctioneer on stage was far from idle. Luo Jie's items were being auctioned off one after another, and when the fourth item, the orb, came up, Lin Feng's body trembled. He had finally waited for this moment. The starting bid was half a true crystal. Perhaps fearing it would go unsold, the bids were rather conservative. For a long while, the auction house was silent. Luo Jie felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this orb wouldn't sell? Although he felt that the orb was merely visually appealing, it was essentially useless. Just as he was growing anxious, a number finally illuminated the screen. 0.1 true crystal. Luo Jie's excitement surged as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look, there truly is a big fool willing to buy it." Ha ha! Suddenly, he noticed the seat occupied by Lin Feng was brightly lit. In a way, bro, is he really that loyal? Luo Jie felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lin Feng, however, felt a dark cloud over his brow. You're the real fool. I could see that moment. The Win family's private box lit up, and a large bid of 5 true crystals appeared on the screen. Feng Xingyi seized the opportunity to glance at Jiang Gufeng, hoping to read something from his expression. However, he failed. Jiang Gufeng exhibited no emotion. Feng Xingyi discreetly withdrew his gaze, his curiosity slightly assuaged. 0.15 true crystals. Lin Feng's seat lit up again, and he glanced toward the Wind family's direction, clenching his fist unconsciously. 0.20 true crystals. The Wind family's box lit up once more, bidding without a hint of hesitation. That's enough. That price has already exceeded my expectations. No need to bid further. Luo Jie quickly interjected. 25 true crystals. Lin Feng showed no hesitation as his seat lit up again. Consider a gift. Feng Xingyi said with a faint smile, returning to his seat. Feng Xiao also cast a look of approval towards Feng Xingyi. Directly multiplying the bid by 25 times, it certainly inflicted a significant loss on Lin Feng. Jiang Gufeng remained expressionless throughout. "Brother, I don't want to take your money," Luo Jie lamented. "You need not pay me. I genuinely admire this orb." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Huh." Luo Jie was taken aback, knowing full well that the orb was utterly devoid of any practical function. Inside the Gu family's box, Luo Lai scoffed. He had purchased this orb for merely a couple of silver coins from a street vendor. Yet Lin Feng was paying 25 true crystals for it. Truly a great fool. Meanwhile, Luo Jie's antiques were being auctioned off swiftly. Whenever a lull occurred, Lin Feng would make a symbolic bid. Feng Xingyi would invariably intervene, but this time Lin Feng chose not to contend with him and let the boy have it all. Feng Xiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that what Lin Feng truly desired was that orb? "Daughter, weren't you the one most fond of these antiques?" Bai Zhan looked at Bai Yiran with concern, sensing that something was amiss with her. Could it be that she has fallen ill? Bai Yiran appeared tense. Shaking her head, "I like them, but I do not wish to have them. I only hope, Father, that regardless of what I desire next, you will help me acquire it. All right?" Bai Zhan, hearing this, felt a twinge of suspicion but still patted his chest. "As long as my daughter desires it. No matter what it is, your father will secure it for you." "Thank you, Father." Within the box of the four great families of the imperial city, Feng, Jin, Gu, and Bai, inside the Jin family's box, a corpulent woman reclined on a luxurious sofa, adorned in glimmering jewels. Her name was Jin Fuyo, the matriarch of the Jin family, arguably the wealthiest person in the imperial city. At this moment, she was idly toying with a necklace around her neck, displaying signs of impatience. "When will this final pie seed our assistants come up?" "Just a bunch of worthless items." Beside her, a dapper young man hastily interjected, "Good things take time." "My dear, look, there is hardly anything left on that little cart behind." Jin Fuyo nodded, putting on a semblance of enthusiasm. The treasure pavilion often employed such tactics, yet this time, the rumors surrounding the auction had piqued her curiosity. What exactly was it that had never been auctioned in the history of the treasure pavilion? As Luo Jie's last antique auction concluded, all eyes were fixed intently on the staff from the treasure pavilion as they wheeled out the item. It was an enormous cube, draped in black fabric. In Lin Feng's perception, it resembled a cage. His brow furrowed deeper, and even Luo Yi couldn't help but gently tug at Lin Feng's sleeve. "Make sure to inform me the moment you see it." Lin Feng snapped back to reality, smiling as he nodded. Of course. Inside the Bai family's box, Bai Yiran appeared even more anxious, her delicate fists turning crimson. The next auction item was extraordinary, a rarity that had never been auctioned in the entire history of the treasure pavilion. "Next, you shall have the honor of witnessing history unfold." With a flourish, the black cloth was lifted, revealing that the cube was indeed a cage. However, instead of a mythical beast, it contained. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the disheveled figure within the cage. It was Gu Tianming, Chapter 40. Save Me. The auction hall erupted into a frenzy. Human trafficking, that was a gray industry, almost impossible to conduct openly, and no wonder it had never been auctioned before. The only reason the treasure pavilion dared to auction it was likely due to the imperial city's approval. "Darling, what is it? Would Luoya like it?" Upon hearing the commotion, Luoya inquired. Realizing the final treasure had been unveiled, Lin Feng's expression twitched. "You probably wouldn't like it." "What if I do?" "Hurry and tell me." Luoya insisted, playfully tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve. "That it's a man." Luoya's expression stiffened. In the auction hall's box, the Bai family. Bai Yiran turned to her father, whispering, "Father, I wish to purchase him." Bai Zhan, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Did you know this in advance?" Bai Yiran nodded. "Yes. It was Guga who informed me. You disapprove, father?" Bai Zhan chuckled bitterly, contemplating whether spending a fortune on a man would be worthwhile. Jiu Tianming was bound in the center of the cage, his expression devoid of emotion. His clothing was tattered, faintly revealing well-defined pectoral muscles. His handsome features were chiseled like a sculpture. He raised his head slightly, and within his melancholic gaze lay countless untold stories. Tsk, what a prime specimen of a man. Jin Fuyo's fingers twitched, and with the assistance of the man beside her, she sat up. Jiu Tianming. Feng Xingyi's eyes glinted with derision. A product like this, Meant for sale, dared to be mentioned alongside me as one of the imperial city's darlings. Within the Gu family, Luo Lai frowned at the beautiful woman, puzzled. Why would such a talented young prodigy be sold? Men are like garments. Only money is the foundation for a family's growth. While Gu Tianming still possesses potential, it's wise to sell him for a good price sooner rather than later. Luo Lai politely nodded, but found it difficult to comprehend the Gu family's mindset. He was merely at the 4th level of the condensation realm. Had he a family disciple at the 5th level at such a young age? He would have treated him like a cherished son. Once the astonishment in the room subsided, the auctioneer slowly began. The Gu family's young genius, renowned alongside the Feng family's young master as the imperial city's twin prodigies, possesses both talent and looks that are remarkable. Acquiring him would undoubtedly bolster one's combat strength. Moreover, Gu family members are known for their obedience and diligence, as those who have purchased Gu family men in the imperial city can attest. All eligible women present should not miss this opportunity. Starting bid: 10 true crystals. Just as the auctioneer's words fell, Jean Fuyo's box lit up instantly. Following that, a staggering bid of 100 appeared on the screen. Gasp! Lin Feng inhaled sharply. A 10-fold increase? The auction hall fell into a brief silence, and the woman seated beside Lin Feng began to place her bids. I could see that moment. The Bai family's private box lit up. The bold figure of 200 capturing everyone's attention. Jean Fuyao glanced at the Bai family with a mischievous smile. I do adore the act of breaking hearts. Immediately following, the Jean family's box illuminated, displaying a staggering 500. Roger's jaw nearly dropped to the floor as he stared in disbelief at the number on the screen, a sum surpassing all his antiques combined that I feel tempted to sell something myself. Roger remarked enviously, You? 1 or 2 taels of silver could purchase 100 pounds of pork, Lin Feng retorted mercilessly. Huffed. Luo Ye couldn't contain her laughter. Roger, looking utterly disheartened, crossed his arms defiantly, choosing to ignore them. This guy could be infuriating when he got serious. Meanwhile, the Bai family was not to be outdone, as their box lit up once more. 1,000 true crystals, before the crowd could recover from their astonishment. The Jean family countered with a shocking 5,000 true crystals, equivalent to 500 million gold. Even Lin Feng felt a twinge of disbelief. The Bai family's box fell silent for a moment, as if deliberations were taking place within. The auctioneer refrained from urging them on, knowing the Bai family would inevitably respond. Ultimately, the Bai family's box flickered back to life. 5,100. It was evident that the Bai family had reached their limit and could no longer bid recklessly. Bai Ran anxiously glanced towards the neighboring box, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a pleading expression. Contrary to her hopes, the box next door lit up again under her desperate gaze. 6,000. Bai Ran slumped helplessly onto the sofa, her originally delicate face paling slightly. Bai Zhan's expression turned bitter. Daughter, if we continue down this path, the Bai family will face ruin. Despite the Bai family's considerable wealth, their extensive responsibilities demanded significant expenditure. Should liquidity falter, the Bai family would be on the brink of collapse. Bai Ran nodded slowly, 2 streams of tears trickling down from beneath her lowered hair. Observing this, Bai Zhan felt a pang in his heart, yet he dared not bid further. 6,000 true crystals. Going once. 6,000 true crystals. Going twice. 6,000 true crystals. Going thrice. Congratulations to the Jean family for acquiring the handsome man for 6,000 true crystals. Let us extend our best wishes for the union of the Gu and Jean families. As the auction concluded, the audience erupted into applause. Although many girls felt a deep sorrow within, they still politely clapped, as if the entire hall were celebrating the newlyweds. Oh, not be mistaken. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice interrupted. I bought him merely to acquire a male servant, not to enter into a blissful union. Who would wed someone up for sale? Boom! Jean Fuyao's words detonated like a bomb, inciting hostile glares from all of Gu Tianming's admirers. Jean Fuyao appeared to revel in their disdain, trembling slightly as she exited the box, eager to meet her newly acquired servant. Bai Ran's pristine teeth pierced her crimson lips under the weight of her suppressed emotions, the bright red blood staining her white attire. She was beautiful, beautifully shattered. Her heart ached like a knife. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Daughter, Bai Zhan lamented, witnessing her state, feeling a sense of guilt despite having done his utmost. Lin Feng, accompanied by Luo Ye, prepared to leave, having found the spectacle of the 6 true crystals quite entertaining. Brother Lin Feng, how can there be such a disparity between people? Others sell for 6,000 true crystals, while I can only give myself to the Gu family for free. You are aiming high. Being able to participate is already commendable. What? Do you still wish for money? Roger scratched his head, offering a wry smile that in the future, the Luo family will undoubtedly be entrusted to Luo Che as they conversed. Lin Feng suddenly felt the weight of a burning gaze upon him. Frowning, he scanned the vicinity and discovered Gu Tianming staring intently in his direction. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Gu Tianming's lips moved rapidly, as if he were attempting to convey something. Lin Feng focused intently, discerning that Gu Tianming seemed to be repeatedly uttering 2 words. Save me. Chapter 41. The youthful bond, save him? How can I save him? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed. Moreover, he was not particularly familiar with Gu Tianming. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chose to disregard Gu Tianming, leading Luo Ye and Roger out of the auction hall. In the afternoon, Lin Feng's life resumed its usual rhythm, alchemy and cultivation. That evening, an unexpected visitor arrived at the inn. While Lin Feng and Luo Ye were practicing, a melodious female voice rang out from outside. May I ask if Lin Feng is inside? Luo Ye paused, gently nudging Lin Feng. It seems she is looking for you. Lin Feng opened his eyes and gradually stabilized his cultivation. Come in, as words fell, a figure clad in white gracefully entered the room. She was an exceptionally lovely young woman. Upon entering, she slightly bowed to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, please, I implore you to help me, and Gu Tianming. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, confusion clouding his mind. Who are you? Tianming asked me to give this to you. You will understand. Lin Feng accepted the item with curiosity, a strange sensation flooding his entire being. Within him, the Sun Feng feather seemed to rejoice, as if reuniting with an old friend. Radiating joy. Since acquiring the Sun Feng feather, this was the first time Lin Feng sensed its emotions. Could this be an item of the same origin as the Sun Feng feather? In his palm lay a ring emanating a searing warmth. Quietly resting there, an unending surge of fiery power seemingly yearning to burst forth. Brother Tianming said that as long as you are willing to help him, this ring will be yours. Bai Yiran appeared somewhat restrained. Though Gu Tianming was resolute, her heart still fluttered with anxiety. Lin Feng slowly grasped the ring. I see I've been maneuvered. Speak. How may I assist you? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Yiran relaxed her posture. She exhaled softly and introduced herself. My name is Bai Yiran, the sole heir of the Bai family. Brother Tianming and I have been childhood sweethearts, having pledged ourselves to one another long ago. Luo Ye's eyes curved into a smile, her lips betraying her delight. She adored hearing tales of love. Listening intently as Bai Yiran spoke, she noticed Luo Ye's smile and paused, puzzled. Was this woman mocking her? Observing this, Lin Feng hurriedly interjected. His fiancée is unaware that Gu Tianming was auctioned. She is blind. Luo Ye, realizing Lin Feng's words, suddenly understood. Oh, the man you mentioned at the auction is the same brother Tianming she speaks of. My apologies. Taken aback by Luo Ye's sincere apology, Bai Yiran hesitated for a moment before quickly waving her hands. It's quite all right. In any case, I realize that redeeming Brother Tianming is no longer feasible. Therefore, I wish to elope with him. Lin Feng chuckled. My dear girl, the person who spent 6,000 true crystals, do you really think you can simply elope? Thus, I require your assistance. Although Brother Tianming did not say it directly, he implied that only you can aid him. Lin Feng was even more astonished. What on earth did Gu Tianming know? How did it feel as if he understood Lin Feng better than Lin Feng understood himself? After the battle for supremacy, the royal city would host an event called Youthful Bond. You must attend. Brother Tianming will inform you how to proceed. Lin Feng nodded. So this ring is now mine? Bai Yiran slightly inclined her head, then bowed again. Our future happiness relies on you. All right, I shall assist. Lin Feng quickly helped Bai Yiran to her feet. She was the legitimate daughter of one of the 4 great families, holding a distinguished status in the royal city. Yet now, She was willing to forsake everything for a man. After bidding farewell to Bai Ran, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotions. Husband, if it were you, would you do the same? Luo Ye queried with anticipation that, of course, the Lin family has never possessed substantial resources. Letting go is merely letting go. Luo Ye pondered for a moment, then innocently asked from a different perspective. What if you were the sole heir of an immensely powerful family or the only successor of a royal lineage? Then I would naturally do the same, Lin Feng replied. Really? Luo Ye's eyes sparkled, genuinely moved. Indeed, for I am not that person to begin with. Lin Feng chuckled heartily. Oh, you big bad wolf. Luo Ye playfully delivered a series of light punches to Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng responded by wrapping his arms around her, a smile gracing his lips as a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. 3 days later, the third round of the battle for supremacy officially commenced. As Lin Feng felt the surge of power within him, a smile crept across his face. With the accumulation of the previous 2 rounds, as long as he did not suffer an embarrassing defeat in this match, the title of champion was practically assured. The individual combat would take place not within a formation, but in an expansive area just outside the imperial city, resembling an ancient gladiatorial arena. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the 12 towering platforms that rose dramatically from the ground. That a fall from such heights could injure even those at the condensation realm. The area was surrounded by a dense crowd of spectators, many of whom had already taken their seats. Among them, Lin Feng spotted a familiar figure engaged in a heated argument with Luo Lai. Lin Hai. Am I to watch the Luo family and your Lin family decline without handing over the Li Hor ring? Lin Hai gritted his teeth, retorting, that artifact belongs to our ancestors. Why should I give it to you when I could pass it to Luo Jie instead? Luo Jie. How can you even mention him? You spend all your time with that useless son of yours. Look at what he has become. Luo Lai warned. Mind your words. Whose son is useless? The 2 old men bickered fiercely, their faces flushed, until Lin Feng arrived. Father! Both Luo Ye and Lin Feng exclaimed simultaneously, their angry tirades abruptly ceasing. Lin Feng, are you all right? Lin Hai rushed forward to check on Lin Feng's condition, and upon confirming he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. He had yearned to witness the battle for supremacy, but was hindered by too many family matters. Now that he saw Lin Feng was fine, he felt immense joy. Luo Lai's expression soured. Don't call me father. Call him father instead. You've married into his family now. It was clear that Luo Lai was reluctant to be associated with the Lin family. Luo Ye opened her mouth, but no words came out that moment. Lin Hai firmly grasped Luo Ye's arm. Don't mind him. If he wants to support you, I will. Even if our Lin family remains unsuccessful. I, Lin Hai, will never mistreat my daughter-in-law, ha. Luo Lai smirked. You deserve to remain a failure your entire life. Ignoring Luo Lai's words, Lin Feng smiled at Lin Hai. What are you saying, father? Naturally, I will provide for my wife. Lin Hai paused, then smiled reassuringly. That's true. My son is grown up and is capable now. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and anxiously asked, Feng, what is our Lin family's ranking? Have we made it into the top 40? Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a peculiar smile, mirrored by Luo Ye. Chapter 42. Those who disagree may challenge. What's wrong? Lin Hai was perplexed by their laughter that we are currently ranked first. Lin Feng declared earnestly. Puffed. Luo Lai couldn't help but laugh aloud. Though he had just arrived in the imperial city and had been preoccupied with the matter of Luo Jie, he had not paid much attention to the battle for supremacy. But it was absurd to think Lin Feng could possibly be in first place. Lin Hai's expression darkened. You little rascal, be serious. Lin Feng helplessly waved his hand. I am serious. I am first. All right. You are first, Lin Hai conceded, realizing Lin Feng was not going to divulge the truth. Just be sure to take care of yourself during the individual combat. Lin Feng nodded. I will, father, as they conversed. A deep voice echoed across the arena. Contestants, please enter the preparation area. A quarter of an hour later, the individual combat began. Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Lin Hai before heading towards the preparation area. Do not force yourself. If necessary, surrender, Lin Hai called out anxiously from behind. Lin Feng did not respond, understanding that Lin Hai's concern stemmed from his ignorance of Lin Feng's true abilities. When the time came for Lin Feng to demonstrate his skills, Lin Hai would surely realize that his worries were unwarranted. As Lin Feng made his way, he became the focal point of many eyes. Numerous hostile gazes were directed at him, yet none could deter his stride, until the arrival of Jiang Gufeng. Standing among the Feng family's ranks, Jiang Gufeng approached Lin Feng, accompanied by Feng Xingyi. "Oh, isn't that a member of the Lin family? Why is he standing with the Feng family? He must have been recruited. After all, loyalty among retainers is a fickle thing. Whoever offers more, they follow. It is no wonder the Feng family would recruit him. This child's performance has been quite impressive. Without him, the Lin family South first place would surely be in jeopardy." The murmurs of the crowd reached Lin Feng's ears as he watched Feng Xingyi approach with an air of arrogance. "Linda Gongzi, be cautious in the upcoming individual combat. There will be no formations to aid you. I merely wish to remind you not to meet your end in the arena." Lin Feng smirked. "I offer you the same advice." Defeated foe. Feng Xingyi laughed in anger. "What? Do you still think you're at the condensation realm? I admit your battle armor is indeed formidable," but his eyes took on a dangerous gleam as he leaned in closer to Lin Feng. Lowering his voice, you truly believe you can survive until you break through to the condensation realm? As far as I know, you were merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement a week ago. To ascend to the condensation realm and activate your battle armor in such a short time is nothing but a pipe dream. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate you. Humph, you needn't concern yourself with that." Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Feng Xingyi grinned. "Then let us see whose prowess prevails in the arena. Many desire your demise. Be sure to withstand until we meet again. Let us go." Feng Xingyi led his entourage back to the Feng family's preparation area, during which Jiang Gufeng did not glance at Lin Feng, as if he did not recognize him at all. "Luo Ye, you need not participate in this match," Lin Feng stated seriously. "I forfeit. Is that it?" Luo Ye murmured softly. "Yes." Lin Feng lifted his gaze, meeting the numerous hostile stares directed at him. Having merely taken a fraction of their points, it seemed they were ready to devour him whole. Meanwhile, Gu Tanming had also slain dozens, yet none bore him any animosity. Lin Feng took a deep breath. "If that is the case, then I shall kill that I will slay until none dare to show me any malice. Until no one dares to seek revenge against me." Above the imperial city, a youthful, handsome figure stood overlooking the arena for individual combat. "Your Highness, the wind is strong on the terrace. Do take care not to catch a chill," an elderly servant respectfully said from behind him. "Shun Lao, what are your thoughts on Lin Feng?" Shun Lao was taken aback, hesitating to reply. This old servant is merely a servant to His Highness. "I would not presume to judge the talents of the world's heroes." "World's heroes?" Xin Yuan Chung chuckled. "You are indeed a master at the 9th level of true martial realm. Who among the younger generation in this imperial city would dare to call themselves a hero in your presence?" "Oh dear, Your Highness, you flatter this old servant." Shun Lao hurriedly clasped his hands in salute. "Never mind, I shan't keep you any longer." Xin Yuancheng pouted, thinking how stubborn old folks are, fearing that a misstep could lead to their doom. But he merely wished for someone to converse with. A quarter of an hour passed, and all participants took to the stage to draw lots. The deep voice resonated once more, prompting Lin Feng to rise and approach the drawing table. "Are you the only one?" The judge looked at Lin Feng with some confusion. Though it was individual combat, the drawing was conducted by family unit. Families that drew the same number would send 3 members to fight. In the spectators' area, many whispered amongst themselves, the Lin family's retainer has gone to the Feng family. He has no choice but to fight alone. Indeed, and his little wife is only at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Isn't she just cannon fodder?" Lin Feng paid no heed to the mocking voices, calmly stating, "Therefore, I shall fight all 3." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into laughter rather than surprise. He wants to fight 3. A Qi refinement practitioner against those of the condensation realm. It doesn't matter how many come. He'll surely lose regardless. Lin Hai, seated among the crowd, caught wind of the derisive comments and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Beside him, Luo Lai wore a look of glee. "Your son is going to fight 3. How impressive." He couldn't help but mock. "Humph, shut your foul mouth. Lin Hai retorted angrily, ate the drawing table. The judge frowned and asked, "Are you certain you want to fight all three?" "I am certain," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "Very well." The judge, seeing his determination, did not press further and proceeded to register Lin Feng. Feng Xingyi, however, was visibly displeased. After all, with such a vast family, the probability of being grouped with Lin Feng is exceedingly slim. Lin Feng is but one individual. Having played only 2 rounds, he has already been eliminated, making it quite possible that he might not encounter his opponents at all. Goodness, could it be that he has managed to escape another calamity? Once everyone is registered, the draw officially commences. Lin Feng steps forward first, and all eyes are silently fixed upon him, many reflecting a glimmer of pity. As he reveals the paper slip, he finds it bears the number 3. Following his draw, the rest take their turns in succession. When the referee announces the results, a jubilant individual clutching the number 3 slip leaps into the air. Yay! We get to face Lin Feng. All eyes turn enviously towards that person. To them, this signifies a direct advancement to the next stage. "Brother, give him a good thrashing for us. Hey, how about we swap places?" I was utterly defeated by Lin Feng in the secret realm. He even pursued me relentlessly. Let me have a shot. Lin Feng lets out a cold chuckle and strides directly towards the third arena. The tempest rises beneath his feet, allowing him to effortlessly ascend the elevated platform. From atop the platform, Lin Feng's indifferent voice resonates throughout the venue. "Esteemed guests, today I, Lin Feng, shall claim the top prize. Any challengers are welcome to step forward." Chapter 43. Riding the Flames, a tsunami of power as Lin Feng's declaration echoes. It predictably incites uproarious laughter. The crowd is doubled over in mirth, with the exception of Jiang Gufeng. He gazes up at the tall, youthful figure on the platform, a smile creeping onto his lips. After today, the name Lin Feng shall undoubtedly resound throughout the entire imperial city. The family that drew the number 3 is the Guo clan. The 3 combatants representing them are Guo Huai, Guo Qi, and Guo Xiao. Guo Huai smirks as he speaks. "Very well. I hope you carry that bravado all the way to the ground when you kneel." With that, he eagerly leads his 2 companions onto the third platform. Among the trio, Guo Huai is at the 1st level of the condensation realm, while the others are at the 9th level of Qi training, and one believes Lin Feng can emerge victorious. Even with Guo's family possessing only 1 condensation realm fighter, as all competitors on the platform prepare, Lin Feng faces 3 figures emanating an overwhelming aura. The gaze of the audience is fixated on the third platform, eagerly anticipating Lin Feng's humiliation. With only 12 platforms available, only families that drew numbers 1 to 4 are permitted to compete. The Luo and Feng families are not among them at this moment. They await their turn in silence. Lin Feng's brother, Roger, clenches his fists tightly. The first battle of the contest begins. With the referee's command, the 3 from the Guo family charge forward with great force. Their figures stirring up waves of energy as powerful martial techniques coalesce in their palms. Lin Feng, however, remains unfazed atop the platform. He extends his hand, a small flame flickering playfully in his grasp. "Go!" The flame darts directly towards the trio. The audience bursts into laughter, preparing to mock him, when suddenly a fierce wind envelopes Lin Feng. The tempest accelerates, engulfing the flame entirely. In an instant, the fire surges into a towering inferno. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the previously minuscule flame has expanded into a vast sea of fire, engulfing the entire platform. What kind of martial technique is this? The 3 are taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Such a widespread flame. Could it truly be conjured by a mere Qi training practitioner? What reserves of true energy does he possess? Ladies and gentlemen, the performance has concluded. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng unleashes the inferno upon the 3, the flames greedily licking at their forms. Though they attempt to rush towards Lin Feng, they ultimately collapse helplessly into the sea of fire. Their bodies shard black, in a single move. Lin Feng has eliminated all 3, but the audience falls into a stunned silence. Their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief as they stare at the platform that ended so abruptly. Riding the flames, no wonder Brother Tianming said he would never refuse. Bai Ran seems to grasp something, murmuring softly, "I hope Brother Tianming has not misjudged you. You truly will keep your promise. Damn it. What is happening?" Everyone is left speechless by Lin Feng's display, save for one individual. Luo Lai's face flushes with rage as he grips Lin Hai's collar, demanding furiously, "Why is the fire-leaving ring I gifted to the Guo family now in Lin Feng's possession?" Lin Hai shoves Luo Lai away. "How would I know? Today is the first time I've seen him. If you have questions, ask the Guo family." Luo Lai glares at the Guo family, only to find Guo Sun watching Lin Feng on the platform with an expression of cold indifference. "So this is your decision." Her gaze shifts to Luo Lai, and her lips part slightly. A voice only Luo Lai can hear reaches his ears, as per the transmission of true energy, since the fire-leaving ring was entrusted to the Guo family. How they choose to use it is not the concern of the Luo patriarch. The marriage between Roger and Guo Ro shall proceed as planned. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's fury subsides slightly. Yet he remains deeply dissatisfied. The fire-leaving ring should never have been given to that waste. Look at the aura around him. It must be the combined power of the Lin family's Xuanfeng feather. No wonder he can defeat someone at the condensation realm. With these two treasures, even a pig could soar, his fists crack with tension that he wouldn't be angry if the ring had gone to anyone else. But Lin Feng, a boy he has always looked down upon, has obtained his prized possession, igniting his ire. Third arena, Lin family. Lin Feng wins. With the referee's declaration, the audience erupts into a frenzy. Many turn their attention to the other ongoing battles. While whispers abound, Feng Xingyi sits indifferently in the waiting area, not a trace of concern on his face. It was merely the might of flames. The Feng family has plenty of fire avoidance pearls. Just one would suffice to counter Lin Feng. Moreover, if he faces Lin Feng, he will bring forth all his resources. He glances at Jiang Gufeng with a somewhat mocking expression. "Brother Jiang, should you find yourself up against Lin Feng later, do not hold back." Jiang Gufeng's face momentarily hardens. Of course. Yet internally, he feels a weight settle in his heart. Feng Xingyi is indeed no benevolent figure, having chosen him as the Feng family's representative. Should the Feng family emerge victorious, Feng Xingyi would seize the opportunity to cripple Lin Feng. Conversely, if Lin Feng prevails, his undefeated sword path would be shattered. Though he hasn't registered under the Feng family's roster, he understands Feng Shao possesses that capability. He raises his head, an expression of conflict in his eyes. "My love, is your true energy consumption significant?" In the waiting area, Luo Yi stands as Lin Feng approaches, hastily rising. "Not much at all," Lin Feng replies with a smile. As Lin Feng's battle concludes, the other platforms gradually determine their victors and vanquished. Next up are the contests of families 5, 6, 7, and 8. Lin Feng, uninterested, opts to cultivate instead. This guy truly has an inflated sense of self-importance. Wang Wei clenches his fists. Their only hope lies with Feng Xingyi. Relying solely on themselves, they can no longer contend with Lin Feng. Initially, they formed a triad alliance, aiming for higher placements in the first two contests. However, they did not anticipate Lin Feng's interference, which left them with nothing to indirect hand-to-hand combat. They hold even less advantage against the other families in the Imperial City. Thus, their rankings in this contest will likely be dismal. Time flies, and when all battles conclude, Lin Feng finally ceases his cultivation. The first round of individual combat has determined the winning and losing families. Next, the losing families will battle among themselves. The victorious families will advance to the next round, while the defeated will be entirely eliminated. Meanwhile, the winning families must also compete. Victors earn the right to accumulate points, while losers face off against the winners from the defeated families. The winners from the defeated families clash with the losers from the winning families. The victors, too, gain the opportunity to accumulate points, while the defeated are utterly eliminated. Thus, a total of 25 families can earn points. These families will compete again the following day, with the number of points determined by their rankings. The winning group will commence battle first. Lin Feng approaches the referee, being the first to draw lots once more. When the referee announces the matchup, a peculiar smile curves Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 44. Let us see who ultimately faces annihilation. The Wang family finds itself fortunate. Due to Wang Wei being a practitioner of the condensation realm and fortuitously encountering a family composed entirely of Qi training cultivators, he manages to slip into the ranks of the winning families. Nonetheless, even he is beaten to the point of spitting blood. The practitioners of the Wang family hurriedly administer their treatments, enabling him to stand here once more. Now, as he gazed at the number 4 in his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. Upon witnessing Lin Feng grasping the 4th sign and making his way to the high platform, Wang Wei steeled himself and began to whisper furtively with Feng Xingyi beside him. The content of their conversation remained a mystery, but soon Feng Xingyi nodded and produced a bead, placing it in Wang Wei's palm. The latter appeared to have swallowed a calming pill, his tension alleviating somewhat. Lin Feng stood solitary on the high platform, observing the 3 members of the Wang family slowly ascending with a ruthless glint in his eyes. Had he not consumed the Jiang Divine Pill or acquired the Qi Xingzhan Shunju during the initial secret realm, the Lin family would surely have been divided among the 2 elders by now. The enmity of exterminating a clan and the hatred of personal injury are grievances that cannot coexist under heaven. The second round of the contest for supremacy commenced at the referee's command. Lin Feng's aura surged dramatically that in an instant, a tempest arose, flames roaring fiercely. Seeing this, Wang Wei hastily pulled the other 2 behind him. The fire-warding bead in his hand ignited, creating an impenetrable barrier against the inferno that surged forth, seemingly thwarted by some unseen force. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could make any further moves, a chilling sword light flashed perilously close to his face. He narrowly evaded, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yet his companion was not so fortunate, losing an arm in the process. "You scoundrel, it's merely a competition. How dare you inflict harm?" Wang Wei shouted with a fierce demeanor, hoping the audience would take note of Lin Feng's actions and exert pressure on him. "I shall not harm anyone today." Lin Feng's voice, low and ominous, resonated like that of a demon. "But you shall all perish here." With that declaration, Lin Feng's aura was no longer concealed in the eyes of the terrified Wang Wei. Lin Feng's power sword, ultimately reaching the 1st level of the condensation realm. Activate the Tian Shu battle form. Lin Feng's cold shout rang out, and overwhelming pressure enveloped them like a merciless hand gripping their throats. Clad in battle armor, Lin Feng stood majestically on the high platform, emanating an aura that felt apocalyptic to the 3 adversaries. The young Wang disciple, who had just lost an arm and was brimming with murderous intent, found himself stripped of any thoughts of resistance. That a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, and one had anticipated that Lin Feng could break through 3 realms in merely 7 days. What kind of prodigy could achieve such a feat? Was that an air of arrogance? Did you bestow upon Lin Feng the proud sword soul of the Feng family? Feng Xingyi turned his head, incredulous, to gaze at Jiang Gufeng. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Gufeng's face, a slight curve of his lips forming. "Since the proud sword soul has been given to me, how I wield it is my prerogative. Is it not? Do you not require it?" Feng Xingyi had never contemplated that Jiang Gufeng would bestow the sword soul upon another, for to a swordsman, the sword soul held significance surpassing even life itself. How could he bring himself to part with it? "The path of the invincible sword requires no sword soul for its passage. I exist for the sword. The sword soul bears no relevance to me." On the high platform, Lin Feng's immense pressure even stifled Wang Wei's ability to speak. Wang Wei longed to concede, yet he found himself incapable of doing so in that moment. All bore witness to the chasm between 2 practitioners at the 1st level of the condensation realm. It was akin to a gaping abyss. Withdrawing his sword, Lin Feng unleashed a cold, piercing sword light that flashed past Wang Wei's horrified gaze. The latter could only struggle to raise his arms in surrender, hoping the referee would take notice. "Lin Feng, cease your actions. The Wang family concedes." In the spectator stands, Wang Jinqian, witnessing the scene, quickly enveloped his voice with true energy to represent Wang Wei's concession. But it was too late. Lin Feng raised his sword, his indifferent aura as chilling as winter's bite. "Did you ever consider this day when you crippled my entire meridian system? Did you ever think of the humiliation you would bring upon yourself when you insulted my wife?" With a swift motion, the cold gleam of the sword cleaved through the air, and Wang Wei could scarcely perceive its trajectory. All he saw was a flash before the energy swirl within his dantian was shattered by Lin Feng's strike. Feeling the leakage of true energy within him, his cultivation plummeted from the condensation realm to the Qi refinement realm, and it continued its astonishing descent. Qi refinement 3rd level, Qi refinement 2nd level. Ultimately, he was reduced to an ordinary person, scoundrel. Wang Jintian's murderous intent solidified, his gaze locking onto Lin Hai, who sat among the spectators, as he bellowed in fury, "Is this the fine child you have raised?" Lin Feng, locked in by this murderous aura, remained unperturbed despite being merely at the 1st level of the condensation realm. "Indeed, he is my pupil. Those who humiliate others shall themselves be humiliated." A fine young man. "Indeed, from this day forth, the Wang family in Qingchuan town shall be inextricably bound to the Lin family. I await your arrival." Lin Hai showed no signs of retreat, even with a 9-realm disparity between them. What did that matter? His son was so promising. As a father, he could not disgrace his son, even if it cost him his life. On the high platform, Lin Feng did not pause, after a single strike that disrupted the energy swirl. 2 more strikes swiftly severed Wang Wei's hands and feet, rendering him a mere stump of a man. The other 2, upon witnessing this, felt a chilling dread surge through them. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet under Lin Feng's pressure, they could not utter a single sound. Lin Feng regarded them, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. "If you wish to blame someone, blame your ill fortune in choosing your family." With a swish, swish, 2 sword lights sliced through the air, and in that moment, their once proud lineage transformed into a death sentence. The energy swirl exploded, and both were irrevocably reduced from Qi refinement practitioners to the status of irreparable waste. One individual, unable to endure such a drastic fall from grace, drew his blade and took his own life. Crimson blood spilled upon the ground. The entire audience fell into a stunned silence, save for Wang Jintian's furious voice echoing throughout the arena. "Lin Feng, I shall have you and your family skin alive." At this proclamation, Lin Feng merely chuckled coldly. He retracted his aura and kicked the stump of Wang Wei off the high platform, his indifferent voice resonating throughout the viewing area. "Come, witness who shall be the one to face annihilation." Wang Jintian's eyes blazed with rage, his figure darting swiftly as he caught Wang Wei below the high platform. The referee tacitly approved his actions to save his son. However, just as he secured Wang Wei, no one anticipated that he would abruptly place him down. The aura of the 10th level of the condensation realm erupted beneath the high platform. Wang Jintian transformed into a streak of light, ascending to the high platform, unleashing his pent-up true energy towards Lin Feng. "Cease your actions." The referee barked sternly, and the audience erupted in chaos. No one could have foreseen that Wang Jintian would dare to strike during the competition. This was a slap in the face to the entire imperial city. Lin Hai sprang to his feet, intent on intervening, only to witness the true energy strike Lin Feng, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Hai's eyes instantly reddened as he took a step forward, charging towards the high platform. The 10th level of the condensation realm? Merely that a defiant voice echoed from the high platform, causing Lin Hai to pause momentarily. Then, elation washed over him. Lin Feng had survived. Wang Jintian's expression soured. His unreserved full-force strike had failed to eliminate Lin Feng. What manner of monster was he? Lin Feng's figure gradually emerged from the dust. His battle armor dimmed, and a trickle of blood adorning his lips. Yet he stood unwavering. Just as Wang Jintian prepared to strike again, he was forcefully subdued by the referee's overwhelming aura of the true martial realm. I hate. Wang Jintian, unable to break free, let out a lamenting cry, blood tears streaming down his face. Had I personally gone to the treasure-gathering pavilion and obtained the true martial pill, I would never have allowed you to grow. His blood-red gaze fixated on Lin Feng, as if he longed to consume him whole. But Lin Feng, do not bask in your triumph, I swear, even if I have to self-destruct. I will take you down with me. Wang Jintian's current state resembled a man possessed, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow. He had no doubt that Wang Jintian was capable of such a deed. Yet equally, he bore no regrets for crippling Wang Wei. Were it not for the Imperial City, Lin Feng would have undoubtedly killed him to eliminate future threats. Below the high platform, Wang Wei stared blankly at the sky. To him, the entire world seemed to turn to shades of gray. He was ruined, destined to be a thoroughly lowly individual from this point forward. Even with the Wang family's support, his days in Qingchuan town would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Tears trickled slowly from the corners of his eyes. Regret washed over him. If only there were a remedy for regret, he would have never provoked the calamity that was Lin Feng within the secret realm. Had he done so, he would still be the esteemed young master of the Wang family, living a life of luxury and ease. But now, everything was lost. From the referee's platform, a solemn voice echoed throughout the arena. Lin Feng has severely injured and crippled Wang Wei and should face punishment. However, as the head of the Wang family has openly defied the laws of the Imperial City by attacking Lin Feng, his transgressions are temporarily set aside. Ironclad guards apprehend Wang Jintian and detain him for 3 days as a warning to others. As the referee's voice faded, a regiment of meticulously clad armored guards advanced to detain Wang Jintian, escorting him away from the elevated platform. Medical personnel from the Wang family swiftly entered the scene, carrying Wang Wei, who lay injured beneath the platform, back to the preparation area for treatment, just as everyone believed the matter had come to a conclusion. A discordant voice pierced through the air. I refuse to accept this. Why should Lin Feng's transgressions be overlooked? Inflicting harm upon others without consent is it not, a blatant disregard for the laws of the Imperial City? Inside the preparation area, Feng Xingyi shouted hoarsely, drawing the referee's attention. The might of Lin Feng instilled fear within him, and at that moment his thoughts were consumed with devising a way to eliminate Lin Feng. To harm someone in public, why should he be spared? If this continues, who would dare to compete against him? Severe punishment for Lin Feng, to restore justice for Wang Wei. The crowd's sharp denunciations fell like swords, and it was evident to all that Lin Feng was a prodigy. Yet, genius often breeds jealousy. When someone superior to oneself commits a grave error, the immediate reaction is seldom to consider forgiveness, but rather to contemplate how to ensure their irrevocable downfall. On the referee's platform, Dio was taken aback by the fervent outcry. However, he refrained from voicing any punishment for Lin Feng. Instead, he decided that once Lin Feng had completed the competition, he would address the matter of his public assault. Lin Feng cast a surprised glance towards the referee's table, sensing perhaps an inexplicable inclination of support from him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this incident seemed to have passed. As for Wang Jintian, should he emerge and relentlessly pursue vengeance, it would indeed be a source of great concern. Feng came the anxious call of Lin Hai. Upon descending the platform, Lin Feng immediately spotted him, and warmth flooded his heart. I am unharmed, father. Lin Hai, with reddened eyes, gazed at the battered Lin Feng and couldn't help but reminisce about his own past. 16 years prior, Feng Xiao and Lin Hai had clashed right here, determining their standings. The outcome was that Lin Hai had been deliberately, gravely injured by Feng Xiao, resulting in years of stagnation rather than growth. The once brilliant young talent of Qingchuan town became the greatest laughingstock of the entire town overnight. It is good that you are unharmed. In the future, do not make enemies. Do you understand? Lin Hai admonished earnestly. This world is vast, with powerful individuals aplenty. Even beyond the Imperial City, there exist even mightier sections. To display such brilliance as you do is truly unwise. I understand, Lin Feng replied dismissively. Lin Hai sighed, knowing full well that Lin Feng had likely not absorbed his counsel. However, there was little he could change. The second round of competition commenced swiftly. This time, it was the turn of the family of the defeated. The Luo family, lacking a formidable presence to represent them, found themselves easily relegated to the ranks of the vanquished upon encountering the Feng family. The Zhao family faced a similar fate, and, at this moment, Zhao Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of unease. If they were to draw another strong family, the Zhao family would inevitably become the biggest joke of this contest. Finishing with a score of 0. Due to Luo Jia's mid-competition alliance with Lin Feng, the Luo family had managed to eliminate a few opponents, earning some points. Yet, even so, they remained at the bottom of the standings. Soon, the drawing of lots began. Zhao Zheng cautiously examined his draw, and the appearance of a large one made his heart sink. Du, expressionless, reviewed each participant's draw before announcing the results. Number 1. Luo family. Zhao family. Ah! Zhao Zheng erupted into laughter upon seeing the draw, as if victory were already secured. Luo Jie, filled with indignation, retorted, "What are you laughing at? I'll make you regret it." "Oh, really?" Zhao Zheng taunted, glancing at Luo Jie's companions. Luo Qiu sighed helplessly, "I apologize, brother, but we concede this match." "What?" Luo Jie stared incredulously at Luo Qiu, unable to believe his ears. Zhao Zheng, brimming with arrogance, declared, "We are still allied. After all, what gives you the right to forfeit?" "We," Zhao Zheng scoffed. "A dog must act like a dog. Can you not tell who the master is?" Although Luo Qiu felt a surge of anger at Zhao Zheng's words, she dared not retaliate. "And you? Do you intend to surrender as well?" Luo Jie turned to Luo Ming, whose eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. This was his lifelong lackey, who now cowered behind Luo Qi. "It is not my decision to surrender. It is the head of the family's choice." "The head of the family? Which head? Luo Lai? Or is it you, Luo Qiu?" Luo Jie shouted, disregarding the presence of others, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiu declared with pride, "Naturally, it is my father has consented to pass the position of head of the family to me. Henceforth, the Luo family will flourish under my leadership. My first decree as head of the family is to concede the match. Do you have any objections?" Luo Jie was momentarily speechless, his gaze fixated on the smug Zhao Zheng. A burning fury ignited within him. "Fine, then." He exhaled heavily, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Zhao Zheng, seeing this, revealed a victorious grin. "You are the head of the family, and you can certainly make decisions, but I will not heed your orders." He turned to point at Luo Qiu, addressing the referee with a voice that resembled a wraith's rasp. "If they do not participate, I will fight 3 opponents myself." Chapter 46. Thunder Dance, I will fight 3 opponents myself. This declaration, predictably, stirred a commotion. Luo Qiu's countenance darkened. "You dare defy the head of the family?" The first command of the newly appointed head of the family being disregarded left her feeling utterly humiliated. "Defy? What will you do about it?" Luo Jie retorted. "You," Luo Qiu trembled with rage. "Then go ahead. Let them beat you to death." She stormed off in indignation, leaving Luo Jie alone at the drawing table. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the arena, creating an atmosphere of solitude. Luo Jie turned to find that Lin Feng had risen from the preparation area unbeknownst to him. Luo Jie. "Well done. We must make all those who look down upon us silence their voices." Upon hearing this, Luo Jie nodded vigorously at Lin Feng. Had Lin Feng spoken such words prior, they would have undoubtedly been met with derision. Yet now, many chose to remain silent. They had already been astonished by Lin Feng once. Who could say whether Luo Jie would astound them again? In the spectator area, Luo Lai felt a wave of darkness wash over him, almost causing him to faint. He needed to cultivate a good relationship with the Zhao and Wang families. How could this rebellious son not see this and insist on opposing the Zhao family? He glared fiercely at Lin Hai, blaming him for raising such a troublesome son. Lin Hai, catching his gaze, opted to ignore him. Although the 2 families were in-laws, it currently seemed that they were at odds. At the drawing table, Zhao Zheng could no longer suppress the sardonic smile creeping onto his lips upon hearing Luo Jie's declaration. "Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall oblige you. Soon, I will shatter your cyclone, rendering you utterly useless to ha." Luo Jie sneered. "Do you believe the Zhao family will become the first family in the history of the imperial city to finish with a score 0? The 2 exchanged barbs, their words laced with animosity. Zhao Zheng wasted no time in climbing onto the high platform, beckoning Luo Jie with a finger. "Come up quickly. Let everyone see whose fist is stronger." Luo Jie, seeing this, also ascended the platform, with a thunderous energy within him surged with ferocity. This was the Luo family's mid-tier profound technique, capable of summoning heavenly thunder when mastered to perfection. Behind Zhao Zheng, Two disciples of the Zhao family at the 7th level of Qi refinement displayed sinister smiles. 3 against 1. Surely, even 3 at the 7th level could overwhelm a single practitioner at the 8th level. Moreover, Zhao Zheng had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. During the battle, malicious harm is strictly prohibited. Offenders will face severe punishment. The referee's gaze fell upon the first high platform, seemingly directed at them. Zhao Zheng, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. Even if he did indeed shatter Luo Jie's cyclone, any punishment would first be directed at Lin Feng, as he had set the precedent. After all, Zhao Zheng had only destroyed 1, while Lin Feng had incapacitated 3. The competition commenced officially. On the elevated platform, Zhao Zheng's aura surged dramatically. A long sword gleaming with a chilling light appeared in his hand. Prepare to meet your demise. His speed was impressive, yet not so swift as to render him invisible like Lin Feng. The 2 Zhao family disciples behind him also charged forth, weapons in hand. With a swift motion, Luo Jie grasped the thunder spear tightly, its body crackling with electricity, his own aura formidable. In the formation, the disparity in realms during his battle with Feng Xingyi had led everyone to perceive him as weak, if that is the case. Let the world bear witness to the might of this thunder spear. Zhao Zheng closed in rapidly, and Luo Jie hurled the thunder spear with all his might. Clang! Zhao Zheng raised his sword to block the attack. The clash of metal echoed as the thunder spear was sent flying by Zhao Zheng. The tremor reverberating through his hand caused him to frown slightly, yet the glimmer of shock in his eyes was swiftly supplanted by a fierce intent to kill. With Roger disarmed, was he not merely prey waiting to be slaughtered? What was his intention in discarding his weapon at the outset? Uncertain, he pondered, did he truly intend to face 3 opponents? Swish! Zhao Zheng's sword moved with blinding speed, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. Just as everyone believed Roger was on the brink of death, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Not only Zhao Zheng, but the audience was also left bewildered. There, a perceptive spectator shouted. The tail of the thunder spear, sent flying by Zhao Zheng, was grasped firmly by a powerful hand. In an instant, Roger pivoted violently and thrust the spear towards the head of a Zhao clan disciple. Thud! The Zhao disciple was completely unprepared for the thunder spear. Fueled by immense inertia, the spear's tip effortlessly pierced through the skull, blood gushing forth. What? Spatial martial arts? No, it must be the spear's inherent ability. This is utterly outrageous. Gasps of astonishment echoed, as all eyes turned in horror towards the bloodied figure. Beside him, a young Zhao clan member crashed heavily to the ground, staining the earth crimson. Zhao Zheng's expression darkened, as if he were about to burst into tears. 3 against 1, and still allowing an opponent of comparable realm to kill one of their own. Crimson blood dripped slowly from the spear's tip, and Roger's murderous aura enveloped the high platform. Thunder dance! Boom! In an instant, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder. Lin Feng, sensing the moment, secretly urged the Sun Wind Feather, casting ominous clouds that loomed like a nightmare over the hearts of all present. A flicker of confusion crossed Roger's eyes. He had never experienced such formidable effects when employing this technique before. Zhao Zheng's heart raced, the dark clouds above him evoking a sense of pressure akin to that of the condensing Yuan realm. Impossible! How could this scoundrel possibly release the aura of the condensing Yuan realm? It must be a ruse to intimidate me into surrendering. I refuse to yield. There is no retreat for me. The Zhao clan cannot afford to be eliminated without a trace. Zhao Zheng slashed out with his sword, dividing 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. The sword light flickered like lightning, instantly reaching Roger's side. Clang, 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 clang. Roger, caught off guard, hastily parried, sustaining countless wounds across his body. As they clashed, another Zhao disciple seized the opportunity to strike. Roger found himself in perilous circumstances in a moment of inattention. He was struck in the chest by Zhao Zheng's martial technique. Instantly, his body was uncontrollably propelled backward, blood spraying from his mouth and staining his garments. Zhao Zheng did not dare to be complacent. The dark clouds overhead felt like a prison, and he could not afford to give Roger a moment's respite. Exchanging glances with his teammates, Zhao Zheng immediately executed their coordinated moves. They aimed to obliterate Roger with a thunderous onslaught. The bloodied figure knelt at the edge of the high platform, his aura fluctuating precariously, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He gazed at the two assailants charging recklessly toward him, a spark of madness flashing in his eyes. Roger rose to his feet, and under the bewildered gazes of all, he hurled the thunder spear fiercely into the sky. Zhao Zheng and his companion halted in their tracks, for they understood that even if he ascended, Roger would still be transported into the heavens. Thus, they needed only to await his landing point. It would become his grave. In the sky, the tail of the thunder spear was seized by a powerful hand. Roger hovered aloft, his eyes filled with a resolute madness. The image of his sister weeping over her severed hand lingered vividly in his mind. He inhaled deeply, raising his right hand to fervently extract the true energy within him. In the air, bolts of lightning coiled around the dark clouds like serpents. For a moment, Lin Feng's figure seemed to materialize behind him, raising his right hand in unison with Roger. Swish! Roger's right hand descended abruptly. The terrifying thunder roaring down towards the earth point, two thunderous bellows erupted from the sky. For the injury inflicted upon my clan's sister and beloved wife, this journey shall exact vengeance. Chapter 47. The Wind Whispers of Death. Zhao Zheng's body trembled incessantly as the terrifying bolts of lightning threatened to rend all asunder. At last, he recognized that the aura of the condensing Yuan realm was no mere illusion, but a genuine force. Roger was cheating, yet, even with this realization, he was powerless to act. The thick bolts of lightning engulfed the entire high platform, mercilessly consuming the unwilling Zhao Zheng. The two combatants nearby, still engaged in their minor skirmish, nearly found themselves swept away, terrified into ceasing their conflict altogether. Hastily retreating to the opposite side of the platform, in the preparation area, Lin Feng gradually ceased manipulating the sun wind feather. The ominous clouds began to disperse. Sunlight streamed down upon the high platform. Upon the platform, three corpses lay gruesomely in view. The judge's brow twitched violently. Just moments ago, the aura of destruction had startled him. Are today's youth truly so formidable? Above the imperial city, Xin Yuan Cheng gazed up at the thunder in the sky, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Was this the commotion stirred up by the younger generation of those families? Beside him, an old servant nodded. Indeed, Your Highness, the one employing this technique is Roger of the Luo clan. The Luo clan? Xin Yuan Cheng pondered. Is there a family of that surname in the imperial city? Reporting back to Your Highness, Roger, like Lin Feng, hails from Qingchuan town. A glimmer of interest shone in Xin Yuan Cheng's eyes. Such a small place has birthed such talents. I recall that Lin Hai, from over a decade ago, was also from Qingchuan town. Indeed, Lin Hai is Lin Feng's father. Xin Yuan Cheng nodded slightly. I see. That explains everything. He has come seeking revenge for Feng Xiao, has he not? The old servant paused, then hesitated. Based on our observations over the past few days, it appears Lin Feng is still unaware of the events surrounding his father. Xin Yuan Cheng was astonished. He remains oblivious to the incident that shook the entire imperial city. The old servant smiled wryly. It seems so. Ha ha! How amusing! It appears the imperial city shall not remain tranquil for many days to come down the high platform. Roger had already been escorted down by the judge. However, when the judge brought him to the Luo clan's preparation area, Luo Chiyue coldly refused to provide any treatment. The judge found himself in a predicament. If Roger's injuries were not treated promptly, he would soon succumb to excessive blood loss. Just then, Lin Feng's voice rang out from a distance. Bring him over to our side. Roger struggled to open his eyes, gazing weakly at Lin Feng. He murmured, Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for what? Once the judge had moved away, Lin Feng smiled and leaned closer to Roger's ear. We made quite the excellent team just now. Roger managed a wry smile, but even it seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. I knew it was you behind this. Truly devious. Lin Feng smirked. He dared to sever Luo Ye's hand. He should have anticipated such a consequence. By the way, are they dead? Except for the one I pierced through, they're all still alive. However, they're all incapacitated. I held back a bit at the end, leaving them for future torment. Luo Ye, hearing Roger's voice, which sounded as though he were on the brink of death, couldn't help but interject. Husband, Let us allow brother to rest for a while. Oh, right. Lin Feng scratched his head, ceasing further conversation with Roger that Roger's condition was dire. Even if the Lin family exerted their utmost efforts to heal him, it was highly likely he would be unable to participate in the next match. The families registered for the competition numbered precisely 50. The victorious families would split into 25 winners and 25 losers. Among the 25 victorious families, both the winners and those who received buys would earn points, totaling 13 that the remaining 12 defeated families would need to compete again. Unlike the defeated families, those that received buys would be directly eliminated, thus only 12 victors would emerge. Therefore, the defeated families' losers would face off against the victors from the defeated families, leading to another 12 families. The victorious 12 families would be qualified to earn points that, in total, 25 families would acquire points. The battles on the high platform continued unabated, as the contest for supremacy would directly dictate the allocation of resources in the imperial city for the next 3 years. Leaving everyone on high alert, this moment, the Zhao clan was engulfed in despair. They were the only family from Qingchuan town whose head had not attended the event, without a guiding figure. Chaos reigned as they scrambled in disarray. What should we do? The Wang clan's patriarch has been imprisoned. Our own patriarch is still in seclusion, and our young master has been rendered incapacitated. Return and inform the patriarch. We must prepare to go to war with the Lin clan. They may be able to seize the resources of the imperial city, but they will not live to enjoy them. Indeed, the Wang clan will undoubtedly go to war with the Lin clan as well. As for the Luo clan, there is no need to worry. The patriarch will handle it appropriately. A day swiftly passed, and Feng Xingyi silently rose from his seat. He cast a glance at Jiang Gufeng. His eyes filled with a cold glare. Jiang Gufeng also stood, yet did not follow Feng Xingyi. Where are you going? A chilling voice echoed, causing Jiang Gufeng to pause momentarily. Wherever it originates, it must return. He inhaled deeply before uttering these words. Jiang Gufeng was acutely aware of the proverb that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, he turned around and tossed a ring to Feng Xingyi, declaring, "All the compensation from the Feng family is contained within. I have not touched as for that sword soul. I can promise to assist you with one task." Why? Why indeed? What merits does Lin Feng possess? What can he offer you? Feng Xingyi roared in frustration that he genuinely coveted a talent such as Jiang Gufeng. What qualifications does Lin Feng possess? Jiang Gufeng remained silent. Perhaps he offers me a sense of peace. With that, he departed without a backward glance. The Feng family was not suited for him. Halt! A formidable presence surged from behind, causing Jiang Gufeng to falter in his steps. Did I permit you to leave? Feng Zhao's aura firmly locked onto Jiang Gufeng, that he had previously stated that if this individual could not be swayed, he would personally dismantle his unparalleled sword path. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a future threat. A torrent of true energy coalesced in Feng Zhao's palm, and, under the astonished gazes of those around, he unleashed a devastating blow. This strike utilized martial techniques without reservation, aiming solely to obliterate Jiang Gufeng's invincible sword path. He was confident that even a first-tier, true martial realm expert in Jiang Gufeng's position would be defeated. In a critical moment, Jiang Gufeng hesitated, and one noticed as a single tear of blood trickled down his cheek, splattering onto the ground. In the next instant, his figure appeared to evaporate into thin air. Feng Zhao's confident smile twitched erratically. First, Roger performed a teleportation, and now Jiang Gufeng seemed to have vanished. Were all of Lin Feng's companions so extraordinary? This was problematic. Suddenly, he recalled something. Across from the Feng family was the disciples of the Zhao family hurriedly treated Zhao Zheng, lifting him onto a stretcher, just as they raised the stretcher to depart. A frenzied martial technique struck towards his face. Boom! Blood mist erupted, with countless severed limbs flying in every direction. The aftershock of the martial technique rippled outwards, and piercing screams filled the air. Help! Feng Xiao is killing people. Feng Xiao. Chapter 48. I wait you cough, cough. Vivid crimson blood dripped slowly, and a bitter smile graced his lips. That night, Jiang Gufeng had gone to rendezvous with the Feng family, and Lin Feng was undoubtedly aware of it. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not interfere with his choice. Yet within the Feng family, his departure resulted in Feng Zhao's earth-shattering strike, that he finally understood that the sense of peace within him stemmed from Lin Feng's trust. In the distance, a sound of footsteps gradually pulled his thoughts back to reality, and Jiang Gufeng cautiously looked towards a newcomer. To evade Feng Zhao, he had deliberately chosen a secluded location. Ordinarily, there should have been no one present. It was a man, tall and angular, with piercing dragon-like eyes radiating immense authority. Upon seeing him, a chill ran through Jiang Gufeng's body. This was no ordinary man. Merely locking eyes with him left Jiang Gufeng gasping for breath. "Where do you hail from?" The man's voice was soft yet seemed to strike directly at Jiang Gufeng's heart, igniting an impulse to kneel in reverence. When Jiang Gufeng remained silent, the man posed another question. "Who is your father?" Jiang Gufeng's lips quivered slightly. "My father is Jiang Bubi." The man appeared taken aback by this revelation, his lips twitching. "Bubi the old rascal, so you are his son." His voice was so faint that the trembling Jiang Gufeng, overwhelmed by fear, did not hear. The imposing figure stood quietly, and just as Jiang Gufeng was about to speak, the man sighed softly. "Very well. Since it is thus, I shall spare your life." With that, his figure abruptly vanished. After the man departed, Jiang Gufeng exhaled heavily. Emit no aura, yet exert such pressure upon him. Within the entire imperial city, there could only be one person capable of such your majesty. "Have you slain that rascal?" A military official inquired anxiously. "Shall I provide you with a report?" Xian Yuanyu seemed nonchalant in his response. "No need. I was merely asking casually," the military official replied, bowing with urgency, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. If that lad survives, his invincible sword path may threaten the very foundation of the imperial city." A man resembling a civil official hastily interjected, "I am not so easily intimidated by a mere child." Upon uttering this, Xian Yuanyu saw the two officials grow increasingly anxious. It appeared that the emperor had not taken action to eliminate Jiang Gufeng. "You two have been overly concerned. The last individual who practiced the invincible sword path did not fare any better against me," he remarked. However, the civil official seemed determined to dissuade him as these words left his lips. Xian Yuanyu's dangerous gaze fell upon him, causing the civil official to tense up. "Young, it seems you did not grasp the essence of my words. I need to reiterate them for you." Yang Yi hastily dropped to his knees. "Your Majesty, please see reason. I genuinely care for the well-being of our Xianyuan imperial city." Xian Yuanyu's face displayed growing impatience. "Get up from this moment forth. Do not utter another word. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan." Yang Yi trembled as he rose, finally refraining from uttering another syllable. With the annoying voices finally dissipating, Xian Yuanyu felt a sense of satisfaction. The technique of stripping away one's clan was indeed effective, swiftly bringing them to heel. "That little rascal, you truly claimed first place." That on the way back to the inn, Lin Hai's excitement waned almost instantly. A shadow of unshakable worry clouding his brow. In the days to come, the Lin family would face the frenzied retaliation of the Zhao and Wang families. Even the Luo family, their in-laws, were at odds with them. Lin Hai wearily rubbed his temples, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse after merely analyzing the situation. "Father, I will not hide it from you. As long as I possess sufficient energy, I can continuously break through." Lin Feng gazed earnestly at Lin Hai. "Once I advance to the 5th tier of the condensing origin realm, I will no longer fear the two families." Lin Hai's eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of hope as he nodded slightly. "Upon our return, I shall retrieve the Lin family's trump card for you to refine." Lin Feng, puzzled, asked, "You mentioned this trump card repeatedly. What exactly is it? Is it truly capable of refinement?" "It should be," came the reply. The next day's competition commenced as usual, with many of the preparatory seats remaining empty. Conversely, the spectator seats grew increasingly crowded. Beside Lin Feng stood Jiang Gufeng. Not far away, at the Feng family's preparatory area, Feng Sini glared at Jiang Gufeng with clenched teeth, powerless to act. His father had publicly harmed someone, unexpectedly attracting the emperor's attention. When Xian Yuanyu personally appeared, Feng Zhao's face turned pale, while Feng Sini dared not breathe a word. Ultimately, Feng Xiao was politely invited to the royal city for tea, with no indication of when he might be released. Contemplating this, Feng Sini could no longer conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. Ever since crossing paths with Lin Feng, the Feng family had encountered a series of misfortunes. The fourth-tier medicinal pills had vanished. They were forced into a corner within the formation, and Feng Xiao had committed murder in public. All these calamities could be attributed to that scoundrel at the drawing platform. Feng Sini's shadowy gaze made Lin Feng exceedingly uncomfortable. I had no intention of crossing paths with you, yet you insist on provoking me. Since it has come to this, in the midst of this deadly rivalry, your presence matters not. Lin Feng was the last to draw, taking the final remaining slip. Gazing at the blank paper, he fell into silence. Was he exempt? Humph, what luck! Feng Sini scoffed coldly. Any family that had made it this far possessed genuine skills. If one were to sustain an injury, recovery would take at least half an hour. Lin Feng's exemption would allow him to recuperate effectively. The battle soon commenced, and Lin Feng returned to the preparatory area with Jiang Gufeng. What happened? Lin Hai inquired anxiously. Did they prevent you from competing? No. Lin Feng shook his head. I was exempt and directly advanced. Oh. Lin Hai's face brightened with understanding, and he subsequently felt relieved. He still believed that Lin Feng had encountered the injustices he faced in his youth. Today's battle was even more intense than yesterday's. After all, losing even a single round could result in a stark disparity in points. Moreover, the strength among the competitors was nearly equal, leading to a fiercely contested match. Feng Xingyi's figure darted through the air, and even he bore several wounds. Upon realizing they were engaged in combat with the Feng family, the opposing team unleashed all their hidden prowess, attempting to see if they could surmount this formidable challenge. Regrettably, they met with failure. A blood traced a graceful arc. Feng Xingyi stood somewhat disheveled atop the platform, having been the first to conclude the battle. Subsequently, the other members of the Feng family on the various platforms also finished their fights in succession, all achieving victory and advancing to the next round. Standing on the platform, Feng Xingyi's gaze collided with Lin Feng's across the throng of spectators. Lin Feng frowned. The provocative look in Feng Xingyi's eyes seemed to convey a message. I await you. Chapter 49. I withdraw. Lin Feng scoffed. There was no doubt that Feng Xingyi was at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. However, the return of Jiang Gufeng meant Lin Feng might still have a fighting chance. Just then, Roger stumbled over, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. After all, the grand thunder calamity from yesterday was still fresh in everyone's minds, making it hard to forget this moment. Roger appeared quite relaxed. Zhao Zheng had been reprimanded, yet he had filled his cup. Although the Luo family had suffered defeat yesterday, it held no relevance for him now that he was part of the Gu family. Brother Feng, look what I brought you, Roger exclaimed, raising the item in his hand. Upon spotting Jiang Gufeng sitting beside Lin Feng, his eyes widened in surprise. You traitor! How dare you return? Roger charged forward, throwing a punch. But Jiang Gufeng quickly dodged. I had no choice but to come back. Jiang Gufeng replied with a shrug. If I didn't return, I would have run into you all anyway. Imagine how embarrassing it would be to defeat you. Hearing Jiang Gufeng's arrogance, Roger's expression darkened. You little rascal! Come, let Grandfather Luo test your mettle. I'll knock your teeth out. The two disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and began to grapple amidst the Lin family's preparation area. Lin Feng's face darkened. These two usually behaved quite normally. Why, upon meeting, did they seem to ignite a chemical reaction, turning into two clowns? Luo stifled a laugh, and seeing her cheerful demeanor, the shadows cast by Feng Xingyi in Lin Feng's heart began to dissipate. He allowed the two to continue their playful bickering. Fortunately, both exhibited some restraint. Before long, Roger, cradling his hand, ran over to Lin Feng, his expression somewhat pained. Upon noticing this, Jiang Gufeng ceased his antics. Are we still fighting? He asked teasingly, adopting the demeanor of a victor. Don't be fooled by my current predicament. The future remains uncertain. Roger retorted stubbornly. I'm always ready to compete. Jiang Gufeng sat back, brimming with confidence. Brother Feng, why can this traitor still return? Roger asked, somewhat baffled. He hasn't betrayed us. Lin Feng replied with a smile that I was able to break through to the chi condensation realm and master the sword intent. All thanks to him. Master the sword intent? Roger exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. His knowledge. There were only two ways to grasp sword intent. The first was innate talent, achieving enlightenment by oneself. The second involved the use of a sword soul to condense the sword intent. The latter's condensed sword intent would be influenced by the will contained within the sword soul. Yet even so, it was a rare treasure, difficult to encounter. Sword souls were scarce, and those capable of condensing sword intent were even scarcer. Among the young prodigies in the entire imperial city, he had not heard of anyone who could condense sword intent. This was why Feng Xiao was willing to recruit Jiang Gufeng using the lone proud sword soul. No one in the Feng family had succeeded in utilizing it to condense sword intent. If one could not condense it, the treasure was rendered worthless. Brother Lin, are you truly so exceptionally gifted? Roger's eyes sparkled, but what did his ability to condense sword intent matter to him? Jiang Gufeng, initially eager to bask in Roger's admiration, was thrown off by Roger's follow-up remark. Frustrated, he exclaimed, without the sword soul I provided him, would he have been able to condense sword intent? Just you. Roger shot him a sidelong glance, pointing at his ragged attire. With a beggar's appearance like yours, where would you procure a sword soul? Perhaps you stole it? Roger elongated the last syllable, causing Jiang Gufeng to stomp in exasperation. Roger, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Just as the two were bickering, the battles atop the platforms concluded. Some rejoiced, while others were disheartened. Those who celebrated, despite their injuries, wore smiles in their eyes. The half-hour recovery period swiftly elapsed, and the referee's voice called for another draw. Let us go, you two, Lin Feng said, rising and dusting off his clothes. You two? Roger pointed at himself, incredulous. Although he would be part of the Gu family in the future, he was still a member of the Luo family now. Surely he couldn't represent the Lin family in battle. Under Roger's incredulous gaze, Luo Yi slowly stood up. It's me, brother. No way. Sister, you're going up? Forget it. I'll go instead. Roger sighed, seemingly resigned to his fate. Lin Feng questioned. You registered under the Luo family. How can you participate? Besides, Luo, you could just take a spot and concede. Jiang and I would each gain a point, and it would be a win for us all. Oh, Roger realized, nodding his head, but then he grew anxious. What if the opponent restricts her movements and doesn't allow her to concede? The more Roger thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. And he hurriedly blocked Luoya. Don't worry, I won't let her go on stage. Lin Feng reassured him, patting Roger's shoulder. Is that really okay? Lin Feng nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. They would inevitably clash with the Feng family. The Feng family held deep animosity toward him and would certainly not spare Luoya. Thus, from the outset, Lin Feng decided to have Luoya withdraw to avoid her encountering the Feng family. Even if they were at a disadvantage, conceding was still an option. After all, with the points accumulated from the previous two rounds, the outcome was not of great significance. Lin Feng stepped forward to draw lots. Revealing a large number 1 in his hand, the referee announced the results. The matchups were revealed. The Lin family would face the Bai family. Feng Xingyi, feeling disgruntled, tossed aside his draw if that's the case. Then let him have another round. After Lin Feng finished examining the draw, he lifted his head and found Bai Ran also looking at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed a pleading expression. Tomorrow night was the time for the Youth Fate event. Lin Feng understood her intent and gently nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, even without Bai Ran's inquiry, he would not forget. Lin Feng's ascension to the Qi condensation realm was not only due to Jiang Gufeng's sword soul, but also thanks to the fire departure ring. He would certainly assist her with this. Upon seeing his response, Bai Ran let out a soft sigh of relief. She called out to the referee, I forfeit. The surrounding crowd was bewildered by what had just transpired. How could one simply forfeit in the midst of this competition? They might chuckle at the Luo family's forfeit, given their evident lack of strength. But why would the Feng family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial city, also forfeit? The referee cast a puzzled glance at Bai Ran. Are you certain? I am certain, Bai Ran affirmed with a resolute nod. Feng Xingyi took no heed, casually glancing up at the Feng family's opponent. his face immediately reddening. "What are you afraid of? Lin Feng is merely a paper tiger. His true strength is barely at the first level of the qi condensation realm." Feng Xingyi was displeased. Exceedingly so. It was already disheartening that Lin Feng had gotten a free pass in the first round. How could he advance unscathed in the second round? It was worth noting that the Feng family had to face the Jin family in this round. It would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Even if they won, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory. With Lin Feng enjoying 2 rounds of rest, should they happen to meet later, the outcome was truly uncertain. "Are you forfeiting because you look down on the rewards of the Imperial City?" Feng Xingyi continued to press, even invoking the Imperial City in a bid to sway Bai Yiran's decision. Bai Yiran frowned, turning her head. Her voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed, "What does it matter to you?" Chapter 50. The Jin family's lady never surrenders. Feng Xingyi was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, his anger surged even more. "Oh, you dare to say that again?" Bai Yiran was unyielding. "What does it matter to you if the Bai family forfeits? Are you out of your mind? When you face Lin Feng, do you believe I 1T slice your intestines with a single sword?" Lin Feng was taken aback. Was this girl truly so fierce? Feng Xingyi, infuriated, laughed and angered. "Ha! You mad woman! What connection does Lin Feng have with you? That the Bai family would forfeit? Why not just hand him over too?" "Foolish," Bai Yiran, after delivering her scathing remark, departed without a backward glance. Unwilling to engage further with this imbecile, Feng Xingyi cast a glance at Lin Feng, only to find him turning away as well. Foolishness. With a snap, Feng Xingyi, consumed by fury, crushed his own fingerbone. "Lin Feng, wait until we meet on the arena. I shall shatter every inch of your bones." The disciples of the Feng family, standing by the young master, hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "We should ascend the stage first. The Jin family has already taken their place." "Humph. Let us proceed. How remarkable. I never anticipated that my brother Feng had a connection with the brilliant young lady of the Bai family." Throughout the journey, Roger excitedly gestured animatedly. Lin Feng, puzzled, turned to Roger. "Do you know her?" "Of course." Roger spoke with exuberance, recounting the tale from a decade ago, when Bai Yiran had single-handedly created the Hui Feng fully used sword, captivating the Imperial City. Who would have thought that emerging from the Feng family would be a mere girl, unafraid and boldly discussing swordplay in front of all? She even managed to earn the respect of a renowned swordsman of that era. A renowned swordsman? Who was it? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity, and one noticed Jiang Gufeng's hand tightening slightly. Jiang Bubi, it is said he practices the unbeatable sword path. If even he was impressed, it speaks volumes of Bai Yiran's prowess. Jiang Bubi. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Gufeng in astonishment. He recalled that when he had asked Jiang Gufeng for his name, he had mentioned Jiang Bubi, my idol. Jiang Gufeng replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Has the Hui Feng fully sword been graded?" Grading refers to the assessment of a martial technique strength by contemporary experts, divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Roger shook his head. "I am unaware of that, as only Bai Yiran masters this technique. However, according to rumors, Jiang Bubi once exchanged his own renowned skill for this technique with Bai Yiran, thus he should be well versed in its strength at heaven tier, lower grade." Jiang Gufeng interjected, leaving the two momentarily stunned. "How do you know?" Roger eyed him suspiciously. "I have my own methods," Jiang Gufeng replied with pride. Roger, displaying disdain, retorted, "Surely you did not cling to her and plead, 'I am your fan.' Please tell me, to learn that. Is your skin itching again?" Jiang Gufeng unsheathed his sword. "Brother Feng, look at him." Roger swiftly ducked behind Lin Feng. Jiang Gufeng swung his sword fiercely, producing a sound that pierced the air, before resheathing it. "Lin Feng, you have yet to tell us how you managed to befriend Bai Yiran." "Indeed." Roger peeked from behind Lin Feng, surprisingly aligning with Jiang Gufeng. You recall that auction?" Lin Feng raised his hands in exasperation. "I remember." Roger nodded, while Jiang Gufeng appeared utterly bewildered. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng explained the situation again, reiterating Bai Yiran's request. "Youthful affinity? Is there a matchmaking event in the Imperial City?" Roger exclaimed with excitement, leading Lin Feng to suspect that he had barely heard the latter part of the conversation. "Not quite. It initially began as an activity for couples to collaborate and strengthen their bond. Jiang Gufeng stated coolly. However, as many sought to participate without partners, the event gradually evolved into a matchmaking affair. Moreover, due to its timing after the competition, many young participants would attend, making each year's youthful affinity quite a lively occasion. It could be deemed the most festive celebration of the Xianming dynasty. I want to go. How can I participate? Roger's face radiated eagerness. Jiang Gufeng shot him a sidelong glance. Do you not already have a wife? Who says so? Roger's eyes widened. That is for the future, not now. Scoundrel, Jiang Gufeng scoffed. Indeed, brother scoundrel, Luo Yi chimed in, sticking out her tongue. Roger, unperturbed, cheerfully inquired of Lin Feng. So how do you intend to assist her? She did not specify. Lin Feng shrugged, stating that they would find out in due course. There won't be any tricks, will there? Jiang Gufeng frowned, adopting a wary demeanor. Not at all. Lin Feng shook his head. Having observed the entire bidding process involving by Iran and Jean Guotian's demeanor in the cage did not seem feigned. The only question lingering was, on what basis did Jean Guotian believe that Lin Feng could undoubtedly aid him? As the group continued their conversation, the dazzling array of martial techniques displayed on the high platform left spectators in awe. Feng Xingyi, for once, did not conclude first. Instead, he prolonged the duel to the very end. As all others descended from the stage, he remained engaged in battle. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously, sparks flying before their eyes. Jinxia, you know full well you cannot defeat me. Even if you persist, you will still lose. Feng Xingyi pressed forward, forcing back the long-haired figure. Panting heavily, he could not comprehend why Jinxia, at the third level of the condensing origin realm, was so tenacious. She had no chance of victory. Silence. Jin family maidens never concede defeat. The long knife gleamed with a chilling light as Jinxia gathered her energy, channeling it like a torrent into her blade, stepping forth for a blade strike. A crescent arc suddenly appeared before Feng Xingyi's face as he raised his sword to block. Clang! The long sword slipped from his grasp uncontrollably, and Jinxia's eyes brightened as she swiftly closed the distance. It is over. With a flick of her long knife, Jinxia's final attack was on the verge of landing, and one noticed the strange smile that crept upon Feng Xingyi's lips after losing his sword. His hands swiftly formed seals, and with a series of esoteric gestures, a towering giant of 10 meters materialized before him. The giant, composed of stone, bore a round head atop its form, with tiny gaps resembling eyes that narrowed slightly. With a gentle clap of its hand, Jinxia felt an overwhelming force that she could not resist. Her body lifted uncontrollably into the air. Since you were so insistent, I shall grant you a transformation. Feng Xingyi's aura turned increasingly frigid. He extended his hand, gently grasping the void. The giant mimicked his action. In an instant, Jinxia was seized mid-air by the giant, her bones cracking under the immense pressure. Stop! Jin Fiao shouted from the observation stand, unleashing her aura at the 5th level of the true martial realm. Feng Xingyi smirked coldly. Master Jin, this young lady has yet to concede defeat. Chapter 51. Where are you going? Jinxia's heart plummeted. The Jin family maiden never concedes that it was she who declared to concede would not only be a blow to her pride, but also to the honor of the Jin family. Yet, if she persisted in her refusal to yield, she faced the grim prospect of being crushed. Caught in this dilemma, she gazed at the cold smile on Feng Xingyi's lips, experiencing a profound sense of helplessness for the first time. The stone giant tightened its grip on Jinxia, gradually increasing the pressure, and blood began to trickle from her lips. Feng Xingyi, are you truly intent on this? What offense has the Jin family committed against you? Jin Fiao's voice echoed coldly in her mind. Feng Xingyi remained unmoved by her words that he was enraged. Jinxia, fully aware of her disadvantage, continued to press on this moment. His true energy was nearly depleted, and his physical capabilities had significantly diminished, even forcing him to resort to the ancient summoning technique. Faced with Lin Feng in the future, he had lost many of his advantages. With this thought, Feng Xingyi's murderous intent surged, and he tightened his grip on Jinxia even further. Jinxia coughed up blood, on the brink of suffocation. Seeing this, Jin Fiao ceased sending thoughts to Feng Xingyi and stood up. shouting, "Jin Xia, surrender. The honor of the Jin family is not worth your life. There will be other days. Do not act foolishly." She was filled with urgency. No one understood Jin Xia's character better than her, unyielding to the core. There was a real risk she might perish on the arena. Haha. Feng Xingyi's smile turned even colder. He had never intended to kill Jin Xia. As long as she surrendered, he would let her go. The notion of a Jin family maiden never conceding was nothing but a joke. The giant's hand loosened slightly. Feng Xingyi sought to compel Jin Xia to admit defeat aloud. He was prepared to embrace victory. For in his eyes, Jin Xia had no escape within the giant's colossal grasp. The long-haired figure bore a faint trace of blood at the corners of her mouth, her gaze revealing a tinge of despair. Feng Xingyi, cough cough, your actions are not entirely ruthless. Unfortunately, you have underestimated me that I shall not concede, even if it costs me my life today. Her weary eyes gradually opened, taking one last look at the world. Then, the lingering attachment in her pupils vanished as her body began to uncontrollably swell at an alarming rate. Jin Xia. No. Jin Fuyao roared that a tempest erupted on the high platform, scattering her hair in all directions. Jin Fuyao's eyes turned red. Yet she could not prevent the unfolding catastrophe. An aura that could stir the very essence of a true martial realm enveloped the entire high platform, causing Feng Xingyi's smile to stiffen. Jin Xia is self-destructing? That mad woman. The winds of fate turned cold, and beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as he hurriedly produced the treasures of the Feng family, as if they were mere trinkets. Yet, time was far too fleeting. A folding fan and a mirror were instantaneously shattered, failing to serve as any form of impediment. His chest caved in dramatically. With a forceful exhalation, a figure was hurled from the high platform, blood arcing beautifully through the air before plummeting to the ground. The events transpired so swiftly that many were left in a state of shock. Jin Xia had self-destructed. The Feng family was utterly unable to offer assistance. Feng Xingyi's body crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater, and even the slightest movement felt insurmountable. Blood flowed freely from his mouth, staining the ground, his pale pupils reflecting disbelief. How could one prioritize their dignity above their very life? Young Master Feng. The members of the Feng family rushed in desperation to provide aid to Feng Xingyi. Jin Fuyao stood frozen in place, gazing at the blood mist that had erupted in the air, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. In her vision, that mist appeared to morph into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Amidst the countless lifeless bodies, there stood a figure, defiant and resolute, wielding a scythe of death, claiming a power capable of altering fate for the Jin family. Behind her, two disciples of the Jin clan remained silent, one victorious and the other defeated. What should have been a commendable outcome now left them feeling like children who had erred. With her back turned to all the members of the Jin family, Jin Fuyao discreetly wiped away her tears and spoke solemnly. Henceforth, the entire Jin estate must devote themselves to rigorous training. Anyone daring to slack off shall face 80 lashes and be expelled from the Jin family. That a chill ran through the Jin family members, and they promptly assented. Understood. The blessings bestowed by our ancestors do not serve as an excuse for the younger generation's lack of effort. From this moment forth, they would strive to catch up. Du sat at the judge's table, gazing at the blood-red sky that had yet to dissipate, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. After some contemplation, he announced gravely, "The Feng family and the Jin family are tied. 1-1. This was a tribute to the martyrs and a sign of respect from all the judges towards the Jin family. Both families would advance, along with the family that had received a bye and the victorious clan. Totaling 8 families that in this competition, 2 of the 4 prominent families remained in contention. The Gu family, having lost Gu Tianming, was replaced by the Zhang family in the top 8. Zhang Zhang surveyed the young disciples behind him and earnestly cautioned. Reaching this stage is commendable. Do not succumb to despair like that girl from the Jin family. Understood. The 3 young men behind him nodded in unison. The Zhang family, a lineage of alchemists, primarily practiced the low-tier earth-level Baijiao Jing. While this technique was formidable for alchemy, it was somewhat lacking in combat prowess. Every disciple sent into the fray was an exceptionally skilled alchemist, representing the future of the Zhang family. Therefore, they could not afford any missteps. Half an hour later, Feng Xingyi rose to his feet at the judge's call. After stretching his body and feeling no significant issues, he approached the judge's table. Under the full treatment of the Feng family, his injuries had healed considerably, yet his vital energy was still less than half of its peak. He consumed a chi-replenishing pill, grimacing at his misfortune that he had not been humiliated, yet he found himself in a troublesome predicament. The Jin family would likely harbor resentment towards him. Nevertheless, he was unafraid. One must not squander their youthful vigor. Both the Feng and Jin families were among the 4 great clans of the imperial city, and he did not believe the death of a single Jin Xie would greatly impact the Feng family. After all, he had not been the one to kill her at the drawing table. The judges had prepared all the lots, ensuring that there would be no buys this time. Lin Feng stepped forward to draw a lot, and the number 2 caught his eye. Number 2. Lin Feng handed the drawn lot to the judge. Upon seeing the numbers, the judge could not help but let out a soft sigh. What was meant to happen had indeed come to pass. The Lin family would face the Feng family. This match would likely result in fatalities. If Lin Feng were to die, it would be unfortunate, but if Feng Xingyi were to perish, the imperial city would surely be engulfed in turmoil. Feng Xingyi's expression was far from pleasant. Despite drawing the Lin family, whom he had longed to face, his own strength had significantly dwindled due to Jin Xie's self-detonation. Whether he could overcome Lin Feng now remained an uncertainty. Casually glancing at Luo Ye, a subtle yet malicious smile crept onto his face. He turned to whisper something to the 2 disciples of the Feng family behind him, and their faces instantly lit up with understanding. This entire exchange went unnoticed by Lin Feng. As Lin Feng and Jiang Gufeng ascended the high platform, Luo Ye followed Lin Feng's instructions to the preparation area. "Where are you going?" The icy voice of Feng Xingyi rang out, causing Luo Ye to shudder slightly. I concede." Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with nervousness. Feng Xingyi sneered coldly. "You've already come to draw lots. You must ascend the platform to forfeit." "Who says so? I can forfeit right now," Lin Feng interjected coolly. Feng Xingyi merely smiled and turned to the judge. "Do you?" Witnessing the exchange, quietly sighed. Feng Xingyi's intentions were painfully clear. He was likely prepared to eliminate Luo Ye. According to the rules established in the imperial city, this was indeed the case. That it appears that Feng Xingyi is quite pleased. Lin Feng observed, his eyes glinting with determination. If Luo Ye must participate, then the Lin family concedes. After all, they had already secured sufficient points in the first 2 rounds, and with the Lin family advancing to the top 8, they were assured a place in the top 3. Although he yearned to teach Feng Xingyi a lesson, the safety of Luo Ye took precedence. Feng Xingyi's expression darkened, as he had not anticipated Lin Feng would choose to forfeit on behalf of the Lin family. If that were the case, when would he find the opportunity to exact his revenge on Lin Feng? Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Very well, if Luo Ye does not compete, then you can face 2 opponents alone." Lin Feng shook his head. "That is incorrect. With Luo Ye forfeiting, it counts as her loss, and thus I need only face 1. Preposterous. Weren't you supposed to face 3 opponents? Feng Xingyi retorted, incredulous. "Defeating some weaklings is one thing, but facing young Master Feng, that is a different matter altogether." A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Feng Xingyi understood that Lin Feng's notion of facing meant having the opportunity to kill him, which only served to infuriate him further. "You must face 2 opponents today, or there will be no escape. In that case, I forfeit." Lin Feng shrugged, unfazed. "If there is no chance, then so be it. Once I strengthen my cultivation, I will seek you out at the Feng family. By then, it will not be a mere matter of 1 Feng Xingyi." The judge confirmed, "Are you truly opting to forfeit?" "Whether I forfeit or not depends on him." Lin Feng gestured towards Feng Xingyi. The latter ground his teeth in frustration, nearly shattering his molars at Lin Feng's taunts. Lin Feng's rapid cultivation progress genuinely worried him. He feared that one day he might be killed by Lin Feng. "1 is enough. Come up." Feng Xingyi grit his teeth, fury radiating from him. "You nodded. If both parties agree, we can make accommodations." Lin Feng smiled. "Thank you, young Master Feng, for your leniency. I will be sure to hold back later." "Humph, I will not hold back," Feng Xingyi scoffed, stepping onto the high platform in a single bound. Jiang Gufeng followed suit. Having just been a guest of the Feng family, now ready to engage in battle against them, leaving many spectators whispering in confusion. What's the deal with that kid? Flipping allegiances like a coin? Who knows? A traitor. Who would dare to employ him? It's bad luck? Indeed, who can trust a guest who lacks loyalty to their own family? One might find a knife in their back at any moment. The crowd murmured, their derision directed at Jiang Gufeng. Standing on the platform, he unsheathed the massive sword wrapped in cloth from his back, his tattered gray robe whipping in the frigid winds. He heard the whispers, but paid them no heed. Nothing was more important than his invincible swordsmanship. If betrayal was the path to mastering the sword, he would not hesitate to betray the world itself. Gazing at his opponent, who had reached the third level of the condensation realm, he slowly closed his eyes. Feng Mo mocked him. You traitorous dog, are you ready to surrender already? Jiang Gufeng remained silent. Strength would speak for itself in the arena. No words were necessary. Begin the match. With the judge's command, Jiang Gufeng's golden eyes snapped open, and simultaneously, two overwhelming auras surged forth. Activate the heavenly pivot battle form. Lin Feng roared, his body enveloped in battle armor. With a swift motion, his white sword sliced through the air. A cold gleam racing towards the unsuspecting Feng Xing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Boom! As the wind surged forward, a colossal figure ascended from the ground, revealing itself to be the stone giant that had earlier forced Jin Xie to self-destruct. The sword's brilliance struck the stone figure, only to dissipate into nothingness. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The defensive power of this giant exceeded his expectations. Don't waste your effort, he thought, perched upon the giant's shoulder. Feng Xingyi appeared unexpectedly, sneering. This titan is comparable to one at the true martial realm. Your defeat is inevitable. Upon finishing his taunt, the giant raised its right hand and swiftly swung it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he narrowly evaded the giant's palm in a hair-raising maneuver, feeling the fierce wind whip against his cheek painfully. How dare you be distracted while battling me? The towering giant naturally caught Jiang Gufeng's attention. Merely casting a glance, he nearly fell prey to Feng Mo's ambush. Feng Mo's swordsmanship flowed like a river. Though not lethal, Jiang Gufeng could not afford to be careless. No one could predict whether his next strike would be fatal. Forced into a defensive stance, Jiang Gufeng found himself without an opportunity to counterattack. Observing the two being suppressed, Lin Hai's face displayed an anxious expression. Luo Lai cast a mocking glance at Lin Hai and, turning to the approaching Luo Ye, coldly remarked, "Are you planning to surrender?" Luo Ye was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts in disarray upon hearing his words. To surrender under the Luo family name? What a disgrace! I haven't seen Lin Feng surrender, nor that child. Luo Lai pressed on aggressively, and Luo Ye bit her lip in silence. You old fool! Did you even train Luo Ye when she was young? Now you come here spouting nonsense. Seeing Luo Lai berating his daughter-in-law, Lin Feng instantly became incensed. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? That girl from the Jin family would rather self-destruct than tarnish her family's reputation. And you can only act like a coward? Luo Ye remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Old man, are you tired of living? On what grounds do you criticize my family? I don't blame her. What right do you have to? What? Am I not allowed to discipline my own daughter? If my daughter-in-law forbids you from scolding her, dare you utter another word, and I'll be sure to tear your mouth apart. The war room was rife with verbal sparring, while the high platform above remained fraught with peril. Lin Feng continued to evade, discreetly swallowing a chi-replenishing pill. His gaze remained fixed on Feng Xingyi, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Lin Feng, should you dare to surrender, I shall bring all the Feng family's guests to visit the Lin family. Feng Xingyi's devilish voice echoed from the giant's shoulder, a golden orb appearing in his grasp. Go. The golden orb swiftly enveloped Lin Feng, trapping him firmly in place, rendering escape impossible. Die. The ecstatic voice echoed as Feng Xingyi's maniacal visage loomed before him. Out of fierce determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, a solitary and proud sword intent surging forth like a tempest. At the moment the proud sword intent manifested, the golden orb erupted with uncontrolled fissures, as if countless sharp blades within were relentlessly slicing at it. Before Lin Feng's solitary sword intent, The orb failed to withstand 3 seconds before it shattered explosively. In that instant of explosion, Feng Xingyi's giant right hand suddenly materialized, gripping Lin Feng tightly. Ah! Feng Xingyi cackled madly. He had finally captured the brat. With a ferocious grip, the giant's hand squeezed Lin Feng's right arm with tremendous force. Ugh! Blood gushed uncontrollably from Lin Feng's mouth as Feng Xingyi, no longer holding back, frantically channeled his true energy, intent on crushing Lin Feng to death. Though Jiang Gufeng was engaged in battle not far off, he still kept a vigilant eye on Lin Feng's predicament. Seeing Lin Feng ensnared by the giant's grasp, a wave of urgency washed over him that a figure suddenly obstructed Jiang Gufeng's line of sight. Severing his view of Lin Feng, it seems I've been underestimated. Feng Mo's true energy surged as he swung his sword toward Jiang Gufeng, who swiftly dodged. The first strike thwarted, a second sword attack, akin to a relentless parasite, assailed him once more. The fierce glint flashed in Jiang Gufeng's eyes. He abandoned defense and, risking injury, struck at Feng Mo's head. You've lost your composure. Feng Mo's low murmur resonated in Jiang Gufeng's ears, prompting a sudden change in his stance. The originally direct thrust towards Jiang Gufeng halted abruptly, and his left hand unexpectedly produced a long blade. Mere inches from Jiang Gufeng's throat, swish, the long blade effortlessly sliced through Jiang Gufeng's throat. Yet no blood spilled forth. Feng Mo suddenly recalled that Jiang Gufeng possessed a phasing skill. He immediately sought out Jiang Gufeng's position, only to be struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. A blood-red long sword materialized, emanating a sinister glow as it cleaved toward his head. With sword energy surging, Feng Mo hastily evaded, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The sword energy missed Feng Mo but flew straight toward the giant's massive hand. Alarmed, Feng Mo suddenly realized something and quickly turned around. Not far away, the blood-red sword energy struck the towering giant with ferocity. As fragments of stone cascaded from the giant's wrist, Lin Feng seized the moment, his true energy erupting as the might of Xuan Fengyu and Lihua Ring reached its zenith, directly shattering the giant's palm and enabling his escape. Feng Mo's complexion turned pale. That sword energy was not aimed at him, but was meant to free Lin Feng from his predicament. Yet, was this not a breach of rules? Moments before, Feng Xingyi had savored Lin Feng's struggles, delighting in his imminent demise. Just as he prepared to crush Lin Feng, an unmatched sword energy suddenly surged forth, severing the giant's wrist. Astonished, he glanced towards the adjacent high platform, where Jiang Gufeng remained poised, blood energy surging. Cough, cough. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, affixing a battle talisman onto himself as his aura surged dramatically. He raised his sword, flames swirling around its blade. The celestial star within him dimmed, and the long sword emitted a series of tremors, as if struggling to contain the burgeoning power. Eye in the sky. Dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding an impending thunderous strike. This sword shall extinguish the stars. The frostblade descended abruptly, its proud sword intent rendering any thought of resistance futile. Feng Xingyi's limbs turned cold. Should this strike connect, his demise would be assured. He hastily produced a shield, resplendent with a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably a treasure of remarkable pedigree. Wait, isn't that the Xianming shield? The Feng family had guarded the borders for 20 years to earn this reward. Indeed, a pinnacle masterpiece of the forging master Ouyang Zishur, the sole perfected heavenly-grade artifact. Lin Feng had actually brought it forth. Of course, it had to be revealed. The high platform is already shattered. Boom! The shockwave surged forth. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lin Feng's assault struck true, shattering the high platform into fragments. Their forms lost the support of the platform and plummeted rapidly. Behind the shield, Feng Xingyi coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably descending, his right arm numb and half his body paralyzed. In disbelief, he lowered the shield, staring at Lin Feng as a blood-red talisman ignited rapidly in his hand. I'll be forced to use my full arsenal at the first level of the condensation realm. I cannot fathom what heights this Lin Feng may one day reach. This child, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly become a significant threat to me, he pondered. Perhaps in a few years, the entire Feng family will be beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was also descending rapidly. The celestial star within him had dimmed to obscurity. The power from the Tianqian star poured forth, barely allowing him to stabilize his descent. Suddenly, a red glow appeared before him. At the moment the crimson light manifested, an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through his body. As he tensed, preparing for an imminent attack, a fiercely domineering flame erupted from thin air, instantly engulfing his form. Ha! Feng Xingyi, witnessing the scene, could not contain his manic laughter. Lin Feng's abilities were utterly bizarre. He had previously feared that the talisman might miss. Yet now, Lin Feng's death seemed inevitable. What is this? Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the flame enveloping him. He desperately attempted to extinguish it, only to be horrified to find it unquenchable. The burning annihilation talisman, a gift from my father from the secret realm of Tianyuanzong. Once touched by this flame, it will not extinguish until all your life force is consumed. You might as well wait for your demise. At those words, Lin Feng's heart sank. He was aware of the numerous treasures within the Feng family, but he never anticipated the existence of such a formidable talisman. As Feng Xingyi and Lin Feng crashed to the ground, he laughed maniacally, envisioning Lin Feng as a mere corpse. This talisman is forged with burning annihilation fire. I cannot believe Lin Feng, at the first level of the condensation realm, could survive a hit from it. Feng Xingyi's eyes widened in exhilaration. He wished to relish the despair on Lin Feng's face, to document the final moments of this prodigy. Yet before long, the thrill began to fade from Feng Xingyi's visage. Confusion flickered in his eyes, quickly transforming into shock, and finally Lin Feng calmly absorbed the last flicker of flame upon him, mockingly gazing at the now dumbfounded Feng Xingyi. Thank you for your generous gift. Thus, I have decided to reward you first with this newfound power. Lin Feng gently stretched his right arm, his large hands spreading out as the flame of annihilation surged into action. The searing divine fire erupted fiercely, engulfing Feng Xingyi. No, this cannot be real. Feng Xingyi's hoarse voice echoed from within the inferno. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared deranged. Anyone could sense that the flames unleashed by Lin Feng were unlike anything before. It was the flame of annihilation. His ultimate move had, astonishingly, bestowed new powers upon his adversary. Feng Xingyi's voice gradually faded, his consciousness slipping into obscurity. Despite his desperate efforts to remain alert, darkness ultimately consumed him, as the merciless flame of annihilation devoured him whole. Chapter 54. Invincible Slash. Was Feng Xingyi dead? Du rushed forth, but faced with a sea of flames, he found himself utterly powerless. Lin Feng, extinguish the fire, Du commanded in a grave tone. Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixated solely on the roaring inferno. Lin Feng, Du's voice intensified, the overwhelming pressure of the true martial realm sweeping over the scene. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, realizing that Feng Xingyi's realm had plummeted to the qi refinement stage and was still declining. Only then did Lin Feng wave his hand, retracting the flame of annihilation. The descent of his realm indicated that the cyclone had surely shattered. Initially, he had intended to roast Feng Xingyi to the status of a mere mortal, but with Du intervening, he refrained from directly undermining the judge's authority. Du hastily examined Feng Xingyi's injuries, and upon discovering that he still clung to life, he breathed a sigh of relief. He placed a healing pill into Feng Xingyi's mouth and carried him to the Wind family's preparation area. At that moment, the Wind family's preparation area was shrouded in silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Du, their eyes gleaming with cold hostility. Du furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Yet, when he brought Feng Xingyi before them, not a single person stepped forward to take him. A sense of unease washed over him. Du, you have neglected your duties and shown favoritism towards Lin Feng. You are no longer fit to serve as chief judge. After the match, I will petition the emperor to revoke your position. Du instantly comprehended their intentions. They had set their sights upon him. In truth, the Wind family had long coveted the position of chief judge in the imperial court, but had struggled to find grounds to impeach Du. Now, with Lin Feng incapacitating two individuals, and Du failing to condemn him, it was evident that he was favoring Lin Feng. They aim to seize this opportunity to topple Du Yu accuse me of favoritism towards Lin Feng. Du Yu's voice rose sharply, resonating throughout the arena, drawing the attention of many. Indeed, Lin Feng incapacitated Wang Wei, and according to our laws, such actions warrant disqualification from the competition. Yet you repeatedly condone Lin Feng, even allowing him the chance to cripple our young master. Tell me, are you not abusing your power? Are you not neglecting your duties? The weight of their accusations bore down upon him, and Du Yu found himself chuckling in disbelief. 16 years ago, when Feng Xiao incapacitated Lin Hai, did he not continue to compete? After incapacitating Lin Hai, did Feng Xiao face any punishment? At his words, Lin Hai froze in place. The official narrative from the Imperial City stated that Feng Xiao had been imprisoned for a year. However, judging by Du Yu's assertion, it seemed Feng Xiao had not faced any consequences. What did you say? A chilling aura enveloped the area, causing Du Yu to shudder involuntarily. Feng Xiao, he crippled my father. Du Yu responded with surprise. This matter is common knowledge throughout the Imperial City. You were unaware? It became apparent that the enmity between the two was but a feud among the younger generation. Now it makes sense. No wonder my father's cultivation has stagnated over the years. Lin Feng spoke calmly, yet an invisible aura of murderous intent gripped the throats of all present. Initially, I merely sought to bring chaos to the Wind family. Now, however, I have changed my mind. I desire the complete annihilation of the Wind family. A true martial elder of the Wind family let out a cold laugh. You wish to leave not even a trace of the Wind family? You should first assess your own worth. By the time we flattened Qingchuan town, before he could finish, another individual swiftly covered his mouth, recalling something and promptly shutting his lips, another elder remarked. Regardless, I will report your actions to the emperor. Suit yourself. Du Yu waved his sleeve and departed. Do you truly intend to refrain from punishing Lin Feng? A Wind family elder shouted in frustration from a distance. Du Yu paused momentarily. Even if I were to impose punishment, you would not spare me, would you? Reflecting on Lin Feng's actions, there was an undeniable firmness in Du Yu's tone. Then I shall publicly announce it. Just as my father judged Feng Xiao 16 years ago, Lin Feng is innocent. The elder, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Ah, what a splendid declaration of innocence. When the emperor passes judgment upon you, I hope you too will declare yourself innocent. Right and wrong. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. I possess my own scale of judgment. How it is weighed is not for you to dictate. Du's black robe billowed as he strode across the arena, casting an authoritative gaze upon everyone. Should anyone harbor grievances against me, do not hesitate to report to the emperor. I hereby declare, Lin Feng is the victor of this battle. The faces of the Wind family members turned ashen. Ever since Du Fei stepped down from the role of chief judge a decade ago, their lives have become exceedingly difficult. Du Fei had maintained an excellent rapport with the Wind family, and as long as they offered some tributes, he would invariably lean in their favor whenever conflicts arose. Gradually, people in the Imperial City began to avoid the Wind family, reluctant to engage in disputes with them. However, the situation changed upon Du Yu's assumption of the role of chief judge at ASDU. The son of Du Fei, he was expected to continue assisting the Wind family. Yet he had diverged from expectations, not only conducting himself impartially, but also personally executing several members of the Wind family. They sought out Du Fei, requesting he persuade Du Yu, only to find Du Yu at odds with his father, ultimately seeking refuge in a corner of the Imperial City. In an instant, the Wind family found themselves engulfed in turmoil. Accustomed to privilege, the loss of such status felt profoundly unjust for the past decade. They had yearned for Du Yu's resignation, yet had never succeeded. Du Yu's reputation among the populace was immense. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a parental figure to the common folk. Yet this time, Du Yu openly defied the laws of the Imperial City, and should the Wind family seize upon this point to escalate matters, it would indeed prove troublesome. In contrast, Du Yu appeared unfazed, as if he remained unperturbed. Wang Wei had incapacitated Lin Feng first, and Lin Feng returning the favor was merely poetic justice. As for Feng Xingyi, his use of the flame of annihilation ultimately resulted in his own injury. A consequence of his own actions, he hummed a tune, feeling elated. as long as Jiang Gufeng showed mercy. The Lin family would not face any repercussions. Diyu's actions could be seen as a means to atone for the mistakes of his father from years past. Sword prison, upon the high platform, a bloodied figure was in disarray. His opponent conjured a multitude of blood-red swords around him, trapping him in place, unable to move, within the confines of the blood swords. Feng Mo's eyes were bloodshot. His true energy had been completely depleted, making even standing a challenge. Yet he could not concede. In his eyes burned the grand future of the Wind family. If his death could indeed secure a century of prosperity for the Wind family, he would die with honor. Feng Xingyi, do not let me down. Jiang Gufeng's raspy voice resonated, his indomitable sword path locking on a Feng Mo in an instant. Invincible slash. In his bloodied state, his true energy would not sustain for long. Though Feng Mo was on the brink of collapse, he resolved to take a final gamble. This was his strongest move, fraught with peril. The invincible slash, birthed from the invincible sword path. Once unleashed, it would surely yield corpses. If it did not claim lives, the invincible sword path would be shattered. It could be said that with this strike, Jiang Gufeng wagered his future. As the sword's edge sliced through the air. Feng Mo raised his hands, clearly resigning himself to fate. Under the horrified gazes of all present, he was cleaved in two by Jiang Gufeng. Diyu. Chapter 55. The trial will be held in 3 days. Feng Xingyi opened his eyes under the Wind family's intensive treatment, just in time to catch the gaze of Feng Mo in his final moments. What kind of gaze was that? Filled with hope, pleading, and a resolve to in that instant, Feng Xingyi understood his intentions. Ignoring his injuries, he rose and roared hoarsely. The Lin family is a sinner, defying imperial regulations. They ought to be exterminated along with their 9 clans, to serve as a warning. One of the judges paused, then spoke solemnly. The circumstances are yet to be determined. It appears Feng Mo was deliberately killed. You speak nonsense. Who does not wish to live? Who desires death? What do you mean deliberately killed? I see you merely wish to shield the Lin family. Feng Xingyi, disregarding his image, bellowed vehemently. If the Lin family were to evade culpability this time, then Feng Mo's sacrifice would be in vain. His cultivation had already plummeted to the qi refinement stage. Should he fail to execute Lin Feng now, he would be left with no opportunity whatsoever. Nearby, an elder, upon hearing that the tribunal sought to exonerate Jiang Gufeng, could not contain his excitement and quipped sarcastically. Abuse of power, shielding criminals. Under Diyu's governance, the entire tribunal seems to be descending into chaos. Indeed, Lin Feng has incapacitated so many, and Jiang Gufeng has even taken a life. Can this matter simply be overlooked? Perhaps they have received some benefits from the Lin family. Who would have thought that the tribunal, known for its fairness, would stoop to such levels? Just look at Diyu's father. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. It seems that all his previous displays of decorum were mere facades. Now his true nature is revealed. Mockery, scorn, and skepticism cascaded like a deluge. Words were as sharp as swords. Capable of inflicting harm, Diyu appeared calm on the surface. Yet his heart stirred with considerable turmoil. He shot a glare at the speaker, who promptly lowered his head in fear. Jiang Gufeng slowly sheathed his long sword, returning to his previous demeanor, and spoke indifferently. Chief Justice, I indeed took a life. Please proceed with the usual judicial process against me. That he wished to spare Diyu, a person of integrity, from doubt, and thus prepared to shoulder the responsibility alone. Silence. One of the judges could no longer contain his anger and shouted. It was evident to all that the tribunal was striving to secure a glimmer of hope for him. Yet this young man audaciously stepped forward to admit guilt. Jiang Gufeng, taken aback by the rebuke, paused momentarily. He realized the judges were acting in his best interest, but he could not fathom why they were so protective of him. The battle held deeper implications, and the adjudicators would repeatedly verify the formation records before reaching a conclusion. The tribunal would convene in 3 days, and all would be allowed to attend without conditions. Everyone disperse, Diyu declared, effectively silencing the murmurs, his formidable presence radiating throughout the arena, plunging it into silence. It seems Diyu is not as virtuous as I once thought. How foolish of me to have praised him before. Alas, one can know a face but not a heart. As the crowd dissipated, whispers persisted that Du held his breath, turning to the distant judges and calling out, "Re-examine the records," in the Feng family's conference hall. Feng Xiao sat at the head, his countenance as dark as turbulent waters, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He had been summoned by Xian Yuanyu for conversation and had to agree to numerous conditions to extricate himself. Yet, to his astonishment, the first news upon his return was that his son had been rendered incapacitated. Beside him, Feng Xingyi bore a similarly grim expression, his brow furrowed with increased worry and diminished malice. The cyclone had been mended by Feng Xiao, yet his cultivation had fallen to the 5th level of qi refinement. The prospect of regaining his former prowess seemed a distant dream, that we must not let the Lin family escape this time. You must also be brought down, Feng Xiao declared ominously, prompting a chorus of agreement. Indeed, if Du Fei were still the Chief Justice, under our maneuvering, the Lin family would face total annihilation. One elder reminisced about the glory days. Under Du's tenure, our lives have been unbearably arduous. This time, we must ensure he faces utter ruin. Feng Xiao nodded silently, then suddenly inquired, "What the Wang family? Do not forget to summon them for the trial in 3 days." Rest assured, Patriarch, the Wang family would relish the chance to annihilate the Lin family and will certainly attend. Its a pity Zhao Zheng was not dispatched by the Lin family, and it is rumored that Roger has the Gu family backing him. Dealing with him will not be easy. Feng Xiao scoffed coldly. First, we need to resolve the immediate matter. We must strive to imprison Jiang Gufeng and have Du relinquish his position. Once in prison, let us see how I can eliminate that brat. The thought of that scoundrel deceiving him out of the sword soul tightened Feng Xiao's fists in anger. Due to the victory of the two, the Lin family smoothly advanced to the next round. Unfortunately, the audience was considerably diminished due to Du dispersing many in light of Jiang Gufeng's killing incident. Nevertheless, this did not impede Lin Feng from ultimately defeating the Jin family and claiming the title of champion in the individual combat of the contest. Du approached the trio of Lin Feng. Tomorrow morning, at Xianming Square, the emperor himself will present the awards. After delivering this message, Du hastily departed. Lin Feng turned to Jiang Gufeng, about to speak. But the latter, seeming to anticipate his words, quickly interjected, "If he had raised his sword to block my last strike, he would not have died." Lin Feng nodded, sighing, "But the problem is he is dead. It is inconsequential that I incapacitated Wang Wei. For I had been incapacitated by him. This is common knowledge that it is also of little consequence that I rendered Feng Xingyi powerless, as I used the flames he directed at me. It is entirely reasonable for me to claim ignorance regarding the potency of those flames." "But you," Jiang Gufeng's eyes glistened with moisture upon hearing this. "You aren't blaming me, are you? Do not forget, I fought on behalf of the Lin family. During the battle, I even assisted you with a strike. Had it not been for me, you would have been crushed long ago. Moreover, in the treasure-seeking secret realm, had I not protected Luoya, Jiang Gufeng continued to express himself passionately, and Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Although he was still but a child, inexperienced in the ways of the world, he had indeed aided Lin Feng considerably without seeking anything in return. Lin Feng should not have treated him so harshly. A look of determination crossed Lin Feng's face as he extended his hand, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured, since we call each other brothers, I will ensure your safety, no matter what." Jiang Gufeng, looking at the outstretched hand, burst into laughter and swatted it away. "Just kidding. I am not that fragile." With his hands on his hips, he wore a proud expression. "However, since you have made such a promise, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Don't forget to order me some stinky tofu tonight. Make it spicy, and no cilantro." Lin Feng paused, then chuckled. "Well, what else do you want? What else do you want to get for you? A girlfriend from the Youth Association tomorrow." "Not interested," Jiang Gufeng scoffed, turning away dismissively. Lin Feng watched Jiang Gufeng's retreating figure and smiled bitterly. The sacrifices Jiang Gufeng had made, even just the sword soul, far outweighed the 30 or 40,000 taels of silver Lin Feng had given him. Lin Feng vowed to treat Jiang Gufeng well in the future and never to resent him again. In the formation control room, Elder Son was in a state of utter disarray as he assisted Du in extracting all the images. Isn't it unusual for the Chief Justice to personally gather evidence for the defendant? Chapter 56. The Garment of Fate. The Du wore a troubled expression. Ignoring Elder Sunday, he scrutinized the images frame by frame. Upon observing Jiang Gufeng's final strike, he noted a glimmer of despair in Feng Mo's eyes. It is not typical for one to seek death deliberately. Feng Xingyi was correct on this matter. There must be some underlying reason that compelled Feng Mo to endure that strike. Perhaps Feng Mo's parents might possess some insights. Furthermore, the fourth-grade elixir for the treasure-seeking battle was unprecedented in previous years. Lastly, how did Feng Xiao manage to evade punishment after so disgracefully humiliating Lin Hai 16 years ago? Each event seemed enshrouded in a veil of mystery. Du furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He then stowed the images and exited the formation control room. Beneath the full moon, a gust of wind swept through, causing his solemn black robe to billow. Du raised his head, gazing at the luminous moon. Murmuring to himself, is it already the Mid-Autumn Festival? He hoped that all truths would be revealed as clearly as the bright moon. Lin Feng go. Tomorrow night is the Youth Association event. Let us pick out a few outfits tonight. On the way back to the inn, Roger hopped along excitedly, as if he had just won first place. Lin Feng glanced at the exuberant Roger, bemused. I'm going to repay a favor tomorrow. Not to find a wife. Luo, you seem to recall something. Husband, aren't you supposed to go to Xianming Square for the award tomorrow morning? It would be wise to dress formally, considering it's an audience with the emperor. Indeed, indeed. This marks the first time in history that a family from Qingchuan Town has won the championship. We must treat it with the significance it deserves, Roger eagerly agreed. Lin Hai chimed in. Yes, if you lack funds, I can lend you some. Lin Hai rummaged through his pocket and produced a few silver notes. Lin Feng pushed the money back. Do not worry, father. I have enough funds. Since you all wish to buy clothes, let us go to ITS on me, really? Roger exclaimed. Do I get share too? Of course, Lin Feng nodded. We're brothers. Don't be shy. Get a new outfit for that kid too. He wears that tattered garment daily. It must be quite chilly. Lin Hai found himself reflecting on Jiang Gufeng's appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy, although that young man had previously pursued Lin Feng with hostility. It seemed that any animosity had now dissipated, leading Lin Hai to accept Jiang Gufeng. He decided to purchase a couple of outfits for him, planning to mix and match them later. After Lin Feng made his intent known, he led the three companions towards Yishinjuan. Yishinjuan was indeed a renowned brand within the imperial city, with designers who kept pace with trends and created numerous popular items, earning a commendable reputation among the populace. At that moment, the store was teeming with people, with many young aristocrats queuing outside. What is going on? There weren't this many people when I came yesterday, Roger exclaimed in astonishment. Look, it's Lin Feng. Suddenly, one person spotted Lin Feng and shouted excitedly. Instantly, a throng of individuals surged forward, surrounding the four of them. Brother, you defeated Feng Xingyi at the first level of the Ningyuan realm. How did you manage that? Do you possess some secret technique? I am willing to pay handsomely for it. I also noticed you seem to have absorbed Feng Xingyi's flames. Simply incredible. The crowd buzzed with chatter, making it nearly impossible for Lin Feng to hear anything clearly. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Lin Feng called out, and the crowd fell silent, eager to hear his words. Focus on your cultivation. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. One day, you too shall rise above the rest. Do not expect to become a supreme master overnight. That is unrealistic. Keep striving, young ones. I have faith in you. After delivering his motivational speech, Lin Feng quickly pulled Roger and the others into Yishinjuan. The crowd was left bewildered. Once inside Yishinjuan, Lin Feng noticed it was considerably less crowded. Glancing around, he realized that very few people were actually trying on clothes. Mr. Lin, no need to be curious. Tomorrow is the awards ceremony and the opening of the youth gathering. Most of those who come to our store at this time are talented young individuals. Thus, it is quite normal for some to linger here, hoping to catch a glimpse of you. A shop attendant explained. Understanding dawned on Lin Feng. These individuals were indeed here for him. And no wonder so many were gathered around Yishinjuan, and the staff did not seem inclined to disperse them. With such a fervor, who wouldn't be drawn to take a look? Especially those who were not short on funds. They would certainly want to enter. Once inside, the excitement only intensified as people clamored to engage him in conversation. Was this a positive feedback loop? Lin Feng began to worry whether the store's marketing prowess was matched by the quality of its garments. Despite his concerns, Roger and Luo Yu were blissfully absorbed in selecting outfits. It was evident that these two were indeed a family. Lin Feng and Lin Hai casually bought an item each and continued to watch the duo try on various pieces as the night wore on. Lin Feng grew increasingly speechless until he finally saw Roger emerge from the fitting room, looking satisfied. And Luo Yu, Lin Feng asked, exasperated, she's still in there, trying things on with that attendant. Hey, Lin Feng, are you going to help her? Lin Feng buried his face in his hands. He had already assisted Luo Yu with several outfits. They were all quite beautiful, but each time she activated her perception ability, she found them lacking. Come on, your ability only reveals gray threads. It doesn't show colors. They're really an outfit that would meet your approval? Lin Feng pondered. Just then, he saw Luo Yu pushing open the fitting room door with the attendant's help, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Lin Feng stared, taken aback, as Luo Yu emerged wearing a sky blue gown. The delicate embroidery of white flowers stood out vividly against the blue backdrop. The dress featured a subtle neckline, exuding elegance without being ostentatious. The long hem brushed just above her knees, revealing a glimpse of her fair calves. The gown was devoid of any sparkling gems, yet it showcased a natural beauty on Luo Yu. What do you think? Is it pretty? Luo Yu asked nervously, relying on the attendant's words to gauge her appearance. Absolutely stunning, Lin Feng stammered, momentarily entranced, dressed in a fitted black robe with his hair casually tied back. Lin Feng's handsome features momentarily displayed a look of... He took Luo Yu's hand, pulling her into an embrace. You look beautiful. You could wear anything and still shine. This scene extinguished the hopes of several young women outside, who had been eyeing Lin Feng with interest. They sighed, watching the strikingly handsome and poised Lin Feng, some unable to suppress their envy. Others, undeterred, attempted to approach him, only to be met with his unyielding rejections, leaving them stunned. The impression that the men of the imperial city were like Feng Xing, charming but fickle, never rejecting one while courting another, was shattered. One girl, frustrated by Lin Feng's dismissal, muttered under her breath. Beside her, a graceful woman looked on, filled with envy. In this chaotic world, how fortunate it is to find such a devoted partner, she thought. The night passed without further incident. Jiang Gufeng had asked Lin Feng to bring him some stinky tofu, which Lin Feng had arranged for delivery while Roger and the others were busy selecting clothing. Tea present, Jiang Gufeng leaned against Lin Feng's door, still in his tattered attire. Were the clothes you bought for me? Lin Feng asked in surprise upon seeing Jiang Gufeng. He had purchased 3 outfits. Surely, he couldn't dislike them all. Those clothes are not to my taste. I prefer my own. I'm used to them. Jiang Gufeng waved his hand dismissively and followed Lin Feng outside. What do you think the Imperial City will reward us with? Jiang Gufeng queried as they walked side by side. Uncertain, Lin Feng replied with a shrug. In previous years, he had been preoccupied with helping his family acquire materials from secret realms and had paid little attention to such matters. I have heard some rumors, Jiang Gufeng began, but before he could finish, a flash of blindingly fast blade light sliced through the air. Jiang Gufeng's hair stood on end as he instinctively turned his head, narrowly avoiding the strike. Furious, he drew his sword, glaring at the assailant, but found no one in sight. Just as the reports indicated, it's extraordinarily difficult to kill, he thought, realizing a nearly invisible figure had darted past. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he instinctively pointed his thumb towards the direction of the attacker. A field of energy expanded rapidly from Lin Feng's center, engulfing the area at an astonishing speed, soon enveloping the assassin. The assailant slowed, disoriented by the sudden turn of events. Lin Feng then turned his thumb down sharply. The assassin felt his senses spiral out of control as he was lifted off the ground, propelling skyward. Lin Feng had acquired a relic from Roger's auction at the Treasure Pavilion, a hidden treasure of Luo Lai, which served as the key to unlocking his Tianxian star ability, skill, Tianxian. Although Lin Feng had not yet fully comprehended the intricacies of this skill, he sensed its potential to alter any situation. The airborne assassin, now uncontrollable, continued to ascend until he broke free of Lin Feng's domain, hovering momentarily before plummeting back towards the ground. Just as he fell, He re-entered Lin Feng's realm, seemingly drawn back by an unseen force, only to be sent skyward once more. This cycle repeated, leaving the assassin pale and exhausted at the boundary of the domain, caught in a tug-of-war between two opposing forces. What on earth is this technique? Jiang Gufeng exclaimed, astonished, having never witnessed such a display from Lin Feng before. Isn't it incredible? My technique can make people fly. Lin Feng replied uncertainly, so impressive. Let me try, Jiang Gufeng exclaimed, but Lin Feng sighed, thinking it might be wiser to interrogate this intruder first. Ah! As the domain dissolved, the assassin fell uncontrollably, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Silence following. Oh, isn't he dead? Is he? Jiang Gufeng wondered nervously. Not likely. From the aura he exhibited earlier, he is at the Ningyuan realm. Lin Feng reassured him. The early morning mist made it difficult for them to discern clearly, so they cautiously approached the fallen figure. Clang! Just as they focused on the incapacitated assassin, a sudden, explosive sound reverberated through the air. Before Luo Ye, an exaggerated flash of light appeared, an embodiment of blade intent. Lin Feng's heart raced in alarm. He was too far from Luo Ye to intervene in time. Quickly, he activated Tianshu, channeling the array's power to just barely deflect the deadly strike. The assailant, clearly shocked that such a lethal blow had missed, looked on in terror. The power of the Imperial City's formations. You must be Xin Yuanyu. No, that's incorrect. You're too weak. You're the current crown prince, Xin Yuan Sheng. What? The assassin, feigning death not far away, sprang to his feet at the mention of the crown prince's name. The crown prince? We need to retreat. Trying to escape? Lin Feng once again extended his thumb, and the realm of Tianxian expanded forth anew. However, upon careful sensing, Lin Feng could no longer detect their presence, while he could indiscriminately elevate every object within his domain, thus leaving the two assassins nowhere to flee. The cost of such an action was far too great. Lin Feng had yet to amass sufficient wealth to compensate for the damages to the Imperial City. Letting them escape? Luo Ye felt a twinge of unease. You are the crown prince? You have concealed this from me most skillfully. Jiang Gufeng exclaimed, embracing Lin Feng in astonishment. I knew I could count on you. I shall rely on you to support me in my old age. Lin Feng's expression darkened. My father is Lin Hai. How does that make me the crown prince? Jiang Gufeng paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed. So what exactly is going on? Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Gufeng. Deciding against withholding the truth, he leaned closer to Jiang Gufeng's ear and whispered, I am able to utilize the royal city's formations. Jiang Gufeng was even more astounded, his shock surpassing even the revelation of Lin Feng's royal lineage. How is this possible? The ownership of the royal city's formations lies with the current emperor, Xin Yuanyu. Only those granted permission by him can wield a portion of the formation's power. And Lin Feng, what right do you have to use the formations? Jiang Gufeng was genuinely tempted to hang Lin Feng upside down for 3 days and nights. What if he were to admit it? Let us discuss this matter later. There are many who seek your life, so we must remain vigilant. He took Luo Ye's hand. Have you donned the armor I purchased for you? Not yet. She replied. Go back and change into IT that moment. Xianming Square was teeming with people. At the northernmost and highest point of the square stood a throne, inscribed with the character Xin Yuan, carved with a graceful and powerful stroke that evoked an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Beneath the throne were 3 seats, adorned in gold, silver, and bronze, each engraved with the characters Lin, Jin, and Bai, respectively. This signified the final rankings of the competition for dominance. The Jin family had arrived early, their eyes still reflecting deep-seated resentment. Had it not been for Sister Sia's departure, how could we have lost? Jin Fuyo, sensing the discontent among the clan, attempted to soothe them. Lin Feng amassed a considerable number of points in the first 2 rounds. Even if we win, our points may still fall short. We must focus more on cultivation moving forward. We can no longer afford to be lazy. 100 individuals traverse together, their presence imposing. The current emperor, Xin Yuanyu, reclined comfortably in the dragon carriage, indulging in a brief respite. Surrounding him, apart from the 36 bearers of the dragon carriage, were all clad in iron armor, their cold glints striking. Suddenly, as though sensing something, His dangerous gaze snapped open, and the formidable aura of the Xiaoyao realm erupted, shattering the dragon carriage. Xin Yuanyu's sudden outburst left all the bears dumbfounded. Though unaware of what had occurred, they uniformly fell to their knees, repeatedly begging the emperor to quell his anger. His wrathful gaze pierced through the void, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Chapter 58. I shall forge a third-tier pill for you all outside the inn. A misty rain enveloped the scene, shrouding everything in a veil of water vapor. A figure soared through the air, standing tall in the midst of it. His furious gaze scanned the surroundings continuously. The familiar fluctuations of the formation had emanated from this very spot. Once again, these wretched rats lurking in the shadows, Xin Yuanyu mused, his brow furrowing. The techniques of the soul-capturing pavilion were standardized, their energies largely indistinguishable. Thus, Xin Yuanyu was quick to discern that these were Earth-tier assassins from the soul-capturing pavilion. The reach of the pavilion extended across the continent, thriving on assassination. Its masters were notoriously elusive, presenting a significant challenge. Normally, he would turn a blind eye, but just moments ago, he had sensed someone capable of wielding the royal city's grand formation. He remained unaware of who possessed such ability, and by the time he arrived at the scene, all traces of their presence had vanished. The strange buzzing echoed around him, and as the sound subsided, his figure flickered and vanished once more. Within the royal city control room, Elder Sun leisurely munched on snacks while continuously switching between screens. This job was exceedingly easy. He merely had to monitor the formation each day. Not only was it lucrative, but it also afforded him glimpses of some rather thrilling scenes. Having held this position for over 20 years, he had repeatedly declined promotions offered by superiors. Elder Sun understood, well, that while being elevated to a high-ranking official may seem impressive in front of others, the burden of such a role was known only to oneself. Just as he prepared to switch to the next screen, the large display before him suddenly went dark. He was taken aback, initially assuming it was merely a malfunction of the formation. Such occurrences were common and could be resolved by calling in a formation master for repairs. He reached for the communication crystal to relay a message to Master Ouyang, only to be met with an abrupt, icy voice emanating from within the crystal. Upon hearing it, Elder Sun's hands turned cold, and the crystal dropped to the ground with a thud. The Emperor has revoked your surveillance rights. My lord, why are we taking such a convoluted route? Luoya inquired, somewhat puzzled. Training, Lin Feng replied, carrying Luoya as he and Jiang Gufeng sprinted at high speed. Originally, they could have reached Xianming Square by taking a straight path. But at Lin Feng's insistence, the three made a considerable detour. Jiang Gufeng understood Lin Feng's motives, recognizing that the authority of his formations was undoubtedly dubious. At that moment, Jiang Gufeng seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to the distance. The aura of that man had resurfaced. By the time the trio arrived at Xianming Square, it was already overflowing with people. How daring of you! Lin Feng, you actually had the audacity to keep the Emperor waiting. Quickly kneel and apologize. A sharp voice cut through the air, and Lin Feng turned to see a eunuch, indignantly pointing at him as if Lin Feng had slain his own parents, Xin Yuanyu. Still lost in thought from the earlier events, barely acknowledged the eunuch's words, he lifted his dragon-like eyes slightly and replied, No matter. Since you are here, take a seat. Lin Feng clasped his fists in greeting and then looked up. A golden chair inscribed with the character Lin was gleaming beneath the throne. All present. Let the awards commence. Xin Yuanyu's voice, though not loud, resonated like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the crowd. Silencing any dissent, the eunuch began to announce the results. Thus, Lin Feng received his due rewards, a roll of brocade inscribed with the accolades bestowed upon the Lin family by Xin Yuanyu, a vein of true crystal or a piece of heavenly silkworm divine garment, and a choice from the royal treasury. Hiss! Lin Feng inhaled sharply, stunned by the mention of true crystal or as his cultivation level rose. His transactions had begun to utilize true crystals. This vein of true crystal would provide him with a continuous supply of currency, akin to a timely aid in a snowstorm. The heavenly silkworm divine garment, though its grade remained unknown, was surely remarkable if placed alongside the true crystal or most anticipated was the royal treasury. It was said to contain even celestial grade techniques and martial arts, Perhaps there were even fifth-tier pills to expedite his cultivation. Xian Yuanyu observed Lin Feng's expression of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Today, everyone is fortunate to have the time. Let us play a game. Xian Yuanyu's words were straightforward, yet the true intentions of this emperor remained inscrutable, causing the assembly to hesitate in their responses. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Xian Yuansheng spoke up. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Zhang family has recently welcomed 3 young second-tier alchemists. How about we have them concoct a few pills on the spot for our amusement? Xian Yuanyu nodded slightly. I too wish to witness the new blood of the royal city and see how far they have come. Zhang Zhang promptly rose that I am grateful for your Majesty's favor. I shall have them concoct a few pills to present to you. With that, he gestured to the individuals behind him. Immediately, 3 youthful figures stepped forward, their expressions haughty as they bowed respectfully to Xian Yuanyu before producing their alchemical furnaces to begin their work. Lin Feng, now intrigued, took a seat upon a golden chair and observed intently. However, he soon discovered that the trio's alchemical techniques were exceedingly crude, resulting in only barely formed pills. 3 inferior second-tier pills. This truly what qualifies as a second-tier alchemist. Lin Feng mused inwardly, thinking that were it not for their techniques aiding them, they would likely struggle to even extract the medicinal liquid. Throughout the process, Xian Yuanyu maintained a frown, and as he looked upon the eager young alchemists awaiting his praise, he inhaled deeply and began to speak with a heavy conscience. Well done. I hope you all can ascend to greater heights in the future. With a wave of his hand, a nearby eunuch promptly approached Zhang's trio, bearing 3 covered plates. These individuals were crucial to the operation of the royal city, and even if Xian Yuanyu found their performance lacking, he refrained from expressing any dissatisfaction. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. The 3 replied, their excitement palpable, firmly believing in his own exceptional performance. He was convinced that it was the reason for receiving the emperor's commendation. However, as Xian Yuanyu swiftly changed the topic, the 3 eunuchs holding the trays suddenly froze. If someone of their age could refine these elixirs even more perfectly, not only would I grant substantial rewards, but I would also bestow the possessions meant for the Zhang family disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, murmurs erupted in the previously silent square. They dared only to exchange hushed whispers, and for a moment, phrases like "you go," and "I've raised you," clearly reached Lin Feng's ears. Xian Yuanyu evidently heard them as well. Noticing the prolonged hesitation of those on the stage, a rare hint of anger flickered across his brow. Everyone keenly sensed the emperor's unusual demeanor, and they collectively held their breath. Time seemed to stand still, the Xianming square densely populated yet utterly silent. Just then, a youthful voice shattered the suffocating stillness. The 3 members of the Zhang family, initially reveling in the absence of competitors, were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice. They looked up to see Lin Feng, seated on the golden throne beneath the emperor, slowly rising. For a mere second-tier elixir, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Instead, I will refine a 3rd-tier elixir for all of you. Chapter 59. Reversal of Time. Lin Feng. He can refine elixirs? A 3rd-tier elixir? Is he jesting? He is merely at the condensation realm. Panic surged through them. He likely had no grasp of the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Xian Yuanyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then offered a gentle smile. Lin Feng, is it? Lin Feng nodded. If you fail to refine it, that would indeed be a blatant act of treachery against the emperor. The implication was clear. Should Lin Feng be unable to produce a 3rd-tier elixir under the public gaze, Xian Yuanyu would assuredly punish him. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, slightly cupping his hands in respect towards Xian Yuanyu. Might your Majesty provide me with an elixir furnace? Xian Yuanyu's brow furrowed once more, though he refrained from further comment. With a subtle gesture towards the eunuchs, one was soon dispatched to bring forth an elixir furnace. He does not possess his own. I sense his downfall is imminent. How could one so young claim to be a 3rd-tier alchemist like Master Zhang? I would never believe it. Using another's furnace makes successful refinement on the first attempt exceedingly difficult. What do you mean by that, my friend? One of the alchemists from the Zhang family began to explain patiently. When someone refines an elixir, the furnace's inner walls retain remnants of previous materials. For instance, if the last refined elixir was of a yin attribute, Attempting to refine a yang attribute elixir without knowledge could lead to an explosion. Ah, I see. So Lin Feng's attempt is virtually doomed? Not necessarily. He seems to have a fair amount of confidence, though I wonder how capable he truly is. Lin Feng raised his hand towards the elixir furnace, the celestial energy within him beginning to stir. Skill, celestial pivot, activate. A familiar sensation flooded Lin Feng's mind. He immediately sensed that the furnace had recently been used to refine a condensation pill. This brought to mind the moment he had tricked Wang Wei with a condensation pill at the auction, where the grand finale had been a true martial pill, if he recalled correctly. A smile crept upon his lips. Time had flown, and he could now refine true martial pills. What is he smiling about? Surely he hasn't lost his wits. Beside the emperor, Xin Yuancheng watched the youth of similar age with keen interest, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Lin Feng settled into a meditative position as a eunuch brought forth the necessary materials. Upon inspection, he found only the standard ingredients. I still require a mountain sea flower. This statement caused a stir. The mountain sea flower? He intends to refine a true martial pill. That is a strategic resource. Should Lin Feng fail, he may incur the emperor's wrath. The tension mounted as laughter erupted from the onlookers. Jiang Gufeng, surrounded by a throng of amused spectators, turned to Luo Ye, puzzled. You seem not worried at all? Luo Ye smiled gently, her beauty magnified in that moment. That I trust him. He's the most formidable alchemist in the world. Jiang Gufeng struggled to suppress a grimace. It was evident that a woman in love possessed little logic on the throne. The emperor's seemingly ageless visage revealed a hint of surprise. Are you certain? I am certain, Lin Feng affirmed with unwavering resolve. Very well. With the emperor's consent, the eunuchs dared not speak further, merely placing the mountain sea flower beside Lin Feng, though one could discern a flicker of regret in the eunuch's eyes. All eyes turned towards the young figure. Even the severely diminished Wang Wei bore a venomous glare. Zhao Zheng had regained his energy, though the price Zhao Qianzhou paid was evidently steep, as he remained charred and far from recovery. In his hand lay a tome detailing the consequences of treachery against the emperor. Feng Xingyi clenched his fists tightly. His cultivation at the Qi-gathering realm had rendered him a laughingstock within his family. Witnessing Lin Feng's alchemical prowess, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The people of the soul-capturing pavilion were those he had paid to act, yet Lin Feng stood unharmed before them. What on earth were these imbeciles doing? Everyone held their breath in anxious anticipation. While Lin Feng remained unflustered, he extended his right hand, grasping the mountain sea flower. The eunuch flinched as if the grasp were around his throat. Ignite, with a swift motion. Lin Feng summoned flames. In an instant, a searing blaze erupted, radiating brilliant light. Without delay, he swiftly tossed the mountain sea flower into the elixir furnace, where it was promptly refined into liquid under the intense heat of the divine fire. Following that, Lin Feng rapidly refined each ordinary ingredient, his speed astonishing, leaving onlookers breathless. Even Xin Yuanyu on the throne couldn't help but nod. Lin Feng's technique far surpassed that of the three Zhang family youths. Time flew by, and before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Feng had completed the liquid refinement, sealing the furnace and awaiting the elixir's formation. The divine fire within the furnace, enhanced by the Xuanfeng feather, quickly reached the required temperature for alchemical refinement. Before long, the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the square. Sparse applause began, but soon the majority of the crowd erupted into spontaneous applause, creating a tremendous wave of sound. Amidst the overwhelming applause, the expressions of the three Zhang family members grew increasingly grim. They cast resentful glances at Lin Feng, their hands instinctively clenching. Wang Wei lowered his head in bitterness, while Zhao Zheng silently set down the tome in his hands. Feng Xingyi's eyes were bloodshot, his heart racing. The elixir was nearly complete. What was happening? Where were the assassins from the soul-capturing pavilion? Why had they not arrived? Suddenly, a muffled sound emanated from the elixir furnace, signaling that the true martial pill was ready. Jiang Gufeng stood in a daze, inhaling the fragrant aroma, seemingly unable to process the moment. Luo Ye remained composed, as though entirely unfazed, just as Lin Feng was about to unveil the furnace and retrieve the elixir within. A flash of blinding light pierced through his body. Xian Yuanyu shot to his feet, his energy surging. Within his eyes reflected a shadow, his furious dragon-like gaze filled with disbelief. This assassin had evaded even his senses. The Xianming square erupted into chaos. Feng Xingyi nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. He is dead. He is finally dead. He was almost overwhelmed with emotion, but managed to suppress himself, joining the crowd in feigned horror. Behind Lin Feng stood a shadowy figure who quietly retracted a long spear, awaiting the moment of death. He was a death warrior from the soul-capturing pavilion, having accepted the mission with no intention of leaving Xianming Square alive. Lin Feng's body slowly fell, his head crashing heavily to the ground. Splattering blood everywhere, he gazed at the assassin's boots mere inches away, his expression still one of calm, but a faint smile lingered on his lips. Remnants of his life, Lin Feng. Jiang Gufeng's anxious voice echoed as he and Luo Ya hurried towards him. What a swift and decisive end. Alas, I cannot die yet. There are important people and matters awaiting me. He trembled as he raised his hand, giving the assassin a thumbs up amidst the latter's confusion. Reversal. As those words left his lips, time abruptly froze. Chapter 60. The confident fortune teller reversal. As those words were uttered, time came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, everyone froze like sculptures in their previous postures, and Xian Yuanyu was no exception. The birds were silent, and the falling leaves came to a standstill. After a brief moment, time began to uncontrollably rewind. The swift approaching Jiang Gufeng and Luo Ya started to retreat, while the furious Xian Yuanyu took his seat again. Feng Xingyi's expression shifted from terror to joy, then to anxiety. Everything seemed to rewind as if played in reverse, returning to the moment before Lin Feng refined the pill. With a soft sound, the pill furnace emitted a muffled groan, and Lin Feng spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone understood. The pill furnace had succeeded. Lin Feng was injured while refining the pill. Feng Xingyi was overjoyed. Lin Feng's injury meant significantly increased odds of success for the assassin. Feng Xingyi's heart raced to his throat. This time, he must ensure the assassin's demise. In truth, not only Feng Xingyi believed Lin Feng was wounded during the pill refinement. Others shared the same sentiment. After all, refining a true martial realm pill with the strength of the condensation realm seemed somewhat presumptuous in their eyes. Xian Yuanyu, sitting on the throne, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that he had forgotten something. Just as Lin Feng weakly prepared to unveil the pill furnace, a thumb stealthily extended, an invisible domain rapidly expanded, and a hidden figure in the air momentarily faltered, subsequently losing control and soaring into the sky. The assassin. His form was exposed, darting up and down within and outside Lin Feng's domain before ultimately halting at the boundary of the domain, allowing everyone to clearly see his appearance. The soul-binding pavilion. A wave of astonishment swept through the Xianming Square. No one expected the killer from the soul-binding pavilion to brazenly reveal himself there. A powerful aura of the carefree realm erupted, and an invisible shockwave surged forth, tightly ensnaring the assassin in mid-air. Xian Yuanyu's piercing dragon-like gaze was as chilling as a winter's night, as if he sought to uncover every secret the assassin bore. Tell me, who hired you? Speak, and you may live. The soul-binding pavilion assassin, realizing escape was impossible, cast a pleading glance at Feng Xingyi. Feng Xingyi's countenance darkened, hastily averting his gaze. This incompetent fool, who would dare meet his eyes in such a situation? The assassin, seeing Feng Xingyi evade his gaze, instantly felt despair. He bit down hard on the poison pouch hidden near his wisdom teeth, taking his own life. Humph! Xian Yuanyu, seeing this unfold, could only furiously crush the assassin. The blood mist scattered, yet it did not affect Lin Feng, who gently unveiled the pill furnace and retrieved the true martial pill. The rounded pill emanated a fragrant aroma, radiating the unique luster of a third-tier pill. The blood mist resembled flowing fire, while the pill's brilliance shone like the full moon. That a third-tier superior true martial pill was born amidst the fiery blood mist, stepping through the assassin's blood. Lin Feng approached the Zhan family disciples. A hint of apology crossed his face as he waved his storage ring. Instantly, the treasures on the three eunuchs' trays vanished. The expressions of the three Zhan family members turned ominously dark. The three eunuchs exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. His Majesty had mentioned giving these treasures to more formidable young alchemists, but this was far too hasty. Splendid. Xian Yuan Yu seemed to emerge from the incident with the soul-binding pavilion, laughing heartily, and any discerning eye could see his inner excitement. Xian Yuan Cheng wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, feeling happy for his father. After almost 20 years, the Xianming dynasty finally had a genius who excelled in both alchemy and combat. Lin Feng, you are quite remarkable. I have decided to allow you to choose another royal treasure. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. Kneeling on one knee, I thank your Majesty for your grace. Xin Yuan nodded slightly and continued. Lin Feng, what you have received is the resource of my Xianming dynasty. Should you achieve any minor success in the future, you must not betray the royal family's benevolence. Lin Feng immediately pledged, I shall absolutely not disappoint your Majesty's trust. Good. You are quite perceptive. Lin Feng, Xian Yuan nodded in satisfaction. In the future, when you see me, there is no need for kneeling. Yes, thank you. Your Majesty. Lin Feng returned to his golden seat, his aura somewhat disordered, hurriedly producing a replenishing pill and swallowing it. Xian Yuan merely cast a faint glance at him before shifting his focus back to the ongoing activities. It was evident that Xian Yuan was in high spirits. He dabbled in talismans, formations, and crafting. He wished to assess the abilities of the younger generation from various esteemed families. However, the results left him greatly dissatisfied. Lin Feng cast a glance at the emperor seated high above. While it was ostensibly an event, in reality, it was a test, was it not? Quite good. Xian Yuan had lost track of how many times he had uttered insincere praise, unconsciously pressing a hand to his forehead. These youths specialized in their respective fields, yet performed worse than he, who was merely a jack of all trades. Thus, he had no choice but to relax the age restrictions and continue the evaluations. Until the sun dipped below the horizon, when Xian Yuan laid eyes on a certain abysmal drawing, his lips twitched violently. That phrase quite good stuck in his throat, refusing to escape. You should practice more before returning. In the end, Xian Yuan could only say this, sigh. The individual donned a beggar's attire, unable to suppress a sigh. How could it be so difficult to earn a reward? He squinted his narrow eyes, somewhat begrudgingly cupping his hands. Actually, your Majesty, I have a talent for fortune-telling. How so? Xian Yuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, in the face of calamity, there lies a path to survival. The methods unveil hidden truths. Fate has its decrees. And even in dire straits, one can glimpse a flicker of life. Speak plainly. What I mean is that I can discern a glimmer of hope from the brink of despair. Xian Yuan nodded. Though he held little belief in the matter, he then waved his hand, and 10 doors shot forth, standing around the old Taoist. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that these 10 doors were illusions conjured by formations, not actual doors. Among the 10 doors, 9 were death traps. Entering one would surely lead to demise. Only one door would lead to safety. If you can accurately identify the correct one, you shall receive a reward. Otherwise, you will die. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist grew anxious to engage in a game, and risk his life was too perilous. He hurriedly performed a divination for himself, and discovered that a sliver of life did indeed exist in his future. Gaining confidence, he nodded. No problem, your Majesty. I need just a moment to easily navigate this peril. A subtle smirk graced Lin Feng's lips. Can you truly accomplish that? He recalled that during the second stage of the competition, this old Taoist had lambasted him vehemently, as if he had slaughtered his entire family. Although the old man had fallen silent after Lin Feng demonstrated his prowess, Lin Feng had a good memory. The skill of the celestial pivot slowly activated, and under Lin Feng's deliberate control, his movements were exceedingly discreet. Even Xian Yuan remained oblivious. The old Taoist stood before the 10 doors, confidently forming seals and chanting incantations. Before long, he began to frown, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks as he widened his eyes in terror, trembling as he surveyed his surroundings, eye in his eyes. The 10 doors resembled gaping abysses, as if they were about to mercilessly swallow him whole. All 10 doors were death traps. Chapter 61. You do not think I know nothing, do you, your Majesty? I realize my mistakes. The old Taoist's voice trembled as he repeatedly bowed his head. He knew not where he had offended Xian Yuanyu, to be presented with 10 death traps for execution. Yet, the emperor was merciless. Killing required no reason. He could only keep bowing, hoping Xian Yuanyu might spare him. However, the latter's gaze grew colder. As an emperor, one could not simply retract their words. Choose any door and enter. The icy command left the old Taoist pale, and he could only force himself to select a door. He understood that if he did not choose, others would gladly choose for him, but a fierce gale assaulted the old Taoist's body, and his horrific screams echoed throughout the entire Xianming Square. Some timid souls even shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Perhaps among all, only Lin Feng knew that the old Taoist possessed genuine skills. Just a moment ago, he had spoken with confidence, only to discover that all around him were death traps. If one were to claim he knew nothing, Lin Feng would not believe it. The screams persisted for a quarter of an hour before ceasing. And when the old Taoist was expelled from the door, he was already riddled with wounds. Yet, Lin Feng keenly noticed that a faint aura still lingered around him. The members of the CF family felt deeply ashamed as they carried the old Taoist away, repeatedly apologizing to Xian Yuanyu. Umph. Xian Yuanyu huffed coldly. Having sensed the vitality still present in the old Taoist, he did not pursue complete annihilation. With such grievous injuries, he would not survive for long. Does anyone else wish to come forth and demonstrate? As Xian Yuanyu's voice fell, everyone involuntarily shrank back. Sigh. Xian Yuanyu sighed inwardly, standing up and declaring loudly, "Today's event concludes here. You may all leave at your leisure." Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. "Come, assist me in selecting treasures." Now, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Moreover, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you today. As Xian Yuanyu departed, the individuals in Xianming Square gradually rose to their feet. A chill breeze swept through, and only then did they realize their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. The emperor seems to be rather dissatisfied. It's no wonder. Our sovereign was a renowned genius over 30 years ago. The only one who could catch his eye is Lin Feng. Speaking of which, could it be that Lin Feng is to become our Xianming dynasty's representative? The crowd in Xianming Square buzzed with various opinions, their expressions a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already departed with Liya and Xian Yuanyu. He had initially tried to persuade Jiang Gufeng to join them, but he was adamant about not coming. Thus, Lin Feng accompanied Liya as they approached a luxurious dragon carriage. The previous dragon carriage that Xian Yuanyu had destroyed had been replaced with an even more opulent vehicle. "Step aboard," Xian Yuanyu commanded, before slipping inside. Lin Feng and Liya exchanged astonished glances and cupped their hands toward Xian Yuanyu. "Your Majesty, there is a distinction between sovereign and subject. This does not adhere to etiquette. Etiquette merely binds the mundane. You and I are not constrained by such conventions. Enter." Lin Feng took a deep breath. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Following this, he and Liya climbed into the carriage. The dragon carriage was quite comfortable, gliding smoothly as it was carried along. The fruit platter remained perfectly still upon the table. Xian Yuanyu was reclining comfortably, observing the two with keen interest. "Feel free to eat." He gestured towards the fruit platter. Lin Feng nodded and grabbed a piece of fruit, digging in. Seeing Lin Feng eat, Liya followed suit. The two of them indulged heartily, having skipped breakfast after a long day of trials in the square. As evening approached, their hunger was palpable. Suddenly, Xian Yuanyu let out a chuckle, causing Lin Feng to pause mid-bite. What is he laughing about? Lin Feng quickly reviewed all that had transpired since arriving at Xianming Square. "Lin Feng, I truly admire you. What?" Lin Feng's fruit fell to the ground, and Lia's eyes widened, her cheeks bulging with food. Do not misunderstand, little sister. Tea is not that kind of admiration. Xian Yuanyu chuckled, picking up a grape. Talents in this world are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Unfortunately, most are arrogant, quickly believing themselves to be extraordinary as soon as they show promise. Ultimately, they merely end up as a mere box of sandalwood, leaving the world to lament. But you, Lin Feng, are different. You are a true genius, and you possess humility. Others do not provoke you, and you never seek out trouble. This is something I greatly admire. Lin Feng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him from Xian Yuanyu's praise. This meal felt more like a farewell feast. Liao was also taken aback, not expecting the emperor to hold Lin Feng in such high regard. They both quickly cupped their hands in gratitude. But Xin Yuanyu waved them off. Before me, there is no need for modesty, to be frank. Lin Feng, I wish to request, in my personal capacity, that you represent our Xianming dynasty in the battles across the continent. Lin Feng was stunned, even failing to notice the fruit that had slid down his throat unchewed. Battles across the continent. Xin Yuanyu nodded solemnly. You may not be fully aware of the current situation. Allow me to enlighten you. 8,000 years ago, the demon suppression war nearly led to the extinction of human civilization. The leader of the Yin-Yang Dao sect, possessing supreme powers, relocated a portion of humanity beyond the continent, preserving the last embers of human existence. Countless ancestors perished to drive the demons from the land. As the embers returned, each region gradually formed its own political system, all encouraging procreation, leading to the flourishing state of humanity we see today. However, the remnants of humanity preserved by the leader of the Yin-Yang Dao sect are of varying quality and influenced by demonic energy. Each region's true crystals are tainted to different extents. This has resulted in the decline of our descendants. Among them, the Xianming imperial city suffers the most, being closest to the nether domain. Not only are our true crystals impure, but we are also occasionally troubled by weak demons. The common folk are in great distress. Lin Feng, if possible, I wish to launch an attack on the Qian dynasty. Xin Yuanyu's statement left Lin Feng utterly astonished. After contemplating, he spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Once war is declared, countless lives may be lost. The hard-won peace humanity has cultivated over the millennium could be obliterated in an instant. You think the same? Xin Yuanyu silently drained his cup. If we do not attack the Qian dynasty, our Xianming dynasty will also face dire straits. What has transpired? Lin Feng pressed on. Xin Yuanyu opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. When you reach the true martial realm, I will reveal everything to you. It is still too early. Also, please refrain from altering the imperial city's formations in the future. Each time I request repairs, it costs a considerable amount of silver. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out. Xin Yuanyu chuckled at him. You did not think I was oblivious, did you? The live broadcasts, intercepting assassins, and that life gate you turned into a death gate? Chapter 62. The 10 Dynasties' Sacred Assembly. Qiantian's sword. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as Xin Yuanyu revealed everything he had done to you know why I feigned ignorance. Lin Feng shook his head indifferently. Xin Yuanyu rolled his eyes at him. Fool, because you are a genius in this continent. Geniuses hold privileges everywhere. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Genius? I am merely one among many. Individuals like Feng Xingyi and Bai Yiran are quite impressive too. Feng Xingyi? Xin Yuanyu scoffed dismissively. In this era, he can still be considered one of the dual heroes of the imperial city. In my youth, he was not even worthy to carry my shoes. Moreover, as a 6th-tier Ningyuan realm cultivator, he cannot even best you. A 1st-tier Ningyuan realm cultivator, call him a genius, would surely elicit laughter from the neighboring Qian. Qian? Lin Feng felt embarrassed. Was that the nickname for the neighboring Qian dynasty? Speaking of which, the 10 Dynasty Sacred Assembly is approaching once again. Xin Yuanyu seemed to bring up this topic deliberately, glancing at Lin Feng casually. Lin Feng quickly lowered his head to eat fruit. Last night, the National Master observed the celestial signs and said there is one who can lead our Xianming dynasty to glory. When I asked who it was, the National Master merely shook his head and provided me with a riddle. What riddle? Luoya inquired at the opportune moment. Forest ablaze, which suffers its burning point, 3 woods ignite, new buds emerge. The wind nourishes green leaves, flourishing even more. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's vision darkened. Isn't this revealing his identity? Your Majesty, please do not test me further. Initially, I was uncertain, but now I can confirm. Who is it? Liao played the fool that it is. Xin Yuanyu gestured towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly declared, I am willing to go. To bring glory to the Xianming dynasty is my life's pursuit. Xin Yuanyu nodded in satisfaction. This is not me coercing you. Time flew by quickly, and while they chatted, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Xian Yuanyu was the first to disembark, and Lin Feng followed suit. The imperial treasury had long been opened, and the dazzling array of treasures nearly blinded Lin Feng. However, glancing at the encroaching night, he felt a sense of urgency. The youth's destiny was about to commence, and he had promised by Iran. "What is the matter? Are you troubled?" Xian Yuanyu keenly noticed Lin Feng's unease, a sly smile appearing on his face. "Could it be that you are attending the youth's destiny?" Lin Feng gasped, realizing the emperor was indeed formidable. Before this sovereign, it seemed he had no secrets to keep. With a wife already, you are still so flirtatious. Unlike me, who remains steadfast at UM. Lin Feng wanted to defend himself, but found himself at a loss for words. "Let us choose treasures first. It will not take too long. Once we are finished, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly bit his tongue. The emperor was going to join him for a couple's event. However, was chuckling to herself. "That would be quite the trouble for your majesty. This little girl, you think it is a bother?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Do not worry, little sister. I will handle it perfectly. Ha!" Xian Yuanyu laughed heartily and strode ahead. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a shift in Xian Yuanyu's aura. To him, Xian Yuanyu no longer seemed like an emperor, but rather like an older brother. Perhaps Luo Ye felt the same way, which allowed her to converse with Xian Yuanyu so effortlessly. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come and choose." Xian Yuanyu's urgent voice echoed, prompting Lin Feng to hastily follow. "Heavenly grade, heavenly grade, it's still heavenly grade." Xian Yuanyu led Lin Feng directly to the second floor. Though treasures were scarce here, every single one was undoubtedly of heavenly grade, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. "This is my collection. I will not place anything here that does not reach the heavenly grade level," Xian Yuanyu said, taking great pride in Lin Feng's astonished expression. Lin Feng swiftly bypassed the lower and mid-tier heavenly grade treasures, his gaze fixated on three superior heavenly grade items: a bracelet, a long sword entirely white as snow, and a large black shield. Noticing Lin Feng's singular focus on those three treasures, Xian Yuanyu could not help but remark, higher-ranked treasures are not necessarily the best. What suits you is the finest. The implication was clear. He did not want Lin Feng to take all three high-tier treasures. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuanyu suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was a sword user. Could it be that this sword... Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pointed at the white longsword and said, "I want this sword, is that all right?" Of course, Xian Yuanyu replied readily, though his heart ached. Thankfully, it was only one item. Or was it two he had bestowed upon him? Xian Yuanyu maintained his calm demeanor, but internally his heart raced. Having chosen this sword, he could not select the other two. Perhaps his silent thoughts had taken effect. Lin Feng turned his gaze to a piece of armor that was a mid-tier heavenly grade armor, capable of resisting 80% of damage regardless of realm. With one charge, it could withstand 3 strikes. "This armor will do," Lin Feng declared. "Excellent," Xian Yuanyu replied, genuinely this time, handing the armor to Lin Feng, fearful that he might change his mind in the past. When Xian Yuanyu allowed others to choose from the treasure vault, they were only permitted to select from the first floor. This time, he was so exhilarated to have the future of the Xianming dynasty standing beside him that he could not help but want to show off. This display nearly backfired when he suddenly remembered he had given Lin Feng 2 treasures. Fortunately, Lin Feng was honest and did not take all of his private collection. After handing the armor to Lin Feng, Xian Yuanyu approached the white long sword. With a wave of his hand, the restrictions surrounding the sword melted away like snowflakes. An ancient aura surged forth, enveloping Lin Feng. He was momentarily taken aback, recognizing this aura as one he was intimately familiar with, resonating with the 2 artifacts within him. This was not merely a superior heavenly grade long sword. It was the Qian Tian sword. Lin Feng was bewildered as to how he knew its name, as if it were something he had always known. Xian Yuanyu reluctantly withdrew the long sword, his eyes dimming slightly. "To be honest, even I have never wielded this sword. Although it is rated as superior heavenly grade, no one has ever been able to unleash its true power." "Why is that?" Lin Feng asked eagerly, urging Xian Yuanyu to finish his explanation. The Sun Feng feather and Li Hor ring within him were incredibly agitated, both hoping Lin Feng would quickly fuse with the Qian Tian sword. The key to unleashing its power was gaining its acknowledgement. Xian Yuanyu looked up at Lin Feng, uncertain if he could earn that recognition. However, even if you cannot, I will allow you to choose another treasure. With that, Xian Yuanyu extended the sword towards him. As Lin Feng took the Qiantian sword from Xian Yuanyu's hand, the two artifacts within him felt as though they had found long-lost kin, nearly bursting forth that moment, a sharp sword intent. As if awakened from a long slumber, soared into the sky, Xian Yuanyu, standing nearby, was taken by surprise as the sword intent grazed his face, leaving a cut that drew blood. He touched his cheek in disbelief. His eyes wide with shock, a mere sword intent had wounded him. A strong practitioner of the Xiaoyao realm. Seeing the blood trickling down Xian Yuanyu's face, Lin Feng's expression tightened, but it's no concern. My martial skills are lacking. It has nothing to do with you, Xian Yuanyu said dismissively, wiping the blood from his cheek, seemingly unconcerned. Yet inside, a tumultuous storm brewed. This sword had remained unyielded since the establishment of the Xianming dynasty. Lin Feng had merely touched it and successfully gained its recognition. This young man's talent was indeed terrifying. Xian Yuanyu resolved to test whether Lin Feng possessed a sense of gratitude. If he did not, he would reclaim all that he had given. Lin Feng sheathed the Qiantian sword and approached Luoya, presenting her with the armor he had just acquired. Seeing this, Xian Yuanyu explained, "This armor is called the Void Escape Armor. As its name suggests, it can transfer the damage received to the void. However, it requires charging before use that I recommend fully charging it. So it can transfer 80% of damage regardless of the realm. How does one charge it?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. A knowing smile suddenly appeared on Xian Yuanyu's face as he opened the armor, revealing a charging mechanism inside. Charge it with true crystals. Lin Feng nodded and produced a true crystal. Instantly, the armor absorbed every last drop of energy. His brows furrowed slightly as he couldn't help but ask, "How many true crystals does it need to be fully charged?" "Only 10,000, Xian Yuanyu replied. "What?" Lin Feng's jaw dropped in shock. 10,000 true crystals. That was equivalent to 1 billion taels of gold. If this were in the Lin family, charging this armor would likely leave them with nothing but the front gate. What's wrong? "Charge it," Xian Yuanyu said, seemingly delighted by Lin Feng's predicament. "I don't have that many true crystals. I'll wait for the true crystal mine you promised to arrive before charging it." Lin Feng replied helplessly. He was laden with gold, but had not yet had the chance to exchange it. "In that case, I shall help you charge it this time. Consider it a gift for this little sister." Xian Yuanyu waved his storage ring, and blocks of true crystals surged forth. Streams of pure energy entered the armor like a mud bull disappearing into the sea, leaving Lin Feng dumbfounded. "Thank you, Your Majesty, brother," Luoya exclaimed happily as she embraced the Void Escape armor. Yes, Your Majesty, brother is a bit too formal. Just call me Yuga from now on," Xian Yuanyu replied with a smile. Soon, the Void Escape armor was completely charged under Xian Yuanyu's generous output. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Lin Feng said, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Your wife is calling me brother. And you're still addressing me as Your Majesty?" Xian Yuanyu chuckled. Lin Feng was taken aback, then responded uncertainly, "Yuga?" Yes, Xian Yuanyu patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "Now that you've called me brother, we are brothers from now on. If the Xianming dynasty, Yuga, Lin Feng, born in the Xianming dynasty, will surely be loyal for life, never betraying," Lin Feng declared earnestly. Xian Yuanyu had not only granted him countless rewards, but also regarded him as a brother. Lin Feng would forever be grateful for this favor. Moreover, he was born in the Xianming dynasty. In his view, if a person could betray the dynasty that birthed them, they were even worse than pigs and dogs. As Lin Feng's words fell, Xian Yuanyu seemed to sense something. He looked up and noticed that the aura of the true dragon of the Xianming dynasty above the clouds appeared even more prosperous. This not only indicated that Lin Feng's feelings were genuine, but also suggested that he indeed possessed the capability to lead the Xianming dynasty to even greater heights. "All right, Lin brother. I'm truly glad to hear you say that. Come, let me take you to the youth gathering." Xian Yuanyu's large hand clasped the shoulders of both Lin Feng and Luoya, and they were immediately lifted into the I in the sky. The last vestiges of Xian Yuanyu's wariness dissipated as he flew at high speed. The venue for the youth gathering quickly came into view. You go, since you can fly, why do you still need to take a carriage? Luoya asked innocently. Because it's comfortable, Xin Yuanyu replied, that if you want to ride, I can arrange a few carriages for you. Sure, sure. Lin Feng teased, you really are quite unreserved. Luoya giggled. Xin Yuanyu found a secluded spot to land, and a tiger mask had somehow appeared on his face. Let us go. The imposing aura of the Xiaoyao realm instantly retracted, and he walked towards the youth gathering like an ordinary person. The Anhun Bridge was the location where the youth gathering was held. Countless challenges awaited young couples on both sides of the bridge, ready for them to test their mettle. If they succeeded, they would receive rewards from the stall owners. However, if they failed, they would have to pay out of their own pockets. Each stall owner had to try the challenges themselves before they were allowed to test the couples. As Lin Feng walked along, he noticed that very few couples were wearing masks. Instead, it was those solitary figures adorned with a variety of animal masks that make tea that moment. A girl wearing a rabbit mask approached with a hint of nervousness, shyly extending a flower toward Xin Yuanyu. Although Xin Yuanyu was nearing 50, the fact that he was a formidable cultivator gave him the appearance of youth. His stature was tall and imposing, exuding an air of grandeur. The fact that he donned a mask to signify his single status, receiving a flower from a young girl, was entirely within Lin Feng's expectations. Xin Yuanyu cast a casual glance at her and waved his hand dismissively. The girl immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving in disappointment. You are still quite the charmer, Xin Yuanyu mused, indulging in self-admiration Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He looked around and spotted Bai Ran on the Soul Rest Bridge, waving at him. Yugong, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xin Yuanyu naturally noticed Bai Ran's wave and, with a hint of curiosity, asked Luoya, aren't you jealous? My husband has his own matters to attend to. Luoya replied with a sense of nonchalance. You are fortunate. I have a tigress at home who would be furious enough to devour me if she saw me with a young girl. The queen, you mean? Where is she now? Luoya inquired with interest. Xin Yuanyu fell into an unusual silence. After a long pause, he sighed. She has departed. Luoya felt as though she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. It's nothing, just old matters. Xin Yuanyu waved dismissively. Come, Lin Feng is not here. I'll show you around. Whatever you fancy, I shall procure for you down the Soul Rest Bridge. Bai Ran appeared somewhat anxious. What happened? Lin Feng queried, puzzled. Your Highness, he has arrived. Chapter 64. Luring Jean Mimi. Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Naturally, he would not disclose that the current emperor had also arrived. He merely inquired with curiosity. What does that have to do with our plans for tonight? It has everything to do with it. Initially, I had prepared 3 masks for tonight. Point 1 for you, to lure Jean Mimi. Wait. Lin Feng quickly interrupted her. What do you mean by luring Jean Mimi? Oh, it's just pretending to be interested in her and then engaging in some couples games together. Pretending. Lin Feng pondered, what is Jean Mimi's appearance like? Bai Ran paused for a moment, but answered honestly. Extremely unattractive. Lin Feng replied, aren't you unwilling? But we agreed on this, Bai Ran said, somewhat impatiently. I never said I was unwilling. Lin Feng sighed. And then what? After luring her, what do? You just play the couples game with her. Meanwhile, I will find an opportunity to secretly place the mask in Gu Tianming's hands. Then, once he changes his appearance, he will be single. Lin Feng suddenly understood. So you can escape together? Exactly. Bai Ran nodded excitedly. Our family's carriage is already prepared. Once Tianming and I slip away from the Soul Rest Bridge, we can immediately leave the Xianming dynasty. However, entering the Soul Rest Bridge is easy, but exiting is quite challenging. We must complete games from 3 vendors. Otherwise, we will have to stay at the Inn of Fate tonight. During this time, please do your best to attract Jean Mimi's attention. Lin Feng's expression darkened. You still have 3 games to play. What about the time? How long will it take? Bai Ran's face displayed a hint of guilt, perhaps an hour. These vendors have set the games to be quite challenging to recoup their costs. And the duration of the games is generally over 15 minutes. You mean I have to pretend to be in love with Jean Mimi for an entire hour? Lin Feng found this hard to accept. Well, if it becomes too difficult, you can spend a night with her at the Inn of Fate, and I will cover the expenses. No. Stop right there. Lin Feng swiftly halted her as she continued to spiral into absurdity. Bai Ran sighed. Originally, We had planned it this way, but I didn't expect the crown prince to show up. What does that have to do with the crown prince? Lin Feng asked with curiosity. The crown prince possesses some array permissions, allowing him to see through masks and discern everyone's true appearances. This means that during the time Tianming and I are playing games, if Jean Mimi becomes suspicious and requests the crown prince's investigation, all our efforts will be in vain. Is that all? What do you mean? Is that all? Do you have any idea how long Tianming and I prepare for today and how much silver we have spent? Bai Yiran continued to rant, but Lin Feng interrupted her helplessly. What if I found a way to prevent the crown prince from investigating? Bai Yiran was taken aback, gazing at Lin Feng's serious demeanor. Sensing that he was not joking, that if the crown prince does not investigate, everything can proceed as planned. If he investigates but finds nothing, then I will need to raise the stakes. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiran appeared somewhat anxious. The silver my father gave me is only enough for my daily expenses that I need to retrieve the wind-supporting willow sword. When Bai Yiran heard that Lin Feng wanted that sword technique, she quickly nodded. No problem. I will gladly present it to you once it's done. All right, then let's discuss how to make Jean Mimi take an interest in me while I wear a mask. A cool breeze swept through, and the two silent figures on the Soul Rest Bridge appeared particularly fragile. Bai Yiran clenched her teeth and stubbornly spoke. Since Tianming found you, he must think you can do it. Regardless, if you fail to charm her, you must return the ring to me. Hey, you little girl, gifts given are like spilled water. Can they be taken back? Enough of that. Jean Mimi is approaching. Bai Yiran pointed toward the street corner not far away, where a robust figure was drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Good heavens! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It's up to you now, Bai Yiran encouraged, raising her fist for Lin Feng. You still haven't told me why Gu Tianming was betrothed to Jean Mimi. Of course, it was arranged by Jean Fuyo to ensure she has heirs. The Jean family's only heir cannot just pick any random man off the street. That would tarnish their bloodline. Lin Feng was puzzled. Wait a minute, didn't Jean Fuyo say she would buy a male slave instead? Has she changed her mind? Lin Feng shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, and extended his hand towards Bai Yiran. She promptly handed him a large tiger mask. Good luck, Lin Feng thought. Why does this tiger mask look exactly like the one Xianyuan you wore? After feeling the texture of the mask, he steeled himself, donned the mask, and strode towards Jean Mimi. That moment, Jean Mimi was holding Gu Tianming's hand, attracting countless envious gazes from the young women. Jean Fuyo bought him for Jean Mimi. I was wondering why she would want a man at her age. Shoo, keep your voice down. It's likely she said such things at the auction to lower Gu Tianming's status, so he would focus on serving Jean Mimi. She looks so happy. Numerous whispers surrounded them, and Jean Mimi thoroughly enjoyed the adoration of the girls. She held Gu Tianming's hand. They bulldozed their way through, with everyone they encountered instinctively parting to give way. It was impossible not to, as Jean Mimi was simply too imposing. Holding Gu Tianming's hand was akin to a bully leading a docile sheep. Just as the two were about to reach the Soul Rest Bridge, a man wearing a tiger mask suddenly stood in the middle of the path, showing no intention of moving aside. Make way. The sound of strained vocal cords came forth, and Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask. But he adjusted his voice to make it more alluring. Excuse me, are you Miss Jean Mimi? Originally indifferent, Gu Tianming's expression shifted upon hearing that voice. His eyes shimmering with light, he glanced at the tiger mask, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That's me. What is it? Jean Mimi scrutinized Lin Feng with impatience. Suddenly, as if struck by thought, her narrow eyes sparkled, looking at Lin Feng as if he were an extraordinary treasure. Gu Tianming quickly exchanged a glance with Lin Feng. Realizing this was Gu Tianming's tactic, Lin Feng did not delve further. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Miss Jean Mimi, I've liked you for a long time. Will you go out with me? Lin Feng bowed at a 45-degree angle, extending a rose towards Jean Mimi. Treasures are hard to acquire, and one must swallow bitter pills. Lin Feng's face burned beneath the mask. Jean Mimi was evidently taken aback by this sudden happiness. She shyly accepted Lin Feng's rose and replied with a hint of arrogance. As for the past, I am magnanimous and shall not pursue it. I agree. Chapter 65. Xianyuan Yu. Love Garment. Lin Feng seemed to grasp something regarding the past. Did Jean Mimi mistake him for someone else? Gu Tianming stood silently by, while Jean Mimi appeared unfazed by the wave of happiness enveloping her. She hastily turned to Gu Tianming to clarify. Tianming, baby, I still love you. It's just that someone better has come along. You can't possibly prevent me from pursuing a better person, can you? The corners of Gu Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. Where is the darling in that? Since I've been purchased by the Jean family, I shall serve you for a lifetime. Even if you marry many men, I will quietly guard and support you from behind. Baby, you're truly wonderful. That's what I ought to do. Now, darling, go and catch up with Li Xiong. He can hardly wait. Lin Feng, upon hearing these words, nearly retched. He quickly took 2 deep breaths to compose himself. Gazing at Jean Mimi as she sauntered over, Lin Feng cleared his throat. Mimi, truth be told, I've been thinking of you these past few days. Humph, but didn't say that before. You claimed that if I didn't lose weight, I could never be with you. That was before. I was simply immature. It wasn't until I lost you that I realized my regret. The treasure I valued most was always by my side. Stop it. Why say such cheesy things? Under Lin Feng's deliberate guidance, Jean Mimi accompanied him, chatting and strolling through the streets. Just then, a man wearing a tiger mask approached from across the way, accompanied by a beautiful young lady. The girl seemed to sense something, her delicate face adorned with black satin turning slightly in confusion, yet she was drawn in by the man's words. You only had a bit of fruit earlier. You must be hungry now. Come, let me take you to eat something. All right, Luoya replied. I don't mind Lin Feng. He's fine. Under the mask, Xin Yuan smirked, leading Luoya past Lin Feng. By Iran, upon seeing that Jean Mimi truly walked away with Lin Feng, was instantly overjoyed. She quickly darted into the bushes like a thief. Tianming Gu. Just as Gu Tianming anxiously awaited, a dirty little face suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. Holding 2 masks, Gu Tianming hurriedly took the lion mask from Bai Iran's hands. Feeling a pang of sympathy as he said, You've worked hard, Iran. Not at all, Bai Iran replied, as she emerged from the bushes, successfully donning the rabbit mask. As long as we can be together, I am willing to do anything. So am I, Iran. The 2 exchanged words while their hands and feet moved swiftly. Before long, Gu Tianming, who had been dressed in an extravagant golden shirt, transformed into a refined scholar, wearing a lion mask and an elegant white long gown. Tianming Gu, time is of the essence. Let us hurry and play some games. The 2 figures swiftly traversed the street, searching for games that were low in difficulty and short in duration. Is it delicious? At a small snack stall, Xin Yuan casually inquired. Very tasty, Luoya mumbled, her cheeks stuffed. This has always been my favorite stall. The flavors are exquisite. If you like it, eat more. Xin Yuan seemed to recall something. Appearing somewhat absent-minded. This customer truly has good taste. I must mention that the current emperor loved eating here when he was a child, the snack stall owner said with a beaming smile, pride radiating from his eyes. Luoya nodded in agreement, affirming that the stall owner was indeed not lying. You must be joking, scoffed a nearby game stall owner, overhearing the conversation, always boasting. Who lied to you? At that time, the emperor was still a prince. Once, he was about to write a couplet for my stall, but a little girl in a green dress suddenly appeared and pulled him away by the ear. The snack stall owner lamented, reminiscing with a hint of regret. Beneath the dim light of the snack stall, Xin Yuanyu's shadow fell long as he pondered. Hearing these words, he gazed at the rice balls on the table, his thoughts stretching like threads into the distant past, extending over 40 years. Back then, Qing would call him a foolish emperor, and he in turn would call her a man-eating tiger. He had said, I am not yet an emperor. She replied, it is only a matter of time. He vowed that once he became emperor, the first thing he would do is give her the best of everything. She warned, gifts are not good will lead to the tiger eating people. He replied, the kingdom that time. Qing Yi and he were both under 10 years old. Qing Yi's cheeks flushed at his words, and she couldn't help but retort, at such a young age, speaking sweet nothings to girls. I can't imagine how charming you will be when you grow up. Xin Yuanyu's youthful face turned crimson as he kicked at the river water beneath the Anhun Bridge, unsure if it was courage that allowed him to utter such words. I will only love you, forever and ever. His eyes sparkled with sincerity, leaving Qing momentarily speechless. Then let us make a pact. If you ever dare to like someone else, I will transform into a tiger and devour you." With her cheeks tinged pink, Qing Yi made a clawed gesture, speaking fiercely. "It's a pact." In the blink of an eye, over 40 years have passed. The vows of yesteryear still linger in his ears. And the waters beneath Anhun Bridge continue to flow quietly. Yet the old acquaintance is long gone. He has upheld his vow for over 40 years, but has not brought back even a moment of her smile. Beneath the mask, a crystalline tear slowly slid down his chiseled jawline, only to vanish like the wind. "Qing Yi, if I were to fall for someone else, would you return as a tiger to devour me?" "Absolutely not. If it weren't for that little girl, my stall would have been famous by now. That I remember this incident even after 40 years. Petty, you can hold on to such a trivial matter for so long." The game stall owner laughed. Their conversation pulled Xian Yuanyu back from his reverie, and he looked at Luoya, who was nearly finished eating, placing a genuine crystal on the table that, oh my goodness. "Big boss, this little food isn't worth so much money," the snack stall owner exclaimed in shock, while the adjacent game stall owner widened his eyes. "And no need, keep it." Xian Yuanyu waved his hand. The snack stall owner expressed gratitude, insisting on treating them to his signature delicacy that he had honed for 50 years. Xian Yuanyu graciously accepted. Just then, the game stall owner next door seemed to have welcomed his first pair of customers. The two appeared to be in a hurry. The girl swiftly passed by, while the boy grasped her arm tightly. "Rabbit, what do you think of this?" the lion-masked man asked anxiously. The girl in the rabbit mask examined the situation and inquired. "Boss, is this game simple? How long does it take?" "Simple. How could I earn your money if it's simple?" The boss secretly grumbled. While smiling broadly, he replied, "Of course it's simple. There's no game easier than this one in all of Shonen Yuan. The last person who cleared it took only 15 minutes. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?" Upon hearing the game stall owner's words, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. She had been sitting there for some time, and not a single person had come by. Could it be that a ghost was playing? The rabbit girl, upon hearing this, seemed quite excited and declared, for the second game, "This one it is, Chapter 66, The Forbidden Art of the God's Boss." "Quickly introduce the game rules," the rabbit girl insisted. "Certainly." The game stall owner quickly began to explain, seeing the two in a hurry. Just then, as they listened to the stall owner's introduction, Xian Yuanyu casually glanced up and spotted a young figure surrounded by numerous girls not far away. "Your Highness, I am quite good at games. Let's team up." "Your Highness, I excel not only in games, but in everything." "Go away, you flirt." "Your Highness, I'm still a virgin." The girls chirped around Xian Yuancheng, but he calmly withdrew his gaze. When he was a prince, he experienced a similar scene. However, due to Qing Yi, those who expressed their affections for him were met with firm rejections. Thus, no one dared to profess their love thereafter. Xian Yuancheng, under my guidance, should also turn out like me. Xian Yuanyu mused quietly. "Haha. One at a time, my dear subjects. Tonight, I shall indulge each of you. Li Gongzi, why not go inside and buy a suit?" Jean Mimi said, linking arms with Lin Feng and pointing to a clothing store. Lin Feng nodded, mechanically following in Jean Mimi's footsteps. "May I ask what the esteemed guest requires?" A girl approached and inquired. Jean Mimi leaned in to whisper something in her ear, causing the girl's ears to flush crimson. All right. Please wait a moment." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, curious about what she had said, and could only remain silent as he and Jean Mimi waited quietly in the store. During this time, inexplicably, Jean Mimi had not uttered a single word. Lin Feng genuinely hoped that this atmosphere could persist, ideally for another hour. Unfortunately, fate did not align with his wishes. The girl returned to the shop within a mere quarter of an hour. Clutching a package in her hands, Jean Mimi's spirits lifted immediately, and she eagerly inquired, "How much?" 100,000 taels of silver. Very well. Jean Mimi promptly paid the sum and accepted the package handed over by the shop assistant. As Lin Feng was about to depart, he caught a meaningful glance from the attendant, causing his heart to race with unease. "Treasure? What is this?" Lin Feng now effortlessly referred to it as a treasure. Jean Mimi chuckled mischievously. "You will find out shortly." Lin Feng followed Jean Mimi as they dashed through the streets, twisting and turning until they arrived at the entrance of a particular establishment. Upon seeing the name of the place, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. "Yuan in, Jean Mimi, are you bringing me here to book a room?" Lin Feng was oblivious to the true identity of the persona he was impersonating Li Gongzi and was equally unaware of the nature of his relationship with Jean Mimi. All he knew was that he could not enter with her. Under no circumstances, dear, isn't it a bit too hasty to book a room now? Lin Feng asked nervously. Are you unwilling? Jean Mimi's previously amiable countenance soured, her gaze turning fierce, as if to say that should Lin Feng refuse, she would not hesitate to devour him. I just think it's too soon. Lin Feng stammered. Soon? We've known each other for 10 years. A month ago, you lost a bet to me and promised to fulfill my request. I said to accompany me for a night, and you disappeared on the spot. Now, are you going to vanish again? Jean Mimi's coarse voice echoed, causing Lin Feng's eardrums to throb painfully as she gripped his arm tightly. Though the pain was intense, Lin Feng bit his lip in silence. All right, I understand. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, Jean Mimi seemed to resign herself to despair and turned away coldly. It seems, in this world, only Tianming truly cares for me, Li Changsheng. I have given you your chance. Do not blame me for being heartless. She lifted her foot and began to leave Lin Feng behind. Where are you going? He asked. Find my Tianming Gidge. You can stay here by yourself. Lin Feng calculated the time. It had barely been half an hour, and by Iran was undoubtedly still occupied. He hastily called out, Baby, let's go inside, that I was wrong. Jean Mimi paused, yet still did not turn around. Where did you go wrong? Everywhere, Lin Feng replied, mustering his courage. In a moment of daze, Lin Feng thought he heard Jean Mimi's triumphant snicker, and then she turned her head. I will give you one last chance. If you do not cherish me, you will never encounter another girl as good as I am. Indeed, it is truly hard to find someone like that. Lin Feng silently scoffed. Let us go. Jean Mimi linked her arm with Lin Feng's and strode confidently inside. Feeling proud, she regretted not employing her friend's tactic sooner. Bai Yiran had advised her not to be overly infatuated with a man and to have another man create a sense of urgency. Only then would he continue to love you and fear leaving and not be too gentle. One must occasionally act a little spoiled, or else a man will not feel concern for you. A woman should not always hang on just one tree. Like an eagle, her territory should encompass an entire forest. With this thought, Jean Mimi suddenly halted. I'm tired, she said in a whiny voice. Lin Feng's brows furrowed beneath his mask. What was this woman up to now? What should I do? He asked helplessly. You carry me, she commanded. Reluctantly, Lin Feng lifted Jean Mimi onto his back. This weight was nothing to a martial artist, but for an ordinary person, it would take 3 strong men to manage. Lin Feng trudged forward, moving with great difficulty until they finally reached the front desk. Just then, a figure brushed past him. Feng Xingyi frowned at the sight of the hefty figure and awkwardly greeted her. Feng Xiao, Jean Mimi nodded at him. Though Feng Xingyi had been incapacitated, the Feng family's status remained, and pleasantries were still necessary. Enjoy yourself, he remarked, a faint smile tugging at his lips before departing uneasily. Father, I just encountered Jean Mimi at the inn, but still have not found any trace of Lin Feng. Are you certain he will come here today? In a guest room, Feng Xiao, Feng Xingyi, Zhao Qinjue, Wang Jintian, Luo Lai, and others were all present, their expressions grim as they stared intently at a crystal ball, within which a figure floated silently. The clan elder's predictions have never missed, this time. To accurately forecast Lin Feng's whereabouts, he bled 3 liters and sacrificed nearly 20 years of his lifespan. 20 years. Why so much? Feng Xingyi asked in astonishment. The art of prophecy is a forbidden technique. To pry into others' destinies and forcibly alter them is akin to the actions of a deity. For ordinary individuals, the costs might be trivial, but according to the clan elder, Lin Feng has already garnered the favor of the Xianming dynasty's fortune. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in shock to look at Feng Xiao. Chapter 67, Xin Yuanyu. Am I being watched? Is what you say truly the case? Is Lin Feng really that formidable? Wang Jintian scrutinized Feng Xiao. Searching for any hint of deception in his eyes, Feng Xiao shot him an irritated glance. If it were not so, why would I choose to act today? We are out of time. By the time of the judgment meeting in 2 days, this monster may elevate his power to an even greater level. Some should be pleased. Their son-in-law is so accomplished, Zhao Qinjue remarked sarcastically, casting a cold gaze at Luo Lai. After all, his child had been rendered useless by Luo Lai's son. Although Luo Jie was about to marry into the Gu family, he still harbored resentment. Luo Lai's face turned ashen, his expression darkening. What are you insinuating? If I were to take him as a son-in-law, would he even be here today? Luo Jie has already been married off. He is no longer associated with the Luo family. From now on, the head of the Luo family will be Luo Qiue. That cannot be guaranteed. What if you were secretly investigating on Lin Feng's behalf? Wang Jintian questioned skeptically. I recall that you and Lin Feng seem to have no grievances. All three of your children are well. So why are you joining us to hunt Lin Feng? Luo Lai began, but was interrupted by Feng Xiao. You need not worry about that. Er and Qiyu are already engaged. The Feng and Luo families will inevitably become in-laws. With a single statement, Feng Xiao quelled the brewing discord among them at present. Our collective goal is singular, to eliminate Lin Feng. Prior to that, I do not wish for any of you to instigate internal conflict. Since the prophecy cannot be erroneous, Lin Feng must be at Yuan, yet we are still unaware of his identity. What other identities could he have? Zhao Qinjue scoffed, but then suddenly paused, as if struck by a realization. The mask? Feng Xiao nodded. If Lin Feng is indeed within the inn, yet we have failed to identify him, it is highly probable that he is wearing a mask. Feng Xingyi suddenly recalled the figure beneath that bulk. It appeared to be a man, and he was also wearing a mask. But could that be Lin Feng? When had he and Jean Mimi become entangled? How should we investigate? These young lovers might be acting recklessly in their room, which could incite panic, Wang Jintian lamented, holding his head in frustration. It's not difficult, Feng Xiao said with a cold smile, producing a star plate. This is a manifestation disc, a one-time treasure, as long as the prey bears my mark. No matter how far they flee, I will retrieve them. When did you leave a mark? Zhao Qinjue asked. Don't ask. The mark has already been made. Feng Xiao grimaced at the thought of that Ling Yuan pill. If it weren't for that rascal Lin Feng, he would have already reached the 7th level of the true martial realm. What are we waiting for? Let us use it, Wang Jintian urged impatiently. Recalling how his son had been reduced to a mere stick figure, his internal fury surging uncontrollably. What's the rush? What if he escapes? Feng Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. This Wang Jintian clearly lacked common sense. Even if he were to advance to the true martial realm, he would still struggle to achieve greatness. Now, you all disperse around Yuan. Seal off all routes. The moment and I sense Lin Feng's aura, we will capture him. Should he manage to flee, you must act swiftly. Zhao Qinjue nodded, a sinister expression crossing his face. The entire perimeter of the youth Yuan has already been ensnared by our 4 families, forming an inescapable net. This time, he cannot evade. Feng Xiao nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Let us move. In the room, Jean Mimi shyly caressed the package she had purchased from the boutique, gazing affectionately at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood there like a statue, silently calculating the passage of time. That moment, he wished fervently that Tianxian could not only reverse time, but also accelerate it. Sit. Jean Mimi gestured to the space beside her. Lin Feng complied, and she handed the package to him. Aren't you curious about what's inside? Open it and see. Lin Feng moved slowly, deliberately prolonging the moment. Eventually, as the package was unwrapped, his hand froze in place. So, what do you think? Do you like it? Jean Mimi leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Feng stared at the transparent garments within, suppressing an urge to curse. What is this? He feigned confusion. Oh, still pretending. Are we? You'll find out soon enough, Jean Mimi replied as she began to unfasten Lin Feng's clothing. Wait, I think we should talk a little longer, he protested, struggling desperately. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through his body, causing Jean Mimi's previously forceful actions to come to an abrupt halt. She stared intently into Lin Feng's masked eyes, breathing heavily. What the hell? You're not Li Changsheng. The roar seemed to resonate with true energy, sending Lin Feng's blood rushing in response. Just then, the door to the room was violently flung open, and Feng Xiao, accompanied by Feng Xingyi, burst in. Upon seeing the two of them, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Lin Feng, this time I want to see where you can run. Feng Zhao's energy coalesced in his hand, an overwhelming pressure descending. The scene resembled a den of wolves and tigers. Lin Feng understood that utilizing Tianqian Star's abilities again would impose a tremendous burden on his body, yet he had no choice. Rewind time, Lin Feng shouted, and the Tianqian Star within him flared to life. Jean Mimi's menacing expression transformed into one of astonishment, which then shifted to a beaming smile. The energy in Feng Zhao's hands began to dissipate, and both he and his son gradually retreated. Fragments of wood on the ground coalesced towards the doorway, slowly assembling into the shape of a door. Jean Mimi, grinning at the man before her, grasped his collar. "Oh, still pretending. You'll find out soon enough, ugh." Suddenly, her eyes bulged as if overwhelmed by an unseen force. Within the room, energy surged violently, and crimson blood sprayed forth. Lin Feng unleashed all his strength in a single strike, instantly wounding Jean Mimi. As she looked on in shock, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and swiftly dashed towards the window. Bang! The door shattered instantly, and Feng Xingyi along with Feng Xiao rushed into the room. Their speed was impressive, yet they could only catch a glimpse of a man in a black outfit and a tiger mask leaping out of the window. Their expressions darkened considerably, realizing they had allowed him to escape. Feng Xiao pulled out a communication crystal. Lin Feng has fled. Initiate immediate alert. Surround the youth. Not a single fly is to escape. Internal search party. Lin Feng is clad in black and wears a tiger mask. A reward of 10,000 gold for his capture. Commands were dispatched systematically, and Feng Zhao's face was etched with concern that if such a child of fortune were to live, it would spell disaster for them. At that moment, Xian Yuanyu was seated at a food stall, savoring the exquisite delicacies crafted by the proprietor. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed as though he was being watched by countless gazes. Chapter 68. Capture Lin Feng, where is he? A sharp voice echoed outside the Yuankaran. Feng Zhao's expression darkened, resembling a stormy cloud, as he glared at the three bewildered family heads, his anger flaring. What happened? Wang Jintian asked, perplexed. What happened? I shouted through the communication crystal that Lin Feng has escaped. Did you not hear? At this, the three family heads exchanged anxious glances. Oh no. Seeing their expressions, Feng Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear to him that their communication crystals had likely been tampered with by Lin Feng. You go check if Jean Mimi was injured. You three, follow me to capture Lin Feng. Keep the commotion to a minimum. Once we locate him, confine him within the treasures I provided you. Understood. The four were acutely aware that publicly killing someone would certainly violate the laws of the imperial city. But discreetly capturing him was an entirely different matter. Stowing Lin Feng away in a spatial treasure. Who would be the wiser? After issuing his orders, Feng Xiao swiftly produced a brand new star plate. The search party had yet to report back, indicating they had not found the troublesome brat. Just as he was about to activate the star plate again, a voice emerged from the communication crystal. Family head to the northwest that a man in black with a tiger mask is seated at a food stall. Feng Xiao pondered. Not necessarily. Just because he wears a tiger mask, it doesn't mean he's Lin Feng. Observe closely and be discerning that he's sitting next to Luo Ye. Act. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao darted forward with a sudden burst of speed, the three family heads trailing closely behind. The food stall. Xian Yuanyu wore a slight smile. The sensation of being surveilled felt somewhat unfamiliar. No one had dared to watch him so closely before, and none would dare in the future. He had awakened to wield immense power, looking down upon the masses, and had gradually grown accustomed to this. Yet now, none knew his identity, and the blatant disrespect he felt stirred an unexpected thrill within him. The number of onlookers grew. Even the stall owner couldn't help but exchange a glance with the game stall proprietor, both reflecting a hint of panic in their eyes. After a while, the game stall owner could no longer endure the tension. He wished to leave, to find another spot, but the two young men remained engrossed in their game, forcing him to wait anxiously. Whoosh, 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 a multitude of rushing sounds filled the air. Leading the charge was Feng Xiao. Xian Yuanyu sensed his presence and smirked. It's him again. Very well. If fate has brought us together, then I shall deal with him once more. He casually enjoyed the delicacies gifted by the proprietor, marveling at the exquisite flavors. Feng Xiao, at a distance, spotted Luo Ye and the masked man, his rapid approach coming to a halt before them. He, along with the three family heads, occupied the empty seats adjacent to the food stall, effectively encircling Xianyuan Yu and Luo Ye. "Owner, for classic dishes, please," Feng Xiao said nonchalantly, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. "Lin Feng, do you have any final words?" Wang Jintian glared furiously at the man in the tiger mask, his knuckles cracking ominously. Zhao Qianzui's gaze was equally cold, though less overt than Wang Jintian's. "If it weren't for you manipulating Roger with your deceitful words, my son wouldn't have been crippled." Had a voice filled with icy mockery emerged from beneath the mask. The four seethed with rage. Feng Xiao raised a hand, restraining Wang Jintian, who was on the verge of violence. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Luo Ye, as if searching for something. Since their arrival, this young woman had shown no signs of fear. In fact, during Wang Jintian and Zhao Qianzui's threats, she seemed on the verge of laughter. This made him cautious. Could it be that Lin Feng had set a trap around them? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to consider a test. Just as he prepared to speak, Lin Feng beat him to it. "You wish to capture me? Do you not fear the crown prince? He is here as well." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a chilling laugh. "Rest assured, today no one can save you. You are not afraid of the crown prince? He possesses authority. If I am captured by you, do you think you can conceal it from him?" Feng Xiao chuckled coldly. "If that is your only reliance, then come forth." In his hand, a deep blue box materialized. As he opened the lid, an immense pulling force erupted forth, drawing Lin Feng uncontrollably into the treasure box. Unbeknownst to all, as Lin Feng was absorbed into the box, a nearly invisible golden light emanated from it, drifting away into the distance. The four breathed a sigh of relief as Wang Jintian snatched the box, intent on torturing Lin Feng within. Feng Xiao halted him. "Family head Wang, Lin Feng is already like a fish in a barrel. We can take our revenge anytime. However, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Do not forget." Wang Jintian, feeling somewhat aggrieved, clutched the box. "Then let us hurry and inform the crown prince. The Wang family will contribute 100 true crystals. That is our limit. Indeed, everyone contribute 100 altogether. It amounts to a significant sum. Surely, the crown prince will be quite pleased." The wind rustled gently as Feng Xiao turned to glance at Luo Ye. Good heavens, even Lin Feng's wife was not to be spared. Upon seeing Luo Ye, Wang Jintian felt a surge of anger rising within him. He struck out towards Luo Ye with a palm, only for his blow to be effortlessly neutralized by an unseen force. "Luo Lai, what are you doing?" Wang Jintian glared furiously. "Are you so flush with money that you can kill someone in the imperial city without a care?" Luo Lai scoffed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jintian broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly recalled why he had chosen to capture Lin Feng rather than execute him on the spot. The laws of the dynasty must be observed. Merely apprehending Lin Feng required a substantial sum and a word with the crown prince. Should he resort to murder, the cost would be staggering. Around 5 million, perhaps. Feng Xiao speaks from experience. He has killed before and was even invited by Xianyuan Yu for tea, making him the most authoritative voice on the matter. 5 million gold? That's not too bad, Wang Jintian remarked, though he could not help but feel relieved that Luo Lai had intervened. Otherwise, the Wang family would have suffered a severe financial blow. They had already been swindled out of 10 million taels of gold by Lin Feng. Losing another 5 million would surely drive him to despair. "It's genuine crystal. You fool," Feng Xiao said. His eyes filled with pity. He then disregarded the foolish man and seized the treasure box from his hands, making his way to the Yuan Inn to find the crown prince in a shadowy corner. Lin Feng lay weakly on the ground. Having used the time reversal ability of the Tianxian star twice in one day had left him feeling utterly drained, as he silently sought to restore his internal energy. A golden light began to manifest around him. Sensing something unusual, Lin Feng opened his eyes in confusion. Before him, the golden light gradually formed the shape of a token, inscribed with 7 grand characters. "Assist my brother. Govern the state." Chapter 69. The acting new emperor staring at the 7 characters. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. It was not until the token fully materialized and gently landed in his palm that he realized he was to become the emperor. The token emanated a golden aura, which flowed into his body through his facial features, dispelling his earlier weakness. In some ineffable way, he felt as though he could glimpse the fortune of the entire Xianming dynasty from above the clouds. At that moment, he was the acting emperor as recognized by Xian Yuanyu. Simultaneously, all officials qualified to attend court received a directive from Xian Yuanyu. Assemble immediately for court. Those officials who were either preparing for sleep or had already succumbed to slumber were thrown into disarray. Countless individuals began inquiring among their acquaintances for information, yet none were any the wiser about the unfolding events. Within the Yuan Inn, Xin Yuancheng was embracing two beautiful women when he waved at Feng Xiao and his companions. Seeing the crown prince had accepted the genuine crystal and indicated he would not intervene, Feng Xiao's face lit up with joy, and he promptly took his leave. Just then, Xin Yuancheng's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Is my father calling everyone to court for a significant matter? He quickly pushed aside the two women and changed his attire. Lin Feng also received a message from Xian Yuanyu, instructing him to proceed to the imperial city to oversee affairs. He stood in the dim corner, a bitter smile creeping onto his face, feeling at a loss for words. No one ever taught me how to be an emperor. Lin Feng's figure soared into the air, finding Luo Ye in the northwest area as she helped the boss tidy up the stall. With some difficulty, he spoke. Luo Ye, would you like to be empress for a few days? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Luo Ye was initially overjoyed. However, upon hearing his words, she thought he had misunderstood something. In a fluster, she began to explain. Husband, I merely shared a meal with His Majesty. You don't think? Lin Feng froze. Quickly realizing his words could be misconstrued, he hurriedly produced the token Xian Yuanyu had given him, clarifying, I am now the acting new emperor. Would you like to accompany me to the coronation? Seeing the token, Luo Ye covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formalities, Your Majesty. In my heart, you are already my emperor. She assumed Lin Feng was merely jesting. However, the two stall owners and the gaming enthusiast by Iran, along with Gu Tianming, were horrified and knelt upon witnessing the token and sensing its aura. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Luo Ye. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden kneeling of the four, and just as he was about to speak, he recognized the person wearing the rabbit mask as Bai Iran. Remembering his agreement with Bai Iran, Lin Feng addressed the gaming stall owner. You may pass both of them. I shall reward you with a genuine crystal shortly. Assuming an imperial demeanor, Lin Feng spoke with newfound authority. The gaming stall owner was overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, they had made the game deliberately challenging to profit from couples who couldn't succeed. Now that the acting emperor had promised a genuine crystal, he was more than happy to provide the clearance for the two. Regardless, they were on the verge of completing the game anyway. Thank you, Your Majesty, the three said in unison. Bai Iran felt somewhat aggrieved. Had Lin Feng not arrived and prompted them to kneel, they might have already succeeded in the game. Now it seemed as if they owed him a favor. How many more do you need? Lin Feng inquired. Counting this one, we are still one short, Bai Iran replied. Lin Feng turned to the gaming stall owner. Do you know any other gaming stall owners? If you provide them with one more clearance, I shall reward you with an additional genuine crystal, and you shall receive one as well. Yes, yes, yes. My wife is also in this line of work. The gaming stall owner nearly shouted with excitement. Today he would earn 3 genuine crystals. What a delightful prospect. He hurriedly led Bai Iran and Gu Tianming away. As they departed, Gu Tianming cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, a brand new book flew before Lin Feng. We owe each other nothing. Bai Iran's words faded into the wind, and Lin Feng gazed at the returning wind and willow sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. May you find happiness. With that, Lin Feng and Luo Ye set off immediately. Husband, didn't you say you had no genuine crystals? Luo Ye asked, puzzled. It was just a casual remark. Lin Feng shrugged. What if you can't produce any? Luo Ye expressed her concerns. Lin Feng responded proudly. As the ruler of a nation, could it be that the treasury lacks even 3 genuine crystals? Are you certain it will work? Luo Yi still seemed apprehensive. What's so wrong with distributing some rewards to the subjects of the Xianming dynasty? Lin Feng questioned. Luo Yi giggled, covering her mouth. Why you keep referring to yourself as I? Since you are such an impressive emperor, might I receive some form of reward as well? My empress, what would you like me to bestow upon you? Lin Feng inquired. As Luo Yi pondered, I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I think of something. Suddenly, Lin Feng pulled Luo Yi into a tight embrace, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I know precisely what you desire. What is it? Luo Yi asked, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I grant my empress a dragon seed. Luo Yi's face flushed crimson. You are incorrigible. Laughter echoed as it gradually faded away. Before long, the majestic imperial city loomed ahead. Lin Feng summoned the token to his hand, and, with Luo Yi by his side, they stepped steadily towards the palace. Although he bantered with Luo Yi, deep down, he felt a swell of anxiety. It was his first time assuming the role of emperor at that moment. The court was bustling with activity, a sea of heads in attendance. They were all esteemed officials of the Xianming dynasty, possessing unmatched status. Yet at that moment, silence reigned as they awaited the arrival of a certain figure. Though the court was eerily quiet, the communication crystals buzzed with fervor behind the scenes. After all, while Xianyuan held authority over the formations, the communication crystals operated on a different system, rendering him oblivious to their chatter. Xianyuan well. Why summon us at such a late hour? Who knows? It's pitch black. If not for the company, I would have been scared to death. Why is he taking so long? Clearly, these ministers had not held back in their criticisms of Xianyuan over the years. It seemed they had come to a tacit understanding that he could not hear them, and none dared to report their words. Thus, their remarks carried a certain audacity. Enough of this chatter. I have just arrived. A voice resonated. In the hushed court. Countless terrified gazes turned towards the source of the voice behind them. Chapter 70. The court trembles. Lin Feng strode confidently into the court, with Luo Yi gripping his hand tightly behind him. It seems Luo Yi has been putting on a fa ade as well. Lin Feng mused with a slight sigh. All hail the acting new emperor. All the ministers turned in unison, bowing deeply. Just moments ago, they received a message from Xianyuan. The message stated that due to unforeseen circumstances, he had summoned a proxy emperor to oversee affairs. Such a situation was not met with resistance. The Gao dynasty was unlike the mundane emperors who feared usurpation, as a powerful figure of the Xiaoyao realm. Would Xianyuan be concerned about such matters? Who would dare to seize power when Xianyuan could silence them with a mere gesture? Consequently, the ministers felt no sense of impending regime change, unanimously believing that Lin Feng was merely a temporary figure brought in by Xianyuan to review memorials. Please, no formalities. Lin Feng waved his hand but did not illuminate the hall with the luminous pearls. Thus, in the darkness, no one could discern the countenance of the new emperor. They could only sense that he seemed to be accompanied by another person, striding towards the dragon throne. The path to the throne felt exceedingly prolonged, and Lin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. What would he say once seated? Would Xianyuan offer him any hints? He pondered extensively, waiting for the moment he took his place on the throne, after which the eunuch placed the crown upon his head. Lin Feng remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking in a measured tone. Report to me on all significant matters that have transpired in recent days. Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately became animated. Point two among them, unable to contain their eagerness, prepared to showcase their talents before the new emperor. Yes, some ministers began to relay the critical events of the past days. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. To him, these were trifling matters. Some even mentioned the issue of human trafficking at the Jubioj, solemnly declaring that if such a trade were to become an industry, the societal structure of the Xianming dynasty would regress a millennium, reverting to a slave dynasty. During this time, Feng Xiao also reported some occurrences, stating that following the struggle for dominance, Lin Feng had mysteriously vanished, an incident that the Feng family was investigating with utmost diligence. In the darkness, Lin Feng listened to Feng Xiao's report, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corner of his lips. Surely he hadn't captured Xianyuan. Had he? If that were the case, the latter would be in dire straits. Your Majesty, I suspect Feng Xiao dispatched individuals to apprehend Lin Feng, for in the entire imperial city, only the Feng family has enmity with this individual. After Feng Xiao concluded his report, Du spoke solemnly. The trial was merely 2 days away, and he never anticipated that Feng Xiao would take action at this juncture. Had their fear of Lin Feng reached such an extreme? Feng Xiao, however, remained unperturbed. Your Honor, you speak erroneously. The trial 2 days hence is specifically aimed at Lin Feng. Why would I act against him at this moment? Do you possess any evidence for your accusation? Currently, I lack evidence, yet I am convinced it was you. Du retorted. As the presiding judge, you spread rumors without evidence. Should I waste time proving my innocence against your unfounded slander? Du's fingers cracked audibly within his sleeves. He had already identified the key witnesses. Yet, just as he prepared to interrogate them, he was suddenly summoned back to the court. Had he secured a definitive outcome, he would not be in such a passive position. Evidence will be forthcoming shortly. Well then, we shall wait and see. Feng Xiao was acutely aware that Du had taken Feng Mo's parents to the interrogation room. However, he was confident that Du would not dare to resort to coercion. Should he employ extrajudicial measures, it would only serve Feng Xiao's interests and lead to his downfall. Conversely, if he refrained from such actions, Feng Xiao was certain that Feng Mo's parents would divulge nothing. For Feng Xiao had bestowed upon them immense wealth, ensuring their financial security for life. The confrontation between the two came to a halt, and no further reports emerged. The court fell into a profound silence. At that moment, within Lin Feng's perception, a sudden voice emerged from the communication crystal. Shall we report that matter? Tisk, don't stir up trouble that's already been suppressed. Reporting it would be tantamount to seeking death. 2 individuals communicated through the transmission crystal, bypassing the official communication system, thus eluding the ears of the other ministers. Yet, Lin Feng on the dragon throne heard it clearly, lowering his head in contemplation for an extended period. Remaining silent, all eyes in the grand hall were fixed upon the silent figure, unsure of his thoughts. Thus, Lin Feng remained silent for a full quarter of an hour. The ministers below grew increasingly impatient, their grievances echoing within the communication crystal. This new emperor is peculiar. Can he not even speak? He is no Xin Yuanyu. Why should we extend him any courtesy? I want to return and sleep. Wait, just a moment. This is the emperor's appointed proxy. Do you wish for Xin Yuanyu to return and find you in a state of disarray? Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice the desire to retreat for slumber. They fervently prayed for the new emperor to allow them to return to rest. Until I hear what I wish to hear, you shall all remain standing. If you fail to report, you shall stand until tomorrow morning. Lin Feng's sudden proclamation left the ministers exchanging glances in bewilderment. Only a handful trembled imperceptibly, clearly harboring substantial fears in the realm of governance. How many could claim to be free of guilt? Upon Lin Feng's utterance, the seasoned officials swiftly reviewed all their past misdeeds in their minds as a silence reigned. Lin Feng's authoritative voice resonated through the court. If you do not take the initiative to speak, when your name is called, it will not simply be a matter of adhering to the laws of the court. For your crime of deceiving the emperor, that would be more than sufficient. Please, your majesty, clarify that we truly do not know what else remains unreported. Indeed, your majesty, if you have discovered anything, please enlighten us. Lin Feng regarded these seasoned officials feigning ignorance, a faint sigh escaping him. These years must have been arduous for Xin Yuanyu. Regrettably, these individuals had encountered Lin Feng, one endowed with 2 formidable abilities. Given this, I shall offer you a hint. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, the previously raucous court became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All were on edge, uncertain of what this proxy emperor had uncovered. Though the court was dim, to Lin Feng, it was as bright as day. This was the power of the formation, with complete access. Lin Feng could scrutinize all information within the formation and wield its full capabilities that he focused on the 2 who had communicated earlier, their names gradually surfacing within the formation, along with the annotations Xin Yuanyu had made about them. Cunning and deceitful. Engaging in petty thievery. Lin Feng chuckled softly, and under the expectant gazes of all, he uttered a single character. Zeng. The utterance of this character sent tremors through the court. Chapter 71. I have waited for you long enough, the character Zeng echoed. causing a stir in the court. However, the scene Lin Feng had envisioned, two individuals kneeling in supplication, did not materialize. Instead, Zhenghua clasped his hands and spoke in a deep voice. I beseech the new emperor for clarification. His confidence was unwavering. Even if the new emperor pointed at him, he displayed no sign of panic. As a seasoned bureaucrat, his psychological fortitude was formidable. Within the court, numerous minds began to whirl. Zhenghua managed the national treasury, controlling all expenditures. It was common knowledge that he might exploit his position for personal gain. Yet, although the Zheng family was not one of the four great families, they still wielded significant power. Even Xin Yuanyu hesitated to confront them, highlighting their influence. Could this proxy emperor truly bring them to heel? Your Majesty, the Zheng family has overseen the national treasury for decades, maintaining absolute integrity. I can attest to this. All accounts can be scrutinized at the Zheng family treasury. That moment, Xin Yuancheng interjected, and Jin Fuyo hastily added, Your Majesty, please see clearly. The Zheng family has diligently served for many years and should not be subjected to unfounded suspicion. Lin Feng observed the two defending Zhenghua and felt a flicker of realization. And oh wonder, the Jin family was powerful. The Guo family had to resort to human trafficking to sustain their operations. And they still had the luxury to spend lavishly on a man, indicating they had amassed considerable wealth. Moreover, Xin Yuancheng, through Feng Zhao's financial dealings, was evidently a recipient of bribes. Now that these two had boldly stepped forward, Lin Feng had no reason not to deal with them. As for Xin Yuancheng, he was his elder brother's son. By blood, he still owed Lin Feng a degree of respect, so Lin Feng chose to spare him for the moment. He turned his attention to Jin Fuyo. You are the head of the Jin family, correct? Yes, Jin Fuyo replied, clasping her hands. Realizing Lin Feng had shifted his focus to her, she felt a pang of regret for defending Zhenghua. However, if she did not support him in court, that old man might very well refuse to collaborate with the Jin family in the future, leaving her in a predicament. Since the Zheng family manages the national treasury, should not the account books reside within the Ministry of Revenue? Yet, you have privately kept the national treasury's account books at home. Is this not a dereliction of duty? Cold sweat instantly trickled down Jin Fuyo's back. Following the new emperor's line of reasoning, she would offend the Zheng family. To oppose him would equate to defying the emperor and the law. This new emperor was indeed skilled. He immediately forced her to choose between two powerful factions. Zhenghua, upon hearing this, quickly came to Jin Fuyo's defense. Your Majesty need not put Fuyo in a difficult position. The Zheng family's account books are available for your perusal at any time. Impudent! This is the royal treasury's ledger of my dynasty. How could it possibly belong to the Zheng family? Lin Feng seized upon Zhenghua's slip of the tongue and instantly retorted with fury. Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback. His intention was merely to convey that he could scrutinize all the ledgers currently held by the Zheng family. This fellow is playing with words. Does he intend to resign from his position? With that thought, his anger flared up. Xin Yuanyu has no authority over me. What gives you the right? If you choose to turn a blind eye, we can coexist peacefully. Dare to obstruct my financial resources, and even the gods would grant no mercy. Your Majesty, during this period, it would be prudent to focus on your own affairs. Zhenghua dropped the pretense, directly tearing the mask off his face in confrontation with Lin Feng. After all, in his view, he had no leverage in Lin Feng's hands, and thus had no reason to fear him. By emphasizing this period, he intended to inform Lin Feng that he was merely a temporary figure. If he wishes to make a move, he ought to consider whether he is worthy enough. Boom! Lin Feng, consumed by rage, unleashed a tremendous aura that surged powerfully towards Zhenghua. Feeling the pressure of Lin Feng's formidable presence, Zhenghua's heart finally settled. Around him, an aura far more potent than Lin Feng's suddenly erupted. Just as the two forces were about to intertwine, a sudden change occurred. Darkness was instantly banished, and a golden light that blotted out the sun cascaded over the entire court like a divine phenomenon. They raised their heads, and the ceiling that had obscured their view of the sky had vanished without a trace. Everyone clearly saw above the clouds hundreds of golden dragons roaring in unison. Roar! The sound of their roars resonated like 1,000 drums, akin to a stampede of 10,000 horses. The shock left everyone reeling, their minds in disarray. The resounding sound waves reverberated through the imperial city, shattering countless windows as all present stood up in terror, their bleary eyes filled with astonishment. Under the overwhelming pressure of these dragons, Zhengguo felt as insignificant as an ant, his own aura unconsciously dissipating by half. The usually silent national master, upon witnessing this, displayed an unusual look of shock. This is indeed imperial might, a manifestation of the dynasty's fortunes reaching their zenith. The 100 Dragons' roars herald imperial authority. I never imagined that my Xianyuan dynasty would ascend to greatness under the hand of an outsider. This Xianyuan, you truly possesses remarkable audacity. Under heaven, the land belongs to the king, to be why the shores of the land. The subjects belong to the king, to as the emperor. Do I not have the right to thoroughly investigate this matter? The voice, laden with authority, was as heavy as a mountain. Seated regally upon the dragon throne, Lin Feng sat upright, surrounded by 100 dragons. As the pressure surged like a tide, that moment, no one dared to underestimate this temporary emperor. You too, remain here with me to AS for the matters of human trafficking and the disappearance of Lin Feng. I shall address them at tomorrow's court session. Enough, the court is dismissed. Upon Lin Feng's utterance of the dismissal, it was as though he had pardoned them from a death sentence, and they hastily bowed and exited. Stepping out into the starlit night, a chill breeze swept over them, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Unbeknownst to them, their backs had already been soaked with cold sweat. The ministers dispersed, leaving only Zhengguo and Zheng Yu within the court. One managed the treasury, while the other was responsible for the accounts. Your Majesty, pardon my frankness, but your actions are ill-advised. Zhengguo stammered, it must be acknowledged that you are not the true emperor. Our life and death decisions still require the Xianyuan emperor's decree. Did I ever mention that I would kill you? Lin Feng replied, nonchalantly, no, if you confess, I might show leniency. However, should I obtain evidence? Not a single member of the Zheng family will be spared. That I truly do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Zhengguo stubbornly maintained his stance. The matter of using treasury funds for enemy support, even if treated lightly, would still lead to the annihilation of his entire clan, that he absolutely could not divulge that. If you claim ignorance, then kneel here until you know the truth. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and departed the court with Luo Ye. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. As soon as they exited the court, Luo Ye playfully stuck out her tongue. She had been seated beside Lin Feng. And even though the dragon's pressure was not directed at her, she still found it hard to breathe. So, how was that? Lin Feng, now devoid of his imposing aura, asked with a smile. Indeed, and I suspect that fellow Zheng must be hiding something. You notice that too. Quite impressive. It's just a pity that I am still too inexperienced to extract any information. Should we have Luo Ye interrogate him? Sure. What do you propose? Well, I would first search his family home. And so, Lin Feng and Luo Ye engaged in lively conversation, discussing how to compel the Zheng family to reveal the truth at tomorrow's court session. Meanwhile, at the Feng family estate, the three family heads who had been waiting for Feng Zhao's return could no longer contain themselves. What happened? Why did it take so long? Wang Jintian furrowed his brows. This temporary emperor is quite capable. He actually dared to challenge the Zheng father and son. Let's not worry about him. Are we prepared to torment Lin Feng? Nonsense. We've been waiting for you. Wang Jintian raised a handful of various torture devices, causing even the seasoned Feng Xiao to involuntarily twitch his lips. In that case, let us all enter together. Countless days and nights of effort finally bore fruit. Apart from Luo Lai, the other three could hardly contain their excitement, diving into the treasure chest all at once. Within the chest, a figure with cascading black hair stood with their back to them, a chilling voice resonating throughout the confined space. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. The pupils of the three men constricted abruptly. Chapter 72. Xianyuan, you are indeed treacherous. Within the treasure chest, the three family heads gazed in shock at the figure before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. I ask you, why the rush? Luo Lai shook his head in exasperation from outside the treasure chest before finally entering. As the white light enveloped him and then dissipated, he found Xianyuan standing directly before him. Luo Lai's pupils widened instantaneously, his legs buckling as he involuntarily fell to his knees. trembling as he exclaimed, "I pay my respects." "Your Majesty." "Huh." Wang Jingtian seemed to recall something, retracting his astonished expression, a cold smirk flashing in his eyes. "Luo Lai, it seems you have had too little interaction with that Lin Feng boy." Zhao Qinzhe immediately caught on to this remark. Could it be that the Xian Yuan Yu before them was an illusion cast by Lin Feng, or perhaps a transformation technique? Feng Xiao scrutinized the handsome visage before him, pondering that even if it were a transformation, it seemed too realistic. He could not discern the truth from the falsehood. "Humph, Lin Feng. Even if you turn into a deity today, I shall not hold back." Wang Jingtian, consumed by rage, disregarded everything else. His nemesis stood before him. With a surge of impulsiveness, he lashed out with a long whip. Swish, the whip sliced through the air, yet it encountered an unseen barrier, creating ripples around Xian Yuan Yu. "Wang Jingtian, do you dare to rebel?" A chilling voice emanated, startling Wang Jingtian, who swiftly regained his composure to curse in response. "You damn fool! You're putting on quite the act," he shouted, gathering flames in his palm. A concentrated burst of fire hurtling toward Xian Yuan Yu's face in an instant. Xian Yuan Yu stepped forward, and that fiery orb vanished into thin air before the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Feng Xiao observed the black-haired figure with cold eyes. If he were indeed Xian Yuan Yu, his reaction was quite peculiar. Should someone have attacked him, given Xian Yuan Yu's temperament, Wang Jingtian would already be a corpse. However, if this were Lin Feng, to effortlessly deflect an attack from a realm 10 levels higher was utterly terrifying. What kind of growth rate could produce such prowess? Feng Xiao, Zhao Qinzhe, why are you not making a move? What are you waiting for? Wang Jingtian bellowed. Lin Feng is right here. If we do not eliminate him now, shall we wait for him to find an opportunity to escape? Feng family head, something feels amiss. Zhao Qinzhe frowned, observing the solemn figure before him, an involuntary chill coursing through his body. Regardless of who he is, the enmity has already been established. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiao drew his sword. "Follow me." He did not believe that Xian Yuan Yu would appear in the realm of youth, nor did he believe that the current emperor had any connection to Luo Yi. With Feng Xiao's command, the three figures surged forth, leaving only Luo Lai kneeling in place. Xian Yuan Yu's eyes glimmered with cold light, yet a smile slowly crept upon his lips. The moment Feng Xiao glimpsed that smile, his figure froze abruptly. He had seen that smile when he had spent 50,000 true crystals to buy a path to survival. "Do you wish to kill me?" An invisible wave emanated from Xian Yuan Yu's body, rapidly expanding outward. The terrifying force, upon colliding with Feng Xiao and the others, caused their pupils to dilate, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward. 4 streams of blood arched through the air, tracing a long curve. The four were propelled to the edge of the treasure chest, crashing down as if they had struck an invisible wall. With a languid breath, he collapsed to the ground, as if he might cease to exist at any moment. The figure with the dark hair wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, leisurely observing them. Feng Xiao, as the Grand General of Jinyuan, should be well aware that the crime of regicide warrants the extermination of an entire family. However, I, in my benevolence, recognize your years of service in subduing demons and thus grant clemency to the Feng clan, sparing only your lives. Before we proceed, do you have any final words? Upon uttering these words, Xian Yuan Yu unleashed an overwhelming aura that shattered their last vestiges of hope. The four trembled uncontrollably. "Are you truly the emperor?" Wang Jingtian's face turned pale as he gazed incredulously at that figure, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. Why was Luo Yi seated beside the emperor? Why did Lin Feng and Xian Yuan Yu don the same mask? Why would a sovereign attend a youth gathering? Countless questions loomed over them like dark clouds, and Feng Zhao's lips twitched in madness. "Your Majesty, if you can assure me that the Feng family will not descend into ruin, I would gladly offer my life. Yet, if you take my life, how shall we deal with the countless demons? If not for our desperate efforts over the years, those demons would have long since invaded the lands of the Xianming dynasty. My request is not born of selfishness, nor is it an attempt to leverage past accomplishments against your Majesty, but rather a heartfelt concern for the common folk of our dynasty. Feng Shao boldly implores your majesty to allow me to redeem my sins through contributions. Feng Zhao's impassioned plea left the other three family heads in a daze. Feng Shao had merit and value, but what did they possess? In that moment, fear surged wildly within their hearts. The calamities of the Ming domain are indeed formidable. And you have proven yourself worthy in your defense, Xian Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Feng Zhao's heart soared with joy, while the other three were engulfed in despair. So, this matter of your attack on me is to be dismissed, is it not? Xian Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits, his imperial might bearing down upon the four, causing them to break out in cold sweat. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Feng Shao hastily declared, I am willing to offer 50,000 true crystals for a chance to serve the Xianming dynasty loyally. From now on, I shall dedicate my life to the dynasty's development, seeking no reward, until death. His words were fervent, as though he were poised to immediately embark on the great endeavor of revitalizing the Xianming dynasty. Even Xian Yuan couldn't help but nod in approval. Then he turned his gaze to the other three, and upon meeting Xian Yuan's eyes, Wang Zhintian and the others stiffened, their bodies rigid. They had no time to tend to their minor wounds. Allowing blood to flow freely, Feng Shao suggested that for 50,000 true crystals, the emperor would absolve him of the crime of regicide. If so, would it not follow that next time one could attempt to assassinate me for 100,000 true crystals? The three men broke into a cold sweat at this revelation. As family heads, they were astute enough to discern Xian Yuan's implication. The emperor was dissatisfied with Feng Zhao's compensation. They frantically shook their heads in denial. Xian Yuan inclined his head slightly. Since you disagree, what amount do you deem appropriate? The three were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qinze, however, seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope and shouted, 500,000. 500,000 true crystals is reasonable. At this, Feng Shao nearly leapt 3 feet into the air from his kneeling position. Were it not for the inopportune moment, he would have cursed the fool. 500,000 true crystals. Should that be paid, the Feng family might be left with naught but a guard do you not comprehend the magnitude of 500,000 true crystals? That equates to 5 trillion gold. The national treasury could scarcely accommodate such a sum. Xian Yuan, however, was quite pleased with Zhao Qinzue's suggestion, turning to Wang Zhintian. What say you? 500,000, indeed, 500,000 true crystals. Wang Zhintian hastily replied, for he knew he could not produce such a sum. Better to preserve his life than to quibble over details. Xian Yuan nodded, then looked at Luo Lai. And you? Luo Lai also voiced no objections, quickly nodding in agreement, for he too could not provide the amount. Feng Zhao's countenance darkened ominously. He was the only one present capable of producing 500,000 true crystals. Xian Yuan, you truly are a villain. This thought he could only harbor internally, for he dared not voice it aloud. Thus, he forced a smile more grotesque than tears and said, Your Majesty is wise. 500,000 true crystals is indeed appropriate. As he uttered the word appropriate, he choked on the sentiment. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, Feng Shao might well have wept. Since General Feng is so earnest, I cannot in good conscience refuse. The treasury has indeed been under strain of late, and on behalf of all the people of the Xianming dynasty, I extend my gratitude for your contributions. Xian Yuan spoke sincerely. The issuance of 500,000 true crystals would swiftly lead to the decline of the Feng family, relegating them to a status inferior even to the Lin family. Meanwhile, the treasury would be unprecedentedly flush. Feng Shao felt a sense of injustice brewing within him. His head bowed as madness flickered in his eyes. Yet when he raised his head, a smile adorned his face. Of course. Your Majesty, to serve the Xianming dynasty is my lifelong aspiration. Xian Yuan nodded, then turned to the 3 heads of the Qingchuan town families. He was well aware of their capabilities. Combined, they would struggle to muster even 100,000. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I shall not make it difficult for you. Since Feng Shao has offered 500,000, you shall contribute 1/10 of that. Inform your families that they have committed the crime of regicide and must provide funds for redemption. Should your families refuse, the imperial cavalry shall personally pay a visit. Wang Zhintian, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his breath. 500 billion gold was no trifling amount. The Wang family could not possibly produce such a sum. He steeled himself and trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, we of the Wang family cannot gather even 50,000 true crystals. Indeed, Your Majesty, we of the Zhao family are willing to exhaust our entire family resources for compensation. But 50,000 is simply too great a burden. The two family heads pleaded desperately, while only Luo Lai remained vacantly staring. Upon hearing Xin Yuanyu's pronouncement, his mind went blank. To say 50,000 was beyond his means would be an understatement. He could not even muster 5,000 all these years. He had devoted himself to ingratiating the Zhao and Wang families, only to find himself with nothing at the end. Each family had been steadily developing. Just because they could not pay now did not mean they would forever be unable to do so. Esteemed family heads, I propose a solution, a payment plan. You may divide the sum over 30 years, paying a set amount each year. That sounds good. I agree. Wang Zhentian interjected immediately. 50,000 true crystals was substantial, yet if spread over 30 years, the Wang family could manage it with some effort. Feng Xiao, however, shook his head in resignation. Given his understanding of Xin Yuanyu, he was certain there was a catch. This emperor was cunning, greedy, treacherous, and ruthless, employing every means at his disposal. Feng Xiao did not believe that Xin Yuanyu could be so benevolent. Very well, let it be a payment plan, but bear in mind that the cost of living in the capital is ever increasing. While 50,000 true crystals may seem considerable now, its purchasing power may diminish drastically in 30 years. Wang Zhentian stared blankly at Xin Yuanyu, as if he could not comprehend the implications of his words. Beside him, Zhao Zheng, having heard enough, rolled his eyes and fainted. Humph, awaken him, Xin Yuanyu commanded, his aura swelling. An overwhelming pressure descending upon the remaining three like a nightmare. Enduring this oppressive force, Luo Lai reluctantly assisted Zhao Qinzue in reviving him. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Qinzue was met with Xin Yuanyu's frigid profile. What a visage it was! To him, that profile resembled a man-eating specter. Consuming his very essence, he shut his eyes, steeling himself. The crime of regicide is unforgivable. Zhao Qin humbly requests Your Majesty to grant me death. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhentian was taken aback, and even Luo Lai regarded Zhao Qinzue in disbelief. To owe them. Life was more precious than anything, as long as they lived. Infinite possibilities remained. In truth, Zhao Qinzue was gambling on Xin Yuanyu's reluctance to execute a family head. After all, should the emperor personally slay one of his own, unrest would surely follow in the capital. That a populace in turmoil, perpetually speculating on the emperor's thoughts, would be detrimental to the entire Xianming dynasty. Ultimately, even a fate of lifelong imprisonment would be preferable to a 50,000 crystal compensation. That if the Zhao family persisted, there would still be opportunities. Once the funds were surrendered, any chance of recovery would vanish. Feng Xiao, too, observed Xin Yuanyu, internally speculating whether this emperor would truly act against him. But, you think that your death absolves you of responsibility? Xin Yuanyu's devilish voice echoed, causing Zhao Qinzue's heart to plummet, his frail body trembling slightly. Feng Xiao has rendered great service in subduing demons. What have you done? By what right do you make demands of me? With that, Xin Yuanyu's energy surged explosively. The biting gusts of wind surged towards Zhao Qinzue, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression that in the face of this force, Zhao Qinzue was instantaneously shattered. Feng Xiao's body trembled violently as he hastily lowered his head, daring not to entertain any thoughts. Wang Zhentian and Luo Lai bore traces of Zhao Qinzue's warm blood on their faces, appearing utterly stunned, too fearful even to wipe it away. When an emperor of the mortal realm is enraged, 100,000 may fall, rivers of blood may flow. As the emperor of the carefree realm, should I still hesitate for the mere Zhao family? Henceforth, there shall be no Zhao in Qingchuan town. And what of you? Do you wish for me to grant you death as well? The oppressive aura emanating from Xin Yuanyu was formidable, causing the three to feel as if their breaths were stifled. I dare not, one minister replied. I find Your Majesty's proposition exceedingly wise, and we are willing to comply. Yes, we are willing to comply. Wang Zhentian quickly added, his heart pounding in terror. Typically, he was the one to instill fear in others. Yet now, feeling Xian Yuanyu's overwhelming presence, all he wished for was to flee this box at any cost. Observing their obedient demeanor, Xian Yuanyu nodded. In that case, you shall emerge only when the owed debts are settled. Feng Xiao, the key. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao promptly retrieved the key to the box. In an instant, what was intended to imprison Lin Feng transformed into a prison for Luo Lai and Wang Zhentian. And you? Will it be in installments or full payment? Xin Yuanyu inquired of Feng Xiao. Installments, he replied, recognizing that while this might entail additional costs, it was preferable to depleting the Feng family's entire fortune at once. Very well. Then you shall also remain within for a time. I understand your eagerness to rush to the battlefield to achieve merit. The situation in the underworld is not particularly urgent at the moment. Consider this a respite, Xian Yuanyu remarked before vanishing, leaving the box open. After Xian Yuanyu departed, Feng Xiao lowered his head, his eyes instantly reddening. He raised his gaze towards the direction Xian Yuanyu had taken. Fists clenched tightly. In that case, I have no reason to refuse the proposal from the Qian dynasty. Chapter 74. Lin Feng outside the box, a solemn figure appeared at the Feng residence. It was nearing midnight, and most of the Feng family had already retired for the night, with only the moonlight casting its glow across the expanse. Xian Yuanyu gazed at the radiant moon, burdened with thoughts. The deep voice escaped his lips, seemingly directed at no one in particular. Lin Feng, I have taken care of your affairs. I must now entrust my own matters to you. The following day, in a corner of the dynasty, the dwelling was dilapidated. Yet the interior was remarkably tidied on modest bed. Du wearily opened his eyes and rose. After a brief wash, he donned formal attire. Today, he was to attend the morning court. Yesterday, he had interrogated Feng Mo's parents for an hour. Yet there had been no substantial progress. By the time he returned to his rented home, it was already late. The residence he occupied was far from the palace, necessitating an early rise to avoid being late for the court assembly. In accommodating the participants of the competition was named the Falling Sunset. Do you reach this place? He casually purchased 2 buns, eating as he walked to tea that moment. He fortuitously spotted Lin Feng exiting the inn with Luo Ye. Good morning. Lin Feng greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Du mumbled, his mouth full of bun. Lord Du, so early. Are you off to the morning court? Luo Ye inquired cheerfully. Du, having staunchly supported Lin Feng during the competition, had earned Luo Ye's favorable impression. Indeed, Du replied, swallowing the bun with a weary sigh. Thanks to you, I was utterly exhausted yesterday. Lin Feng, curious, asked me, what did I do? Isn't it to help you gather evidence? The injustices your father faced were orchestrated by mind. I thought it only right to offer some compensation. Thus I interrogated Feng Mo's parents all night. Did you uncover anything? Lin Feng inquired. No, they were treated quite well. They can only be held for another day and a half. However, I suspect they are not too eager to leave. Du muttered. Once court is over, will you take me to question them? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. Du shot him a glance. You lack the authority. Countless eyes are upon you. You wouldn't want to give them any leverage at this juncture, would you? Lin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Du, seeing his demeanor, decided against further explanation, as he needed to hurry to court. They departed. Du furrowed his brow and looked back at them. Are you two on the same path? Seems so. I'm heading to the palace. Lin Feng nodded. What business do you have in the palace? Du questioned, puzzled, knowing Lin Feng was merely the scion of a small family from Qingchuan town, without the qualifications to meet the emperor, even if he was merely a regent. What could one like him possibly do in the palace? Lin Feng shot him a glance, which only deepened Du's curiosity, leading him to speculate on Lin Feng's intentions throughout their journey. At this moment, the ministers who had arrived early at the palace were abuzz with chatter. Yes, it's true. Feng Xiao hasn't returned a message all night. I even sent a message this morning. There was no reply. Another added, could it be that a minister of the new emperor has met with an untimely end? Surely not. The new emperor is merely at the condensing origin stage. How could he possibly kill someone at the 7th level of true martial? The crowd engaged in a flurry of discussions, while Xing Yu, who had been listening, felt a surge of anxiety. Uncle, We defied the new emperor's orders yesterday and returned to rest. Surely nothing has gone awry? Zheng scoffed, coldly stating. What could possibly happen? I believe that fellow has no concrete information. Even if he's caught wind of something, in this era where strength reigns supreme. What could he do to us? We merely have to be wary of Xian Yuanyu. Hearing this, Zheng Yu felt somewhat reassured. His uncle was a formidable 5th-level true martial expert, so he likely wouldn't fear this regent. Zhenghua, the new emperor kept you behind yesterday. What did he say to you? Someone inquired. Indeed, it was quite shocking that he targeted you first, another chimed in. You lot don't understand a thing. Zhenghua snapped. The new emperor clearly aims to establish his authority by threatening me. Oh, you think I'm a soft target? I faced him head-on last night, and he couldn't touch me. You lot aren't actually frightened, are you? Zheng cast a disdainful glance at the others, who exchanged uncertain glances. The breathtaking spectacle of the 100-dragon phenomenon had been too overwhelming. To claim one was unafraid would be a lie. Zheng laughed derisively, prompting immediate dissent. Oh, the new emperor detained both of you, and you received no punishment? Zheng spread his hands, reclining comfortably in his seat. I look like someone who has been punished. Silence fell over the room as everyone observed Zhenghua, who appeared vibrant and full of life, indeed not resembling someone who had faced punishment. All right, time is of the essence, the state preceptor reminded, prompting everyone to return to their seats, anxiously awaiting the new emperor. The court fell into a profound silence. Yet, while the sounds in the air faded, the communication crystals remained abuzz. Surely the new emperor is unaware of the court assembly time. Is he? He hasn't arrived yet either. Could it be that he is late on his first day? It wouldn't matter if the new emperor were late. After all, it is his first time. But if Du dares to be tardy, that would be quite the spectacle. Many began to relish the thought, for Du's fair governance over the years had been a bane to them. He refused to accept gifts, declined offers of property, and remained in that dilapidated house, where the most valuable item was said to be the bed he had slept in for over 30 years. Dragged from his father's home. They had long sought to impeach Du, yet this fellow was diligent and had never made a mistake. Most critically, he was incorruptible. Thus, in their eyes, Du was like an impenetrable fortress. Beyond reproach, each trial he conducted was just and fair, leaving no room for favoritism. Gradually, the gentry became accustomed to resolving their issues privately, reluctant to bring matters before the court. Over the years, the court had grown increasingly quiet, with only a handful of common disputes for Du's subordinates to handle, leading to his position as Chief Justice being largely uneventful. With fewer cases, funds were naturally scarce, living on a meager income from the court. He subsisted on steamed buns in a remote small house within the dynasty. For them, Du's downfall would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon, just as they were fervently discussing matters within their communication crystals. 3 figures gradually appeared outside. The IT was Lin Feng. All eyes turned towards the youthful figure, a look of astonishment flashing across their faces. Chapter 75. The pressure descends upon the world. 100 dragons roar in unison. Wasn't Lin Feng missing? Who knows, but it seems it is Feng Xiao who is currently absent. Du gazed into the palace ahead, where the dragon throne remained eerily empty, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Lin Feng, you must not proceed any further. Take advantage of the fact that the new emperor has not yet arrived, and leave at once. After uttering these words, Du hurriedly jogged into the court. Taking his place, if you delay any longer, even Lord Xian Yuanyu cannot protect you. The national master conveyed telepathically. Du nodded in trepidation, primarily because Lin Feng had persistently sought to accompany him. He had attempted to dissuade him several times, but ultimately gave up upon realizing his efforts were in vain. As time passed, the court meeting was about to commence. The previously relaxing one now wore a tense expression, clearly troubled within. Just yesterday, the new emperor had declared an intent to address Lin Feng's matter the following day, and now Feng Xiao had vanished. Feng Xiao was the grand general of Jinyuan, who had never once been late to court in over 30 years. Let alone missing an audience. The TO claimed that these events were unrelated was beyond his belief. But what had transpired? Each person harbored different thoughts. Paying no heed to Lin Feng and Luo Ye at the entrance, If these two dared to enter and were seen by that deranged new emperor, they would likely face immediate execution. As the ministers waited in silence, Lin Feng finally moved. He held Luo Ye's hand, stepping forward towards the palace. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, Du Yu's eyes widened in alarm, and even the anxious Sun Guo momentarily forgot his tension. Lin Feng, get out, Du Yu shouted angrily, for tomorrow was Lin Feng's trial, and he was racking his brain to find a way to exonerate him. This rascal kept committing one transgression after another. Among them, only the presiding judge dared to speak that he was the embodiment of the imperial law, and reprimanding Lin Feng's impudent behavior naturally fell within his purview. The others could only glare at Lin Feng in silence. To openly shout in the court, especially under the watchful eye of the acting new emperor, would not bode well. Yet Lin Feng appeared oblivious to Du Yu's words, dragging Luo Ye towards the high platform. Their footsteps echoed crisply in the vast, silent hall, and under the astonished gazes of all, they reached the dragon throne. Lin Feng, descend at once. Du Yu's voice was as cold as ice, setting aside the guilt in Du Yu's heart. Losing such a young talent would be a detriment to the entire dynasty. He began to regret not having used force to subdue Lin Feng on the way. Had he done so, such an incident could have been avoided. But atop the platform, Lin Feng continued to disregard Du Yu's admonitions, boldly taking a seat on the dragon throne as a wave of gasps erupted. No one had anticipated Lin Feng's audacity. Du Yu's countenance darkened ominously. Just as he was about to speak, a blinding golden light flooded the court. Even in daylight, this radiance was as dazzling as dawn. They stared upward in a daze, only to see hundreds of illusory dragons roaring in unison. The pressure surged like tides, crashing over everyone's bodies. In that instant, an involuntary urge to kneel took root in their hearts. Yet it was Lin Feng. After all, how could these court ministers kneel before a mere young master of a small clan? With this thought, they all gritted their teeth in resistance. Even as their faces flushed from the weight of the dragon's aura, they remained steadfast, refusing to bow. Du gazed up at the figure on the dragon throne. This moment, the playful expression on Lin Feng's face had vanished, replaced by a magnificent and overwhelming aura. As the illusory dragons roared in harmony, bathed in golden light, his demeanor was both solemn and grave, resembling a true emperor of the mortal realm. Lin Feng surveyed the struggling figures below and gently raised his right hand. With this subtle motion, all eyes fixated upon him, as if it were the sole event occurring in the universe. All ministers, take your seats. The solemn command accompanied the heavy descent of his hand. In an instant, it was as if all strength had been drained from their bodies. Legs weakened, they collectively collapsed into their chairs. With a single phrase, all the ministers, regardless of loyalty or treachery, were compelled to sit. Du Yu was struck with astonishment, attempting to adjust himself into a more comfortable position, only to find he lacked the strength to do so. Zheng Guo's posture was even more ungainly than Du Yu's. He slumped helplessly in his seat, his legs akimbo, face flushed as he tried to regain his composure, but found it utterly impossible. The oppressive aura of the 100 dragons in the air felt even more formidable than the previous night. Thus, Lin Feng maintained his pose on the dragon throne for a full quarter of an hour, only relinquishing it when some nearly began to froth at the mouth. The illusory dragons dissipated, and the ministers gradually regained their strength at this moment. No one dared to harbor dissent against Lin Feng. They fully comprehended that it was Lin Feng who had orchestrated the events of the previous night. Do you still have any objections to me as your emperor? Lin Feng's icy voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Meeting his frigid gaze, Du Yu found it starkly different from the playful eyes Lin Feng had shown him that morning. He struggled to form words, finally managing to say, "No objections. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Long live the emperor, long live, long live." Everyone clasped their fists in salute, none daring to refrain from joining in. That moment of pressure acted as a warning. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Last night, I mentioned that I would provide you with an explanation regarding these matters. Let us first discuss the case of my disappearance. Upon hearing this, the ministers could not help but think of the vanished Feng Xiao. Lin Feng seemed to read their thoughts and slowly began. You guessed correctly. The instigator was indeed Feng Xiao. After stating this, Lin Feng scanned the court, noting the absence of Feng Xiao. It seemed to be the handiwork of Xian Yuanyu. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng chuckled coldly to himself. He had no qualms about wielding the authority of Tiger. Thus, he declared ominously. Therefore, Feng Xiao has vanished. Upon this revelation, all faces grew grave, yet none dared to utter a word. Zheng Guo sat below. His heart racing, he dared to move against the Grand General of Jinyuan. But how had he accomplished such a feat? Feng Xiao was at the 7th level of true martial realm. Could he, a mere first-level condensed origin realm cultivator, achieve this? Of course, it was impossible for me alone. You must all know better than I do. Who is aiding me? This statement served as a subtle reminder to these individuals that Xian Yuanyu was still secretly supporting him. Indeed, after Lin Feng uttered this, several faces displayed an expression of realization. The case of my disappearance is hereby concluded. Next, let us discuss the matter of the Gu family trafficking in people. Head of the Gu family. Gu Sun, present. A middle-aged woman immediately stood up, hastily cupping her hands. She could mock Luo Lai without restraint. Yet before Lin Feng, she dared not utter a breath. The future of the Gu family rested entirely in his hands. The head of the Gu family has communicated that the auction for Gu Tianming was merely a bride price negotiated among families, with no existence of human trafficking. However, the trend of trafficking must not take root. In the future, if there are to be bride price auctions, such conspicuous locations shall not be selected. Understood. Gu Sun bowed in excitement, and Lin Feng nodded lightly, his expression still grave. Now, finally, Zhenghua, Lin Feng suddenly bellowed, catching Zhenghua unprepared, causing him to tremble. Present. Yesterday, I commanded you all to kneel here and reflect overnight. How has your reflection gone? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Zhenghua with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. Chapter 76. Uprooting the Roots. Zhenghua's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated Lin Feng would suddenly bring up the punishment he faced that I truly did not know. Lin Feng maintained an impassive facade. Though he had already devised a plan for Zhenghua the day prior, and no matter, if you do not know, there are others who do. Lin Feng turned to Do you, present. Do you immediately rose and cupped his hands. How long can the tribunal detain someone? In reply to your majesty, 3 days. No, temporarily detain Zhenghua for 30 days. During this time, the Xianyuan dynasty shall be sealed off, allowing entry but no exit. Upon hearing this, Zhenghua's pupils constricted sharply. Now, take Zhenghua away. Lin Feng commanded. Du nodded and promptly seized Zhenghua's arm. Zhenghua's eyes turned red instantly, and he struggled to shake off Duyu's grip. A mere first-level, true martial realm cultivator like Duyu could not hold him. Lin Feng, I have diligently served the Xianyuan dynasty for many years. How can you, a temporary emperor, simply decide to imprison me? He emphasized the word temporary, intending to remind his allies to come to his aid. Oh, you dare to defy the decree. Lin Feng calmly inquired, I do not resist the imperial edict. However, as an elder of the Xianming dynasty, even if you wish to imprison me, it must be with the consent of Xian Yuanyu. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, a loyal minister emerging to defend Zhenghua was met with a ruthless interruption from Lin Feng. Are you his accomplice? Under the piercing gaze of Lin Feng, cold sweat streamed down the minister's face. No, what I meant was, you, along with Zhenghua, shall be imprisoned for 30 days. You have any further questions? Lin Feng's frigid and merciless words instantaneously sealed the fate of the old minister, leaving the assembly speechless, for none dared to speak in defense of Zhenghua. The old minister stood there, struck as if by lightning. Zhenghua, do you understand the consequences of defying the edict? Lin Feng's gaze lingered on Zhenghua as he calmly asked. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhenghua felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Defying the edict is a capital offense. Hastily, he bowed and clasped his hands. This old minister understands and is willing to be imprisoned for 30 days. That I end that case. Make sure to enjoy your stay with ample food and drink. If Du fails to provide proper hospitality, inform me. Yes. Zhenghua expressed his gratitude, and alongside the minister who had spoken on his behalf, followed Du out of the palace. "Uncle, what should I do?" "Perhaps you should just confess." Zheng Yu, observing Zhenghua being taken away, conveyed through a mental transmission, his heart burdened with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Zhenghua was taken aback as he began to grasp the new emperor's motive for wanting him to leave. It was Zheng Yu. This young man could potentially expose everything under Lin Feng's pressure, leading to utter ruin. Although he yearned to break free from Du Yu's grasp, he feared that even if he succeeded, he would be swiftly captured again, and there was a chance he might be executed on the spot. Thus, he could only repeatedly convey through the transmission crystal, "You must not speak a word." Lin Feng, having overheard their exchange, sensed Zhenghua's urgency, leading him to conclude that Zhenghua's transgression must be significant. After steadying his emotions, he turned to Zheng Yu. With the old schemer gone, it was time to extract information from this young lad. "You, come forward," Lin Feng commanded, pointing at an individual. "Me." The singled-out person approached the dragon throne with a sense of inevitability. Lin Feng leaned in to whisper something in his ear. The individual wore a look of distress. Murmuring softly, occasionally, Lin Feng nodded, then glanced at Zheng Yu, silently indicating that he was inquiring about matters related to him. But a quarter of an hour later, Lin Feng dismissed the individual, who appeared genuinely uninformed. Employing the same method, when Lin Feng questioned the third person, the transmission crystal began to buzz with activity. "Uncle Yin, everyone who knows has been eliminated. There will be no errors. Please do not inform the new emperor." Lin Feng keenly caught this information. Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he continued to inquire, yet Yin Ji remained tight-lipped, claiming ignorance. Lin Feng nodded, allowing him to leave, his head bowed, lost in thought. "How did it go, Uncle Yin? You didn't tell him, did you?" Zheng Yu asked anxiously. Yin Ji transmitted back, "Rest assured, I said nothing." A cold smile crept on Lin Feng's face. The opportunity he had awaited had finally arrived. He seized the information and immediately altered it. "I spoke with him I do not wish for my entire family to be exterminated." Yin Ji's remorseful voice echoed within the crystal. Boom! This revelation struck Zheng Yu like a bolt from the blue. Leaving him utterly stunned, he lifted his head, only to meet Lin Feng's murderous gaze. "Zheng Yu, step forward." Zheng Yu felt his legs weaken. "Your Majesty, spare my life. I am willing to disclose everything. I implore you to be lenient." "Speak up. What is it?" Lin Feng replied coldly. The scene left Yin Ji bewildered. He had said nothing, yet this fellow was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Thus, Zheng Yu stepped onto the stage, divulging all details regarding Zhenghua's assistance to the Qian dynasty. Throughout, Yin Ji attempted to send him messages, questioning what he was doing and repeatedly emphasizing that he had said nothing. Yet, all were effortlessly distorted by Lin Feng into praises for Zheng Yu's astuteness and commendations on his rightful actions. Upon concluding, Zheng Yu anxiously stood aside, awaiting Lin Feng's judgment. Lin Feng, with his head bowed, remained silent. In truth, he was astonished. The financial support for the Qian dynasty had reached a staggering 500,000 true crystals. No wonder the royal treasury was depleted. It had been plundered and squandered at this rate. Replenishing the treasury would be an impossible task. "Since I have promised leniency, I shall not go back on my word." His solemn voice resonated throughout the court as Lin Feng cast a frigid glare at Yin Ji. Yin Ji trembled in fury. Not only him, but 3 others were also transmitting messages, cursing Zheng Yu. Yet through Lin Feng's manipulation, their words transformed into commendations. The flood of praises somewhat alleviated Zheng Yu's anxiety. Lin Feng, observing those who had berated Zheng Yu, concocted yet another scheme that he pulled Zheng Yu aside, whispering to him once more as they conversed. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the 3 individuals. Precisely at the moment they felt a chill run down their spines, fearing that Zheng Yu might expose them all. They hastily inquired through the transmission crystal, but Zheng Yu offered no response. "Excellent." Lin Feng nodded, just as Du returned. Du, imprison Zheng Yu for 30 days as well, separating him from Zhenghua. Ensure he is well taken care of during this time. After bringing him back, take a moment to rest in the tribunal. There is no need for you to attend the court meeting. Thank you for your generous grace. Du bowed in gratitude, leading Zheng Yu away. "You ought to say something. Did you reveal us? Are you mute or something?" The 3 individuals transmitted messages, and at last, Zheng Yu's voice resonated within the transmission crystal. I told him everything. The three were left utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place. Just as Zheng Yu departed completely, Lin Feng bellowed from the high platform. Criminals, Zhang, Tian, Niu Kuan, Li Wu. Step forward. Chapter 77. The Xianming Banquet. Lin Feng had accurately identified the three, leading them to realize that the scoundrel Zheng Yu had indeed disclosed everything to him. Your Majesty, quell your anger. We only happen to know about this matter. It has nothing to do with us. The three pleaded, attempting to distance themselves from Zheng Yu's reckless words. Lin Feng coldly snorted. Step up. One by one, that I wish to verify your accounts. Should any of you differ, you shall be punished for treason. Anxiously, the three approached the high platform, transmitting messages back and forth. Should we unify our statements? Lin Feng smirked and altered their words to, I merely spoke the truth to the new emperor. If we all speak honestly, none of us will face consequences. The other two, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Since Niu Kuan had decided to be truthful, why would they not? After waiting for some time without hearing them agree to a unified account, he reluctantly took the lead, disclosing everything to Lin Feng. The others followed suit, unveiling every detail without omission. Lin Feng listened, astonished. It turned out that Zheng's paramour was from the Qian dynasty. During a transaction, their clandestine meeting was unfortunately discovered. While it was common for lovers to rendezvous, the sight of tens of thousands of true crystals strewn across the pavilion made it impossible for anyone to overlook. According to Niu Kuan, Zheng's paramour reveled in such displays, deriving immense pleasure from the sight of the vast wealth. When this scene was uncovered, Zheng, ruthless as ever, brutally murdered the individual, along with their entire family, silencing them without a trace. Ordinarily, such a complete obliteration would raise alarms. However, due to the small size of the family, Zheng had conveniently listed them among the soldiers of the Xianming army under Zhang Tian's command, fabricating a narrative of battlefield casualties. Thus, their deaths were rendered entirely justifiable. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, and his murderous intent surged to its peak. Zheng was indeed beyond redemption. You shall proceed to the tribunal. I will personally attend shortly that we obey. The three, faces etched with bitterness, could only retreat as instructed towards the tribunal. Lin Feng cast a grateful glance at Luoya, who sat nearby. Were it not for her, it would have been uncertain whether he could have extracted such information from these seasoned officials. Now that the matter was laid bare, Lin Feng was confident that he could easily topple Zheng with the evidence at hand. He settled back onto the dragon throne, resuming his work with various trivial affairs. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that he concluded a busy morning. Court dismissed. As Lin Feng spoke, everyone clasped their hands in salute and declared, I take my leave. Long live His Majesty. After the ministers departed, Lin Feng wearily rubbed his temples. Being an emperor truly was exhausting. Darling, are we going to have the Xianming feast later? Luoya inquired eagerly. She had heard of the Xianming feast, which was said to be exclusive to the emperor. It comprised 100 unique dishes from the Xianming dynasty, offering an extraordinary array of delicacies that aren't you afraid those ministers will conspire against us behind our backs? Lin Feng chuckled. But you can hear their conversations, can't you? Luoya replied with a playful smile. However, since you've just assumed the throne, perhaps it's best not to squander resources that I was merely making conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised his hand and pinched Luoya's cheek. That won't do. The Empress has spoken. We shall have a Xianming feast at noon. Besides, I believe this feast should not be considered extravagant. A glimmer of thought flickered in Lin Feng's eyes, hinting at unspoken intentions in the courtroom. The grand and imposing space welcomed several distinguished guests today. The uncle-nephew duo of Zheng and Zheng Yu, an elderly official, along with 3 uninvited ministers. When these 3 officials expressed their desire to be detained, Du stood dumbfounded. While the courtroom's cuisine was indeed satisfactory, it had not yet reached the level of renown. Why were they all suddenly seeking to take advantage? Lin Feng had mentioned providing the best for Zheng and Zheng Yu, and accommodating these 3 would undoubtedly strain the resources. Frankly speaking, without court support, the courtroom would be drained dry. After all, in recent years, it had been little more than a hollow shell, with paltry allocations from the court. Perhaps even Xin Yuan was subtly hinting that failure to adapt would lead to obsolescence. Nevertheless, Du steadfastly upheld his sense of justice, refusing to compromise. Did Lin Feng send you here? Did he give any specific instructions? Du inquired. None. The three exchanged glances, and Du silently breathed a sigh of relief. Without further instructions, he would process these three according to standard procedures. Just as Du was about to settle the three, a subordinate rushed over, whispering something into his ear. You say Lin Feng is hosting the Xinming feast? Du's brows furrowed in confusion. This fellow never seemed to have a moment of peace. He waved off the reporting subordinate, donned his judicial robe, and made his way to the Xinming Palace. The Xinming Palace, lavishly constructed, had long been the venue for emperors of the Xinming dynasty to host their ministers. Due to budget constraints, it had not been utilized in quite some time. Many ministers, having just returned home and barely settled in, found themselves summoned here, unable to suppress their wry smiles. Although many felt Lin Feng was being extravagant, none dared to voice their opinions first. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng arrived at the Xinming Palace with Luo Ye. All the ministers immediately rose and clasped their fists in salute. In no need for formalities, Lin Feng gestured for them to take their seats. The Xinming Palace was vast, and even with Lin Feng and the ministers present, they occupied only a fraction of the space. Fortunately, Lin Feng had previously arranged for Jiang Gufeng, Luo Jie, and others to be invited as well. Representatives from various prominent families were also present, ensuring the atmosphere was far from dull. Lin Feng had his reasons for inviting these individuals. Firstly, he wished to introduce himself as the acting new emperor to the senior members of the families, avoiding any potential embarrassment in the future. Secondly, while his authority over the ministers was still fresh, he aimed to establish his dominance, facilitating future affairs. Lastly, he intended to surprise Jiang Gufeng and treat Luo Ye to a sumptuous meal. His decision not to invite Lin Hai was not due to a lack of filial piety. Rather, he intended this feast to assert his authority, and having his father present would hinder that. Once his position was solidified, he would have ample time to treat his father to a fine meal. Lin Feng and the ministers, along with representatives from various families, awaited the exquisite dishes to be served. An incongruous voice broke the silence from the entrance, echoing through the spacious hall. Goodness, what an extravagant establishment! How much did you spend, Brother Lin Feng? Luo Jie exclaimed as he stepped down from the carriage, his eyes sparkling. Weren't we invited for a meal? What are we doing here? Jiang Gufeng followed closely behind Luo Jie, looking perplexed at the sight of the Xinming Palace. He felt Lin Feng didn't seem like the type who could afford a meal here. As they approached the palace, upon seeing the grand assembly of people inside, Jiang Gufeng frowned slightly. His gaze ascended. Lin Feng's regal figure, clad in a yellow robe and crowned with a ceremonial headdress, came into view, causing their mouths to drop in astonishment. He is playing the role of the emperor. Please, take a seat. Lin Feng gestured to the empty space beside him. Luo Jie and Jiang Gufeng entered the Xinming Palace under the watchful eyes of countless attendees. They felt a twinge of discomfort from the scrutiny. Brother Lin Feng, if you're impersonating the emperor, you could face execution if reported. Jiang Gufeng whispered urgently. Yes, I'm aware, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, then raised his cup and stood up. As he did, all the ministers hastily followed suit, while the family representatives frowned in confusion. Who is this young man? Seeing that all the officials had risen, a few reluctant family representatives also stood up. My esteemed ministers, I have only recently ascended as the new emperor. During this time, I have noted several areas within the Xinming dynasty requiring improvement, such as the case of Zhenghua, who has been using the national treasury for personal gain. Such actions, if discovered, shall be met with severe punishment in the days to come. This emperor shall strive alongside you all for the prosperity of our dynasty. For the prosperity of our dynasty, the ministers echoed in unison. However, these words fell differently upon the ears of the smaller families. Zhenghua has been arrested. Lin Feng has become emperor. They struggled to comprehend how Lin Feng had risen to such heights. Luo Jie gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, while Jiang Gufeng furrowed his brow in confusion. What scheme is Lin Feng concocting? Yet with so many witnesses present, he refrained from undermining Lin Feng's authority and instead suppressed his curiosity, listening attentively. After Lin Feng delivered his speech, he finally took his seat alongside the ministers. Turning to Jiang Gufeng, he smiled. "Weren't you dreaming of me being a royal benefactor taking care of you? Why do you look so displeased?" "Never mind you," Jiang Gufeng replied dismissively, grabbing a chicken leg to gnaw on. Luo Jie followed suit, diving in the feast, yet no one dared to take their chopsticks before Lin Feng. Seeing their courage, the others couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "Everyone, please eat." "What are you waiting for?" Lin Feng said, taking the initiative to grab a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. The others quickly followed suit, and soon the sound of chopsticks clattering filled the Xianming Palace. Though many remained silent under the tense atmosphere, scarcely daring to breathe at that moment, the national master could no longer contain himself and asked Lin Feng, "Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with Zhenghua?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. To take the hard-earned money of the Xianming citizens and hand it over to other dynasties is a heinous crime, deserving of extermination of the 9 clans. However, considering Zheng Yu's proactive disclosure of this matter, I shall only execute Zhenghua. Zheng Yu shall receive a lighter sentence of 30 years in prison. Upon hearing this, the national master sighed deeply. The Xianming dynasty was destined for upheaval. With Zheng Yu gone, who will settle the account for the dynasty? The national master asked. "Will you be handling the accounts?" Lin Feng turned to Luo Jie and Jiang Gufeng. The two shook their heads vigorously. Being confined to a dim room to calculate accounts was more torturous than death. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak further, 3 figures unexpectedly entered. "Should I, the princess, assist you in settling these accounts?" A girl, exuding an air of arrogance, strode in, flanked by 2 handsome youths. She wore a crimson robe, her features beautiful, yet her demeanor quite unruly. The 2 boys in white robes, both at the 5th level of the condensation realm, appeared beside her. "Are you the emperor of the Xianming dynasty?" the girl asked, looking up at Lin Feng with disdain. "Is that all the strength you possess? Do you have business here?" Lin Feng inquired. "What ridiculous decree have you issued? Why does the Xianming dynasty allow entry but not exit?" the girl questioned, hands on her hips. Exhibiting a wholly unreasonable attitude, "It seems I have no obligation to explain myself to you," Lin Feng replied coolly. "Humph," the girl sneered, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy from her hand, directed at Lin Feng. A military officer let out a cold snort, and the imposing aura of the true martial realm burst forth, immediately dissipating the overwhelming presence. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and inquired, "How did you manage to enter?" The Xianming Palace was situated within the Imperial Palace, where ordinary individuals were required to announce their presence. Yet these 3 had silently appeared at his banquet. Could it be that they wielded influence within his Imperial Palace? "It seems I am not obliged to explain myself to you," the girl replied, mimicking Lin Feng's demeanor. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Lin Feng's face. He stood up, causing the 3 to immediately adopt a defensive stance. "Then allow me to pose another question. You claim to be a princess. From which dynasty do you hail?" The girl let out a cold huff and tilted her head towards the boy behind her. The handsome youth to her right promptly stepped forward and declared, "From the Holy Spirit dynasty. I am Shengling heir." Gasp! The moment these words were uttered, a wave of gasps echoed throughout the previously silent Xianming Palace. Shengling heir, noticing the reactions, wore a satisfied smirk, relishing the mockery in Lin Feng's expression. Shengling heir. Lin Feng's face revealed confusion. The youth beside Shengling heir cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, saying, "You surely do not recognize our princess." "Do you?" "Our princess awakened her Holy Spirit bloodline at the tender age of 12, making her the most pure-blooded individual in the history of the Holy Spirit dynasty, aside from the Saint Lord bloodline from millennium ago. It is a certainty that she will become a formidable force in the future at that time. Not only will your Xianming dynasty bow down, but even the Tianqiao holy nation will have to comply." The youth's arrogant words reverberated in the Xianming Palace, yet no one dared to rebuke their hubris. The reason was simple. Shengling heir truly possessed such strength as the first princess named after a dynasty. She had been showered with affection since childhood, leading her to develop such an impudent character. And what of the Tianqiao? At least you were merely at the initial stage of the condensed element realm. Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. "Now tell me how you arrived here." The girl's lips curled into a teasing smile. What if I choose not to speak? Do you dare to kill me? Even if you do your officials dare to watch me die here? Do you fell silent? Indeed, they would not dare allow Shengling heir to perish here. The Holy Spirit dynasty's national strength was nearly tenfold that of the Xianming dynasty. And should Shengling heir die here, it would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation. The Xianming dynasty could very well face annihilation. Observing the silent officials, Lin Feng proposed a different route. If that is the case, shall we make a wager? If I win, you tell me. If I lose, I shall let you go. And wagered. I shall give you 3 seconds. If you do not open the door, I will immediately summon my father to destroy you. Shengling heir was utterly unconvinced, seemingly having exhausted her patience, and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. No one noticed that the moment the girl entered, Jiang Gufeng had swiftly scurried under the table as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Chapter 79. Battle with Shengling heir. As the girl's final word fell, a tempest erupted around Lin Feng. The pressure of the initial stage of the condensed element realm surged towards the three. The two youths let out cold laughs, unleashing their own condensed element realm auras without reservation. Initially believing that their combined strength would send Lin Feng flying, they were horrified to discover that they were evenly matched against him. Is he not merely at the initial stage of the condensed element realm? How is he capable of contending with us, both at the 5th stage of the condensed element realm? The two youths were struck by a sense of unreality. If you three are guests, the Xianming dynasty welcomes you warmly. However, if you are unruly and unreasonable, I do not mind teaching you a lesson. Lin Feng's icy voice resonated like the chill of winter. Shengling heir was momentarily stunned, a sneer forming on her lips. With your caliber, you dare to aspire to be an emperor. If I were your subject, I would have revolted long ago. This world is not a mundane realm. Strength reigns supreme in emperor at the initial stage of the condensed element realm? How laughable. Shengling heir's blunt words plunged several minor clans into contemplation, their thoughts suddenly ignited. With Xianyuan Yu missing, should the throne be determined by seniority? There is still Xianyuan City to take the lead in terms of strength. Lin Feng was hardly a contender. Yes, Shengling heir had stated. Why should they heed Lin Feng's commands? The heads of their clans were at least at the true martial realm, capable of extinguishing Lin Feng with a mere wave of their hands. What right did such a person have to govern a dynasty, to protect the dynasty? Well, simply because I do, Lin Feng replied, his expression inscrutable, devoid of joy or anger. What realm do you occupy? 7th stage of the condensed element realm, the girl declared proudly. Nothing more than that, Lin Feng scoffed. How amusing. Shengling heir was so incensed she laughed. With such strength, do you dare to face this princess in single combat? Why would I not? Lin Feng asserted, refusing to yield. National Master, activate the arena for combat. Princess, think twice. Should you be injured, we will surely raise your Xianming dynasty to the ground. One youth urged anxiously. Indeed, this waste cannot possibly match you, but if he employs any underhanded tactics during the duel, we will have a hard time explaining upon our return, the other echoed. Both youths implored Shengling heir not to contest with Lin Feng. Though the Xianming dynasty was not particularly robust, Lin Feng, as the ruler of a nation, was hardly deserving of being labeled a mere commoner. Their intentions were clear, to belittle Lin Feng as much as possible. Lin Feng cast a deep glance at the two youths before proceeding with the National Master to activate the arena not far from the Xianming Palace. Come, let me witness your prowess. O genius of the initial stage of the condensed element realm, Shengling heir taunted as she leaped onto the arena. Lin Feng removed his yellow robe and crown, leaping onto the arena as well. You insolent brat, should the princess be harmed, we will undoubtedly level your Xianming dynasty. One of the youths barked from below the arena. Is this the new technique you've developed? Just open your mouth. And you'll never be injured, always standing tall. Is it? Lin Feng could not help but mock. Shengling heir's face flushed with indignation. She shot a fierce glare at the youth beside her. Do not speak out of turn. Do you think I could be injured by him? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng unleashed his aura, causing dark clouds to gather and winds to howl. Heavenly pivot battle form. Activate. With his words, a violent aura erupted from him, elevating his realm to the 2nd stage of the condensed element realm. Lin Feng's hair whipped about in the wind, her beautiful eyes betraying no hint of panic but a secret method to forcibly enhance one's realm. Only the mediocre would resort to such tactics. She extended her delicate hand, her red lips whispering from the myriad realms, divine law extraction. As her voice fell, a massive circular disk appeared above the dark clouds. Inscribed with bizarre patterns, some exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of divine miracles. Others radiated a chilling essence, like that of the underworld. The colossal pointer began to spin, and Lin Feng's heart tightened, an ominous premonition surging within him. The pointer ticked rhythmically, and although it seemed to take an eternity, it was but a second before the disc completed its extraction. Observing the pointer's final position, Lin Feng's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. "I'm afraid you are quite unfortunate." Boom! A torrent of murderous intent erupted from Lin Feng, her fair skin transforming into a ghastly dark red. Sharp spikes sprouted across her face. Transformation. Berserk. Her aura surged dramatically, ascending from the 7th stage of the condensed element realm to the 8th, then the 9th, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 10th stage of the condensed element realm. Lin Feng's pupils constricted in disbelief. How was he to contend with such a foe? It was not just Lin Feng. Everyone outside the arena was left aghast. The national master stroked his white beard, murmuring, "The Holy Spirit bloodline is indeed formidable." If placed at the heavenly step realm, such an ability to ascend 3 realms is likely unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Lin Feng was enveloped in a crimson mist, her eyes blood red, her nails elongated and razor-sharp, her voice raspy as if a vengeful spirit had descended upon the mortal realm. "Come, let me witness your strength." Many felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing her voice. Their thoughts of resistance extinguished. Du looked up at the ghoulish figure, contemplating that facing her would yield uncertain outcomes that on the arena. The one most tense was undoubtedly Lin Feng. This was his first encounter with an opponent 8 realms stronger than himself. "Hiss!" Lin Feng screeched, her figure racing towards Lin Feng at breakneck speed. Lin Feng, witnessing this, swiftly raised his thumb and declared, "Gravity, reverse!" An invisible domain rapidly expanded, and upon entering, Lin Feng's form began to ascend uncontrollably. What was happening? Lin Feng was blowing Lin Feng upwards with wind. No, it seemed she was propelling herself upwards. The sudden shift in gravity took Lin Feng completely by surprise. Her lack of practical experience was evident, and for a moment, she found herself flustered. Regaining her composure, Lin Feng retrieved a rear-mounted flying device from her storage ring. With a surge of air propulsion, she finally stabilized her form mid-air. Shortly thereafter, the flying device accelerated sharply, and Lin Feng once again darted straight towards Lin Feng, her hands already gathering a terrifying wave of energy. Gravity, reversed. Lin Feng adjusted his thumb, which had been pointed downwards, to a proper position, causing gravity to reverse once more. Unlike time reversal, this manipulation did not demand much energy. After employing this technique again, Lin Feng suddenly doubled her speed, her body crashing into the ground before Lin Feng like a cannonball. Saintus! The 2 young men glared with fury, yet they found themselves utterly incapable of breaking the formation. Hidden within the shimmering palace, Jiang Gufeng stared blankly at Lin Feng. This fellow, is he resorting to underhanded tactics? Chapter 80. Dugu Longfeng shameless, shameless. The bruised and battered Lin Feng was swiftly attended to, a large bump swelling on her forehead as she gritted her teeth and furiously spat out her indignation at Lin Feng. Despite her elevation to the pinnacle of the condensation realm under the influence of demonization and frenzy, her physical constitution could not keep pace. Such terrifying acceleration could injure even a true martial realm practitioner. How can I be shameless? Am I not allowed to use my skills? Lin Feng replied with a smile that he had braced himself for a fierce battle, yet he was taken aback by Lin Feng's apparent fragility. After crashing to the ground, rather than seeking vengeance on Lin Feng, she sat there, wailing inconsolably, "You're doomed. Lin Feng. Is it? Our saintess has never sustained injuries before. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Ling dynasty." Lin Feng regarded the 2 young men as if they were fools. "Are you implying that I must merely stand there and accept my fate? Do not dare to presume to be an emperor." You are nothing. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as the youth stepped forward, the oppressive aura of the true martial realm bearing down on the young men. They instantly felt their blood flow constrict. If you continue to speak disrespectfully, do you believe I want to kill you? Lin Feng's voice turned icy, starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor. The young men's faces flushed with pressure as one of them retorted hoarsely. You rely entirely on your subjects. If we die, the Saintess will seek vengeance on our behalf. Indeed, that as they spoke, their confidence waned, and soon they lowered their heads in silence. Lin Feng dared not harm Shengling, but if he were to eliminate these two, the Shengling dynasty would likely retaliate against the Xianming dynasty. Their family had invested a considerable amount of silver to secure their positions as protectors of Shengling. They were on the brink of a promising future and could not afford to fall here. Seeing that the two young men, despite their bravado, had lost their momentum, Lin Feng snorted and chose not to pursue the matter further. He turned to Shengling. Now, can you tell me how you managed to enter? With a face full of resentment, Shengling glared at Lin Feng. How else could I have come in but to spend some true crystals? You're certain it was all about money? What a ridiculous question. Do you expect me to spend my own? Your Xianming dynasty is quite stingy, a mere 10 taels of silver for each guard. In our dynasty, a captain of the guards earns a true crystal each month. At this revelation, the officials fell silent. Their monthly salaries were also only a single true crystal, with the rest acquired through dubious means. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, pondering how Xian Yuan you managed the realm. In light of this, you may leave. When the gates of the imperial city open in the future, everyone shall be free to come and go. Lin Feng waved his hand. Since Zhongwa had already been dealt with, there was no reason to keep the city gates closed. Understood. One official responded with a BOW. In a way, I want to leave. Now that I have met the emperor, you must help me find my fiancée, or I shall remain here indefinitely. Shengling pouted and began to act petulantly. Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed. Your fiancé? In the Xianming dynasty, what else would I be doing here? His name is Long Feng, a practitioner of the invincible sword path. Have you heard of him? Lin Feng shook his head. While he did know someone who practiced the invincible sword path, that individual did not go by the name Long Feng. Can't you help me look for him? I swear, once I find him, this princess shall reward you handsomely. Shengling raised her right arm and swore to the heavens. If I cannot find him, you should leave quickly. Lin Feng's face displayed impatience. She was truly a nuisance. He perhaps understood why her fiancé had fled. This girl was bothersome, arrogant, and prone to unreasonable demands. With only her looks to redeem her, she paled in comparison to Lu Oya. Just help me out. Your Majesty, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Shengling persisted, leaving the officials in a state of bewilderment. It was rumored that while Shengling was the saintess of the Shengling dynasty, she held others in contempt and was notoriously arrogant. Yet now, she appeared to be a lovesick fool. Whatever you can give me. The problem is, what do you possess? Lin Feng glanced at her fingers, noting that she bore no storage ring, and her attire seemed devoid of pockets. Shengling, taken aback, replied awkwardly, Well, your Xianming dynasty has far too many thieves that I was careless, but rest assured, once I locate him, I shall express my profound gratitude upon my return to the Shengling dynasty. The young man, assisting with her treatment, interjected with a face full of indignation. How do you govern your country? We have visited many dynasties, yet only in the Xianming dynasty have we been robbed. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Having seen how much Zhonghua had embezzled, the treasury was undoubtedly depleted, leaving the populace with little recourse. Fortunately, such incidents were unlikely to recur. Shengling, is it? Lin Feng inquired. MHM. Shengling nodded eagerly. How can you be sure Long Feng is in our Xianming dynasty? Because of the invincible sword path. I heard from the neighboring Qian dynasty that a swordsman who practiced the invincible sword path emerged from here. So I hurried over. Nearby, Roger recalled something. Brother Lin Feng, Jiang, before he could finish, Lin Feng silenced him with a glance. Jiang Gufeng had his reasons for remaining incognito, although Lin Feng was unaware of the specifics. He could simply inquire later. Revealing his identity now could lead to irreversible consequences. Regrettably, The moment Lin Feng silenced Roger was witnessed by Xianglinga, who leaped in excitement. Wow, you knew. Little Emperor, summon me to him at once. I knew it. How could the Emperor of the Xianming dynasty not be aware of a genius practicing the invincible sword path? Seeing Lin Feng's helpless expression, Roger realized he had misspoken and quickly fell silent. Find a place to rest. I have matters to attend to. Once I am finished, we can discuss further. Xianglinga appeared suddenly enlightened. You intend to ask him, right? I'd advise against it. Just tell me where Dougal Longfeng is. If he learns of my presence here, he will undoubtedly flee. Does he not hold you in high regard? Lin Feng teased. Xianglinga's cheeks flushed. It's not that he dislikes me. Rather, there are misunderstandings between us. However, I have come with sincere intentions to apologize. The young man aiding her treatment leaned in and whispered, Princess, our sincerity has been stolen. Oh. Xianglinga's body stiffened. Chapter 81. You are ultimately not him regardless. Since I stand here, I possess a considerable amount of sincerity. Find him. I have traversed mountains and rivers, visiting 8 dynasties without uncovering his whereabouts. It was only after arriving here that, to my dismay, my storage ring was stolen shortly after my arrival. Upon hearing this, Luoya felt deeply moved. As a woman, she could empathize with Xianglinga's arduous journey. Just as Lin Feng found himself in a predicament, a cool voice echoed from a distance, I am the swordsman who practices the invincible sword path. What business do you have with me? Princess, Jiang Gufeng emerged from the Xianming palace, and upon hearing the voice, Xianglinga instantly beamed with joy. Yet when she turned to face the newcomer, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Who are you? I am Jiang Gufeng. Where are you from? I am a wanderer, with no fixed abode. Who is your father? My father is Jiang Bupai. Xianglinga posed 3 rapid questions, to which Jiang Gufeng responded one by one. Though he felt an inexplicable urge to evade Xianglinga, witnessing Lin Feng's awkward demeanor at the entrance compelled him to suppress his inner turmoil and engage with her. But I do not believe you. Show me your invincible sword path. Suddenly, the Holy Spirit Child struck, manifesting a wooden spear in his palm, which he thrust fiercely towards Jiang Gufeng. Jiang Gufeng's expression shifted slightly, and in an instant, a wave of energy erupted around him. Summoning the heavenly sword into his hand, the overwhelming aura coalesced into an indomitable sword intent, instantly severing the Holy Spirit Child's wooden spear. With a soft thud, the 3 segments of the spear fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiang Gufeng had not only shattered the spear, but also dismantled the last vestiges of the Holy Spirit Child's defiance. Truly, the invincible path of the sword. Your sword intent bears a striking resemblance to his, and your voice echoes his as well. Yet, you are ultimately not him. Mist seemed to glimmer in her eyes as she bit her crimson lip. But in the end, she said nothing and turned away. Holy Maiden, 2 youths hurriedly chased after the Holy Spirit Child, casting an indignant glance at Jiang Gufeng as they departed. After the trio left, Lin Feng clapped Jiang Gufeng's shoulder heavily in front of the assembled officials. What is the matter with you? Why are you avoiding her? Jiang Gufeng remained dazed, gazing at the girl's departing figure, somewhat lost in thought. After a moment, he forced a wry smile and replied, I don't know. The moment I saw her, my subconscious just wanted to avoid her. Lin Feng shook his head in response. Forget it. We can discuss this later. Let's eat first. When they returned to the Xianming Palace, the first batch of dishes had already gone cold. They dined on the later served dishes, engaging in open discussions with the officials about the future development of the Xianming dynasty. Some individuals attempted to plot discreetly, only to realize their whispers were caught by Lin Feng. With a mere hint, he left these old fellows sweating profusely. Overall, the meal proceeded smoothly. After the Xianming banquet concluded, Lin Feng departed with Luo Ye and the others. Where are we going? Luo Jie inquired curiously. To the royal treasury. I need to retrieve some true crystals for cultivation, Lin Feng stated. Although the Holy Spirit Child's words were sharp, they held a kernel of truth. His strength was indeed too feeble. Initially, he had planned to wait until he grasped the financial situation before embezzling some true crystals for his cultivation. Now, it seemed wiser to leverage his royal authority to expedite his training. True crystals were a type of crystal that could only be cultivated by those in the true martial realm. The absorption rate for those in the condensing yuan realm was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, the energy contained within them was incomparable to ordinary second or third-grade pills. Jiang Gufeng expressed a hint of melancholy. I never expected you to be an emperor. You concealed it so well. Not really. I only just became one recently. Lin Feng replied candidly. How did you manage to become one? Let me try being emperor for a couple of days. Luo Jie exclaimed eagerly. Lin Feng glanced at him. In the qi cultivation realm, I doubt anyone would take you seriously. With my condensing yuan realm cultivation, had I not fought the Holy Spirit Child today, this position might not have been secure. Luo Jie sighed upon hearing this. Ah, that is indeed true. Lin Feng, recalling that woman, seemed to remember something and turned to Jiang Gufeng. By the way, you haven't clarified the situation with the Holy Spirit Child for us yet. What do you mean by wanting to avoid her subconsciously? Jiang Gufeng scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. It was my first time meeting her. Luo Jie smirked. You little rascal. You didn't accidentally drink fake wine and spend a night with her, did you? Impossible. Even if that were the case, why wouldn't she recognize me? Besides, I don't touch alcohol at all. Then it doesn't add up. How could one inexplicably develop feelings for a stranger? Lin Feng scrutinized Jiang Gufeng with suspicion. You aren't deceiving us, are you? What would I gain by deceiving you? Jiang Gufeng retorted with a smile, continuing forward. Brother Lin Feng, my cultivation has actually reached the 10th layer of qi cultivation. Do you have any condensing yuan pills? Luo Jie followed behind Lin Feng. Fidgeting with embarrassment, but oh, you've made such rapid progress. Lin Feng was taken aback. Of course, I have condensing yuan pills. I will refine a top-tier one for you shortly. Great. By the way, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm practicing a heavenly grade cultivation method. Luo Jie whispered to Lin Feng, though he only possessed a fragment of the middle section, with the front and back portions being incomplete. Coupled with his previous lack of mental clarity, this had led to stagnation in his realm. Huh, aren't you practicing a lightning-based cultivation method? Haha, my father instructed me to keep it under wraps. I must have inadvertently cultivated the lightning true energy while practicing my splits, Luo Jie explained, upon hearing this. Lin Feng seemed to recall something, his expression turning peculiar. Isn't that fire separation ring also from the Luo family? He asked in astonishment. That cultivation method called the yin-yang chaos decision. Huh. Luo Jie was stunned. How did you know that? Seeing Luo Jie's astonished gaze, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly as he recounted the events of the demon-slaying war from 1,000 years ago. Lin Feng was uncertain whether Luo Jie absorbed the information, but saw him looking starry-eyed, asking, Does your family truly possess the preceding chapters of the yin-yang chaos decision? Lin Feng nodded. Your sister is currently cultivating the preceding chapters of the yin-yang chaos decision. Then don't we now have a complete set? I won't have to struggle to figure out the cultivation path anymore. Not quite. The latter portion is still missing, Lin Feng replied, regarding Luo Jie with surprise. This fellow had been attempting to deduce the cultivation path of the preceding chapter through the middle portion. That was a heavenly grade cultivation method, not something that could be easily deduced. To think this lad was also a genius. Luo Jie looked at him in astonishment. Do you know how far I can cultivate this middle portion? To the celestial step. Based on this technique, there might be realms beyond the celestial step. Yet for us, merely reaching the carefree realm would allow us to stride through the Xianming dynasty at will. I never imagined I could go that far. That is indeed the case. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. And then he thought of his own 7-star slaying god technique. The description of this technique stated, 7 stars emerge, gods and demons revered together. According to the realm classifications, they were qi cultivation, condensing yuan, true martial, carefree, and celestial step. The celestial step must be the 5th realm. Lin Feng yearned to know what the legendary 7th realm entailed. As the two conversed, Jiang Gufeng halted abruptly at a corner ahead. He gazed at the imposing man before him, his body tense as though facing a formidable enemy. The man seemed to sense the presence of Jiang Gufeng and the others. He turned, a smile playing on his lips. What is this? Are you here to rob my treasury? Chapter 82. The vassal dynasty. Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing the voice. I've only been emperor for a day. Surely, I want to be dismissed already. Xin Yuan Yu shook his head. I feel you are more suited for this position than I am. Zhonghua even dared to act. Do you know the power behind him? The Zheng family? Or the Qian dynasty? Lin Feng speculated. Wrong. It's the Tianyuan sect. Xin Yuanyu shrugged helplessly. My brother is about to set off for the Tianyuan sect. Hopefully, this matter hasn't reached that old coot Zheng Kuei's ears yet. Come in and talk, Xin Yuanyu said as he opened the royal treasury, stepping inside. Lin Feng turned to the two, who stood frozen in place, puzzled. What's wrong? Come in. Are you brothers with the emperor? Jiang Gufeng asked with difficulty, while Luo Jie wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had anticipated Lin Feng's rise, but this was beyond his expectations. Indeed. Thanks to my brother's favor, let us head in, Lin Feng said as he stepped inside, with Jiang Gufeng and Luo Jie following closely behind. The treasury was filled with a dazzling array of treasures, just as Lin Feng had first seen it. Jiang Gufeng and Luo Jie were left awestruck, several times reaching out to take items, only to be stopped in their tracks. I allow you to take one item, Xin Yuanyu said, observing their eagerness. He then took a seat at a square table. Hearing Xin Yuanyu's permission, the two immediately reached for the treasures they had set their eyes on, while Lin Feng sat down directly before Xin Yuanyu. Brother, how are Feng Xiao and the others? They're naturally fine. What? Are you wishing for me to eliminate them? Xin Yuanyu replied with a chuckle. Your father-in-law is also in there. That is not the case. Lin Feng waved his hand, then asked curiously, Brother, don't you think our Xianming dynasty is somewhat decayed? Lin Feng felt it necessary to discuss this issue with Xin Yuanyu. Corruption among officials and the people surviving by thievery. The Xianming dynasty was in dire need of reform. Indeed, but I'm powerless to change it. I once thought that possessing sufficient strength would enable me to control everything. Thus, I never bothered to study the art of ruling, focusing solely on cultivation. You must have noticed that how could a competent emperor entrust his realm to a person he has only known for a few days? Lin Feng smiled wryly. Unable to refute this point, at this moment, Jiang Gufeng and Luo Jie had finished selecting their items. They approached Lin Feng and Xin Yuanyu, respectfully greeting, We pay our respects to the emperor. Xin Yuanyu waved his hand, while Lin Feng did not feel they were bowing to him. Thus he made no move. The two sat down on either side at Xin Yuanyu's gesture. You have a solution for this matter? Xin Yuanyu inquired of Lin Feng, advocating for enhanced regulation, increased remuneration for officials, and the alleviation of taxes on the common folk. As Lin Feng spoke, he occasionally appeared lost in contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuanyu sighed. These are all ideal circumstances. Lin Feng, do you have any idea how much true crystal my Xianming dynasty is obligated to pay annually to the Heavenly Origin sect? Lin Feng shook his head, admitting his ignorance about the matter. Xin Yuanyu raised a finger. 10 million pieces of true crystal. Without the burdensome taxes, it would be impossible to gather such an amount. I concede that the pressure on the common people is immense. Yet at least under the protection of the Heavenly Origin sect, they are spared from the ravages of war, for the corruption among officials. My reason for turning a blind eye is that even if their salaries were equivalent to those of the neighboring Qian dynasty, the entire economic system of our dynasty would collapse. This is due to the exorbitant expenses we incur for our military. The existence of the Nether Realm necessitates a constant flow of funds for military upkeep. That I have often fretted over this issue. If the official salaries do not increase, who will be motivated to diligently serve? However, on that fateful day when I secluded myself for an extended period to break through to the Xiaoyao realm, I emerged to discover that they had formed an unspoken understanding amongst themselves. Their self-organized relationships, developed in freedom, proved to be more effective than my previous governance. Hence, the current situation came to be. I once contemplated reform, yet my prolonged idleness has allowed this web of collusion among officials to take root, making it nearly impossible to amend. Moreover, now that I am a powerful figure in the Xiaoyao realm, their conspiracies no longer threaten my position. Thus, I have delayed action until now. After Xin Yuanyu finished explaining, Lin Feng appeared contemplative. By the way, I am quite curious. Did you deal with Zhonghua? And did his associates not stir up any trouble? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, they caused a commotion, but I sent them all to the tribunal. Xian Yuanyu was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The tribunal must be quite lively now. Indeed, we too shall face judgment tomorrow, Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. Xian Yuanyu then turned to Jianggu Feng. This must pertain to the recent incident involving this young brother. With Feng Xiao no longer present, what is there to judge? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, without the prosecution, what judgment could be rendered? Yet he suddenly recalled the other three clan heads, Zhao, Wang, and Luo. If one has perished, the other three will be detained for a time. Xian Yuanyu spoke casually, but Luo Jie tensed at the mention of a death. Could it possibly be his father? Though his father was powerful and obstinate, he was still Luo Jie's biological parent. Yet before this emperor, he dared not voice his inquiry. Who has died? Lin Feng directly posed the question that was foremost in Luo Jie's mind. Prompting a grateful glance from Luo Jie. Zhao Qianzai, that old scoundrel, I dealt with him directly, Xian Yuanyu replied, his tone as flat as if he had crushed an ant. But enough of these individuals. After my departure, do not squander the true crystals in the treasury. Should the dynasty's economy collapse, I shall hold you accountable. Lin Feng nodded, while Luo Jie secretly sighed in relief, grateful that his father was not among the deceased. Furthermore, a month ago, the Qian dynasty proposed a youth exchange battle, which I initially declined. However, now that we have you, I believe we stand a chance of victory against them. Xian Yuanyu mentioned this casually. But Lin Feng understood that they could not evade this exchange event, that we must give them a thorough beating. What rewards await us upon victory? Lin Feng inquired with ambitious zeal, 100,000 true crystals. Along with the vassalage of their dynasty for the next decade. Their appetite is quite large. Lin Feng frowned, realizing that should they lose, it would not merely be a matter of financial ruin. Vassalage that would forever stain our dynasty's history, a blemish that could never be cleansed. What say you? Do you possess confidence? Xian Yuanyu squinted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Indeed, it is the Qian dynasty that shall become our vassal. Chapter 83. The Qian dynasty's exchange event good. Such aspirations are commendable. I shall await the auspicious news from you at the Heavenly Origin sect, Xian Yuanyu responded, visibly relieved. With Lin Feng succeeding the throne. The Xianming dynasty was under the auspices of the auspicious Dragon Qi. As long as Lin Feng did not ease the reins, there should be no significant issues. He then turned to Jianggu Feng and his companion. I have heard a bit about you. One is an undefeated sword master, and the other a promising cultivator that I hope you both will participate in the upcoming exchange event. Jianggu Feng nodded in agreement. Just a few days later, he achieved another breakthrough, elevating his cultivation to the second level of the condensation realm. Luo Jie, on the other hand, felt somewhat awkward. If I step up, will I not be defeated by the Qian dynasty? Did you not just break through to the condensation realm? Lin Feng countered, I, too, am at the first level. If I dare to compete, what do you fear? Luo Jie trembled slightly, inwardly lamenting. Are you not aware of your own combat prowess? Yet he replied, I will do my best. If I fail, you must not blame me. Fear not. Should you become a historical disgrace of the Xianming dynasty, I shall merely refrain from punishing you too harshly. Jianggu Feng chuckled menacingly. According to the laws of the Xianming dynasty, the most heinous offenders shall be hung at the city gates, subjected to countless lashes. Upon hearing Jianggu Feng's words, Luo Jie felt even more anxious. When does the exchange commence? Lin Feng inquired. I agreed to their proposal yesterday, so it should be within the next few days, Xian Yuanyu replied. Yes, he spoke. He seemed to recall something, his expression turning slightly awkward. Lin Feng's face darkened. Good heavens, so you had already arranged this without consulting us? Ahem, young brother Luo, if you find this to be a burden. Xian Yuanyu quickly attempted to shift the topic. No, I do not find it burdensome. Serving the Xianming dynasty with unwavering dedication is my mission, Luo Jie declared, puffing out his chest. He suddenly remembered he was in the presence of the emperor, a formidable figure in the Xiaoyao realm. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity to showcase himself while sulking. I was going to say, if it is burdensome, I could provide you with 2 more treasures for protection. Since you are capable. Luo Jie nearly choked on his words, struggling to breathe. Lin Feng facepalmed. Bemused by the boy's unflagging earnestness, he glanced at Xian Yuanyu. who waved his hand with a smile. All right, all right, I was merely jesting. Each of you shall receive 2 items, making it 3 in total with what you just acquired, and if we lose, I will truly whip you, Xin Yuanyu added. Thank you, your majesty. Luo Jie exclaimed joyfully, standing with Jiang Feng to express their gratitude. Xin Yuanyu turned to Luo Ye. Little sister, should you require cultivation resources, feel free to approach Lin Feng. Take whatever treasures you need. Lin Feng was left bewildered, while Luo Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you, big brother, Luo Ye replied with a bright smile. Indeed, Xin Yuanyu nodded slightly. Now that all matters are settled, I must go attend to the mess left by Zheng Kuei. I am still unsure of how to proceed. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I had not thought it through. I merely aim to govern our Xianming dynasty well. Your intentions are noble. However, consider this. Their actions are predicated on some form of backing. You ought to be careful. The relationships involved are intricate. If I cannot manage them, I shall not offer you misguided counsel. Xin Yuanyu sighed midway through his statement. He, too, was but a novice in governance. How could he instruct another? In truth, Xin Yuanyu had never wished to be an emperor. His aspiration at the age of 12 was to traverse mountains and rivers with Qing Yi. He only wished to clear a path for her. An emperor in this world wields but a sword, compelling all beneath the heavens to bow in submission. Alas, dreams are often beautiful, yet he ultimately ascended to the throne, even at the cost of Qing Yi's life. Xin Yuanyu's self-deprecating words fell on Jiang Feng and Luo Jie's ears, revealing a different meaning. It was evident that Xin Yuanyu intended to delegate the entirety of imperial authority to Lin Feng, leaving himself uninvolved. Furthermore, Xin Yuanyu's permission for Luo Ye to freely access resources implied that Lin Feng and Luo Ye, as a married couple, could essentially draw from the national treasury at will. Jiang Feng was stunned, and Luo Jie was aghast. Luo Jie could almost envision the shock on his father's face upon learning this news. He could only imagine the myriad expressions that would grace Luo Qiyu's countenance. Yes, big brother, I shall strive diligently to, in light of this, I shall go cultivate now. Here, take these true crystals, and regarding the true crystal vein I have granted you, I have already dispatched someone to implant it beneath the Lin family estate. Thank you, big brother. Lin Feng gratefully clasped his hands in acknowledgement, estimating the true crystals to be over 1,000 in number. This is what you deserve. Alas, I must take my leave. Xin Yuanyu cast a glance at the horizon, ultimately rising into the sky with reluctance. Lin Feng, having seen Xin Yuanyu off, observed the 2 individuals before him, their hunger akin to that of ravenous wolves, and wore a wary expression. What are your intentions? Quickly summon him. How did you come to be sworn brothers with Xin Yuanyu? Jiang Feng exclaimed, as he clasped Lin Feng's neck and shook him vigorously. Stop, stop, stop. I'll tell you. All right. Lin Feng, his head spinning from the motion, relented at the Xianming Square. He called for me to receive a reward. After I received it, he asked me to accompany him to participate in the youth fete. What? Xin Yuanyu is taking part in the youth fete. Roger gasped in astonishment. The emperor is actually participating in a matchmaking event. If word gets out, those eligible young women will surely be at each other's throats. Indeed, he was with Luo Ye at that time. Lin Feng gestured towards Luo Ye, who nodded in acknowledgement. What did you all discuss? Jiang Feng inquired with curiosity. Not just him, but Lin Feng and Roger also leaned in closer. Oh, what are you all doing? The 3 crowded around Luo Ye, prompting her to push them away. He merely took me to grab a bite, and then those stall owners were chattering about how some little girl was tugging at the emperor's ears. After that, my father and the other clan leaders arrived and took my elder brother away. They captured Xin Yuanyu. Roger's heart raced with trepidation. How audacious of my father to dare seize the emperor. Did they really capture Xin Yuanyu? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that he wore the same mask as Xin Yuanyu, his expression shifting to one of unease. They must have captured the wrong person. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's back. If Xin Yuanyu had not been at the youth fete, he would surely have been imperiled at that moment. A series of footsteps echoed from outside the treasury. Disrupting Lin Feng's thoughts, they turned in confusion, only to behold 3 familiar figures. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Is this never-ending? Why have you returned? Chapter 84. Forgotten me, Saint Spirit Air, stood at the entrance of the treasury. Disregarding Lin Feng and focusing intently on Jiang Gufeng. Jiang Gufeng frowned, suppressing the urge to flee. Have you forgotten something? Saint Spirit Air inquired of Jiang Gufeng. What should I have forgotten? Please remind me. Jiang Gufeng replied with a furrowed brow. Saint Spirit Air hesitated, biting her red lip, before uttering the words that made one blush. You've forgotten our memories of love. Jiang Gufeng. That you two big fools, absolute fools. I'm about to leave the Xianming dynasty. Why must you make me say such embarrassing things? On the way back to the Saint Spirit dynasty. Saint Spirit Air complained. The two young men exchanged awkward glances. Had it not been for the repeated admonitions from the Saint Spirit Emperor forbidding them from mentioning anything about Dugu Long Feng to Saint Spirit Air, they wouldn't have had to expend such effort to nudge her. If only the saintess would speak a few more words, perhaps it would succeed. Yes, yes, I feel we were so close. Get away from me. If you want to say it, go say it yourselves. That boy's face is as sour as a rotten egg. Who would want him? After venting her frustration, Saint Spirit Air quietly sat at the back of the carriage. Sulking, yet suddenly, as if recalling something, her gaze inadvertently fell. But speaking of which, aside from his appearance, he seemed so much like Brother Long Feng. A girl confessed her feelings to you, and you show no reaction at all? Lin Feng asked curiously on their way to the training room. Roger chimed in, not even a flicker of emotion. She is the princess of the Saint Spirit dynasty. Not even a hint of feeling. In fact, I wanted to flee, Jiang Gufeng admitted, shrugging his shoulders. Oh, please, with such a stunning beauty pursuing you. You must be overjoyed. Roger teased. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. Jiang Gufeng sighed. Rather than worrying about my affairs, you should focus on your own training. The emperor said if you lose the competition, he'll have your head. He can't be that serious, Roger muttered. Glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng bro, I'll help you with the elixirs when we return. Once I finish, I'll enter seclusion. All right, may Lin Feng brother achieve swift progress in his cultivation. Are you cursing me? I am currently making strides in my training. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days slipped by. During these 3 days, Lin Feng immersed himself in relentless training. His cultivation level rose steadily from the first to the third stage of the condensed essence realm. This was still due to the inefficiency of absorbing true crystals at this stage. Otherwise, he could have progressed even faster. Roger, living up to expectations, with the help of the top-tier condensed essence pills crafted by Lin Feng, successfully reached the first stage of the condensed essence realm and continued to progress. Jiang Gufeng remained at the second stage of the condensed essence realm, yet he subtly exhibited signs of a breakthrough, likely to occur in the coming days. Everything was advancing in a positive direction in the Saint Spirit dynasty at the princess's residence. Nightfall blanketed the sky, dotted with stars. Saint Spirit Air stared blankly at her reflection in the vanity. Once a lively girl, now her face bore the marks of exhaustion. Saint Spirit Air traversed the 9 great dynasties and visited numerous powerful factions, finally obtaining concrete news in the Xianming dynasty. However, when she excitedly arrived there, reality dealt her a heavy blow. That Jiang Gufeng, no matter how similar he appeared, was ultimately not him. She could accept Dugu Longfeng's sudden departure, but at the very least, he could have told her where he was going. Did she truly mean so little to him as a lover? A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and she grasped at her handkerchief, reminiscent of a year prior when she clutched at his sleeve, pleading for him not to leave. Yet he still departed, leaving no one aware of his whereabouts. Oh, our little princess is here, crying again. Suddenly, Jiang Gufeng's voice came from outside the door. Saint Spirit Air froze at the sound, her first instinct being to think that the annoying boy had followed her to the Saint Spirit dynasty. But when she peered through narrowed eyes, that tall, slender figure left her frozen in place. What? You don't seem very pleased to see me. The handsome youth chuckled. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. Wait, don't go. Tears streamed uncontrollably as Saint Spirit Air rushed towards that figure. The figure smiled gently and raised his arm, seemingly wanting to embrace her. Yet, as they came together, Saint Spirit Air felt nothing substantial in her arms. She lifted her tear-stained face in a daze, bitterly speaking, is it merely an illusion? Dugu Long Feng. Even to see me, you only wish to manifest as a specter. Dugu Long Feng shook his head. I can only appear to you as an illusion now. My sudden departure was my fault. I had reasons that compelled me to leave. Please forgive me. And what of me? What shall I do? Why didn't you take me with you? Saint Spirit Air choked on her words. But you are the princess of a Saint Spirit dynasty, bearing the heavy responsibility of reviving the entire dynasty. Under the watchful eye of the Saint Spirit Emperor, where could I possibly take you? Saint Spirit Air crouched down, tears choking her throat, rendering her nearly speechless. Does this mean we can never meet again in this lifetime? Dugu Long Feng crouched beside her, solemnly declaring, we will certainly have a moment of reunion. It's just not now. Saint Spirit Air lifted her head. Really? Dugu Long Feng extended his pinky. Shall we make a promise? Saint Spirit Air regarded the illusion's outstretched pinky, turning her head away. I want to make a promise with you. Making promises is for children. Back then, you made a promise to protect me for a lifetime. Yet in the end, you still abandoned me. Ling Air, trust me. I will not deceive you this time, the figure earnestly stated. If you dare deceive me again, may thunder strike you and char you to a crisp. Dugu Long Feng forced a smile. So ruthless? Saint Spirit Air clenched her delicate fist. There are even harsher consequences that I am filled with hatred. When we made our promise, I neglected to establish a punishment, which led to your departure. If I had set a punishment of annihilating your entire lineage, I wonder if you would have dared to flee. Even as an illusion, Dugu Long Feng trembled at her words, raising his hands in surrender. My princess, is it truly necessary to be so cruel? To a heartbreaker, no punishment can be deemed too harsh. Just then, a shooting star streaked across the night sky to Dugu Long Feng, with keen eyes, pointed to the heavens. If you don't believe me, surely you must believe in shooting stars. Make a wish upon one, and any wish will come true. Saint Spirit Air gazed at the shooting star with skepticism, recalling how every wish she had made with Dugu Long Feng had indeed come to fruition. And thus she proudly declared, very well. I shall see if this shooting star proves to be effective. Together, Dugu Long Feng and Saint Spirit Air clasped their hands together, closing their eyes. Much like a year prior, two figures stood silently under the night sky atop the sacred Spirit Mountain. May I and Long Feng eventually become entwined, finding joy each day. With a smile, Sheng Ling made her wish. Upon opening her eyes, she tilted her head slightly in a proud manner. What about you? What did you wish for? No one responded, and she turned to find that the silhouette of Dugu Long Feng had vanished, just as mysteriously as he had arrived. And one knew the wish Dugu Long Feng had made, save for the shooting stars. Forget me, and find someone to take my place. Chapter 85. Get out of my way beneath the night sky of the Sheng Ling dynasty. The emperor stood atop the princess's palace, slowly retracting a compass marked by numerous cracks. National Master, how many of these time discs remain in our dynasty? He inquired. Reporting to your majesty, there are still 10. Replied a white-bearded elder with a respectful gesture. Then bring me 3 more, just in case, as you command, your majesty. The following morning, a dense fog enveloped the air, the temperature seemingly lower than usual. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes in the royal cultivation chamber. He glanced at Luoya beside him, astonished. You've reached the 7th level of qi refinement. So swiftly. Luoya exhaled a breath of turbid air, smiling as she replied, with so many resources invested in me. If I didn't break through, I would truly be a little fool. That may be true, but no matter how foolish you are, I still like you. Come, let's head to court together. As Lin Feng and Luoya walked through the deserted streets. Nearly every door was tightly shut, as if the inhabitants remained lost in slumber. They tread upon the white frost, making their way to the palace. Along the way, they passed the falling sunset inn. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Feng casually asked Luoya if she wished to eat. They purchased a few buns, just in time to spot Feng Xingyi strolling hand-in-hand with Luo Qiue. Upon seeing Lin Feng Xingyi's eyes flashed with malice. However, he understood that, at present, with his qi refinement cultivation, he stood no chance against Lin Feng, so he chose not to make a fool of himself and departed after purchasing a few buns. As they left, Luo Qiue cast a pitying glance at Luoya. Although they were sisters, their statuses had drastically changed. She was the wife of the sole heir of the Feng family, the foremost family of the Xianming dynasty. Destined to become its matriarch, in contrast, Lin Feng was merely the heir of a lowly family from Qingchuan town. Though Lin Feng currently possessed considerable cultivation, his lineage dictated the limits of his future. Conversely, Feng Xingyi, while currently inferior to Lin Feng, would soon catch up with him thanks to the Feng family's abundant resources. This was why she felt compelled to constantly elevate her social standing. Feng Xingyi, absorbed in his own thoughts, failed to notice Luo Qiue's subtle expression. Today marked his first time attending court in place of his father, and it was impossible for him not to feel anxious. Since becoming the acting head of the Feng family, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of respite, and today he had been summoned to attend the court session that he hurried along, his heart racing with trepidation. At that moment, Luo Qiue's voice interrupted his thoughts. "What are you two doing following us?" Feng Xingyi's expression darkened as he regarded Lin Feng, who had been trailing them. "Lin Feng, we are approaching the imperial palace, and you have no right to enter," he declared coldly. He was about to meet the emperor, and should the sovereign discover he had brought an unrelated person with him, he would surely be met with wrath. The repercussions could be catastrophic for him. "Yes, that's so," Lin Feng replied indifferently. "Who determines whether I am qualified or not?" Feng Xingyi's anger flared. "Do you not know your own status? What right does a village family have to enter the imperial palace?" "Get lost," Lin Feng sneered, stepping forward. "Come, tell me to get lost?" A suffocating pressure emanated from Feng Xingyi, whose cultivation was at the third level of the condensing yuan stage, nearly rendering him breathless. He staggered backward, his face flushed, and after a moment, managed to stammer, "You, wait for me." Flustered, he and Luo Qiue hurried into the palace, while her sharp voice echoed from a distance. "If you dare enter, the emperor will surely have you killed." Lin Feng, seemingly unfazed, continued to follow them at a leisurely pace. "I will be waiting." "Enough, there is no need to speak to him," Feng Xingyi interrupted Luo Qiue. "Let us hasten into the palace, lest the emperor discovers he arrived with us. As long as this matter does not implicate us, we can only rejoice at how the emperor decides to punish Lin Feng." Upon concluding, Feng Xingyi felt a flicker of anticipation within him, hoping that Lin Feng would manage to provoke the emperor. It was said that the new acting sovereign was quite capricious within the court. The officials had long awaited their arrival. They exchanged cautious whispers, evidently troubled by the diplomatic conflict instigated by the Qian dynasty. Among them stood a figure, silently pondering the previous night, unable to comprehend why his father had allowed Lin Feng to assume control of state affairs. Now, agreeing to the Qian dynasty's diplomatic conference, they had unwittingly invited disaster. Although their territory encompassed merely half of the Xianming dynasty, their strength far surpassed it. Among their younger generation, one had recently broken through to the first level of true martial realm, defeating an elder of their family who had reached the second level almost immediately after his breakthrough, an unparalleled force, deemed a prodigy among prodigies. In stark contrast, the strongest youth of the Xianming dynasty had been Feng Xingyi, who was now rendered incapacitated, his cultivation at the sixth level of condensing yuan reduced to nearly nothing. Jiu Tianming had also mysteriously vanished, leaving them at a loss for how to contend with the Qian dynasty. At that moment, Feng Xingyi's figure appeared outside the palace. All eyes turned toward him. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and grumbled, "I hope I'm not late. Next time, arrive earlier," the national master chided. Of course, that he hurried to his father's side, followed closely by Luo Qiue. If a child attended court on behalf of a parent, and if that child were already married, both could attend together in the Xianming dynasty. Although Feng Xingyi had yet to marry Luo Ye, their engagement banquet had already taken place, and marriage was merely a matter of time. Yes, he glanced upward at the dragon throne. It was evident that the new sovereign had yet to arrive. Seeing this, he quietly instructed Luo Qiue to refrain from speaking out of turn. She nodded vigorously. Fully aware that merely attending court was the pinnacle of her aspirations, she dared not utter a word. Before long, two figures appeared before the palace. The moment Feng Xingyi laid eyes on them, his heart soared with joy. In contrast, Luo Qiue's expression turned to one of cold amusement, anticipating the swift punishment that would befall them once the new sovereign arrived. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Feng strode across the threshold of the palace. Stepping inside, Feng Xingyi found it peculiar that the officials remained silent. With the officials mute, he too felt compelled to hold his tongue. But at that moment, Luocha seemed to have forgotten Feng Xingyi's earlier caution, calling out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, by what right do you enter? A commoner, get out of here. The moment those words left her mouth, astonishment swept through the crowd. Chapter 86. A disturbance. Lin Feng, as per usual, paid no heed to her words. Under the watchful eyes of the officials, he and Luo Ye advanced slowly. The crisp sound of their footsteps echoed through the grand hall. Each step felt like a heavy hammer striking at the heart of Feng Xingyi. With each echoing step, a ludicrous thought began to fester uncontrollably within him. Could Lin Feng sit? As Lin Feng ascended to the high platform and took his seat upon the dragon throne, he waved his hand gently, prompting all the ministers to take their seats without exception. Feng Xingyi was utterly astonished, hastily sitting down with Luo Chua. Luo Chua, witnessing the obedient ministers, fell into a state of stupor. A tumultuous wave surged within her heart, leaving her momentarily dazed as Feng Xingyi pulled her down to sit. Gazing at the figure upon the dragon throne, she found it impossible to reconcile that visage with the image of that worthless commoner. At that moment, Luo Ye sat demurely beside Lin Feng. His solemn voice resonated throughout the palace. Luo Chua? Luo Chua, startled at being called, rose in a flurry. Considering you are unaware of this emperor's status, you may be spared punishment. Leave the hall at once. The emperor's authority was overwhelming, exuding an air of solemnity. Luo Chua clenched her hands tightly, her body trembling, after all her efforts to finally partake in the court session. Lin Feng's words stripped her of that privilege. His voice was frigid and devoid of compassion. She understood that there was no turning back. Thus, she could only tremble as she made her way toward the hall's exit. Outside, the biting frost and fog struck her face, reddening her cheeks. She turned back to gaze at the figure on the dragon throne, whose commanding presence handled matters of state, and a wave of regret washed over her, blurring her vision. She and her father had toiled daily to curry favor with the powerful, striving to ascend into higher circles, not solely for her own sake, but also to steadfastly demonstrate to Lin Feng that her choice was indeed not misguided.